Traversing the Dugu continent, I have become the elder brother of Ning Rongrong, arriving 4 years earlier than expected. With a martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile, and without a system, what shall I do? Ning Xiaotian finds himself reliant on forming alliances to sustain his existence. Ning Fengzhi, I am your biological father, immensely wealthy. Ning Xiaotian and Gurong, we are super Douluo. Hulaina, I am the saintess of the spirit hall. Qian Renxue, I am the future angel god. Dugu Yan, my grandfather possesses divine herbs. Bibi Dong, I am your esteemed mother-in-law. Ning Xiaotian, long live the spirit hall. Yu Xiaojiang, who is behind this? Daimu Bai, my fiancé has vanished. Must I still endure such hardships? Tang San, where has Xiao Wu gone? What the divine herbs? Where's the blue silver king? What the promised opportunities? Chapter 1. In Douluo devoid of a system. At the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, in a martial arts arena. The weather is splendid, with a gentle breeze. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting shimmering reflections on the faces of the young boys and girls, who gaze with fervent admiration at the center of the arena. There, 2 agile figures are engaged in a fierce clash, radiant light erupting from their hands, causing gasps and applause to ripple through the crowd. Yet, none of this concerns Ning Xiaotian. He stands apart from the jubilant youths, accompanied only by 2 companions, feeling somewhat solitary. Unlike the enthusiastic cheers surrounding him, Ning Xiaotian's expression is rather solemn. His eyes squint slightly, lips pressed together in silent prayer, akin to a devout worshiper before a statue. Today, he is resolved to make one final attempt. System? No chime of notification appears. Dear system, it is time for you to manifest. Ning Xiaotian's eyes widen with hope, his expression tinged with urgency. Silence prevails once more. After calling for his system for the 1095th day, his fervent whispers have transformed into a deep, meditative prayer. Yet, there is no response. It is evident that he truly lacks a system. He understands all too well what this entails. Unlike Tang San, who transcended from a martial arts sect, equipped with profound techniques and knowledge of divine herbs, Ning Xiaotian was merely an ordinary university student. In his previous life, stepping into the workforce after graduation, leading a mundane 9-to-5 existence with a meager salary and only 4 days off each month. Lacking finances, he seldom ventured outside. After all, a moment of impulse would necessitate a substantial expenditure, which is disheartening. He could only stay home, indulging in anime to pass the time, and one fateful night, he binge-watched until dawn. Then he overslept, a dream of eternal farewell. Upon awakening, he found himself in the Douluo continent, now the son of Ning Fengzhi, the esteemed young master of the 7 Treasures glazed tile. Skull, a title that sounds rather appealing. However, having researched the sect's history, Ning Xiaotian knows full well that the direct descendants of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school awaken their martial souls at the age of 6, all of which manifest as the 7 Treasures glazed tile. Moreover, due to inherent flaws in their martial souls, they can only cultivate to the 79th level of Soul Sage, with no further progression thereafter. This is quite disheartening. Ning Xiaotian's gaze becomes vacant, his heart lamenting. My dream was to become a warrior. Why was I assigned a support role? A flawed one at that. Were he to possess a system, these issues would be trivial. What dual martial souls, remarkable techniques, and innate full soul power will those be straightforward resolves. Addressing the flaws in his martial soul would be a mere trifle. But now he has none, no system, nor techniques. Am I truly destined to be a mere support? In the Douluo continent, it is widely acknowledged that targeting the support soul master of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school is a strategic move. I'm not a cute girl endowed with both beauty and healing capabilities when it comes to combat. My opponent shall show no mercy. Thus, will I face countless soul masters targeting me, mercilessly overwhelming me, my delicate form ravaged, and my exquisite visage desecrated? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Before he could ponder further, Ning Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine. I cannot remain idle any longer. I must devise a means to escape this fate. Accepting the role of support is tolerable, but being trampled upon is absolutely unacceptable. A support who can subdue the opposition is the true essence of a worthy ally. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, urging himself to calm down and contemplate strategy. The 7 Treasures glazed tile is a gem-like support martial soul, its name suggesting its lackluster defensive capabilities, unless multiple defensive soul rings are attached, in which case, the martial soul's assistance would be significantly diminished. Such a waste, an utter waste. The Seven Treasures Glaze Tile is a martial soul with comprehensive support capabilities: speed, strength, defense, soul power. Each ring enhances a specific attribute, creating a synergistic effect. This signifies that with the enhancement of the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile, the attributes of allies will be significantly superior to those of their adversaries. What about enhancing oneself? Ning Xiaotian's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. As he pondered, it seems I could attempt a path akin to physical cultivation. Indeed, the body is the foundation of all endeavors. While the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile martial soul may lack robust defense, its exceptional support capabilities offer a chance for my physical attributes to rival those of beast. Martial soul masters. As long as my innate soul power is not excessively low, coupled with divine herbs for reinforcement, I can ensure simultaneous progress in both soul power cultivation and physical training during the golden age of development. I may even surpass others in physical prowess. A higher innate soul power level not only signifies a quicker soul power cultivation rate, but also implies a shorter time frame to reach level 10 soul power. Reaching level 10 sooner means enjoying the benefits of the first soul ring's enhancements earlier, thereby widening the gap in cultivation with others. A single step ahead leads to continual advancement. This is why soul masters on the Dugu continent place such immense importance on innate soul power levels. Human lifespans and optimal training periods are exceedingly brief, thus, one must prioritize. It appears I cannot avoid divine herbs. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly. Only such divine entities can enable me to balance soul power and physical cultivation, fully leveraging the advantages of my martial soul. Fortunately, my family is affluent. Ning Xiaotian thought, feeling a sense of relief. With the means to invest, I need not worry about my innate soul power level. From his observations over the past 3 years, Ning Xiaotian discerned that the so-called innate soul power levels in the Dugu continent could be accurately divided into 2 phases. The first phase is the innate soul power, which is the level of soul power a child possesses upon birth. The amount of this soul power is entirely dependent on the cultivation levels of one's parents. The higher the parents' cultivation, the greater the soul power inherited by the child at birth. This is also why soul masters on the Dugu continent tend to marry and have children later in life. The second phase is the natural soul power, which is the growth stage of the child from birth until the awakening of their martial soul, during which their body naturally accumulates soul power through nutrition. The most direct factor influencing the amount of this soul power is the quality of the nourishment provided by the parents. The higher the nutritional value of the meals, the faster the child absorbs it, leading to a greater total of natural soul power. Thus, although children on the Dugu continent undergo the martial soul awakening ceremony at the age of 6, in some well-established sects and affluent families, children can begin preparations for martial soul awakening as early as 3 years old, by hunting or raising gentle soul beasts to create sustenance, supplemented with herbs for medicinal baths, to enhance nutrient absorption, and allowing advanced soul masters, adept in soul power control, to nourish the body with their soul energy. One can elevate the natural soul power and physical strength within a child without compromising their foundational essence. This method enables the child to progress further along the path of cultivation. In the realm of Dugu continent, it is evident why offspring born into sects, noble families, and royal lineages typically exhibit a higher innate soul power level upon awakening. Their martial souls compare to commoners. While all humans are initially endowed with a level 3 soul power at birth, the disparity becomes apparent upon awakening. Commoners remain at level 3, whereas noble descendants ascend directly to level 6. Perhaps this elucidates the harsh reality. Chapter 2. The harsh reality, titanium salvation. In a humble household, there exists a profound lack of wealth and resources to provide their children with even the most basic necessities. Purchasing spirit beast, meat, requires funds. Acquiring medicinal herbs necessitates money. Even the recipes for medicinal baths are not easily accessible to the financially constrained. As for hunting spirit beasts, unless a commoner possesses extraordinary talent and chooses to join a powerful faction, they are unlikely to receive assistance from high-ranking spirit masters in procuring optimal spirit rings. For those of average aptitude, they must pay. As long as the remuneration is generous enough, there will always be affluent, high-ranking spirit masters willing to lend a hand. After all, hunting a spirit beast with a few hundred years of cultivation is not particularly challenging. But can commoners afford such remuneration? Clearly, they cannot. Thus, most commoner spirit masters must rely on the guidance of their academy mentors or venture into the soul-hunting forest in perilous teams to hunt lower-tier spirit beasts. If they cannot find a suitable spirit ring for their martial soul, they are left with no choice but to absorb inferior spirit rings. Take Xiaotian from the original tale as an example. Despite being the son of a city lord, and thus a minor noble, his first spirit ring was but a white ring. The plight of those in the lower strata is all too apparent. This is an exceedingly brutal world. Without money, progress is nearly impossible. Of course, none of this concerns me. My father, Ning Fengzhi, is exceedingly wealthy. Why was Tang San able to awaken innate, full spirit power? Despite his impoverished beginnings in Holy Spirit Village, it was due to the Xiantian skill, Ning Xiaotian's Kofet, feeling a pang of bitterness akin to biting into 10 pounds of lemons. The practice of Xiantian skill not only significantly enhances the body's ability to absorb nutrients, but also allows the practitioner to actively draw upon the ethereal energies and spirit power present in the environment. The disparity between active and passive absorption is monumental. While Tang San's parents possessed noble bloodlines without the Xiantian skill, his childhood circumstances, subsisting on porridge and wild vegetables, would have rendered his body too weak to support the awakening of innate full spirit power. He could easily have ended up like Yu Xiaojing, whose martial soul regressed due to an inadequate bloodline, resulting in a mere half-level spirit power upon awakening. The original narrative mentions that Tang San discovered at the age of 6 that he could no longer advance in his cultivation of Xiantian skill. Why? It was precisely because he had cultivated his spirit power to level 10, at which point the world's rules imposed restrictions, necessitating the absorption of spirit rings to continue progressing. In the Douluo continent, spirit masters rely entirely on passive absorption for spirit power prior to awakening their martial souls, resulting in woefully low efficiency. Thus, achieving innate spirit power of 7 or 8 is quite an accomplishment. Attaining innate full spirit power is exceedingly difficult. However, there are exceptions. The quality of one's martial soul is often inherited, with the prowess determined by one's parents. In rare cases, one may encounter mutations that alter the odds. For instance, Qian Renxue, whose parents possessed formidable martial souls and profound cultivation, awakened with innate spirit power of level 20. A true prodigy. Then there are those like Feng Xiaotian, whose family martial soul, the Gale Demon Wolf, underwent a fortunate mutation, resulting in an awakening of innate spirit power at level 10, a classic example of a reversal through mutation. Unfortunately, I lack such fortune. Ning Xiaotian pouted, jealousy causing his very essence to fray. Competing on bloodlines, my martial soul bears inherent flaws. Competing on mutations, there has been but one in centuries. The name is Ning Yun, whose mutated 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul endowed him with formidable spiritual power. Yet he perished at level 79. That is all there is, nothing more. A non-prodigy should not place faith in chance. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly, realizing that without extraordinary circumstances, only wealth could pave the way to my dreams. Fortunately, the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul, despite its limitations, possesses other merits. Perhaps due to its inherent flaws, destiny has opened a window for it. The direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect have maintained their innate spirit power without fail for many generations. None of those who awakened the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul had innate spirit power below level 5. Not to mention, as a transmigrator, surely I can attain at least level 9. Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it is best to lower my standards. A life of misfortune has eroded my confidence. Thankfully, I still have divine herbs. Divine herbs not only enhance spirit power and fortify martial souls, but also accelerate cultivation speed. These benefits are amply demonstrated in the original story. The Shrek's 7 devils, including Tang San, owe their rapid rise to the efficacy of divine herbs. And this is precisely something I can strategize. After all, my father is Ning Fengzhi. We have ample resources. Don't have divine herbs myself? Not an issue. Lacking methods to identify or harvest them? Not a problem. Others do, after all. Regrettably, Qian Xuanji is still alive and well, necessitating patience. Ning Xiaotian felt a pang of disappointment. Only when Qian Xuanji is no more will the spirit hall fully oppose the Haotian sect, creating the opportunity for my plans to unfold. When the Haotian sect makes a blunder and disregards the safety of the family, they will face the wrath of the spirit hall, leaving the family in disarray and their members in hardship. Yang Wudi will then harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. That would grant me the chance to purchase divine herbs and antidote knowledge from Yang Wudi with certainty. Wealth, protection, divine herbs. These are precisely what Yang Wudi desires. I might even win over the family. No one can resist the law of money. If anyone dares to, I shall simply offer more. Moreover, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, contemplating certain possibilities, Ning Xiaotian's eyes glimmered. For the sake of the sect and my own aspirations, I must employ some extraordinary measures. As long as I possess information about divine herbs and knowledge of antidotes, I can outpace Tang San in presenting soul bones to Dugu Bo for toxin removal, thereby bringing him into the Seven Treasures glazed sect. With our financial capacity, acquiring 2 10,000-year soul bones is hardly a challenge. Once successful, I could utilize the myriad divine herbs from the ice and fire yin yang well to significantly bolster the strength of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. I wonder if there are any divine herbs suitable for Dugu Bo and his granddaughter within the depths of the ice and fire yin yang well. Ning Xiaotian scratched his pants leg, feeling a sense of reflection. After all, Dugu Bo is the original master of the ice and fire yin yang well. It would be remiss not to prioritize his needs. Unlike Tang San from the original narrative, who stripped the well bare of divine herbs without leaving any for Dugu Bo, such an act is one I could never commit. But wait. Tang San did not deplete it entirely. He left behind a root and some seeds. When Dugu Bo angrily questioned him, Tang San, with a tone of dissatisfaction, retorted, "You agreed I could take as much as I wanted. You never specified how much I could take. I merely chose to take it all." He then earnestly assured Dugu Bo that with the nourishment of the ice and fire yin yang well, it would not be long before the area flourished once more. However, he conveniently omitted the fact that the precious herbs he had harvested would take centuries to regrow, even within the well. Growth? What about the maturation period? Good heavens! Truly remarkable. I cannot help but wonder, with Dugu Bo's capabilities, will he still be around in a few hundred years? Chapter 3. Direction of Advancement. How to deal with Xiao Wu. Additionally, while it is true that Tang San aided Dugu Bo in expelling the toxins from his body, to label it as a life-saving grace might be somewhat of a stretch. The original text has Tang San himself stating that Dugu Bo has managed to remain unharmed for many years due to the suppressive effects of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes on the toxins. Although he must occasionally endure the agony of toxic backlash, his life is fundamentally secure. If Dugu Bo can extend his lifespan to 100 years, so too can his granddaughter. Thus, can Tang San truly claim it as a life-saving grace? Perhaps it is more fitting to describe it as alleviating a chronic ailment. However, Tang San, taking advantage of Dugu Bo's ignorance regarding divine herbs, shamelessly exploited the loopholes in his words, carting away all the medicinal plants like a thief. How is this not akin to fraud? While it is often said that one must look out for oneself, this seems to be excessive. Furthermore, if we are to speak of life-saving favors between the two, it is indeed Dugu Bo who saved Tang San's life, not merely once, but multiple times. Without the assistance of divine herbs, could Tang San have ascended to godhood? Even if he could, would the Shrek's 7 devils achieve divinity as well? Certainly. With Ning Rongrong's innate talent, her martial soul would need to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda for her to attain godhood. Otherwise, even reaching a titled rank would be impossible. What does this signify? It implies that Tang San would undoubtedly face defeat in the battle of the dual gods, with no chance for resurrection thereafter. It signifies that the Spirit Hall would emerge victorious. And would they spare those around Tang San? Clearly, they would not. Moreover, without the heart-wrenching red herb, Xiao would be unable to resurrect after her sacrifice. This could also be deemed a life-saving favor for his wife. Without entering the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Tang San's mother, Yin, might remain in her current form indefinitely. This again raises the question of who owes whom. Our poor, honest Dugu Bo remains in the dark until the end, unaware of the efficacy of the divine herbs and having never consumed any to enhance himself. It seems that by the conclusion of the original narrative, there is no mention of Dugubo's cultivation level improving, remaining below level 95, while his granddaughter only reaches over level 50 at the age of 24. Is this the level one would expect from consuming divine herbs? Wholehearted assistance has resulted in a situation where he is, in essence, selling himself while counting coins for others. Tragic, utterly tragic. Dugubo is a person of deep loyalty and integrity, and Ning Xiaotian recognizes this, resolved to forge a bond if given the opportunity. Yet, Tang San furrows his brow, seemingly disdainful, as it is apparent that he lacks the ability to repay even those who have bestowed great kindness upon him, revealing his inability to discern right from wrong, thus unworthy of deep connections. However, since Qiu Xuanji is still alive and well, Tang San has yet to be born, so it's best not to concern himself with such matters. Stretching his neck, Ning Xiaotian resumes his contemplation. What divine herb would be most suitable for Dugubo? The ice and fire yin yang eyes? The ice and fire dragon kings? A sudden realization dawns upon Ning Xiaotian. The ice and fire yin yang eyes are indeed the resting place of the two dragon kings. Logically, numerous herbs that could enhance the dragon lineage should grow in its vicinity, and since Dugubo's martial soul is serpentine, consuming such herbs would undoubtedly benefit his martial soul immensely. Alas, Ning Xiaotian's expression dims again. He currently lacks the knowledge to identify or utilize divine herbs, let alone understand any detoxification methods. He does not even know Dugubo's whereabouts. Frowning for a moment, he quickly relaxes. What is there to fear? With two super Douluos in his household and his familiarity with the plot, how could he possibly fear these matters escaping his grasp? Fortunately, they are well off and have formidable allies. So what is he still missing? His martial soul, an innate soul power, should pose no issues. Dugubo and the divine herbs are already within his grasp. Suddenly, Ning Xiaotian's lips curl into a grimace. His countenance turning sour, he still lacks offensive soul skills. It appears that regardless of the soul rings absorbed by the seven treasures glazed pagoda martial soul, the resulting soul skills are all auxiliary in nature. Moreover, each soul ring seems to be limited to providing just one soul skill, which seems to be an inherent flaw of the martial soul. Even Ning Rongrong, who possesses a divine soul ring, cannot avoid this limitation. Of course, it is also possible that a divine soul ring can only provide a single soul skill, as all the divine soul rings acquired by the Shrek 7 devils on Sea God Island seem to offer just one skill, albeit the one most suited to them. To have a single soul ring possess multiple soul skills appears to necessitate hunting soul beasts or sacrifices from them. The 10,000-year soul rings that Tang San hunted all bore 2 soul skills, and each fallen soul bone could provide an additional 2 skills. Quite astonishing. Sacrificing a fierce beast could even yield 3 to 4 soul skills. However, 10,000-year soul beasts are rare and formidable foes. This path seems fraught with difficulties. For the 7 treasures glazed sect, attempting to take on the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python would be immensely risky. Should he go and slay Xiao Wu? It is likely that she cannot be found in the Stardow forest at the moment, especially with 2 burly men by her side. He would probably need to wait until the plot begins, but by then, she would have transformed into a human and be recultivating. Taking action against her in human form feels morally reprehensible. Deeply influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, the diligent Ning Xiaotian finds himself troubled, harboring no deep-seated enmity. Furthermore, what is the difference between killing a human and taking a life? Perhaps he could attempt to create a few soul skills of his own? A sense of bitterness rises within Ning Xiaotian. He feels utterly devoid of confidence. In his past life, as a youth infatuated with martial arts films, he had harbored dreams of becoming a martial artist, once practicing military boxing for a time while mimicking his uncle's sports textbook. Later, being enamored by the Dragon Brother, he self-taught Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do through online videos during his primary and middle school years, even fantasizing about upholding justice. Unfortunately, during a school cleaning day, he had made the floor too slippery while mopping, resulting in a catastrophic elbow fracture that required 6 months in a cast. Thus, his martial arts dreams came to a swift end. Upon entering university, the first physical education class was taught by a teacher who instructed Tai Chi, eager for credits. He diligently studied for a year. Alas, during his second year, the rise of League of Legends, coupled with the insidious temptations of a certain unscrupulous roommate, led him astray. He became engrossed in online gaming, unable to extricate himself, and so his martial arts aspirations were entirely extinguished. With nearly 8 years having passed, the dreams of his youth have long been buried in his heart, the bamboo sword at home long since destroyed, and most of the martial techniques in his mind have become blurred. The crux of the matter is that he had always been self-taught, with no master to guide him, learning only the surface-level aspects. When practicing, he prioritized aesthetics over practical ability, and one can imagine the results. He might not even measure up to a novice. Nonetheless, having practiced for a considerable time, he still retains knowledge of the basic characteristics and simple routines of each martial art, albeit with shallow understanding. Sigh. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. Ning Xiaotian feels a pang of regret. Had he known to search for a few more manuals online back then, he might have been able to cultivate in Douluo continent. Practicing martial arts is far more challenging than cultivating spiritual techniques. Just concentrating on core strength and stances. He had no idea how many times his legs trembled or how many times he knelt on the ground while walking. He distinctly remembers kneeling outside the restroom during that time. The male and female restrooms were on opposite sides, and his kneeling attracted the attention of countless girls, leading to a moment of social death. Looking back, he feels somewhat bashful. Chapter 4. Ning Rongrong suddenly gone? Regardless, he should practice for now. Ning Xiaotian feels a sense of nostalgia. It could be considered a remnant of a once youthful dream. If it could be passed down in this world, that would be splendid. Moreover, should these close combat techniques be integrated with the soul power of Douluo for practical application in battle, they could yield unexpectedly advantageous results, which would indeed be a significant gain. Unfortunately, he has yet to awaken his martial soul, rendering practice impossible. He cannot experiment with the two-titled Duo within the sect, as it could lead to dire consequences. Better to be cautious than to risk it all. He could, however, use the pretext of learning to subtly absorb the practical combat experience of these two esteemed figures, enriching and refining his rather rudimentary skills. Alas, being so young is indeed a hindrance. As a thought crossed his mind, Ning Xiaotian's face bore a look of sorrow and helplessness. In recent years, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has taken in numerous commoner disciples, and his father, Ning Fengzhi, has acquired several of them at the Heavendo auction house, including enchanting cat girls and rabbit ear girls, each more captivating than the last. Ugh, young as he is, Ning Xiaotian deeply scorned his own fleeting sordid thoughts from moments ago. Straightening his posture and glancing sideways to confirm that the two esteemed figures were oblivious, Ning Xiaotian continued to ponder, leaving just one final question: how to resolve the flaw in his martial soul. After arriving in the Douluo continent, he spent over a year mastering the language of this world, only to discover that the Spirit Hall was still under the rule of the notorious Qian Renxue. This implies that Ning Rongrong has yet to be born, or has she simply vanished? If Ning Rongrong were truly gone, he could seize the opportunity to acquire the divine herb, the Qi Luo tulip, and attempt to rectify the flaw in his martial soul. But if Ning Rongrong were to be born, what then? He would likely have to seek alternative solutions. According to the original narrative, after Ning Rongrong consumes the Qi Luo tulip, her martial soul should evolve. But what about him? That is indeed uncertain and a bit risky. Following the timeline of the original work, Ning Rongrong should be the same age as Tang San, who was still in swaddling clothes when Qian Renxue was defeated. And it seems that there is still some waiting to be done for Qian Renxue. Previously, upon confirming the birth of Ning Rongrong, Ning Xiaotian had even activated a birth encouragement mode with his mother, subtly suggesting that having a younger sister would be wonderful. His mother, Zhang Fenghua, possesses the martial soul of the fire sword, with a natural soul power of level 8 and an age of over 40, having achieved the rank of Soul Sage at level 74. Attaining such a level at her age makes her a genius in the continent, especially given the abundant resources provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, more than a year has passed, and not only has there been no sign of a younger sister, but his mother's once slim waist has not shown any signs of rounding. Instead, it has become even more curvaceous. Despite being over 40, she still resembles a youthful maiden, with a slender figure, skin as white as snow, and beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Cough, cough, but these details are not the crux of the matter. The focus remains on his mother's martial soul. Ning Xiaotian's face was suffused with sorrow, his heart heavy as if burdened with 100 pounds of pickled vegetables. Occasionally, he couldn't help but think that if only his father's surname were not Ning, but perhaps Chun, or Qian, or even Tang, that would be splendid. It is no wonder that Ning Xiaotian's thoughts wandered, for his mother's martial soul is a formidable offensive weapon, the sword. A sword that bears a striking resemblance to the one he cherished in his past life, akin to the burning sword from a certain game. How splendid it is! From a moment Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes to this world and beheld his mother's martial soul, he has been envious. After all, which young man has not fantasized about roaming the world wielding a sword? Although he practiced boxing in his previous life, he has always longed to learn the art of the sword. He once donned a nylon belt, wielded a bamboo sword, and raced through fields, slashing at the weeds along the way. Of course, it was not uncommon to inadvertently sever a few inches of rice stalks, resulting in a few bruises on his backside. Being punished for his misdeeds was also expected. Regrettably, now, even if he wished to be punished, he has no opportunity. His father, Ning Xiaotian, fell into a contemplative silence. Since he has arrived in this world, returning to his former life is no longer a possibility. Hey look, your grandpa Chun is about to win. Just as Ning Xiaotian was lost in his melancholy, a sudden shout jolted him awake. He turned his head towards the source of the voice, and his expression brightened instantly. It is well known that traversers who have lost their parents are never ordinary. Yet with his parents alive, Ning Xiaotian felt a deeper sense of security. After all, one lives most fully when there are loved ones to cherish. His mother was watching. Knowing his mother's nature, Ning Xiaotian spoke without reservation. Leaning forward with his head tilted to observe the martial arts arena. Before him, the Bone Douluo's soul power manifested, dark and chilling. A skeletal dragon formed from a bone structure coiled around the Bone Douluo, with ghostly flames flickering ominously amidst the intertwining bones. Meanwhile, the Sword Douluo was enveloped in a radiant, icy white sword energy, effortlessly wielding it with a flourish. Without a doubt, it was spectacular. To witness the sparring of two titled Douluo from a distance in the Douluo continent is indeed a remarkable experience. In his past life, he never had the opportunity to witness such scenes. The difference between cinematic effects and real-life observation is incomparable. Haha, old bone, you're not up to par. The Sword Douluo slowly withdrew his 7-killing sword martial soul, which had been poised to strike the Bone Douluo's neck, and with a casual gesture, he dispelled the manifestation of his martial soul. Crossing his arms over his chest, he wore a broad smile. Once again, victory is mine. As his words fell, the Sword Douluo walked towards Ning Xiaotian with a proud stride, as if to say, Tian, your grandpa Chun is the best. Meanwhile, the newly defeated Bone Douluo, incensed by the Sword Douluo's triumph, quickly rose to brush off the dust from his attire, retorting defiantly, you insufferable sword user. You only won because your soul power exceeds mine by a level. Just wait until I catch up, and I'll make you kneel and call me brother. Hearing the Bone Douluo's words, the Sword Douluo chuckled, casting a provocative glance back at him. Old Bone, talk is cheap. I'll be waiting for your next challenge. Though their banter was sharp, their camaraderie was evident. As the Bone Douluo approached, the Sword Douluo paused, waiting for him to catch up. Truly, they are great friends. Watching the two of them walk side by side, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of warmth from their brotherly bond. It's time to showcase true skills. As the two esteemed figures approached, Ning Xiaotian unabashedly displayed his Oscar-worthy acting skills, speaking earnestly with admiration. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, you are both so impressive. Having confirmed their mutual regard, he thought to himself, what is a face? Can it be eaten? Chapter 5. Ning Rongrong's birth. Qian Fengzhi is defeated. Haha, Tian thinks. Compared to you, who is more powerful, my Grandpa Bone? The Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the Bone Douluo, eager to hear the answer. This was indeed a perilous question. Ning Xiaotian's eyes darted as he replied with a soft, adorable tone. Both are incredibly strong. I want to be as powerful as both of you in the future. The two esteemed figures smiled widely, clearly pleased. The moment has come. Ning Xiaotian seized the opportunity. Tilting his head back with sparkling eyes, his expression filled with reverence. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, may I learn sword techniques and fist techniques from you? The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo trembled with excitement, feeling greatly honored and encouraged. They exchanged hopeful glances before simultaneously turning their expectant gazes towards Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi felt a surge of anxiety. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a professional team and established methods for nurturing direct-line auxiliary soul masters. Changes cannot be made lightly. Ning Xiaotian realized that this path was futile and turned his gaze towards his mother, Zhang Fenghua, whose eyes shimmered with tears. Perhaps a roundabout approach might be feasible. Zhang Fenghua's voice was tender yet sorrowful. Ning Fengzhi felt a tremor within him, and his once upright posture faltered. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ning Xiaotian's eyes. Could there be a chance? The Sword Douluo gazed upwards while the Bone Douluo focused on the ground, oblivious to the conversation, remaining silent and contemplative. Since Tian wished to learn, let him do so. After all, at 3 years old, it was time to nurture his body in preparation for the awakening of his martial soul. Let him train with Uncle Chun and Uncle Gu, considering it a form of physical exercise. Suddenly, Zhang Fenghua's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she delicately covered her mouth with her hand, leaning closer to Ning Fengzhi's ear to whisper, "Hasn't Tian always desired a younger sister?" The Sword and Bone Douluo became alert, their ears perked and eyes darting towards Ning Fengzhi, laden with unspoken implications. Ning Xiaotian, bewildered, felt a pang of anxiety. Clearing his throat, Ning Fengzhi regained his composure and asserted, "Very well. It's getting late. You two had just sparred for a while. You must be somewhat fatigued. Why don't we head to the hall for a brief rest? We can also discuss Tian's upcoming studies and training with you both." "Indeed, we should have a thorough discussion." The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo responded in unison. Ning Fengzhi took this opportunity to wave off the surrounding crowd and led his wife, along with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, towards the sex conference hall. After an intense discussion, the helpless Ning Xiaotian found himself clearly assigned to a rigorous schedule by the four formidable figures. Rising at 8 in the morning for breakfast, followed by cultural lessons in the morning, alternating between odd and even days, with subjects including a comprehensive history of Douluo continent, detailed analysis of powers in Douluo continent, complete guide to soul beasts of Douluo continent, etiquette of the nobility in the Tiando Empire, the ladies of Douluo continent, and the 38 techniques of flirting by the Ning clan. In the afternoon, martial arts lessons would commence, on odd days with the Bone Douluo focusing on basic fist techniques, and on even days with the Sword Douluo learning fundamental sword skills. Evenings would conclude with medicinal baths, followed by professional training to cultivate his soul power. Finishing with free time. Is the schedule really so packed? Ning Xiaotian felt increasingly overwhelmed, reminiscent of his tragic days in a full-time school, especially as a boarder. Most troubling was his relocation from his parents' home to a separate courtyard closer to the Sword and Bone Douluo. What was the meaning of this? Ning Xiaotian was utterly perplexed. A year later, he was astonished. After a prolonged period of anticipation, his mother had finally conceived just 2 months after he was sent to study with the Sword and Bone Douluo. Could it be that he had been the unnecessary burden all along? Observing the little one cradled in his mother's embrace, now named Ning Rongrong, Ning Xiaotian felt a pang of jealousy. Ironically, he had recently learned from within the sect that the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shuanji, had returned gravely injured. This meant Qian Shuanji had indeed been defeated by Tang Hao, and Tang Sen must have been born not long ago. Considering the timeline, Ning Rongrong's birth was closely aligned with the original storyline. This was astonishing. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed his position in the family was now at risk. Looking at his parents and the indulgent expressions on the faces of the Sword and Bone Douluo, he felt a wave of bitterness. Sighing, he consoled himself, confirming with a glance that this was indeed his little sister. However, a dilemma arose. How should he handle Oscar? Should he allow this fellow to pursue his sister? As an elder brother, he looked at the infant with paternal concern. To be honest, he had no objections to his sister marrying Oscar in the future, following the original plot. Oscar was a decent person, without significant flaws, possessed talent and diligence, and was quite presentable. In the original tale, he was utterly devoted to Ning Rongrong. Overall, his virtues outweighed his shortcomings. Moreover, as a food-type soulmaster, Oscar would undoubtedly provide for his sister in culinary matters. As for Ning Xiaotian's hopes regarding Shrek Academy's teachings, he did not expect it to impart any substantial knowledge to his sister. Given the educational methods he was aware of from the original work, they seemed rather inadequate even poor. Additionally, he held a strong disapproval of Shrek's academic culture. A soul master who feared trouble was not a good soul master, but merely a mediocre talent. Their motto was a path to ruin. Furthermore, Ning Xiaotian was deeply displeased with Shrek Academy's treatment of commoners. The admission criteria were excessively stringent. Why not simply make them public? Why impose fees without refunding them when applicants were deemed inadequate? This was nothing short of extortion. The instructors at Shrek Academy were of commoner origin. Did they not realize what a 10 gold coin application fee meant for a poor family? Their standards for accepting monstrous talent, coupled with a nearly laissez-faire educational style, were utterly ridiculous, especially given their financial constraints. With Flender's martial soul and soul sage strength, he could easily charge a fortune for hunting century-old soul beasts at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. With such a lack of intelligence regarding finances, he was still the principal. Nonetheless, as a facilitator, Flender could serve to temper his sister's character, which might be beneficial. Given the tendencies of the four formidable figures before him, it was likely that Ning Rongrong would be spoiled and willful, much like in the original story, and he seemed unable to prevent it. After all, Ning Xiaotian was also a doting brother. Moreover, in terms of friendships, Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy appeared to be a commendable acquaintance. If his sister could learn from this resilient and hard-working young woman, their family would have cause for celebration. Naturally, it would be even better if she could bring her home. Chapter 6. The Mysterious Qian Renxue. For now, Ning Xiaotian decided to let things unfold naturally regarding his young sister. He recalled the unfortunate children he had seen in his past life, subjected to relentless arrangements, tutoring classes, interest groups, supplementary lessons, and overwhelming bombardment. They faced such trials before even entering society. It was terrifying, far too terrifying. The most innocent age, devoid of joy. His sister should not endure such a childhood. If she wished to be a bit willful, so be it. A girl must possess a certain toughness when venturing into the world. As long as she did not harm others recklessly, that would suffice. Besides, they had Flender to serve as a scapegoat. With his four-eyed, peculiar uncle taking the blame, it would only enhance his own admirable image in front of his sister. Resourceful utilization, indeed commendable. Ning Xiaotian silently applauded himself. Now that Qian Xuanji had returned grievously injured to the Spirit Hall, he would likely be nearing death. Reflecting on Qian Xuanji's illustrious deeds, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy in his gaze. Qian Xuanji, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, the foremost player in the Douluo secret chamber game, a man who inspired countless peers to pound their chests in admiration and aspiration. He was the very origin of it all. Without him, there would be no subsequent tales. What a pity for Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue was simply outrageous. Reflecting on the tale of Qian Renxue from the original work, Ning Xiaotian felt a pang of melancholy. Following the demise of Qian Xuanji, Qian Renxue had a falling out with Bibi Dong and subsequently ventured alone into the Tiando Empire. Eliminating Xue Qinghe to claim his position, diligently pursuing her ambitions and immersing herself in her career. Prior to her encounter with Tang San, she could be regarded as a woman of remarkable patience, decisiveness, wisdom, and beauty. However, what transpired later was rather perplexing. After nearly 2 decades of restraint within the royal family, the resilient Qian Renxue inexplicably chose to reveal her identity in an attempt to win over her adversary, Tang San, subsequently falling inexplicably in love with him, and even more bewilderingly, repeatedly sparing him. It was truly absurd. Such a combination of brilliance and folly, beauty and devotion in a naive young girl left Ning Xiaotian exclaiming, "Boss, please give me a dozen." Unfortunately, Qian Renxue had yet to arrive in Tiando, which left him somewhat disheartened. Moreover, his father, Ning Fengzhi, seemed not to have taken Xue Qinghe as a disciple yet. It was understandable. Had Xue Qinghe sought his father as a mentor prior to his replacement, even the most adept disguise of Qian Renxue would likely be exposed by his father's keen business acumen. Ning Xiaotian reflected, fully aware of the situation. As the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school for many years, Ning Fengzhi had interacted with various powerful factions and possessed a level of insight into human relationships and affairs that was far superior to the inept Flander, who could barely manage to earn a living. Furthermore, the heartless imperial family was truly disheartening. Compared to Ning Fengzhi, Ning Xiaotian suddenly perceived the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, as utterly incompetent. Just imagine, if the emperor had shown more concern for his own child's daily life. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that his own son had been usurped? In this world, no two leaves are identical, let alone living beings. Even if Qian Renxue's disguise were masterful, she could never perfectly emulate another human being. Shuiyu was indeed a negligent father, focused solely on existence without care. Ning Xiaotian silently scorned him, further diminishing his impression of the Tiando Empire. Reflecting on his own father, Ning Xiaotian pondered. Before Tang Xiao ascended to leadership in the Haotian school, it must have been his father at the helm. This implied that Tang Hao was soon to be ousted by his own father. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing had also been expelled from his family due to his poor aptitude. Pressure by his kin, the three great sects? Were they truly this cowardly, unable to protect their own blood? Fortunately, his father, Ning Fengzhi, remained reliable. Ning Xiaotian glanced at his tender-hearted father, his strikingly beautiful mother, and his petite yet charming sister, Ning Rongrong, feeling quite satisfied. Then he looked at the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo next door. Ugh, those two old geezers. From the very beginning, enduring half an hour of horse stance, half an hour of standing with a sword, 1,000 straight punches and 1,000 thrusts, all repeated for several months. Ning Xiaotian felt as if his waist might snap and his legs might become crippled. The difficulty of this training was incomparable to his previous life. After all, he had no one to supervise him then, allowing him to slack off. The following months were even harsher. Practicing swordsmanship and martial arts left his backside resembling a monkey's face. To ensure Ning Xiaotian could apply what he learned, the Bone Douluo now insisted on having him closely observe the duels between himself and the Sword Douluo, encouraging him to ask questions directly if he didn't understand. Occasionally, he even had Ning Xiaotian step up to practice, hoping to deepen his understanding, but alas, his under-one. 4-meter frame struggled under the manipulation of such a robust man, leaving his joints sore. As for sword practice, the Sword Douluo was even more direct, having tossed an unopened iron sword to Ning Xiaotian the other day. Since he had learned the foundational sword techniques, it was time to begin comprehending the essence of the sword. Henceforth, he was to carry this sword with him every day, meditating and sleeping with it, constantly attuning himself to its weight, length, texture, and structure, familiarizing himself with every aspect of the blade. Then, using the foundational techniques he had mastered to wield it, once the sword fully became a part of him, the first step in comprehending the sword would be complete. Those are the exact words. Ning Xiaotian found himself utterly devoid of rebuttal, for it did sound rather impressive. Could it be true that his aptitude was so lacking? Even now, he often questioned whether he was truly incapable of martial arts, wondering if he had merely self-indulged in his previous life. Sigh, reading was certainly easier. Perhaps it was due to the more than 20 years of academic experience he accumulated in his past life. Compared to martial training, Ning Xiaotian felt that reading was simply a delight. Well, it was also because reading didn't involve getting hit on the backside. Ning Xiaotian instinctively rubbed his pert dairy. One must admit, the transmission of knowledge in Douluo continent was severely lacking. There were no 4 books and 5 classics, no Tang poems or song lyrics, and no 5 years of college entrance exams followed by 3 years of simulations. There was hardly any difficulty, rendering it rather bland. This may also be due to the unique characteristics of the cultivation system in Douluo continent. Most of the books he encountered were related to soul masters and soul beasts, and the quantity was quite limited. Of course, the current situation was also a result of various factions on the continent prohibiting the dissemination of sect scriptures. Nevertheless, even so, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as a premier sect skilled in commerce, likely possessed a collection of books only slightly inferior to that of the Spirit Hall's library. Ning Xiaotian couldn't fathom how Yu Xiaojing dared to boast. His lips curled slightly in disdain, eyebrows raised in a seemingly dismissive manner. He had also perused Yu Xiaojing's theory of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, and many aspects of it could be deemed extremely unrigorous. With vague and ambiguous wording, the quality of that thesis was such that any high school student with decent grade from his previous life could easily surpass it. Yet he dared to call it the top 10 theories. It was utterly feeble. The martial souls in this world were diverse, encompassing every aspect of human life. And merely selecting a single direction for research could not be summarized in just 10 theories. Ning Xiaotian himself could rely on data from the soul masters within the sect to concoct dozens of theories. He could guarantee they would all be immensely practical. Truly, it echoed the saying, I can do it. I am truly capable. Chapter 7. Qian Shuanji has truly passed away. In the backyard of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the dawn light was gently intoxicated, mingling with a warm orange glow that spread from the distant horizon. Weaving through the beams of the house and slipping past the tightly drawn curtains, illuminating the bedside. It was warm like a gentle caress. Shuer, stop scratching there, it itches. Zhuqing, Nana, you two are being naughty. Bang, bang, bang. Damn, who is it? Ning Xiaotian jolted upright, wiping the glistening corner of his mouth. His tone tinged with irritation. Since the birth of his sister, Ning Rongrong, more than 5 months ago, his delicate body had endured the torment of 2 older men daily. He was already utterly exhausted. Today was a rare day off, and he longed for a pleasant return to slumber, having just encountered a beautiful morning dream, now interrupted. How could this not infuriate him? He was truly upset. It was not something that could be easily soothed. Young Master Xiaotian, was that the voice of Xiao Chui? Ning Xiaotian's anger was extinguished in an instant, and he hurriedly tossed off the covers to rise. Xiao Chui was his mother's personal maid. Her summons were akin to his mother's decree, and he could not afford to offend her. Moreover, for her to arrive at this hour, Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, swiftly donning his clothes and stumbling toward the door. Xiao Kui, aren't you attending to my mother? Why are you here so early? He inquired, gazing at the charming maid standing at the door. Young Master Xiaotian, the madam has sent me to summon you to the conference hall. The young maid's voice was soft and tremulous, as if she had been startled by something. Xiao Chui, you may go rest now. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian, disregarding the fatigue and soreness in his body, left the maid behind and hurried towards the council hall. His parents, as well as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, were present. It seemed that a significant event had transpired. Without further hesitation, Ning Xiaotian entered the room, politely saluting the esteemed individuals present to gain favor, and then stood beside Ning Fengzhi, assuming a dignified stance. In this setting, it was not yet his turn to speak. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ning Fengzhi wasted no time and spoke with a resonant voice that echoed through the hall. He had just received news that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, had passed away, and the former saintess, Bibi Dong, had ascended to the position of Pope. His Majesty summoned me to bring Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle to the royal palace for a discussion on strategies. Under normal circumstances, he would leave Bone Douluo to protect the sect during royal meetings, but this situation regarding the upheaval in the Spirit Hall could not be ignored. After all, with the Pope deceased, any potential wrath would likely be directed towards the Haotian sect, leaving the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and other forces out of harm's way. The fury of the 2 super Douluos. Apart from the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, no other force on the continent could withstand such a tempest. What? Qian Renxue has died? Wasn't he merely injured? The Spirit Hall would likely not spare the Haotian sect. A tumultuous time indeed. Just months ago, Qian Renxue was only gravely injured, and now he was dead. The assembled individuals found it hard to believe such sudden news. As the atmosphere grew restless, Ning Fengzhi frowned and quickly called for silence. In an instant, a pin drop could be heard within the hall. Once the crowd quieted, Ning Fengzhi continued, "This matter is indeed perplexing. The Spirit Hall is teeming with talent, and there are surely healing soul masters among them. The sudden demise of Qian Renxue, who was only recently injured, is indeed astonishing. Furthermore, according to reports, the Haotian sect has retreated entirely, and the Spirit Hall is now vigorously suppressing the affiliated sects and their enterprises." At this point, Ning Fengzhi's expression turned somber. The 3 upper sects are interconnected, yet following the news of Tang Hao injuring Qian Renxue, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect had received no communication from the Haotian sect. After Tang Hao was expelled from the Haotian sect, he had only managed to gather information through his own business channels. The details surrounding these events remained a mystery. Now, with Qian Renxue's death and the Haotian sect's complete withdrawal, even their subordinate sects were being neglected. This truly took him by surprise. What kind of allies are these? Ning Fengzhi felt a pang of unease. The continent would likely plunge into chaos once again, and it remained uncertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse for the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Therefore, His Majesty was hesitant, which is why he summoned us. We cannot delay any longer. I must set off to the royal palace with Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle immediately. With that, Ning Fengzhi turned to Zhang Fenghua and Ning Xiaotian, adding, currently, there are 10 disciples below the Soul Master rank who require Soul Beasts to obtain Soul Rings. I have decided to let my wife lead the team to hunt in the Sunset Forest. What? Mother has only just given birth a few months ago. Her body is still recovering, and now she's going out to lead a hunt? How can this be? Upon hearing his father's intention to have his mother lead the hunt, Ning Xiaotian immediately expressed his discontent. The Sunset Forest contains the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Who knows what formidable soul beasts may be lurking nearby? The unknown is the greatest risk. Tian, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Fenghua pouted, her smile fading, revealing her displeasure. It's not like we're going to the Star Do Great Forest. It is merely the Sunset Forest, which has long been verified to have no formidable soul beasts. Don't forget, I am now a 74th level battle spirit saint. My strength is formidable. Moreover, accompanying me are a Soul Douluo for Soul Kings and other guards. Tian will be perfectly safe. Seeing his mother's determination, Ning Xiaotian, despite his grim expression, stood his ground. Noticing her son's hesitation, Zhang Fenghua quickly sought help from her husband, Ning Fengzhi, with a pleading look. Ning Fengzhi, feeling helpless. Didn't he want his wife to venture out so soon to lead a hunt, especially since their daughter was still demanding milk? He had numerous affairs to attend to and no time to care for the family. But given his wife's lively nature, it was indeed a challenge for her to remain at home for an entire year. She had complained to him more than 10 times during this time. Sigh. Perhaps he should just indulge her this once. All right, Tian, it is decided. With your mother's abilities, leading the team to the Sunset Forest should pose no issues. No one in the Tiando Empire dares to provoke the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Fine. Knowing that his father's decision was final, Ning Xiaotian could only add more cautionary words. Mother, please be extra careful. Do not rush to the front. If you see mist, stay far away. Chapter 8. A Sudden Change. Thus, the Ning family of 4 parted ways. Father took Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to the royal palace, while mother led her team to the Sunset Forest. As for Ning Xiaotian, he temporarily took on the role of a caretaker, rocking his sleeping sister's cradle, swaying tirelessly until day turned to night. It was evident that he had inherited the single life syndrome from his previous life, utterly clueless about childcare. This is a sorrowful tale. In his previous life, the 3-child policy had been implemented, yet he remained single, unable to afford a wife, let alone children. Poverty had severely limited his imagination. He felt he had brought shame to his country. So, how many should he marry? As Ning Xiaotian's pupils began to glaze over, his thoughts drifted, and a mischievous smile spread across his face, leading to a decrease in the cradle's rocking frequency. Now he was incredibly wealthy. Young Master Xiaotian, a young maid, witnessing his peculiar demeanor, felt a sense of trepidation and couldn't help but call out, thinking that her young master was exhibiting symptoms akin to a legendary seizure. Gulp, Xiao Kui. Ning Xiaotian snapped back to reality, his expression slightly melancholic. He glanced down at his sister in the cradle, still peacefully asleep, and sighed in relief before standing up. You take over for a moment. I need to get some fresh air. After stretching his back, he stepped outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, he was met by his father, Ning Fengzhi, who was approaching. Father, you're back. How'd it go? What about Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu? Ning Xiaotian trotted up to his father, glancing behind him to find no one else, and couldn't he help but voice his concerns. Seeing his son emerge from the house, Ning Fengzhi felt a bit of his restless heart ease. Today's upheaval in the spirit hall had indeed caused him great worry. Being a top-tier force on the continent, any minor disturbance in the spirit hall could affect the entire landscape, so he had to tread carefully. His head ached. He was mentally exhausted. It's all taken care of. Ning Fengzhi smiled, choosing his words carefully, not wanting to burden his young son with too much information. I've already sent Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to the Sunset Forest to assist. With 2 titled Douluos present, there is no need for you to worry about your mother. Naturally, Ning Fengzhi is constantly concerned for his wife's safety. After discussing matters with the Emperor of Snowy Night, he promptly dispatched the 2 most formidable forces of the sect to ensure her protection. That is reassuring. Ning Xiaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. With 2 super Douluos on guard, unless a ferocious beast emerged from the Sunset Forest, his mother should be safe. Tianer, has Rongrong already fallen asleep? She is sound asleep. Ning Xiaotian noted. Then you should return to your room and rest as well. I have summoned a nurse from outside to look after Rongrong. All right, father. You should also rest early. Ning Xiaotian nodded, retreated to his room, grasped his fine iron sword, bid farewell to Ning Fengzhi, and returned to his chamber. Soon, the spirit hall would officially enter the era of Bibi Dong. After indulging in a medicinal bath, Ning Xiaotian lay on his bed, contemplating the news of Qian Xuanji's demise and Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy. He couldn't help but sigh. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. Caring for a child is truly exhausting. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Tian Xiao, something terrible has happened. Huh? Who's knocking at this hour? Ning Xiaotian jolted upright from his bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, his voice muffled with drowsiness, slightly annoyed by the urgent knocking that echoed like a drum. Startling him, the knocking drowned out the calls, and Ning Xiaotian threw off the covers, began to dress, and strained his neck to listen intently. A cloud of uncertainty enveloped his mind. The air in the room was chilly. It must be late, likely past midnight. It was the first time he had been awakened at such an hour. It was Xiao Chui's voice. As he approached the door, he recognized the visitor. A wave of alarm surged through Ning Xiaotian. Xiao Chui would not come running at this hour without reason. Something urgent must have occurred. In a flash, Ning Xiaotian dashed to the door and flung it open, a foreboding feeling gnawing at his insides. Xiao Chui, what has happened? Why the urgency? Young master, madam, she is injured. Sword Douluo has just brought her back. What? Ning Xiaotian's heart sank, a chill coursing through him as if ice had gripped his spine. He could hardly focus on the flustered maid before him, drenched in sweat and panting. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted toward his mother's quarters. How could this happen? How could this happen? His chest felt ablaze, his body tense, teeth clenched, murmurs of urgency spilling from his lips. As he neared the open door, the harsh light spilled out, revealing flickering shadows within. His heart skipped a beat. He had never felt such fear at the prospect of entering what was once a warm sanctuary. But he pressed on, urgency propelling him forward. Mother. Ning Xiaotian's call was abruptly silenced. Her pallid face, lips tinged with purple beads of sweat, and the trembling pain etched upon her features painted a scene of a nightmare from which she could not awaken. Steady yourself. Ning Xiaotian inhaled deeply, fists clenched, attempting to calm his racing heart. Urgency and panic bore no fruit. He needed to understand the situation, gather sufficient information, and resolve the crisis at hand, rather than succumb to turmoil and confusion. Casting a glance at his father, Ning Fengzhi, who was examining his mother by the bedside, Ning Xiaotian refrained from interrupting. With a solemn expression, he stepped closer to Sword Douluo, who had carried his mother back. Recalling the scene from moments before entering, Ning Xiaotian noted that Sword Douluo was uninjured, indicating that no battle had taken place. Yet, why was his mother harmed? Her lips were purple, suggestive of poisoning. There must have been circumstances beyond even Sword Douluo's control. Perhaps events transpired before he arrived, for with Sword Douluo's strength, he could have prevented it. Furthermore, the Bone Douluo, who had accompanied Sword Douluo, was not present. Where could he have gone? With that thought, Ning Xiaotian turned to Sword Douluo. Grandfather Jian, how could this happen? Sword Douluo looked down at Ning Xiaotian, his expression a complex tapestry of urgency, sorrow, and regret. According to reports from the accompanying Sword Douluo, they were ambushed by a horde of earth spider beasts while at the camp during the night. Chapter 9. A Call for Help. Earth spider beasts? Ning Xiaotian found it hard to believe. Over the past year, he had thoroughly studied the sex records on soul beasts and was well aware that earth spider beasts excelled in stealth and ambush. Yet their venom was not particularly lethal. How could it have such a toxic effect? Suppressing his doubts, Ning Xiaotian listened intently, not wanting to overlook a single word from Sword Douluo. These soul beasts are adept at concealment and come in large numbers. They emerged from the jungle and underground, and although there were soul Douluos on watch during the night, the number of those awake was scarce. Sword Douluo articulated clearly, using concise phrases. Caught off guard, some of the spiders breached their defenses. Their target was the children, and your mother was in the same room with them. Upon awakening to the commotion, she immediately sprang into action to protect the children. With Sword Douluo present, they quickly began to repulse the swarm of spiders. But then, out of the jungle, a massive purple spider lunged forward with incredible speed, catching even the Sword Douluo on the front line unprepared. At this point, Sword Douluo's fist clenched tightly. Your mother was positioned at the second line of defense. Upon seeing the purple spider charge, she rushed to intercept, but was thrown aside, injured by the spider's pincers. What immense power! Ning Xiaotian thought in astonishment. His mother was a 74th level battle soul saint. The soul duo reacted swiftly, attacking the purple spider, but to their surprise, the spider fled the moment its attack failed, using its speed to escape into the night. By the time that soul duo rushed to aid your mother, she was already severely poisoned. The soul duo attempted to expel the toxin with their soul power, only to find that the poison accelerated its spread by absorbing your mother's soul energy. Poison that absorbs soul energy to proliferate. Ning Xiaotian pondered, which spider species could possess such venom. Consequently, the soul Douluo had to temporarily seal your mother's heart and all her soul power before returning to the sect. I had just reached the edge of the sunset forest and sensed the location of the battle, but by the time I arrived, the purple spider had already fled. Your bone grandfather, skilled in speed and tracking, has already pursued its trace. As for me, fearing additional unforeseen circumstances and lacking the means to treat your mother, I instructed the soul Douluo and guards to protect the children while I carried your mother back to the sect under the cover of night. With a sigh, Sword Douluo expressed deep remorse. If only I had traveled faster, Uncle Jian. There is no need for self-reproach. The incident was unforeseen. None could have predicted this. After inspecting Zhang Fenghua's injuries, Ning Fengzhi rose from his place, a look of anguish suddenly crossing his face, his demeanor pale, and he swayed unsteadily. Jian Douluo's expression shifted with alarm as he swiftly stepped beside Ning Fengzhi to support him. Ning Xiaotian, equally startled, hurried over to grasp his father's arm. Ning Fengzhi shook his head, casting a glance at both Ning Xiaotian and Jian Douluo, and spoke with a tone heavy with sorrow. I have never encountered such a toxin. It appears to absorb any soul power to enhance itself and accelerate its spread. Even healing soul skills are utterly ineffective. In fact, they may even exacerbate the toxicity. Fortunately, that esteemed elder sealed the soul power and the heart meridian. Otherwise, what would have become of the sect's alchemist? Ning Xiaotian asked once more, if soul power is ineffective, what about physical treatments? They too had never seen this toxin and were at a loss. Ning Fengzhi's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. The recent series of events, coupled with the threat to his wife's life, left him feeling powerless and mentally exhausted. What? How could this happen? There must be a way. Ning Xiaotian, do not despair. Think quickly. Despite the growing despair on his face, he dared not let his emotions cloud his judgment in this critical moment. Ning Xiaotian pondered intensely. Filtering through Jian Douluo's information, the purple spider's speed was astonishing, and the toxin absorbed soul power to spread. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he turned abruptly and grasped Jian Douluo's arm, as though seizing a lifeline. Grandfather Jian, please tell me, did that esteemed elder mention any other characteristics of the purple spider? Ning Xiaotian's voice was urgent, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In the darkness, besides a fleeting glimpse of purple, I could faintly see 6 glowing purple eyes, and its body was covered with numerous protruding spikes. Jian Douluo responded succinctly. After speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Ning Xiaotian. Although he himself could hardly believe it, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The others in the room also turned their focused gazes towards Ning Xiaotian. The soul-devouring demon spider. This is the soul-devouring demon spider. Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as he lifted his head to stare fervently at Ning Fengzhi, shaking his hands vigorously. This toxin's characteristics, this speed and form, can only belong to the soul-devouring demon spider. Currently, on the continent, only the present pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, possesses this martial soul. If it belongs to her, perhaps she can help mother. Ning Xiaotian's tone was resolute, his pupils shimmering with light as he fixed his gaze on Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi's expression turned perplexed. Xianya, are you certain this is the toxin of the soul-devouring demon spider? This soul beast has been extinct for many years due to its treacherous and brutal nature. I was uncertain at first, but having just heard Grandfather Jian's elaboration, I am nearly certain that the soul beast that attacked Mother is indeed the soul-devouring demon spider. I was the first to read and study the relevant texts on soul beasts within our sect. I know all the details, and although this soul beast has vanished from the continent, the scant descriptions in the books can still serve as references for identification. Father. The martial soul of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is the soul-devouring spider queen, the ruler of the soul-devouring demon spider clan. Her martial soul must be capable of neutralizing the toxin affecting Mother. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhi did not hesitate. He turned directly to Jian Duo, his tone resolute. Uncle Jian, go. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is willing to pay any price. As the child said, even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we cannot afford to miss it. Yes, Jian Duo immediately manifested his martial soul, the seven-killing sword, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the room. Additionally, I have heard that the former vassal of the Haotian sect, the clan, has been researching pharmacology for generations and excels at creating poisons. Their clan leader, Yang Wudi, is particularly skilled in this field. Perhaps he could also assist us. Father, do you know their current location? After Jian Duo departed, Ning Xiaotian recalled Yang Wudi from the original text. This individual had once formulated the poison used by Qian Renxue to harm the emperor of the Tiando Empire, which was colorless and tasteless. Summoning him might prove beneficial. The clan has reportedly fled to the Star Luo Empire. Ning Fengzhi Plundered. Father, I wonder if we can send someone to contact them. Given their current predicament, if we offer to assist them, their clan leader, Yang Wudi, should be willing to help. Indeed, Tianer, you are correct. Uncle Yan, you must immediately take the 5 fastest soul Douluo from our sect and head there. Remember to explain the situation thoroughly and be sincere. Furthermore, seal off all information regarding Mother's injury, especially from the spies within our sect. Even the slightest hint could alert them. If necessary, handle it yourself. As for the aftermath, I will address it. Yes, Sectmaster. Chapter 10. Bibi Dong, I implore you. Do not act rashly. On this cool night, 2 anxious hearts lay restless. Both Ning Xiaotian and his father, Ning Fengzhi, could not find sleep. Each occupied a chair, fixated on Zhang Fanghua in bed, watching every subtle change on her face, fearful that even the slightest alteration might vanish unnoticed. They remained silent, offering no words of comfort. Their gazes locked onto the ailing beauty. As dawn approached, Bone Douluo returned. His arrival brought a semblance of change to the quiet room, but more importantly, he returned with the true culprit behind this incident. After reaching the sect, Bone Douluo headed straight for the room, and, upon witnessing Zhang Fanghua's condition, became deeply distressed, his brows furrowing in anger. He called for Ning Xiaotian and Ning Fengzhi and led them outside to an open area. Under their astonished gazes, he waved his right hand, conjuring a large, menacing purple spider on the ground. This is the spider that harmed Heir. Bone Douluo gritted his teeth. I tracked its aura for most of the night. This beast used the complex terrain of the sunset forest and the dark of night to lead me in circles. I must admit, its speed is astonishing, and it can release webs and toxic mists to hinder my pursuit. I exerted considerable effort to capture it, and afterwards, I tortured it for a spell before slaying it. The sight of the soul-devouring demon spider's corpse on the ground was gruesome, with its body covered in swollen abscesses and jagged bone fractures, embedded with splinters of wood, and its head was pockmarked and battered. It was evident it had been brutally crushed upon capture. Father, it truly is the soul-devouring demon spider. Judging by its size, it likely possesses over 30,000 years of cultivation. According to the characteristics of such soul beasts, it is nearly equivalent to a soul beast with 50,000 years of cultivation. Despite its tragic death, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of relief, his expression still harboring resentment. He wished he could resurrect the spider merely to subject it to the most torturous methods from his memories. To think that such a terrifying soul beast still exists in the sunset forest. Ning Fengzhi gazed at the lifeless soul-devouring demon spider, his expression complex. Why must it be his wife who encounters such peril? Wait, Fengzhi Tianer, look. Bone Douluo waved his hand and produced a deep purple, uniquely horned bone fragment from his soul-guiding device. A soul bone? An extremely rare-head soul bone. Ning Xiaotian did not display any joy. Instead, he felt a profound sorrow and resentment. If only it were possible to exchange this soul bone for his mother's awakening. Ning Xiaotian surmised that the emergence of this soul bone was likely due to Bone Douluo targeting the head during the killing. causing the soul-devouring demon spider to expend a significant amount of soul power in its head for self-preservation. The soul beast itself possesses the capability of soul attack, with commendable spiritual power. Various factors culminated in the formation of this fragment of a head-soul bone. Soul-devouring, unfortunately, it is the soul of his mother that must be consumed. The more Ning Xiaotian gazed at this soul bone, the more troubled and resentful he became. A glance at his father, Ning Fengzhi, revealed a similarly complex expression. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Ning Xiaotian, having endured a sleepless night, felt fatigued. However, the current circumstances did not permit him the luxury of rest. "Grandfather Bone, please put it away for now," he sighed. Understanding the gravity of the situation reflected in Ning Xiaotian and Ning Fengzhi's expressions. Bone Douluo swiftly stored the soul bone and the corpse of the soul-devouring demon spider into the soul guide. As Ning Xiaotian witnessed this, he suddenly recalled the Sword Douluo, who was en route to the spirit hall. Some matters, while perhaps inappropriate to broach, required preemptive contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Ning Xiaotian turned to his despondent father. "Father, since we have confirmed that this soul beast is the soul-devouring demon spider, the possibility of Mother being healed by Pope Bibi Dong is still quite high. Provided she arrives promptly, our task now is to protect Mother and secure ample time for her recovery. However, if Bibi Dong successfully heals his mother, the price to be paid by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School must be considered. Father, I propose we directly offer this head soul bone as a reward. Keeping it will only bring us unpleasant memories. It would be better to present it to Bibi Dong." Ning Xiaotian expressed his concern that Bibi Dong might demand exorbitantly, and that this offering might not suffice to satisfy her. Upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, Ning Fengzhi appeared contemplative, his head bowed as he pondered this possibility. Indeed, he had previously mentioned to the Sword Douluo that he would pay any price for a successful treatment. Yet, if Bibi Dong were to demand the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's allegiance to the Spirit Hall, given their current circumstances and assets, the stakes would be alarmingly high, potentially endangering the lives of all disciples. As the leader of the sect, Ning Fengzhi felt torn between the long-standing companionship of his wife and the future of the sect. Should this situation be mishandled, he could become a pariah in the annals of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. His wife would undoubtedly urge him to prioritize the sect. Yet such a dilemma. Ning Xiaotian, recognizing his father's turmoil, understood the difficult position he was in. Such decisions are burdensome for anyone. If only a divine system could manifest right now, or if I could inherit a formidable divine position, he lamented. Given the current timeline, he could potentially ascend to divinity before Tang, San, and Bibi Dong, and with absolute power, all worries would vanish. Alas, no such system exists. The upheaval brought about by his mother-esque condition had thoroughly disrupted his thoughts. It seemed that this little butterfly, having traversed into the Douluo continent, had finally stirred a different breeze. Perhaps we should delay? Ning Xiaotian mused, struck by inspiration. Bibi Dong, still new to her position as Pope, lacked a firm foothold. Her influence within the Spirit Hall and across the continent was minimal. She would likely desire ample time to consolidate her power. Furthermore, her leadership skills had yet to manifest, and the title Douluo loyal to her were few, rendering her a mere figurehead. Moreover, with Qian Xuanji recently deceased, the title Douluo from the worship hall were likely at odds with Bibi Dong and would not heed her commands. In the original narrative, it was only after Qian Douluo recognized Bibi Dong's potential to advance the spirit hall that assistance was rendered to her. Additionally, due to the prior incident involving Tang Hao, relations between the top three sects and the spirit hall had soured, hindering Bibi Dong's development as the continent's peacekeeper and mediator. Unlike her later prominence, she currently needed to establish a favorable image and create advantageous circumstances across the continent. Unless Bibi Dong were truly unhinged, it would be irrational to think that she could win over a top continental power by merely healing the wife of a sect leader. More likely, she would aim to cultivate alliances and foster goodwill, or, at the very least, project her strength to other factions, seeking time and perhaps some advantage. Contemplating this, Ning Xiaotian cast a glance at his father, Ning Fengzhi, hoping that Bibi Dong would not act recklessly. He could not afford such an eventuality. Let us provisionally set aside that head soul bone as a reward. As for other matters, we shall discuss them post-treatment, Ning Fengzhi deliberated before making a decision. If the healing succeeds, everything else can be negotiated. If it fails, no amount of preparation will hold any meaning, and whether Bibi Dong will even come remains uncertain. Ning Xiaotian nodded in agreement, falling silent. The room once again settled into tranquility, illuminated only by the warm glow of the lamp, casting flickering shadows upon the pale figure of his mother, who lay in a state of struggle on the bed. Before the bed, 3 chairs sat occupied by 3 silent men. Time slipped away quietly. It had been 2 nights since his mother had succumbed to her illness. Life within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school continued, as usual, with disciples training diligently, sweat cascading down their brows, and guards performing their duties amidst laughter and shouts echoing through the halls. Yet, around this quaint courtyard, adorned with lush greenery, an eerie silence prevailed. Inside, the 3 men were in a state of tension. Ning Fengzhi gripped his hands tightly, his complexion pale, eyes sunken, and his expression increasingly anxious as time passed. He paced restlessly within the room. Bone Douluo squatted at the threshold, his gaze fixed vacantly on the open gate of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaotian remained seated in his designated chair, his face glistening with oil, expression dull, and his gaze fixated on the nearly lifeless form of his mother on the bed. What significance did lineage and wealth hold in the face of such insurmountable pain? What power did dominion over the continent wield against the dire straits of his mother's critical condition? Ning Xiaotian felt utterly powerless and helpless. When he first arrived in the Douluo continent, he had harbored endless fantasies. He envisioned mending the regrets of those around him, showcasing his talents and wealth, striving for the pinnacle of cultivation, and resolving the long-standing issues between soul masters and soul beasts. He even dreamed of reconciling the divide between nobles and commoners, hoping to create a better life for all on this continent. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh blow. The future remained merely a distant dream. At present, Ning Xiaotian held but one fervent wish, for his mother to awaken and heal immediately. As for lofty ambitions, they could be damned. Having gone 2 nights without sleep, the tension within the room had reached its limits. Ning Xiaotian, still a child, felt the weight of exhaustion pressing down upon him. Despite Ning Fengzhi's repeated counsel to rest, he found himself unable to surrender to slumber. Each time he closed his eyes, the haunting image of his mother's passing arose in his mind, igniting a wave of unbearable pain that jolted him awake. He dared not allow himself to sleep. Why has Grandfather Jian not returned yet? Why hasn't Bibi Dong arrived? Ning Xiaotian's heart screamed in turmoil. The countenance of the enchanting figure upon the bed had turned as pale as parchment, with purple veins resembling muddy spider silk grotesquely crawling across her neck and the edges of her cheeks. This was undeniably a dire sign. Were it not for her occasionally trembling form and the faintest breath escaping her lips, she would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. Ning Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning purple as his nails dug deeply into his palms, his expression one of sheer terror. Ning Fengzhi had ceased his pacing, settling by the bedside, his fingers gripping the edge of the bed, the corners of his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Bone Douluo unexpectedly sprang to attention at the threshold, his gaze heavy with concern, staring intently ahead. Fengzhi, someone is approaching. Could it be the old sword master and the others returning? Hearing this, Ning Fengzhi shuddered, hastening to the door to peer outside. Ning Xiaotian, reacting to the commotion, attempted to rise. However, having remained seated for too long, his legs had gone numb, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he steadied himself against the chair, his eyes fixed intently on the scene beyond the door. Outside, 2 disheveled men, their expressions worn and weary, looked back with a glimmer of hope. Bibi Dong felt a mix of confusion and surprise. Could these truly be Ning Fengzhi, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, and Bone Douluo, whom she had once encountered? Despite the passage of time, her recollection of Ning Fengzhi was of a man always impeccably dressed, exuding elegance and unmatched wisdom. Bone Douluo, on the other hand, was a figure of icy demeanor, unyielding and naturally intimidating. Yet now, their appearances diverged significantly from the images she had retained. Was it all for the sake of the injured woman inside? The thought brought a pang of bitterness and envy to Bibi Dong's heart as she self-deprecatingly mused, How wonderful it would have been if Xiao Gang had treated her in the same manner. But he had fled without a trace of hesitation or regret. Shaking off her momentary distraction, Bibi Dong regained her composure. For she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall and possessed a modicum of self-control. She had not forgotten her purpose for today, and upon seeing the two before her, she felt a certain satisfaction regarding her previous decision made at the palace entrance. Surely, the outcome of this day would not disappoint her. A faint smile crept onto her lips as she became acutely aware of her current situation. Given her act of slaying Qian Renxue, had she not already undergone the trials of the Rakshasa god, revealing a trace of divine aura before Qian Douluo, which had instilled a sense of caution within him, coupled with years of enduring humiliation and accumulating prestige within the Spirit Hall, along with that ludicrously tenuous connection with that insufferable woman. She should have long since met her demise at the hands of Qian Douluo. Instead, she found herself not only alive, but having ascended to the role of Pope. What she now required most was time. Time to gather strength and bide her moment for revenge. The death of Qian Renxue had already severely strained the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. Although the Haotian sect had withdrawn from the world, the interconnectedness of the three upper sects remained intact. The Haotian sect's seclusion would undoubtedly alert the other two sections. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was openly supporting the Tiando Empire, while the Haotian sect had subtly backed the Xingluo Empire, further complicated by the ambiguously neutral Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Now was not the time to allow the three upper sects to coalesce. Should they unite against the Spirit Hall with the support of two empires and other continental forces, it would spell disaster for the Spirit Hall. The Hall must temporarily ease tensions with the other two sects to buy time, waiting until she possessed sufficient power to dismantle them one by one. And those old geezers in the worship hall, merely spectating, eagerly awaiting her downfall, she had to find a way to stabilize her current position swiftly. The injury of the wife of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader had unexpectedly presented her with a rare opportunity. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Even if she could not win over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, influencing the relations between the three upper sects would be advantageous. At the very least, it could mitigate the tensions between the Spirit Hall and other factions, lowering their defenses. Chapter 12. Poisonous Affliction into Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall. Merely ending your life will not quell the bitterness in my heart. I shall obliterate your family, your legacy, and everything that belongs to you. As she contemplated Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong's lips pressed tightly together, her heart brimming with resentment. Moreover, to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, had you intervened to protect Xiao Gang, or even united with other sects to exert pressure on the Spirit Hall, I would not have had to endure such suffering. Perhaps there would have even been a chance for me to continue my life with you, Xiao Gang. You are all to blame, and none shall escape unscathed. The deeper she delved into these thoughts, the more resolute her heart became. Noticing the two men drawing ever closer to the door, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, pushing aside her musings, and adjusted her black cloak to conceal her peculiar expression. She then gestured for the two elders behind her to follow the Sword Douluo ahead. Approaching Ning Fengzhi and Bone Douluo, these two elders of the Spirit Hall were none other than Zhu Yuan and Gui Guomei, the strongest forces under Bibi Dong's command, and those she trusted most. Her decision to bring them along was also motivated by safety. She felt assured in their combined spirit fusion technique, the polar domain. Your Holiness, thank you for coming to our aid. Please enter swiftly. The situation regarding my wife is dire. Ning Fengzhi, upon seeing Bibi Dong approach, wasted no time with pleasantries, quickly stepping aside to allow her passage, urging her to attend to his ailing spouse. Everything else could wait. Saving her life was paramount. Very well, Bibi Dong replied without displeasure, understanding the urgency of the matter. Moreover, the more anxious Ning Fengzhi appeared, the graver his wife's condition must be, which meant her potential gains would be substantial, depending on her success in treatment. Inside, Ning Xiaotian had already stood up, making space for Bibi Dong. She was not one to indulge in formalities and promptly took the chair he had vacated, removing her black cloak to extend her right hand and begin examining Ning Xiaotian's mother. In that moment, Ning Xiaotian finally beheld Bibi Dong's visage. Though it was their first encounter, he was struck by her breathtaking beauty. He had never before encountered such an exquisite woman. At this time, Bibi Dong was not adorned with a nine-turned purple gold crown, but rather wore a delicate golden hairpin that sparkled with jewels, casting a radiant glow. The hairpin's design resembled a crescent moon, adorned with intricate phoenix motifs, gracefully entwined in her flowing lavender hair that cascaded around her delicate earlobes. Her violet eyes, focused and shimmering like rippling waters, and her petite nose, proud and refined as jade, led down to her softly tinted cherry lips, lending her unadorned face an ethereal pallor. Perhaps due to the long journey, a hint of rosy hue lingered on her fair cheeks, mingling with the damp strands of hair at her neck, exuding a delicate fragrance that imparted an unusual allure. Unlike her later, formidable demeanor, at this moment, Bibi Dong appeared remarkably youthful, likely in her early 20s, radiating a resolute grace, as dignified and precious as an untouchable white lotus. What a pity, Ning Xiaotian thought, that such an enchanting woman bore a tragic past that could not be spoken of. How on earth did the oblivious and unrefined Xiao gang manage to win Bibi Dong's affection? Ning Xiaotian admitted that he felt a tinge of envy. To have such a robust ally as a golden thigh would undoubtedly lessen the struggle for decades. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, if Bibi Dong could heal her mother, it would indeed be a significant favor, irrespective of her intentions. Should I intervene in her tumultuous past with Xiaojiang? Ning Xiaotian pondered deeply, cracking his knuckles in contemplation. The architectural prowess of the Spirit Hall far surpassed that of the two great empires, and if Bibi Dong could liberate herself from her obsessions, it would be beneficial for the entire continent. Presently, Bibi Dong could only be seen as a pitiable girl, emotionally and physically scarred, without having committed any heinous acts against the innocent. Given her current situation, her primary focus should be on enhancing her own strength and expanding her influence. An alarming thought suddenly crossed Ning Xiaotian's mind, quickening his heartbeat and causing him to shudder. No, it seems implausible, he instantly dismissed. He felt immense gratitude towards Bibi Dong for traveling such a distance to treat his mother, but to change Bibi Dong, to persuade her to relinquish her hatred and obsession with Xiaojiang, and to start anew, Ning Xiaotian believed he lacked the capability and justification for such an endeavor. He understood the wisdom of one must first endure suffering before advising others to be virtuous. For him, the most crucial task remained the healing of his mother. Nothing else mattered at this moment. As for everything else, it could wait for another day. He himself was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect even himself, let alone save others. One must save oneself before aiding others. In the confines of that room, he felt utterly helpless, unable to focus on anything but the sight of Bibi Dong and his mother, particularly Bibi Dong, whose presence only heightened his anxiety and urgency. This was not due to her status or beauty, but rather because his mother hung precariously between life and death, with Bibi Dong representing his final hope. The journey to the Star Luo Empire was exceedingly long. Departing from the sect required traversing most of the Heaven Do Empire, crossing the entire territory of the Spirit Hall, and finally penetrating half of the Star Luo Empire. Time was of the essence. His mother, lying in bed, might not survive until Yang Wudi's arrival. From a distance, Ning Xiaotian could clearly sense the toxins within his mother deepening, spreading across her face. The poison was on the verge of invading her brain. Once it reached the brain, it would be incurable. Your Holiness, how is my wife? Ning Fengzhi interjected as Bibi Dong withdrew her hand. There is still time to save her, but it will come at a significant cost, Bibi Dong replied. Your Holiness, as long as my wife can be saved, any price is worth it. Ning Fengzhi's expression brightened slightly, disregarding the implications of cost. At this point, nothing mattered more than life. As long as she lived, there remained hope. Bibi Dong, hearing Ning Fengzhi's response, was not surprised. She understood that the woman on the bed had no other options if she wished to survive. However, out of respect for the continent's top powers, she felt compelled to give the decision-making authority to Ning Fengzhi. Ning Xiaotian, you should have attempted to understand the properties of this toxin before. Bibi Dong spoke sweetly, her tone clear. This is the innate poison of the soul-devouring spider, which can rapidly absorb the victim's soul power and even the essence of their martial soul to strengthen itself and accelerate its spread. To completely eliminate the toxins from a body, the only method was to employ a secret technique to first disable the lady's martial soul, then dissipate her entire soul power. thus entirely halting the toxin's absorption of her soul power and fundamentally restraining its spread. Only in this way could Bibi Dong ensure that the toxins would not retaliate against the lady's body while she used her martial soul to extract all the toxins within her. If she merely dissipated the lady's soul power, the residual toxins would undoubtedly absorb the essence of her martial soul to resist. Given the lady's current condition, she likely could not withstand the damage caused by such resistance. At this point, Bibi Dong paused briefly. Moreover, the toxins have already spread throughout the body and are about to invade the brain and heart. Ning Xiaotian, you have at most 1 hour to decide. Delay, and it will be too late. After stating this, Bibi Dong fell silent, sitting patiently, awaiting Ning Fengzhi's response. I understand. Ning Fengzhi's expression was complex, yet he did not hesitate, promptly declaring his choice. I implore your holiness to take action. Without further ado, Bibi Dong stood, moved her chair aside, and gestured for everyone to distance themselves, channeling her soul power to summon her martial soul. It manifested as an exceptionally fearsome, spider-like spirit. Its dark purple body gleamed with a metallic luster, 6 pairs of bright purple eyes arranged in a menacing array, while its 8 elongated legs intertwined like razor-sharp blades. The body and pincers were adorned with countless barbs, exuding a chilling radiance, as if to shred any intruders to pieces. This was undeniably an exceedingly aggressive beast martial soul. Having only heard of it before, Ning Xiaotian experienced firsthand the terror it instilled, his hair standing on end, overwhelmed by its oppressive presence. Thus he instinctively recoiled, distancing himself further from Bibi Dong. Truly, it was a top-tier beast martial soul of the continent, and moreover, Bibi Dong possessed too. Impressive. Having read the original text, Ning Xiaotian was acutely aware that Bibi Dong also wielded a martial soul known as the Death Spider Emperor, which was equally a top-tier beast martial soul. However, this martial soul appeared exceedingly sinister, and Bibi Dong herself had an aura of great malevolence. Though her figure was obscured by a black robe, her form remained strikingly alluring. Others present felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Bibi Dong's martial soul, their expressions filled with astonishment, quietly marveling at her profound cultivation. Meanwhile, upon revealing her martial soul, Bibi Dong's demeanor grew somber, aware that the task ahead bore risks for herself. Soul suppression. Bibi Dong called out softly, and her soul, devouring Spider Emperor, responded instantaneously, swiftly positioning its 8 pincers against various parts of Zhang Fenghua's body, instilling fear in the onlookers who worried that the pincers would pierce through her entirely. Once the pincers reached their designated positions, Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. The observers witnessed the pincers emit an eerie purple glow. As this luminescence spread, Zhang Fenghua's entire body was gradually enveloped in a layer of purple aura. During this process, the web-like toxins on her face recoiled rapidly, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Retreating until they halted in front of her neck, their hue noticeably lightening. After a few breaths, Zhang Fenghua's complexion softened considerably as the toxins receded, erasing the previous agony etched upon her features. Seeing that the toxins had diminished and ceased spreading, Bibi Dong's expression remained grave, her flawless forehead now beaded with fine sweat. As the crowd beheld the scene, their expressions turned solemn, even holding their breath in anticipation. It was evident that Bibi Dong's rescue effort had reached a critical juncture. Soul summoning. With a gentle utterance, Bibi Dong's lips parted once more, her originally purplish eyes now emanating an eerie glow. Following her command, the arachnid-like pincers poised before Zhang Fenghua's forehead suddenly unleashed an immense force of attraction. Accompanying this surge, a look of agonizing struggle resurfaced on Zhang Fenghua's face, as if she were desperately resisting something. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were gripped with panic, their bodies tensing up, while Ning Xiaotian appeared utterly flustered, his small hands tightly entwined. Nearby, the 2 Dulios, Zhu and Gui, noticing the unusual demeanor of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, feared that these individuals might act out of turn and disrupt Bibi Dong's efforts. They swiftly positioned themselves in front of her. Observing the hurried actions of Yue Guan and Gui Mei, Ning Xiaotian and his companions managed to calm themselves, though the worry etched upon their faces only deepened. Yue Guan and Gui Mei, relieved that the others had settled down and refrained from any erratic actions, maintained their vigilant stance. Meanwhile, an unexpected change unfolded on Bibi Dong's side. A mysterious red light suddenly glimmered from Zhang Fenghua's forehead, growing increasingly radiant with the passage of time. In mere moments, this crimson luminescence had expanded to the size of a thumb, subsequently erupting with an intense, searing warmth. As this heat enveloped the room, the temperature surged dramatically, making everyone feel as though they had entered a sauna, beads of sweat streaming from their pores. Bibi Dong, closest to the red light, became drenched in fragrant perspiration, the heat caressing her delicate skin. Her slender eyes shimmered like rippling waves, and her long lashes adorned with tiny droplets of moisture. Her fair complexion flushed a rosy hue, resembling a freshly bathed maiden from afar. Though draped in a long, dark robe, the graceful curves of her figure and the rounded contours of her seat remained discernible. Ning Xiaotian cast a fleeting glance, quickly averting his gaze, acutely aware that she had already consumed Qian. Her cultivation level had likely reached that of a title de law. He realized that if she were to be detected, the treatment for his mother would be jeopardized, leaving him with no time to grieve. Fortunately, despite the discomfort evident on Bibi Dong's face, her focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the red light emanating from Zhang Fenghua's forehead. From a distance, Ning Xiaotian observed as the originally thumb-sized red glow began to swirl, transform, ripple, and expand. After a quarter of an hour, to the astonishment of all present, this vibrant light gradually coalesced into a distinct form, resembling a molten rock sphere. With its manifestation, the temperature in the room soared even higher. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong's expression grew more serious. Beads of sweat began to coalesce on her delicate nose, merging into droplets the size of mung beans, trickling down her cheeks to fall upon the ground, creating a faint mist. Chapter 14. Healing a Great Debt. After another quarter of an hour, the onlookers noted that the sphere had swelled to the size of a fist, elongating gradually as time passed. This process was exceedingly slow, taking a full quarter of an hour to reach completion. At this moment, the once molten rock had transformed into a uniquely shaped, blood-red sword, wreathed in blazing flames. This was her mother's martial soul, the Flame Sword. Ning Xiaotian was awestruck, instantly recognizing it as the sword took form. Upon witnessing the sword's complete manifestation, Bibi Dong showed no hesitation. She swiftly commanded her soul-devouring spider, Queen Martial Soul, to act, causing the pincers that had been hovering before Zhang Fenghua to touch the peculiar blood-red sword. Soul Devour, Bibi Dong called out, her pupils constricting sharply, resembling fine wheat spikes, as the pincers made contact with the sword, unleashing a profound purple light. Upon the emergence of this purple light, the sword reacted violently, trembling as if faced with a formidable adversary. Tendrils of fiery red light began to swirl around the sword, surging towards the pincers, causing the blade to gradually become ethereal. As the sword's substance continued to dissipate, Bibi Dong's expression remained devoid of relief, instead contorting into one of anguished intensity. Her rosy complexion flushed deeper, steam rising from her skin, and her form began to tremble uncontrollably. Ning Fengzhi could not help but glance at the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside him, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He quickly returned his gaze to Bibi Dong, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes flickering with contemplation. The two Douluos flanking Bibi Dong appeared as if they had ingested something foul, their brows knitted tightly together. Could it be that the martial soul characteristics were clashing? Ning Xiaotian's pupils widened in realization. It was a well-known consensus that spider-type soul beasts feared fire, especially for one like Bibi Dong, who was directly absorbing the energy of a fire element martial soul. Was this not akin to a moth drawn to a flame? Bibi Dong had previously stated that to heal her mother, she needed to first cripple her martial soul. It seemed that she was now absorbing the essence of her mother's flame sword martial soul. If the essence were lost, the martial soul would perish. Was it possible that Qian had been drained by this very technique? Ning Xiaotian instinctively flicked the hem of his pants, biting his lip as a sense of admiration welled within him. This originally lethal technique was now being wielded for salvation, a task of tremendous difficulty. It was akin to being asked to perform heart surgery with a watermelon knife. The challenge was evident. The weight of this karmic debt and personal favor was staggering. Ning Xiaotian reflected, feeling a surge of complexity within. He had initially believed that Bibi Dong's soul-devouring spider, Queen Martial Soul, as the sovereign of the soul-devouring spider lineage, would possess an absolute suppressive effect on the toxins afflicting her mother, making the healing process relatively straightforward. He had planned to offer the head spirit bone dropped by the soul-devouring spider as a form of compensation, intending to casually negotiate and resolve the matter. However, it seemed that such hopes were now dashed. Bibi Dong was currently in such a distressed state for the sake of her mother, even appearing to be in peril herself. He suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were not much different from that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. To take without giving in return must have its limits, otherwise the consequences would rarely be favorable. A head spirit bone aged over 30,000 years would be seen by the spirit hall as no different from a few thousand coins held by a millionaire. They would not lack for it at all. Moreover, in comparison to his mother's identity and life, it was grossly disproportionate. And the seven-treasure glazed tile school had its own dignity. Most importantly, if he were to merely offer a spirit bone, with Bibi Dong's character, this grudge would be remembered with intensity. A headache indeed. Bibi Dong, in her relentless pursuit of ambition, truly exemplifies dedication, earning her reputation as the only character in the original narrative who ascended to divinity through sheer personal prowess. Contemplating this, Ning Xiaotian glanced at his father, Ning Fengzhi, pondering how he would navigate the situation, as he was presently unable to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong persevered, enduring pain while channeling her soul power to sustain her martial spirit state, allowing the soul-devouring Spider Emperor to incessantly absorb the essence of the blazing sword martial spirit. As the essence dwindled, the form of the blazing sword became increasingly difficult to maintain, its blade growing ethereal and its radiance dimming. Ultimately, after a brief moment, it vanished entirely from sight. At that instant, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor behind Bibi Dong sprang into action, its pincers exerting a peculiar pulling force towards Zhang Fenghua's body. Subsequently, the toxic web-like substance on her skin, particularly on her cheeks, flowed upwards along the spider's legs like delicate streams of water. More astonishingly, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor appeared rejuvenated, quivering as if invigorated by a potent tonic, its dark purple shell deepening in hue and its form swelling slightly. Ning Xiaotian speculated that Bibi Dong had absorbed both the toxin of the soul-devouring spider and the soul power from his mother. Given that the toxin shared the same origin as Bibi Dong's martial spirit, it was no wonder it provided such substantial fortification. The soul power of a level 74 Soul Saint could only be considered a modest supplement for Super Doa, as the gap in their realms was vast. Meanwhile, as the toxins continued to be absorbed, Zhang Fenghua's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, her expression becoming markedly serene. A slight smile gracing her lips as if she were caught in a pleasant dream. Only the damp, purplish pillow beneath her head served as a stark reminder to those in the room that the beautiful woman on the bed had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Ning Xiaotian exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his tense body relaxed. However, as Bibi Dong finally eased her stance, she was suddenly overcome by dizziness, nearly collapsing. Her prolonged standing and intense concentration, even with her profound cultivation, proved too taxing at that moment. Your Holiness! The elders Yueguan and Gue Mei, stationed nearby, were startled by this unexpected turn of events, swiftly moving to support Bibi Dong and guiding her to a chair. Ning Fengzhi and the others abruptly halted, straightening their postures and exchanging awkward glances. Chapter 15. It seems we are unable to confront the Spear Hall. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your assistance today. I shall repay this kindness generously, Ning Fengzhi said, straightening his appearance and bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong. However, given our current state, he glanced at his wife on the bed. Perhaps it would be prudent for Your Holiness to rest in the adjacent room for a while. I will send someone to invite you for further discussions on the matter of rewards later. Bibi Dong, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and followed his gaze to the sleeping Zhang Fenghua. Understanding the implication, she nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she instinctively moved her damp and slightly sticky body, raising her fragrant shoulder, catching a whiff of an unfamiliar yet pleasant aroma. Upon looking at the others, all still glistening with beads of sweat, she noted the peculiar scent wafting through the air. I should freshen up first. I apologize for the disturbance, Sect Master Ning. Bibi Dong said, gracefully rising. Ning Fengzhi responded succinctly, "It is only fitting. I too prefer cleanliness. Sword Uncle, could you kindly escort Her Holiness to the adjacent courtyard for some rest? Additionally, arrange separate rooms for Elder Ju and Elder Gue to recuperate." Sword Douluo had lingered in the warm room long enough and wished to step outside for some fresh air to dispel the humidity. Realizing that Ning Fengzhi had requested him to lead the way, he was pleased, as he too sought a breath of fresh air. "Your Holiness, Elder Ju, Elder Gue, please follow me." As Bibi Dong and the two elders exited the room, Ning Xiaotian quickly shifted his posture. There were too many influential figures present, and he felt quite anxious. "Uncle Gu, please cast a soundproof barrier," Ning Fengzhi said softly, his steps quickening as he approached the door, securing it tightly. This was not only to prepare for their forthcoming discussions, but also to prevent the cold wind from entering and affecting his ailing wife, who had just begun her recovery. A chill will be detrimental. With the door firmly closed, Ning Fengzhi's demeanor turned grave. Observing that Bone Douluo had established the barrier, he casually remarked, "Uncle Gu, what are your thoughts on Bibi Dong? She possesses great resolve." Ning Xiaotian blurted instinctively. Ning Fengzhi nodded, surprised by his son's insights. "It appears my son is quite perceptive. It seems your education has not been in vain." Bone Douluo, with a complex expression, remarked, "Indeed, I, Bone Grandpa, never anticipated that the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall would exhibit such fortitude. She likely harbors substantial ambitions. Fengzhi, that 30,000-year-old bone, now seems grossly inadequate." Bone Douluo said with a wry smile, his tone turning serious. "If we are not careful, we may completely offend the Spirit Hall. Tianer, you have been studying the continent's history for over a year now, correct?" Ning Fengzhi did not respond immediately, but instead gently ruffled Ning Xiaotian's hair, speaking softly. "Is this an assessment or a test?" Ning Xiaotian felt a twinge of anxiety. "Yes, father," he replied, his face flushing, his heart racing. "What are your thoughts on the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Spirit Hall, and the two great empires?" Ning Fengzhi inquired, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Tianer, there is no need to be nervous. Simply share your honest opinions." Relieved, Ning Xiaotian noted that his father's gaze resembled that of his previous life when he was sent into an examination hall, filled with encouragement and anticipation. With his head bowed and eyes narrowed in thought, he eventually shook his head, as if deep in contemplation, before suddenly raising his head, summoning his courage to speak. "Father, I believe the Haotian sect is overly conservative. It is said that when Tang Hao injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect expelled him without even clarifying the reasons. Moreover, they are quite rigid and overly concerned with face. After the incident, they did not seek assistance from our seven-treasure glazed tile school, nor did they offer any information." As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian lowered his head, hesitating, appearing as if he was grappling with his thoughts. "Tianer, feel free to speak your mind," Ning Fengzhi encouraged, his eyes shining. "Father, I sense they lack sincerity and do not regard us as allies at all," Ning Xiaotian said bluntly. "And what of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan?" Ning Fengzhi asked, furrowing his brow. "I perceive them as rather disunited, and their members seem quite arrogant, looking down upon one another." Ning Xiaotian replied, a hint of disdain in his expression. "The most incompetent and also the most conceited among them must be Yu Xiaojiang. Father, I have heard within the clan that our contemporary patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, once expelled his own son, Yu Xiaojiang, from the family merely due to his inadequate talents, leading to his ostracism by the clan members. I ponder why Yu Yuanjin, as the patriarch, could not prevent such a situation, and why would family members disdain one another? Even if Yu Xiaojiang lacked a martial soul, our family could certainly support him. In our Seven Treasures glazed tile school, we have never shunned our disciples. Even those who awaken a martial soul without soul power are nurtured to pursue other endeavors. The wealth of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is, to a large extent, attributed to these individuals managing our enterprises. While they may not excel in combat, their ability to work and generate income is invaluable." "Indeed, Tianer, you are correct." Ning Fengzhi's face beamed with satisfaction as he earnestly addressed Tianer. "You must always remember that only through unity can our sect progress further. As a pure support-type soul master, Ning Fengzhi has, over the years, developed the sect to its current stature by harnessing all available forces for unity." "I understand," Ning Xiaotian replied solemnly. "What about the Spirit Hall?" Tianer, please share your thoughts. Upon mentioning the spirit hall, Ning Fengzhi's eyes gleamed with intensity, and his demeanor became markedly more serious. Father, regarding the spirit hall, I sense that their reputation among the common folk is rather positive, and their overall strength has grown remarkably in recent years. The number of soul masters under their command now accounts for nearly 60% of the continent's total. With such a vast number of soul masters, how many high-ranking ones do they possess? This question remains unanswered within our sect. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhi exchanged a grave glance with Bone Douluo, both wearing expressions of profound concern. Tianer sensed that if the newly appointed pope next door, who recently assumed her position, possesses even a fraction of my father's capability, the spirit hall's power may soon become formidable, eclipsing any sect. Thus, Ning Xiaotian hesitated again, seemingly apprehensive of potential repercussions, gazing earnestly at Ning Fengzhi. Do not fear, Tianer. Continue, Ning Fengzhi encouraged, his expression shifting from cloudy to bright. Summoning courage, Ning Xiaotian fidgeted, his fingers twisting nervously as he awkwardly stated, I feel as though we might not be able to contend with the spirit hall. Chapter 16. As for Tang San, let's forget it. This hardly needed saying, as both Ning Fengzhi and Bone Douluo's lips twitched. Although our Seven Treasures glazed tile school boasts two titled Douluo, Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa, our direct disciples are primarily support-type soul masters, lacking in combat prowess. If, and I stress if, the spirit hall were to initiate an attack against us, we would be utterly defenseless, and our disciples could suffer grave casualties. Moreover, in such a scenario, the Haotian sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect may not necessarily come to our aid. These assertions are not mere fabrications, but rather facts depicted in the original narrative. Ning Xiaotian merely seizes this opportunity to voice them. As for assisting Tang San in the storyline, I scoff. During the battle between the two gods, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo perished while buying time to aid Tang San's resurrection. Yet, in the end, it was Ning Fengzhi who collected their remains alone. And by the conclusion, Tang San offered no acknowledgement. Did he rescue a thankless wolf? Additionally, after a victorious war, is it not customary to hold a memorial for those who sacrificed their lives? At the very least, such gestures should be made. But Tang San did not. Is the crocodile devoid of tears? Furthermore, he later proclaimed with great righteousness that he had ascended to godhood and could no longer interfere in the affairs of the continent. Yet, he immediately used the excuse of recuperation to enforce a ceasefire between the two empires. Does this not constitute interference? Does he not understand that the coexistence of these two empires implies the continuation of warfare? There are no eternal friends among nations, only everlasting interests. Even a fool comprehends this. Moreover, he audaciously declared that during the process of eradicating the Spirit Empire, no innocent civilians should be harmed. What then of the earlier battle at Jiaoling Pass, where he tacitly allowed Poison Douluo to slaughter over 500,000 citizens of the Spirit Empire without uttering a word of protest? Qian Renxue questioned Tang San. As the instigator, do you not fear divine retribution for such actions? Tang San replied without a moment's hesitation, the dead are all citizens of the Spirit Empire. It has nothing to do with me. How can one be so hypocritical? It is astonishing that such shamelessness exists. The destruction of the Spirit Empire is one matter. But can Tang San not at least clean up after finishing his tasks? After annihilating the Spirit Hall, what then? Who will help the common folk awaken their martial souls? Who will distribute subsidies to the civilian soul masters? Who will assist them in hunting suitable soul rings? Who will regulate the soul masters' indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts? Who will prevent soul beasts from emerging from the forests to harm the populace? After the massacre of the Slaughter City, who will curtail the emergence of evil soul masters and their malevolence? These responsibilities were primarily overseen by the Spirit Hall. Once the Spirit Hall is eradicated, what then? While there are vested interests involved, at least the Spirit Hall provided protection for both soul masters and civilians. All these aftermath matters necessitate the establishment of an organization for management. To self-proclaim as a commoner, yet ultimately stand against them is truly baffling. I'm astounded. Interestingly, Tang San initially relied on subsidies from the Spirit Hall to sustain his daily living expenses, though this funding originated from the two empires. Would he have received it without the Spirit Hall's mediation and distribution? Would the two empires have sent their own people to manage such affairs? If they genuinely wished to do such benevolent deeds, would the spirit hall dare to obstruct them? It is evident they simply do not wish to engage in such matters. To partake of the meal and then criticize it, to feel unsatisfied and even overturn the table. This perfectly describes Tang San. Let us not even mention the despicable deeds he committed after ascending to the divine realm. The regulation against interference in the mortal realm is but a joke in Tang San's case. Since I have arrived in the Dugu continent, I shall endeavor to prevent such occurrences. Ning Xiaotian said. While he does not consider himself a paragon of compassion, he does possess principles and boundaries. As for Tang San, though he is hypocritical and selfish, he is still kind to those around him. Such individuals pose little threat as long as they do not hold positions of power. If he does not provoke me, I am indifferent to him. However, should he choose to antagonize me, I am not one to extend courtesy. Should he truly seek his demise, I shall show no mercy. As for becoming a god, without the divine herbs and various opportunities, I wonder how he plans to achieve that. Even if he is fortunate enough to succeed, Ning Rongrong is my dear sister. If she cannot be revived, how can he confront Bibi Dong? Crucially, I, Ning Xiaotian, will never allow someone like him, who poses greater danger the higher he ascends, to become a deity. After listening to Ning Xiaotian's response, Ning Fengzhi refrained from inquiring further about his views on the two empires, instead falling into a brief contemplation. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo, seemingly struck by a thought, candidly interjected, Fengzhi, Tianer has a point. Tang Hao is the younger brother of Tang Xiao, the current patriarch of the Haotian sect, and he himself possesses extraordinary talent. It is said that he has already attained the title Douluo level, should such a prodigy encounter misfortune. The Haotian sect would not be spared. In the future, if our Seven Treasures glazed tile school encounters difficulties, relying on their assistance may prove challenging. As for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, although Yu Xiaojiang initially exhibited poor talent, he is nonetheless the son of the patriarch. To forsake cultivation is one thing, but to dismiss even the idol from such a grand sect is utterly unconscionable. To expel others from the family in such a manner is a practice that even I find intolerable. Can we truly place our trust in a sect that behaves in this way? As for the Tiando royal family, when the subject arose, Bone Douluo refrained from elaborating further. As it pertained to Ning Fengzhi's sorrowful past, a matter too delicate to articulate openly. Alas, Uncle Bone, how could I not comprehend? It is precisely for this reason that I have devoted myself over the years to maintaining the relationships among the top three sects, supporting the Tiando Empire to balance the power dynamics between the top three sects and the Spirit Hall. Our Seven Treasure glazed tile school's shortcomings have been laid bare since the internal strife within the Tiando royal family years ago. With the flaws of our martial spirits remaining unresolved, our disciples lack the ability to protect themselves, relying instead on matrimonial alliances for security. These years, we have depended solely on you and Uncle Jian to sustain us. When Bone Douluo touched upon painful memories, Ning Fengzhi's gaze dimmed, his tone laden with resignation. 40 years ago, all nations and sects on the Douluo continent, along with the Spirit Hall, were in a collaborative relationship aimed at jointly exterminating evil soul masters. A campaign that was nearing its conclusion. It was during this purge that Ning Xiaotian's mother, Zhang Fenghua's parents and village were destroyed by a counterattack from the evil soul masters. In those days, while participating in the campaign against evil soul masters, the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, due to its exceptional auxiliary capabilities, became a target, resulting in the loss of many direct disciples. Thus, from the perspective of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, adopting orphans like Zhang Fenghua was a prudent decision, even if they did not awaken their martial spirits. For nurturing them from a young age to assist the sect in various matters was still beneficial. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Fenghua would later awaken the fire sword martial spirit, ultimately becoming Ning Fengzhi's wife? After the campaign against the evil soul masters concluded, the health of the Tiando Empire's emperor began to decline due to age. Consequently, a power struggle for the throne ensued, aimed at the position of heir apparent. The grievances between the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family thus commenced. Chapter 17. Grievances and Resentments. At that time, several princes of the Tiando royal family were still alive, each having participated in and led the campaign against the evil soul masters, commanding their own factions and supporters. The current emperor of the Tiando Empire, once known as the Snowy Night Prince, was among the most distinguished of them. The outbreak of the internal strife within the royal family was notably suspicious. Initially, the Tiando Emperor allowed the conflicts among the princes to unfold, only to suddenly collapse on his sickbed, rendered incapacitated. In hindsight, Ning Fengzhi suspected that a certain prince had orchestrated a fade of filial piety. The ensuing events were evident. The once mighty seven-treasure glazed tile school, already weakened by the campaign against the evil soul masters, suffered terribly from the aftermath. The most troublesome aspect was his father, the then leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, who had been a childhood friend of the current Snowy Night Emperor. Their bond well known across the continent, making it impossible to distance themselves from the turmoil. This directly led to the seven-treasure glazed tile school's involvement in the internal strife, as his father publicly declared support for his dear friend, the Snowy Night Prince. However, the problem that arose was that, despite the seven-treasure glazed tile school's overall strength, all its direct disciples were auxiliary soul masters, rendering their combat and self-defense capabilities severely lacking. Even though several soul-level elders were present within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, they were not titled Douluos, thus lacking substantial deterrence. Their outward strength belied their inner fragility. This was a fitting description of the seven-treasure glazed tile school at that time. As the struggle for imperial power escalated, with the emperor bedridden and unable to manage the situation, the seven-treasure glazed tile school became a target for other factions among the princes. The sect's direct disciples, lacking combat abilities, became the casualties of this internal conflict, with many being assassinated. The shortcomings of auxiliary martial spirits were laid bare during this turmoil. His father's overly rigid character, coupled with concerns for the royal identities of other princes, prevented him from taking decisive action. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation and sought to withdraw the sect from the conflict, it was ultimately too late. The seven-treasure glazed tile school, situated at the storm's epicenter and further weakened, resembled a piece of prime meat. If they chose to escape, they would undoubtedly face a coalition of forces eager to attack, potentially even drawing in the Snowy Night Prince. In such circumstances, his father, in a bid for self-preservation, opted to seal the sect, recalling all direct disciples. Was this yet another catastrophic decision? The outer disciples were human too. Reflecting on this, Ning Fengzhi sighed internally. What use is sealing the sect? With so many members, they still need sustenance. His father's decision resulted in the sect's industries, vassal families, and non-direct disciples responsible for procuring resources all suffering greatly, subjected to oppression and persecution from various quarters. Instances of vassal families and factions severing ties with the sect or fleeing occurred frequently during that period. Amidst this chaos, his father, overwhelmed by the upheaval, fell ill. Meanwhile, Ning Fengzhi, traveling with his newlywed wife Zhang Fenghua far from the empire, returned only to find the situation dire. The foundation of their sect was on the brink of collapse. He hurried back to the sect, witnessing his father's final moments, hastily arranging his father's funeral before embarking on the arduous task of resolving the sect's predicament. Unlike his father's conciliatory approach, upon assuming leadership, he promptly reversed the previous strategy of retreat and self-preservation, disregarding the royal identities of the other princes, and directly intervened in the royal conflict. After discussions with the Snowy Night Prince, he secretly reached out to the neutral and loyal Prince Xuexing. He elucidated the dire internal and external circumstances facing the empire, with the current emperor in a coma and unable to steer the situation. If the power struggle were not swiftly concluded to determine a new emperor, the empire's strength would dwindle due to ongoing internal strife. Should the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall capitalize on this situation, uniting their forces to attack the Tiando Empire, the danger of national demise would loom large. The blunt truth resonated with Prince Xuexing, persuading him to assist the most powerful Snowy Night Prince. The three, Snowy Night, Xuexing, and Ning Fengzhi, held clandestine discussions, ultimately agreeing to expedite the resolution of the internal conflict through a coup. They decided to have Prince Xuexing present himself under the pretext of state affairs, urging the other princes to convene in the palace. They proposed that all gather by their ailing father's bedside to collaboratively discuss which prince was most suitable to ascend as emperor. With state matters prioritized, filial piety as a guiding principle, and the throne as the outcome, their strategy, seemingly devoid of peril, successfully swayed the princes. The eventual outcome was clear. Snowy Night ascended to the throne, and the factions involved in the turmoil within the imperial city were purged. As for the bedridden former emperor, he remained in a stupor, sleeping until the moment of his death. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing, having played a pivotal role in aiding Snowy Night's ascent to the Tiando Empire's throne, became the only surviving prince of the Tiando royal family. After all, he was the last remaining brother. The situation seemed to reach a perfect conclusion. However, it was not so. Ning Fengzhi's wisdom and decisiveness displayed during the turmoil successfully incited the apprehension of the newly appointed Emperor Xuye. Meanwhile, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was at its most vulnerable state since its inception. The allure of beauty was too much to withstand. Consequently, the newly instated Emperor Xuye, citing the recent death of the former sect leader and Ning Fengzhi's youth as reasons for his inability to manage affairs, expressed his willingness to send assistance to help the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect recover swiftly. While his words were grand and noble, the underlying motive was to exploit the sect's weakened state to intervene in its assets, win over non-direct disciples, elders, and subordinate forces, ultimately stripping the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect of its privileges of independence from the empire and bringing it entirely under his control. His calculations were indeed astute. Yet Ning Fengzhi had long been prepared and skillfully evaded the trap with various excuses. The individual who poisoned the former emperor might very well be this filial son, Xuye. As Ning Fengzhi pondered the targeting of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, his thoughts began to unravel, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. It was no wonder his expression darkened. It was no wonder that Xuye continued to harbor ulterior motives, covertly allowing the noble and familial forces beneath him to trouble the sect's industries. When the situation was exposed, he would step in to downplay the matter. In Chapter 18, the notion of collaborating with the Spirit Hall emerged. Had he not withstood the pressure and sought out titled Douluos wandering the continent through various channels, personally engaging them with generous offers and persuasion, he might have been swallowed whole by Xuye. As for continuing to support the Heavendo Empire, he had initially considered that the foundation of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect lay predominantly within its territory, and aiding the empire would help maintain the balance of power on the continent, thus benefiting the sect's development. Hence, he had long sustained a cooperative relationship with the royal family of the Heavendo Empire. The outcomes validated his decisions. The sect's strength had steadily grown, with its business and connections sprawling across the continent. Yet now, this stability appeared on the brink of disruption. Ning Fengzhi pondered, then turned to Bone Douluo. What do you think of the Spirit Hall? Fengzhi, are you suggesting Bone Douluo's expression was one of shock, as he grasped the potential implications, struggling to believe it? Ning Fengzhi did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Ning Xiaotian and inquired, Uncle Bone, what do you think will happen to the children if we are no longer here? The weight of his words struck like thunder. Ning Xiaotian, bewildered, bowed his head, afraid to breathe, silently marveling, I just tapped a few keys, and this is the result? Bone Douluo fell into silence, deep in thought. If he, Sword Douluo, and Ning Fengzhi were to vanish, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect would lose its capability for self-preservation. Given the sect's current wealth and accumulation, the scenario they would face Bone Douluo's pupils constricted, abruptly looking at Ning Fengzhi with a complex expression. They could very well confront the risk of being swallowed by the Heavendo Empire, just as had occurred 40 years prior, or be eliminated by the ambitious Spirit Hall or other forces as obstacles. Even if they miraculously survived, they would no longer be glorious. This was terrifying. Perhaps it was time to seek an alternative path for the sect. Ning Fengzhi raised his head, his tone heavy with gravity. He understood that this was a gamble. Yet if the wager proved favorable, the status of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, even if not elevated, would be sheltered due to the Spirit Hall's exceptional auxiliary capabilities and minimal threat, allowing them to exist without worry. Fengzhi, you're the sect leader. The decision rests with you. Whatever choice you make, both Sword Douluo and I will stand by you. Bone Douluo stated earnestly. Uncle Bone, there's no rush on this matter. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand dismissively, confidently asserting, currently, Bibi Dong has just ascended. We must observe for a while longer. Choosing the right allies ensures a smooth journey. Choosing the wrong ones brings nothing but troubles. He had come to understand this well. However, they were not entirely powerless. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengzhi added, offering that head spirit bone as a meeting gift is indeed lacking in sincerity. A mere embellishment is not as valuable as timely assistance. We must provide something more to demonstrate our worth. This way, we can secure a favorable position for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect at this gambling table. With a pause, Ning Fengzhi narrowed his eyes and declared, I have decided to shift some resources from the sect to covertly support Bibi Dong. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has an abundance of wealth, and with our backing, as long as Bibi Dong possesses sufficient capability, she should be able to establish a firm foothold rapidly. He was not oblivious to the situation. Since the conclusion of the crackdown on evil spirit masters 40 years ago, the two great empires had gradually reduced the originally promised subsidies for spirit masters under the pretense of their own losses. Now it was merely for show. After all, who would willingly spend their own resources to cultivate talents that could pose a threat to themselves? The Spirit Hall was unwilling to sell spirit bones. And with so many individuals to support, their funds were being consumed at an alarming rate, reportedly leading to a deficit. Thus, Bibi Dong was in dire need of funds. Most importantly, Ning Fengzhi assessed it needed to be discreet. Just periodically swiping a few spirit coin cards sufficed, without exposing the sect directly. This would not offend Bibi Dong or the Spirit Hall, yet would yield the greatest benefits for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect once successful. This investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Bone Douluo fell into silence after hearing this. Indeed, the industries of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect span the continent, requiring no mobilization of Heaven Do Empire personnel. An anonymous card swipe could yield hundreds of thousands of gold spirit coins. Convenient, swift, and discreet. Seeing Bone Douluo in contemplation, Ning Fengzhi no longer hesitated and decisively stated, Then it's settled. Uncle Bone, you should return to your room and freshen up. We will meet with Bibi Dong shortly to discuss this matter further. And Tian'er, you've gone 2 nights without sleep. You should return to your room and rest well. Father, can I go with you? Ning Xiaotian raised his head. His eyes filled with longing. With Dugu Yan present, how could he pass up the opportunity to gain knowledge? Bibi Dong, his superior, was also there. With a little sweet talk, would Dugu Yan not hand over the information? Yang Wudi was likely on his way too. What a splendid opportunity. All right, you go freshen up as well. I'll have your Uncle Bone come and fetch you later. Ning Fengzhi nodded, believing that his son should have more interactions with Bibi Dong to become familiar, facilitating future endeavors. Each generation must undertake its own tasks. What he was doing now was merely laying the groundwork for his son. An hour later, everyone gathered and proceeded to Bibi Dong's resting chamber. Normally, such significant matters would be discussed in the sect's assembly hall as per protocol. However, the content of today's discussion pertained to the sect's very survival and could not be leaked in the slightest. For safety's sake, Ning Fengzhi ultimately decided to take everyone to Bibi Dong's quarters under the cover of night for their deliberation. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Fengzhi adjusted his attire and gently tapped on the door. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Dugu Yan stood at the entrance. Welcome, sect leader Ning and esteemed guests. Please come in. As he spoke, Dugu Yan turned sideways, making a remarkably gentlemanly gesture of invitation. One cannot help but admire the precision of his movements, clearly indicating that Bibi Dong held this meeting in high regard. However, seeing such etiquette performed by a man of Dugu Yan's stature, combined with his somewhat delicate, oval face, sent shivers down Ning Xiaotian's spine. Perhaps accustomed to various formalities, Ning Fengzhi remained unfazed. Both Bone Douluo and Sword Bone maintained their indifferent expressions, resembling a pair of emotionless statues. As for Ning Xiaotian, he was content to follow closely behind his father, taking graceful steps into the room. With a soft click, Dugu Yan closed the door. Chapter 19, Collaboration. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. At this moment, Bibi Dong had shed her black robe and donned exquisite attire, sitting elegantly at the table, her gaze as clear as water, smiling in their direction. Clad in a light purple formal gown adorned with golden phoenix designs along the sleeves, cinched at the waist, her figure was simply stunning. Her right hand rested gracefully on the table, while her left cradled a cup of tea, her porcelain skin hinting at a delicate beauty accentuated by her poised posture, captivating all who beheld her. Bibi Dong's heart-shaped face, crowned with a decorative phoenix hairpin, shimmered under the gentle glow of the light. Her delicate eyebrows arched gracefully. Her petite nose was exquisitely sculpted, and her lips, slightly parted, resembled a crescent moon. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, secured at the nape by an intricate hairpiece. In the soft illumination of the room, the unembellished Bibi Dong epitomized youthful beauty, embodying the essence of her prime. Yet, she was in her 30s, her demeanor exuding a mature grace that mixed youthful innocence with seasoned wisdom, rendering her utterly captivating. Ning Xiaotian found himself speechless. Perhaps it was Bibi Dong's exceptional self-care or her profound cultivation that granted her such allure. For it is said that soul masters who attain the title Douluo rank can live for centuries. The original text mentions Poseidon, stating that a title Douluo can live around 300 years, gaining an additional century for each level they ascend, while a limit Douluo may live over 1,000 years. The sea god, after all, conquered the ocean over a millennium, cementing his divinity through the faith he amassed. In comparison, 30 years seemed trivial. It appeared that in the Douluo continent, as long as one could cultivate their soul power, women typically aged gracefully, with better aptitude leading to greater beauty. This was certainly a far cry from the superficiality of beauty filters and makeup in his past life. Alas, he was born too late. Though Bibi Dong was beautiful, he could only admire her from afar. Ning Xiaotian had no intention of being swayed by frivolous emotions. Naturally, as a reference point, finding a similarly beautiful wife in the future seemed feasible. For instance, becoming Bibi Dong's son-in-law. It seemed that Qian Renxue was only about 6 years older than him. Their families were soon to become partners, and taking further steps did not seem entirely impossible. With a grin, Ning Xiaotian envisioned a blissful future. "Here, sit," Ning Fengzhi said, producing a small chair from his soul guide and placing it beside him. The guest room furnishings of the seven-treasure glazed tile school were designed for adults, tall and limited in number. Fortunately, after Ning Xiaotian's birth, Ning Fengzhi had custom-made a few smaller chairs, fearing that as his son grew, these would be discarded. And thus he had kept a few in the soul guide as keepsakes. Today, they proved most useful. "Thank you, father," Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, feeling a rush of emotion as he quickly sat upon the small chair, his head barely peeking above the table. Bibi Dong was taken aback, not expecting Ning Fengzhi to bring his son, not yet 5, to such a meeting. Particularly seeing him produce a small chair for his son to sit upon left her feeling confused, envious, resentful, and sorrowful, all emotions swirling within her. Sitting next to Ning Xiaotian, Ning Fengzhi was oblivious to Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. Once everyone was seated, he straightened his posture, organized his thoughts, and addressed the matter directly. "Your Holiness, I express my deepest gratitude for your daring efforts to save my family member. This act of kindness shall not be forgotten by me. I have prepared a reward for your efforts in healing my loved one, which I trust will be to your satisfaction." With that, Ning Fengzhi produced a head spirit bone and a golden card from his soul guide, displaying one in each hand, suspended above his palms. Bibi Dong cast a discreet glance. She could clearly sense the aura emanating from the head spirit bone, estimating its age to be around 3 years. Although spirit bones were incredibly precious, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she possessed no shortage of such items and felt somewhat underestimated by Ning Fengzhi. As for the golden card, it represented 5 million gold soul coins, a universal currency across the continent, with no deception involved. Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly. She felt insulted, having journeyed so far from the Spirit Hall, risking her life to save someone, only to receive such a meager reward. Noticing Bibi Dong's change in expression, Ning Fengzhi did not rush to explain, but instead reached out to gently ruffle his son Ning Xiaotian's hair, speaking in a soft tone, as if recounting a trivial matter. "This is my only son, Ning Xiaotian, soon to turn 5. In 11 years, he will come of age. At that time, I shall publicly announce that he will be the heir to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and he will personally visit the Spirit Hall. What do you think?" Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, her expression shifting to one of optimism, as she speculated. Was this an indication of a potential collaboration with the Spirit Hall? Subjugating the 7-treasure glazed tile school seemed unrealistic, given that it was one of the top 3 schools. 11 years, was it a test? Was having the heir present a promise? Or perhaps it was a matter of ensuring the safety of the sect, making it inconvenient for him to appear personally? In an instant, Bibi Dong contemplated many possibilities. After all, as the current leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzhi's every action attracted considerable attention. It was entirely reasonable for him not to appear in person. But none of that was the crux of the matter. The vital information Ning Fengzhi had divulged held immense significance for her. The thought of the seven-treasure glazed tile school potentially becoming her ally stirred something within even the Pope of the Spirit Hall. No wonder my father agreed to bring me along. Ning Xiaotian was astonished, having not anticipated that Ning Fengzhi would confirm his status as heir before Bibi Dong. He was even being sent to the Spirit Hall. Casting a glance at Bibi Dong, he noticed her expression was somewhat agitated. Ning Xiaotian reflected. After all, she had just ascended to the papacy and, compared to later stages, still lacked a certain composure, unable to completely mask her emotions. However, Bibi Dong's response was swift. Her fleeting expression of delight vanished as she spoke. Lord Ning, it would indeed be our honor for your son to visit the Spirit Hall. I shall ensure he is treated with the utmost respect. Seeing Bibi Dong make this promise, Ning Fengzhi ceased his cryptic remarks. He glanced at the others from the Spirit Hall and finally turned his gaze to Bibi Dong, stating earnestly, Your Holiness, your commitment brings me great relief. Please rest assured that during these 11 years, the seven-treasure glazed tile school will not interfere with any actions of the Spirit Hall and will, when necessary, provide assistance. Furthermore, we shall contribute 5 million gold soul coins annually to lend our modest support. Thank you, Lord Ning. Bibi Dong replied, suppressing her excitement, her tone grave. This conversation with Ning Fengzhi marked the most significant outcome of her journey. 5 million annually was no small sum, and the promise of assistance implied numerous advantages. The opportunity to align with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has proven worthwhile. My arduous journey has not been in vain, as I have risked much to save others, and now, at last, I reap the rewards. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong feels a sense of relief wash over her. Regarding the current predicament of the Papal Hall, she now possesses ample confidence. If she cannot lead the Papal Hall to rise, she can only blame her own incompetence. As discussions drew to a close, Ning Xiaotian could no longer remain seated. If he did not inquire soon, everyone would disperse. Your Holiness, I have a question. Chapter 20, Die, bring it here. The room fell silent. What could a mere child possibly ask? The esteemed figures all turned to Ning Xiaotian with expressions of skepticism. Bibi Dong's interest was piqued, her smile enchanting. The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to a classroom, prompting Ning Xiaotian to instinctively shrink his neck under the scrutiny. Yet he steeled himself and spoke. Your Holiness, is there a way to help someone reshape their martial soul? His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sight both endearing and somewhat shameful. Well done. Ning Fengzhi and the others were taken aback, their eyes sparkling as they turned to Bibi Dong. The latter felt a shiver run down her spine, gazing at this exceptional child with an inexplicable sense of irritation. Regrettably, she had no answer to this question, inwardly lamenting. Only a deity could achieve such a feat. The thought of becoming a deity deflated Bibi Dong. The challenges of her divine trial were indeed daunting. Although her cultivation was commendable, the path to divinity remained a distant dream. As for alternative methods, she was well-versed in the art of poison due to her two poisonous spider martial souls. Yet healing with medicine was far from her expertise, let alone reshaping someone's martial soul. This train of thought led her to consider Elder Ju, known for his affinity for rare herbs and adeptness in medicine rather than poison, a fact she was well aware of. Why not pose the question to him? This is a splendid idea. Bibi Dong straightened her delicate frame and declared, I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer, as I am not proficient in pharmacology. However, Elder Ju excels in this area. Perhaps you could consult him. In an instant, Ning Xiaotian and the others shifted their gazes toward Zhu Douluo, their hopeful expressions laden with questions, as if to say, Please, commence your performance. Zhu Douluo felt a surge of panic, his body involuntarily trembling, internally lamenting the depth of the inquiry. This question was beyond him, yet all eyes were upon him, especially those of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, whose piercing stares sent shivers down his spine. Seeking assistance from his close friend, the ghost Douluo, he found the latter merely observing the spectacle, indifferent to his plight. This world is filled with malice. Zhu Douluo thought despairingly, yet he could not remain silent. He mustered his composure and stated, "Esteemed guests, reshaping a martial soul is a task that likely only a legendary deity could accomplish." Wasn't that a rather obvious statement? Ning Fengzhi and the others rolled their eyes in unison. The Bone Douluo's eyes glinted with fervor. It was well known that in his youth, the Bone Douluo was headstrong, brimming with bravado and a penchant for vengeance. Zhu Douluo fidgeted uneasily, contemplating the possibility of locating the fabled immortal herbs. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. Ning Xiaotian seized the opportunity to interject politely. "Elder Zhu, what are these immortal herbs?" Upon hearing a question in his area of expertise, Zhu Douluo straightened up, his tone becoming more assertive. Immortal herbs are exceedingly rare plants, each possessing the power to channel the essence of heaven and earth. Some can even revive the dead and mend broken bones. If consumed properly, they can restore even those on the brink of death. Such miraculous entities exist in this world? Ning Fengzhi was astounded. As the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, his influence and connections spanned the continent, yet he had never encountered such divine treasures. Could they truly assist in reshaping a martial soul? "May I inquire, Elder Zhu, where one might find such wondrous items?" Ning Fengzhi leaned forward, pressing for answers. Zhu Douluo's demeanor fell, and he replied awkwardly, "I have never encountered them myself. The growth conditions for immortal herbs are exceedingly stringent, often found in perilous regions. Due to centuries of exploration and exploitation by human soul masters, these miraculous items have become exceedingly rare. My knowledge stems from my family's lineage, which is rooted in floral and herbal martial souls. My ancestors were fond of flowers, hence the records have been preserved." Before anyone else could pose a question, Ning Xiaotian quickly interjected, "Elder Zhu, may I learn from you about the immortal herbs?" "Oh, young Master Ning is interested in learning?" Zhu Douluo was taken aback. In this era, soul masters focused solely on cultivation, while ordinary folk lacked the strength to explore this perilous world. Furthermore, the trade of medicinal herbs was largely monopolized by various factions to prepare for their disciples' martial soul awakenings. The path of pharmacological research had nearly been extinguished. Zhu Douluo had assumed Ning Xiaotian would request a diagram of the immortal herbs, perhaps to procure them through family influence. He was astonished that the young boy wished to learn for himself. Noticing Zhu Douluo's surprise, Ning Xiaotian pressed on. "Yes, Elder Zhu, the concept of deities feels too ethereal. Yet if immortal herbs hold such extraordinary potential, they may assist my mother in reshaping her martial soul. I implore you to teach me." With that, Ning Xiaotian gazed at Zhu Douluo with hope, his expression earnest and tearful, silently conveying, "If you refuse, I shall weep before you." Zhu Douluo's lips twitched as he turned to Ning Fengzhi, realizing that as a child, the decision rested with the father. Having never encountered immortal herbs himself, he had long since abandoned hope. Moreover, without other family members, he was indifferent to the preservation of knowledge. Teaching Ning Xiaotian posed no risk. Should the boy find the herbs, he might yet broaden his own horizons. Ning Fengzhi understood, glancing at Ning Xiaotian, pondering briefly before nodding in agreement. "Then I must trouble Elder Zhu. A child's filial piety is commendable. A visit to the Martial Soul Hall might alleviate his worries about his mother's injuries and benefit his future development. Truly a win-win scenario." "Not at all." With that, Zhu Douluo retrieved a tome from his soul guide and placed it on the table before Ning Xiaotian. The latter eagerly flipped through the pages. Zhu Douluo raised an eyebrow and continued, "The world is filled with wonders beyond human comprehension. This is the record of immortal herbs passed down through my family. As for whether other immortal herbs exist, I cannot say. Furthermore, unlike ordinary herbs, the same type of immortal herb may possess different characteristics and effects depending on its environment. Hence, for harvesting and consumption, one must consider the specific location and individual. Regarding this aspect, diligent study of pharmacology is essential. Young Master Ning, if you have time, you are welcome to come to the Martial Soul Hall and learn from me for a period." After speaking, Zhu Douluo turned his gaze back to Ning Fengzhi. Knowing the ultimate decision lay in the hands of the father, Ning Fengzhi remained silent, instead directing his attention to Bibi Dong, whose expression indicated her stance, leaving the arrangement in her capable hands. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "The current Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is still in the selection phase across various academies. It is expected that the finals will be held in the martial Soul City in about half a year. At that time, Lord Ning may bring his beloved son to witness the event. Not only will you experience the grandeur, but it will also provide an opportunity for your son to stay at the Martial Soul Hall and learn pharmacology from Elder Ju. What say you? At under 5 years of age, Ning Xiaotian was at a formative stage, easily influenced by external factors. The Martial Soul Hall could seize this chance for subtle guidance, thereby securing the 7 treasures glazed tile school's allegiance. What could be more advantageous? Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement, thus entrusting the matter to His Holiness the Pope and Elder Ju. The two parties subsequently engaged in detailed discussions and, finding no other pressing issues, noticed that the day was drawing to a close. Bibi Dong took this opportunity to bid farewell to Ning Fengzhi, as she had just ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall and had numerous matters requiring her attention. Furthermore, departing under the cover of night would afford them a degree of secrecy, as their collaborative relationship could not yet be revealed. Seeing Bibi Dong's resolute demeanor, Ning Fengzhi refrained from holding her back and merely returned her farewell with a respectful gesture. Chapter 21. The other party has given too much. The night passed without incident, and as the sun rose, it dispelled the chill of the night, ushering in the warmth of dawn. The radiant light streamed through the small crevices of the courtyard walls, casting a soft glow that caressed the delicate face of the child still nestled in bed. Ah, I haven't had enough sleep. The blanket still needs me, Ning Xiaotian murmured, rubbing his slightly flushed cheeks as he groggily tossed aside the covers. He turned to glance at the gap in the window, somewhat reproachfully muttering to himself, "Why did I forget to close the curtains again?" However, upon observing the angle of the light, he realized that it was already quite late. With no other option, Ning Xiaotian reluctantly began to dress. "Good morning, Cousin Yuji," he greeted politely upon seeing the charming young lady standing outside his courtyard. This talented individual from his clan was named Ning Yuji. Although not yet 18, she had already reached the impressive level of 39 in soul power, just one step away from becoming a soul sect. Yet, what was she doing standing outside his courtyard instead of diligently practicing? Observing her slightly flushed cheeks, it was evident that she had been waiting for quite some time. "My young master Xiaotian, it's getting late. In just an hour, it will be time for lunch." The lovely girl pouted, her round lips forming an adorable expression of annoyance. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, lamenting the situation. "Sorry, Yuji. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days and woke up late today. By the way, what brings you to my place this morning?" Noticing that Ning Xiaotian was somewhat considerate, Ning Yuji's irritation subsided significantly. Remembering her purpose for coming, she decided not to dwell on it further. "The clan leader sent me here and instructed me not to disturb you. I've been standing here for quite a while. Did my father send you? Is something wrong? Didn't my mother recover?" Ning Xiaotian inquired, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. "There are guests of the clan, and the clan leader asked me to wait for you to join him. I heard it's someone from the clan named Yang Wudi. They should be at your mother's side now. You should hurry, or they might leave soon." Realizing that the renowned clan was involved, Ning Xiaotian understood why his father, Ning Fengzhi, had sent her. It was likely to prevent her from becoming too engrossed in her training. "Yuji, I'll take my leave first," Ning Xiaotian declared, hastily departing, leaving the young lady bewildered in his wake. Watching him dash away, Ning Yuji was momentarily perplexed. Why is he in such a hurry? Does he not find me beautiful enough to even spare a glance? She huffed, though relieved that he had not left just yet. Observing the robust man before her, who was currently checking her mother's pulse, Ning Xiaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to glance at the beautiful figure on the bed, he felt excited. His mother was awake and allowing Yang Wudi to examine her. Though she still bore some pallor, her previous frailty had dissipated, suggesting that she had enjoyed a restful night. Thank goodness, Ning Xiaotian thought, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As long as she was alive, there would be a way to resolve the issue of her shattered spirit, even if it required ascending to godhood. He was determined to achieve it. "How is it, clan leader Yang?" "There is no significant issue. She simply requires ample rest. The soul master who assisted your wife in expelling the poison is indeed extraordinarily talented, capable of neutralizing even the venom of the soul-devouring spider. I, however, lack such ability," Yang Wudi remarked, withdrawing his hand after taking her pulse, his voice filled with admiration. "Clan leader Yang, that master departed 2 days ago. Before leaving, He specifically instructed me not to disclose his name to outsiders. However, should fate allow, I believe you may have the opportunity to meet him, Ning Fengzhi replied, deliberately withholding the details of Bibi Dong's visit to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. What a pity, Yang Wudi sighed, refraining from pressing further. It was understandable that such a remarkable individual would wish to remain undisclosed. Otherwise, everyone would be knocking on his door for treatment. Seeing the moment was right, Ning Xiaotian stepped forward boldly, interjecting, Clan Leader Yang, are you familiar with the subject of celestial herbs? Ning Fengzhi found himself both amused and bewildered. His son seemed to inquire about anything related to healing. Yet, Yang Wudi, upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's question, became animated, directing his excitement toward Ning Fengzhi. Does your clan possess such divine objects? Realizing the potential of celestial herbs to help restore his wife's spirit, Ning Fengzhi felt a surge of hope. To be candid, Clan Leader Yang, that master informed me that my wife's shattered spirit might have a glimmer of hope for reconstruction if suitable celestial herbs can be found. Unfortunately, the master only heard of them and does not recognize them. I presume your clan possesses relevant records. Might you be able to share any information you have? I will be most grateful. He refrained from mentioning the book given to him by the Dugu Yan, as it was not convenient to disclose the source. The rarity of celestial herbs warranted discretion. The fewer individuals who knew, the better chance his wife had. Ning Fengzhi could not deny his selfishness in this matter. Yang Wudi appeared hesitant upon hearing this. Though celestial herbs had not made an appearance for a long time, they were part of his ancestral heritage, unlike Dugu, who was alone and indifferent. Noticing Yang Wudi's indecision, Ning Fengzhi recalled the current plight of the clan, narrowing his eyes slightly. Clan Leader Yang, forgive my boldness. How about we make a trade? If you can provide information on celestial herbs, I would be willing to offer 500,000 gold soul coins as compensation. Additionally, I can advocate for the Spirit Hall to lift the ban on the clan. I believe the Spirit Hall would extend some courtesy to me. After all, the clan had not harmed the interests of the Spirit Hall, while the Haotian sect had committed misdeeds, causing the clan to suffer unjustly. Of course, given Yang Wudi's extensive knowledge of pharmacology, should he wish to collaborate with the seven-treasure glazed tile school in the herbal trade, Ning Fengzhi would wholeheartedly facilitate it. As long as a matter could be resolved with money, it was merely a trivial issue. Father, well played, Ning Xiaotian thought, silently giving a thumbs up. This strategy not only addressed the predicament of the clan, but also undermined the Haotian sect while subtly courting Yang Wudi's favor. Yang Wudi found himself swayed. The offer of monetary compensation, business collaboration, and assistance in lifting the ban on the clan presented an enticing proposition. Given the clan's current decline, clinging to the elusive celestial herbs held little value compared to tangible benefits that could alleviate the struggles of his kin. It was not that the descendants were ungrateful. Rather, it was the overwhelming generosity of the other party that left them at a loss. Upon reflection, Yang Wudi ceased his hesitation and retrieved a scroll from the soul guiding device, presenting it before Ning Fengzhi. Trusting in the esteemed reputation of the Ning sect, Yang naturally felt assured to entrust this scroll to Ning Fengzhi. Observing Yang's action, Ning Fengzhi smiled knowingly, carefully accepting the scroll and promptly stating, Leader Yang, it is merely a matter of mutual needs. Chapter 22, Celestial Herb, Spirit Hall. 5 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ning Xiaotian diligently absorbed the knowledge contained within the 2 tomes on celestial herbs provided by the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Yang Wudi. For safety reasons, after thoroughly studying the texts, he entrusted them to Ning Fengzhi for safekeeping. Unfortunately, without the awakening of his martial soul, he was incapable of utilizing soul power, rendering the soul guiding device useless. Moreover, Ning Fengzhi had a penchant for visiting various auction houses. Otherwise, how would the original story's cat girl have materialized? It was worth a gamble, for one could never know if Ning Fengzhi might encounter a celestial herb during his excursions. The thought of celestial herbs stirred excitement within Ning Xiaotian as he reclined in the carriage. Such divine entities seemed tantalizingly close, yet regrettably, immediate enjoyment was not an option. Initially, he had considered sending someone into the sunset forest to scour the mist-laden area where the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were likely to be found. However, he refrained from doing so, Setting aside the risks of being discovered, the Chrysanthemum Douluo was a discerning individual, renowned as Bibi Dong's chief aide. His ability to discern the type of celestial herb consumed through the unique fragrance emitted by the human body was a genuine concern. Ning Xiaotian feared that administering celestial herbs to the seven-treasure glazed tile school would lead to their immediate exposure by the Chrysanthemum Douluo if he were to venture into the Heaven Do Empire. One herb was manageable, but what if several were involved? Presently, although the seven-treasure glazed tile school maintained a cooperative relationship with the Spirit Hall, it is often said that there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. What if the Spirit Hall, leveraging their partnership, demanded celestial herbs from the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Would the school comply or refuse? If they refused, a rift might emerge. If they acquiesced, how much would they be willing to part with? If they offered too little, would they forsake their hidden celestial herbs to avoid detection? Conversely, if they offered too much, they would incur significant losses. What if they stumbled upon the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, just as the Spirit Hall, as personnel, took notice? That would indeed be an awkward predicament. Such scenarios were not without possibility. The recently established cooperative relationship left uncertainty regarding whether the Spirit Hall had dispatched individuals to observe the movements surrounding the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Human intentions are inscrutable. Thus, it was wise to proceed with caution. Moreover, both he and his sister Ning Rongrong had yet to awaken their martial souls. Would consuming celestial herbs prior to awakening facilitate their evolution? If it did not, he would have no recourse for lamentation. Additionally, the opposing side was numerous and their demands substantial. Such valuable items could easily draw the attention of Qian Douluo and the Hall of Offerings. After all, Qian Douluo had a granddaughter, and Bibi Dong had a disciple she raised as her own daughter, with valuable treasures at stake, who would not prioritize their own interests. In summary, the allure of these items was too great for him to safeguard alone. It was one matter to offer them voluntarily, and another to engage in collaborative development, or even to be coerced into giving them away. Most importantly, Ning Xiaotian harbored personal ambitions, given that his mother's martial soul was shattered. What if there were no suitable celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes? He would then have no choice but to seek ascension. Yet, such a pursuit was fraught with difficulty. If he could secure divine trials early on, the exposure of celestial herbs would be inconsequential. He would not fear offering them to the Spirit Hall, regardless of the quantity, as it would not guarantee his ascension. Regrettably, divine trials were not forthcoming. If he were to expose himself too soon, the seven-treasure glazed tile school might find itself in a wholly passive position, which was far too risky. Even if he assisted the Spirit Hall in unifying the continent, the consequences remained unpredictable. If Bibi Dong were to suddenly turn against him, he could find himself in dire straits. Given the seven-treasure glazed tile school's auxiliary martial spirit characteristics, it would be beneficial against Bibi Dong. Yet the implications for their status were uncertain. In the original narrative, following the death of the ghost Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's standing plummeted, reducing him to a mere tool that could be discarded at will, which illustrated the precarious nature of such alliances. Equal cooperation was feasible, yet the prospect of being reduced to a subordinate or vassal rank was distasteful to Ning Xiaotian, a traveler from another realm. He understood that strength must ultimately prevail. Upon returning from the Spirit Hall, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous training. Once he possessed the means to protect himself, he would venture to that place, aiming to return before his sister turned 12. By then, the Spirit Hall would be more amenable to offering celestial herbs without concern. Success would herald a smooth path ahead, while failure might necessitate waiting for a united continent before taking his sister to Sea God Island for a try. As for the urgency of returning before his sister's 12th birthday, it stemmed from his fear of returning too late, only to find that his little sister had been taken by someone else. Regrettably, this journey to the Spirit Hall precluded bringing his younger sister along, as their mother was currently frail and unable to travel, and Bone Douluo was required to stay behind to safeguard their home. Returning to the present, Ning Xiaotian glanced at Ning Fengzhi and the Sword Douluo within the carriage inside. Accompanying these two formidable figures to the Spirit Hall was indeed a remarkable experience. As they approached the Spirit Hall for the Continental Elite Competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Ning Xiaotian pondered what intriguing elements awaited them. Alas, the competitions in the Heaven Do Empire lacked allure. He had once attended the semifinals held in the Heavendo Imperial City under Ning Fengzhi's guidance. Though the battles were fierce, the vibrant presence of the young women had captivated him. Regrettably, none of the characters from the original narrative, such as Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, or Huo Wu, had made an appearance. What a pity. He hoped that this trip to the Spear Hall would yield some unique experiences. Perhaps encountering Hulaina or Qian Renxue, though he was uncertain if she had ventured to the Heavendo Empire. Ning Fengzhi had yet to accept Xue Qinghe as a disciple, and he himself had never entered the imperial palace. So he would not be able to discern any details from that visit. Master, we are nearly at the Spirit Hall. At this announcement, Ning Fengzhi and the Sword Douluo remained unfazed, for they had visited many times before. However, Ning Xiaotian was different. Being a newcomer, he was filled with curiosity about the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the guards outside declare their imminent arrival, he eagerly lifted the curtain. What a magnificent sight! Just from afar, Ning Xiaotian was already astonished. In the distance, a towering hill rose, adorned with a multitude of buildings and intersecting roads, winding up the hillside. Atop the summit stood a grand palace, resplendent in gold and brilliance. At the center of the palace loomed a colossal statue of a humanoid figure, which, though viewed from afar, bore a striking resemblance to a six-winged angel. It was truly immense. Bathed in sunlight, the features of the statue appeared somewhat blurred, yet it radiated a divine luminosity that enhanced its sanctity. A comprehensive glance revealed that the walls, buildings, and roads were all constructed of meticulously arranged marble. A pale yellow hue, polished to a shine like jade, with intricate gold inlays that sparkled brilliantly. Indeed, the Spirit Hall, with its ancient legacy, exuded profound depth and heritage. Gazing upon the ultimate luxury infused with a hint of religious essence, Ning Xiaotian could not help but express admiration. He felt a sense of anticipation for the time he would spend within the Spirit Hall. At the very least, he expected the dining provisions to be exceptional. Who wouldn't relish a life of leisure, indulging in sumptuous meals? Upon entering the city, he disembarked and followed closely behind his father. Chapter 23. Hulaina's eyes are truly beautiful. Once within the city, Ning Xiaotian and Ning Fengzhi took a brief moment to regroup before personnel from the Spirit Hall arrived to summon the leaders of the participating factions for a meeting. Indeed, such matters remain unchanged regardless of the world one finds oneself in. As Ning Xiaotian watched Ning Fengzhi depart with the Sword Douluo, he couldn't help but sigh. Their destination was merely to indulge in commercial flattery, extolling the prowess of their academy's students, utterly uninteresting. Thus, Ning Xiaotian resolved to be a stay-at-home child, albeit he was also under house arrest. In the current tumult of Wuhuan City, despite the presence of guards, one could never be sure of encountering an unwise individual. With no rights whatsoever, Ning Xiaotian could only nibble on some pastries from the table to quell his hunger, sitting cross-legged on the bed, sword in hand, seeking tranquility and enlightenment. The soundproofing of the room was excellent, allowing him to meditate without concern for external disturbances. As night fell, Ning Fengzhi returned, announcing that the grand competition would commence the following day. Since there were no pressing matters to discuss, everyone chose to retire to their respective quarters for rest. Ning Xiaotian continued in his pursuit of enlightenment. On the following day, accompanied by his father, Ning Xiaotian took his place among the other contestants. As one of the three great sects of the continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School occupied a prestigious position, and thus their seating was exceptionally favorable, comfortable, and elevated, with a splendid view. However, Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat uncomfortable with the contestants from various academies who frequently cast glances in his direction. The males regarded him with puzzled expressions, but the females, on the other hand, wore bashful countenances, sending flirtatious glances his way. Is this the sensation of being a wealthy heir? Ning Xiaotian remained composed, his demeanor as steady as a seasoned veteran, squinting slightly. One could not deny the expertise of the costume designers from the various academies. The collars were exquisitely crafted. From his elevated vantage point, the scene before him resembled a magnificent mountain range, with peaks and valleys varying in height and distance. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs jolted Ning Xiaotian from his reverie. He looked up to see colorful lights soaring into the sky, bursting into brilliant hues, a spectacle akin to festive fireworks. However, these were composed of soul power, completely harmless. far superior to the dazzling yet dusty and pungent fireworks of his past life. In a mere moment, the display concluded, and from the entrance beneath the six-winged angel sculpture emerged a disciplined procession, marching in perfect unison, their attire impeccably coordinated. Leading them was Bibi Dong, adorned with a nine-curved purple-gold crown and wielding a golden scepter embellished with countless purple gemstones, her fair skin and nearly flawless features radiating an air of regal elegance. Clad in a flowing lavender ceremonial robe, encrusted with jewels, her gown trailed elegantly behind her. The plethora of compliments bestowed upon Bibi Dong at this moment would be an understatement. With a flourish, Bibi Dong turned, her gown billowing, and the golden scepter struck the ground with a resonant clang. An overwhelming aura of authority washed over the crowd, causing their gazes to retract involuntarily, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Esteemed guests, the Wuhuan Temple extends a warm welcome to you all. Ning Xiaotian felt a shiver run through him, his expression faltering as his eyelids instinctively entered a state of defiance against impending slumber. This wretched opening speech continued to summon the drowsiness lurking in his mind. With an inward groan, he nonchalantly shifted his gaze from Bibi Dong, who had transformed into the headmaster, to the charming young girl standing behind her. Clad in a fitted silver outfit, with slightly orange hair framing her cherubic face, she was of modest height, perhaps around 1.5 meters, slightly frail. A brief glance at her figure sparked Ning Xiaotian's interest. Upon closer inspection, he noted her bashfulness, her delicate nose, slightly pursed lips, and a rosy complexion. With fingers nervously intertwining as she absent-mindedly traced circles in the air, likely overwhelmed by the grandeur of the occasion. Curiously, her features bore a striking resemblance to the taller boy beside her. Despite this, the girl was undeniably beautiful, particularly her eyes, which shimmered with an enchanting allure, captivating all who beheld them. Ning Xiaotian had never encountered such mesmerizing eyes before. When she smiled gently, her phoenix-like gaze seemed to twinkle like stars, almost as if they could speak. This must be Hulaina, only she would possess the privilege of standing behind Bibi Dong. The boy beside her, resembling her closely, must be the infamous Xiaoyu. Ah, how amusing it is to be so honest. As for the boisterous, brawny youth with the flamboyant red hair, there was no doubt he was the ultimate sycophant of the Douluo continent, Yin. Strangely, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of familiarity towards Xiaoyu, a desire to draw closer, yet upon glancing at Yin, an unwelcome irritation arose within him. Why dwell on unpleasantness? Ning Xiaotian redirected his gaze back to Hulaina, especially her enchanting eyes, which he found irresistible. As Bibi Dong concluded her speech, the screen above began to display the competition schedule, signifying the imminent start of the contest. Ning Fengzhi withdrew his gaze, preparing to focus on the proceedings. A sidelong glance revealed his son squinting thoughtfully. Following his gaze, Ning Fengzhi noticed the petite girl standing behind Bibi Dong. His heart swelled with pride at how much his child had grown, though his expression turned peculiar as he reached out to ruffle Ning Xiaotian's hair. Ning Xiaotian turned to find his father wearing a playful smirk, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Father, I merely found her eyes intriguing," he protested shyly. Ning Fengzhi nodded in understanding before turning back, whispering, "The competition is about to commence. Focus on the contest. It will benefit you." "Yes," Ning Xiaotian replied, straightening his posture to concentrate on the stage. Those present were undoubtedly talented students from various academies, and their application of soul techniques and strategic maneuvers offered invaluable lessons. Ning Xiaotian observed intently, analyzing the intricate details of each battle, immersing himself in the experience, and allowing his mind to extrapolate strategies and techniques. Over the course of 3 days, the tournament unfolded, culminating in a decisive victory for the Wuhuan Temple. Throughout these days, Ning Xiaotian had gained immense insight, learning numerous techniques and strategies to practice in the future. The next year would be spent at the Wuhuan Temple, awaiting his soul awakening and the absorption of his first soul ring. As he watched Ning Fengzhi and the Sword Douluo depart, a sense of reluctance enveloped him. Ning Fengzhi needed to return to report to Emperor Shui regarding Ning Xiaotian's studies at the Wuhuan Temple. And what excuses he concocted to placate the emperor was no longer Ning Xiaotian's concern. Chapter 24. Residing in the Wuhuan Temple, fragrant blossoms filled the air, Rare herbs clustered together, pathways intertwined, and the melodies of birds echoed, an enchanting scene of nature. The extravagance of the Chrysanthemum Douluo was astonishing. This was no mere residential courtyard. It was akin to having claimed an entire mountain. Ning Xiaotian was astounded. Truly, the Chrysanthemum Douluo was devoted to the art of horticulture. While others might confine their floral displays to modest gardens or potted plants, the Chrysanthemum Douluo had outright embraced a mountain for cultivating flowers and herbs. Impressive indeed. Ning Xiaotian surveyed the landscape, where the flowers and grasses danced in the breeze, showcasing an astonishing variety, with clusters of rare medicinal herbs dotting the scenery. These herbs were meticulously categorized, separated by numerous winding paths, and from a distance, the vibrant colors created a breathtaking panorama. Jealousy consumes me, rendering me fragmented. After all, he had nothing at home. Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Zhu Douluo. The pastoral life is indeed delightful, although the outside world is vibrant and resplendent. It cannot compare to gathering with friends and family, savoring wine and tea. It pales in comparison to spending time with a beloved, arranging flowers, and playing music. His greatest wish upon arriving in this world was to marry several wives, to work at sunset and rest at sunrise, to lounge daily and indulge in the flavors of the ocean, feasting on abalone and sea cucumbers. As long as there was no interference from the neighbor, Lao Wang, life will be perfect. Unfortunately, this is a world ruled by strength. Wealth without power merely serves to enrich others, and a wife is but a means of support for someone else. Thus, he could only strive diligently. How is it, young Master Ning? This residence is quite splendid, isn't it? Zhu Douluo said, hands behind his back, head held high, exuding a proud demeanor. Indeed, it is impressive, especially these herbs. Ning Xiaotian nodded, squinting his eyes, humbly clasping his hands and replying, Teacher, you may call me Tiana or Xiaotian. This place is beautiful, and I find it quite agreeable. This is my domain, and I shall govern it. For those who lack strength, one must seek out a powerful ally. Teacher? Zhu Douluo's gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian, his expression peculiar. This title held significant weight in the continent, and while he felt a flicker of joy at Ning Xiaotian's identity, he also sensed it was inappropriate. It is my duty to teach you the art of pharmacology, as instructed by the Pope. There is no need for such a title. Simply call me Elder Zhu. Ning Xiaotian remained unfazed. Although he harbored some slight bias against Zhu Douluo's somewhat effeminate appearance, teaching is teaching. For the next year, he would be under Zhu Douluo's tutelage. This was an undeniable truth. In his previous life, even if he had only a month of instruction, he would still address his teacher respectfully, for he understood the importance of honoring one's mentors. Moreover, there should be a limit to taking advantage of others. Zhu Douluo's collection of pharmacological texts was a gift, and his wealth of knowledge was invaluable. Calling him teacher was hardly exploitative. After all, it lacked the paternal connotation. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian inclined his body, hand resting on his abdomen, and bowed in the manner befitting a disciple. Even so, my father often reminded me not to forget the kindness of those who teach. Elder Zhu's willingness to impart his lifetime of knowledge is a great favor. Thus, it is only right for me to address you as teacher. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian maintained his posture. Elder Zhu appeared somewhat flustered, his expression conflicted, and he turned to glance at the side where Gue Douluo stood. Indeed, while Gue Douluo was the dominant force, Zhu Douluo was the gentle touch. Gue Douluo stroked his chin, casting a deep glance at Ning Xiaotian before turning to Zhu Douluo and nodding. If Zhu Douluo could take Ning Xiaotian as a student, he would fulfill the task entrusted by Bibi Dong, and with this bond, Zhu Douluo's position in the Spirit Hall would be further secured. It was a win-win situation. Encouraged, Zhu Douluo's face lit up with joy as he hastily assisted Ning Xiaotian to his feet, exclaiming, Good, good. I agree. Rise quickly. I now have a disciple. Zhu Douluo exclaimed with uncontainable delight, squatting down to carry Ning Xiaotian on his back, cheerfully declaring, Today, I will personally carry you up the mountain. Old Gue, keep up. With that, Zhu Douluo transformed into a wisp of spring breeze, soaring towards the mountaintop's secluded abode. Gue Douluo, witnessing this, quickly followed. What is happening? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback by the sudden attention. It seemed this teacher was rather agreeable. A warm feeling unexpectedly welled up within him, and he no longer found it awkward to refer to Zhu Douluo as teacher. Thus, After a brief moment, Ning Xiaotian found himself swaying atop Jute Delua's back, ascending the mountain. Looking ahead, he saw an expansive clearing, dominated by a wide, low tree that could be embraced by 5 people, its shade sheltering a quaint courtyard, surrounded by a fence. The courtyard was adorned with lush vines, leading to a spacious area filled with various flower beds, leaving only a narrow path in the center. The flora within the beds was vibrant and diverse, many of which Ning Xiaotian could not identify, likely treasure collections of Zhu Douluo. Coming to a halt in the courtyard, Zhu Douluo leisurely entered the door, leading Ning Xiaotian into an inner room brimming with books, likely numbering in the hundreds. These are the pharmacological texts I have collected, Zhu Douluo said, pointing to the shelves. Some are inherited from my clan, reorganized by me, while others I have gathered over the years across the continent. Additionally, I, along with old Gui, assist the talented disciples in the Spirit Hall in acquiring soul rings. The books on this shelf pertain to soul beasts. I have arranged your studies for the coming year. In the mornings, you will read these texts in this room, and should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me at any time. As for the afternoons, although you have yet to awaken your spirit, training must not be neglected. Therefore, old Gui and I will guide your practice. By the way, there will be 3 other talented disciples from the Spirit Hall training with you in the afternoons. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to them. In the evenings, I will prepare a medicinal bath for you. My formula is even more effective than that of your 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Zhu Douluo proclaimed with confidence. Ning Xiaotian was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Douluo's dedication, as he meticulously arranged every detail for him, feeling grateful. Thank you, teacher. It seems I must also consider Zhu Douluo when we embark on our journey to the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. Ning Xiaotian pondered, thinking of the wondrous Chirong Tongtianju of the same lineage, which should help Zhu Douluo enhance his spirit further. All right, let us proceed. Zhu Douluo motioned to get up, indicating he was free to do as he pleased. Patting Ning Xiaotian on the shoulder with a gentle tone, he said, let me show you to your room first. You should rest for a while. I will prepare your medicinal bath for tonight. Yes, teacher. Ning Xiaotian replied obediently. Gui Douluo, wearing a grim expression, exited in silence. The next day, in the morning, just as Zhu Douluo had mentioned, Ning Xiaotian remained in the secluded courtyard, diligently studying. Meanwhile, his seemingly easygoing teacher, Zhu Douluo, tended to the delicate flowers outside. Only when Ning Xiaotian encountered a perplexing passage did he call out, prompting Zhu Douluo to swiftly return to assist him. Initially, Ning Xiaotian thought Zhu Douluo was an incompetent teacher. However, after posing a question once, he dismissed that notion entirely, even finding Zhu Douluo's teaching style particularly suited to him. In his previous life, he had been someone who enjoyed solitary study. When faced with problems, he would first seek answers through his own exploration, relishing that exhilarating feeling of uncovering answers in the text. Who wasn't competitive in their youth? He believed this was a commendable trait, albeit many lacked proper guidance. Only when one had encountered obstacles, when their inner questions reached a peak, would they be driven to seek answers from a teacher, ensuring the knowledge gained would be firmly ingrained. Of course, this presupposed the presence of a patient and capable teacher, and Ning Xiaotian felt that Zhu Douluo was indeed remarkable. Zhu Douluo provided answers with great detail, often drawing connections that expanded into other knowledge realms, greatly broadening Ning Xiaotian's perspective and leaving him with a sense of epiphany after each interaction. This sensation was one he cherished deeply. Regarding Ghost Douluo, it is said that he has gone to assist Bibi Dong with administrative matters. Since his return from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he has been continually entrusted with significant responsibilities. Zhu Douluo, on the other hand, is quite pleased with this development, as Ghost Douluo, when in the other courtyard, spends his time either cultivating or documenting office tasks. Zhu Douluo finds him rather dull. Ning Xiaotian is surprised that someone so unremarkable could remain so composed despite not being valued. Did he hear incorrectly? Wasn't Zhu Douluo a person of vanity in the original narrative? It now appears that Zhu Douluo's desire for a higher position seems to be merely for the sake of obtaining some preferential treatment. For instance, this medicinal garden, if it were located elsewhere, these rare herbs would have been stripped bare long ago. Only within the confines of the spirit city can they flourish so abundantly. Anyone daring enough to steal from here would be akin to a mouse entering a cat's lair or a starving dog rummaging through a latrine. Utter folly. It seems that this family is indeed a peculiar bunch. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and continued his intense study. In the afternoon, at the training ground of the spirit hall, Ning Xiaotian squinted as he observed 3 individuals burdened with stones, striving to run with all their might. Their footsteps, breath, posture, and physical coordination left him at a loss for words. Is the training method of the spirit hall really this crude? He couldn't help but recall the training regimen devised by Yu Shaojiang for the Shrek 7 Devils, which bore a striking resemblance. So, who is imitating whom? Why not make some improvements? This is truly disappointing, especially with Yin, that little red-haired one, running haphazardly, accelerating and decelerating unpredictably, his antics reminiscent of a certain fool. Is this the future elite of the spirit hall? Do they train in such a clumsy manner during their childhood? Observing the weighted running exercise of Hulaina and her companions, Ning Xiaotian shook his head. Their fundamentals are woefully inadequate. With an unstable core, weak waist, insufficient lower body strength, disordered footsteps, and poor overall coordination, they are merely relying on their physical fitness to endure. Among them, Yin stands out as the most foolish. Of the trio, only Hulaina performs slightly better. True to her nature as a little fox, her steps are light and her coordination is fair. Unfortunately, her core strength is lacking, and she fails to engage other body parts effectively while running. Standard running training requires not only the thighs, but also the core, hips, and gluteal muscles to exert force. Otherwise, over time, injuries to the ankles, knees, hips, and even lumbar spine may arise, jeopardizing their foundation. Thankfully, the Spirit Hall is affluent and likely provides medicinal baths to aid recovery, mitigating bodily harm. However, as the 3 continue to run, the gains are minimal, and the more soul power they possess, the less effective it becomes. What good is it to merely run more laps if it yields no benefit? Undeniably, this haphazard running may enhance their stamina and endurance, but the improvements in other areas are lamentably dismal and could lead to future complications. At this point, Ning Xiaotian could no longer bear to watch. He glanced up at his mentor, Zhu Duo, and asked, "Teacher, have they always trained this way? What else could it be?" Zhu Duo responded with a beaming smile, mistakenly thinking Ning Xiaotian was praising him. "These 3 are our Spirit Hall's most gifted disciples. What do you think? What do you mean by what do you think?" Ning Xiaotian rolled his eyes. The saying goes, a small deviation leads to a great error. For martial artists, the stability of the core, limb coordination, and lower body strength are of utmost importance. Without a solid foundation, they easily expose vulnerabilities in combat, especially when facing someone like Tang San, who possesses the purple extreme magic eyes. One could easily be outmaneuvered, no matter how fierce the attack. It would fail to inflict lethal damage. Even a combo of 999 attacks resulting in only 25 damage would be quite embarrassing. The original character, Xiaoyu, experienced just that. Even after utilizing a martial soul fusion technique, he spent ages only managing to sever Tang San's spider spear. "Teacher, please stop them. Their training is ineffective." Ning Xiaotian expressed his frustration. Not only will it yield no results, but it will also cause future issues. "Really? You can't be serious." Zhu Doluo's expression fell, bewildered. Ning Xiaotian fixed his gaze on Zhu Doluo and said, "Teacher, this explanation is somewhat complex. If you trust your student, please have them come over here. No matter what I say next, I ask that you fully support me." Zhu Doluo was even more confused and turned to Ghost Doluo for clarification. Ghost Doluo shrugged and then nodded his agreement. Zhu Doluo received the signal, called out in a commanding tone. Xiaoyu, the first to sense the call, promptly halted and led the way over. With the group assembled, Zhu Doluo did not hesitate. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Ghost Doluo, then stepped back, positioning himself behind Ning Xiaotian. Xiaoyu and Yin stared in confusion at this unexpected behavior, their minds filled with questions. Why are the 2 elders standing behind a little brat? Hulaina, too, wore a puzzled expression, her rosy cheeks flushed, her eyelashes fluttering as she shyly gazed at Ning Xiaotian. At that moment, Ning Xiaotian realized something new. He could no longer afford to be inconspicuous. As he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, he raised his chin and asked, "Is this how you usually train? Just running? A warm-up followed by sparring? Is that all?" As his words fell, he raised an eyebrow, casting a calm gaze over the 3, lingering for a moment on Yin with a significant expression. Yin, predictably, exploded with indignation, his form trembling, voice booming. What do you mean, little brat? Everyone trains this way. Don't pretend you understand. Ning Xiaotian smiled at the camaraderie displayed, but then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, raising his right hand to grasp at the air forcefully, his gaze resolute as he surveyed Hulaina and her companions. I have no desire to indulge in idle chatter. Let's fight without using soul power. Who will step up? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Such audacity from one so young. Even Ju Douluo and Ghost Doa behind him were momentarily left speechless, eyes wide in astonishment. You are facing 3 soul masters. You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Ning Xiaotian, gritting his teeth. He then turned sharply, fists clenched, and proclaimed, Elders, let me take this one. Xiaoyu remained silent, casting a glance at Ning Xiaotian before turning away, unwilling to stoop to bullying a child. Hulaina's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had never encountered such an arrogant child, especially one who appeared younger than herself. Ju Douluo's face contorted in anguish, his limbs shifting restlessly, unsure of where to place them, as he glanced at Ghost Doa. Ghost Doa rubbed his chin thoughtfully, recalling Ning Xiaotian's prior instructions. No matter what he says next, both he and Ju Douluo must lend their support. However, gazing at Ning Xiaotian's diminutive frame of less than 1.5 meters, then at Xiaoyu and Yin, both towering over 1.7 meters with significantly larger builds, he thought, is there no dignity left for the spirit hall? He then turned his attention to Hulaina, standing at around 1.5 meters as well, her physique appearing rather slender. Externally, they did not seem so different aside from their soul power. Ghost Douluo nodded. In that case, let Laina compete with Xiaotian. No soul techniques or soul power may be used. Indeed, Ning Xiaotian remained expressionless, yet his anxious heart found solace. Was this truly acceptable for the Ghost Elder? Hulaina appeared hesitant, her delicate hands twisting nervously. However, Ning Xiaotian remained silent, and under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he stepped forward into the open space. As Hulaina observed Ning Xiaotian passing by, her face was imbued with curiosity, prompting her to glance back at the Ghost Doa, receiving a nod in response. She understood that this battle was unavoidable, and followed him into the clearing, positioning herself with a flush of embarrassment as they faced each other. Bending slightly, Hulaina spoke softly. I am Hulaina, age 8, with a martial spirit of the demon fox, possessing soul power at level 18. I humbly request your guidance. Ning Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, replying, I am Ning Xiaotian, age 5, yet I have yet to awaken my martial spirit. I too seek your guidance. Fortunately, he possessed only a single soul ring, suggesting that his physical capabilities were not formidable. Despite his smaller stature, he felt he might not necessarily lose this encounter. Although his martial skills were still rudimentary, he had trained for several years across 2 lifetimes, receiving tutelage from the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo within the sect. His techniques were superior to those of Hulaina, and he had spent the past 2 years honing his body through the training methods derived from his past life, establishing a far more solid foundation than hers. What? 5 years old? This child has yet to awaken? Are you serious? Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were left in disbelief. How could someone unawakened dare to challenge a soul master? What has become of this world? Have children grown so bold? Ning Xiaotian remained unfazed, and noticing Hulaina's hesitation to strike, he asserted his purpose. Do not question. I have issued the challenge, and I possess my own confidence. Hulaina, strike now. Do not hold back. Underestimating me will only earn my disdain. Taken aback, Hulaina observed Ning Xiaotian's solemn expression, his fighting spirit palpable, as if he yearned for a genuine battle. This stirred something within her. My aspiration is to stand alongside teacher Bibi Dong. To act so timidly would mean I cannot even surpass this younger child before me. With this thought, Hulaina cast aside her doubts, clenched her fists, and assumed a combat stance, stating earnestly, then I shall not hold back. With those words, Hulaina propelled herself forward with her right foot, transforming into a blur. Her left hand morphing into claws while her right fist was tightly clenched, launching a direct punch aimed at Ning Xiaotian's face. She intended to conclude this uneven battle swiftly. Such a straightforward approach to attack, relying solely on speed, was an underestimation of my capabilities. Ning Xiaotian reflected, feeling somewhat exasperated at being underestimated. Yet, One must not become distracted in battle. Though silent, he had already formulated a strategy. After all, Hulaina was not a speed-type soul master, and her cultivation was merely at the first ring, her movements not sufficiently rapid. She had yet to reach a level where Ning Xiaotian could not perceive her with his naked eye. Upon observing Hulaina's preparation for the attack, with her right foot poised for action and her body slightly leaning forward, Ning Xiaotian comprehended her intended attack and direction. His body was already prepared. Utilizing his right foot as an axis, he drew a circle with his left foot, leaning back just in time to evade Hulaina's punch. Seeing her attack, deftly sidestepped. Hulaina was startled. As she sought to regain her balance, she instinctively swung her left fist in a horizontal sweep. A flaw. Ning Xiaotian's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he transformed his fingers into a sword, sidestepping to execute a precise thrust into Hulaina's soft rib area. The impact between her ribs sent a wave of tingling sensations coursing through her, causing her waist to falter and her body to stagger momentarily. Noticing Hulaina's loss of balance, Ning Xiaotian seized the opportunity to close the distance, unleashing a flurry of strikes to prevent her from mounting a counterattack. In an instant, he transformed his right hand from a finger strike to a palm strike, targeting her right shoulder's oblique muscle, delivering a blow to her shoulder blade, followed by a knee strike to her calves' oblique muscle. Swiftly, he pulled, grabbed, and pushed, disrupting her form with a barrage of punches, palms, arms, knees, and fingers aimed at her vital points. Caught in a single maneuver, Hulaina found herself under relentless assault. Her abdomen, ribs, shoulders, and chest were continuously targeted. Each strike, though not overwhelmingly forceful, left her feeling sore and uncomfortable. Attempting to break free, she realized her body was no longer under her control, unable to muster any strength or concentrate her soul power. Particularly with Ning Xiaotian's close-quarters combat style, they were almost pressed against one another, feeling each other's breath and the faint sound of heartbeats. Having never experienced such intimacy with any boy other than her brother, and this being the first day meeting this unfamiliar young man, she felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her cheeks flushing as her gaze wavered. Chapter 27. Let us run together. Wise Hulaina, no longer resisting. Ning Xiaotian, puzzled, looked up to meet her gaze. The girl, with her head bowed, blushed deeply, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Could she be on the verge of crying? Sensing the closeness between them, the warmth of her skin, and the fragrant scent wafting from her, Ning Xiaotian understood, his own face reddening. This cannot continue. Firming his stance, he relaxed his grip, turning slightly to place a palm against Hulaina's abdomen, gently pushing her back into the open space, widening the distance between them. Ignoring her unsteady stance and flushed face, with her head buried in her chest, Ning Xiaotian straightened, shaking off his hands after the recent exertion, and took the initiative to shift the blame. Did you notice the flaws? Your foundations are simply too lacking. Weak waists, unstable lower bodies, light-footed steps, hesitant strikes, and rigid techniques. Truly, the flaws are too numerous to count. Moreover, when engaging in future battles, please exert your full effort. A moment's carelessness born of underestimation could lead to defeat or even death, which would be a grave miscalculation. With that, Ning Xiaotian placed his left hand behind his back, his right hand resting on his abdomen, gazing skyward as if embodying the demeanor of a sage. As long as I do not feel embarrassed, Hulaina cannot hold me accountable for this incident. It was merely a normal sparring session. But will Bibi Dong seek retribution for having struck her disciple today? A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. As Ning Xiaotian concluded his remarks, silence enveloped the surroundings. However, Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, rushing to support his sister, who was struggling to maintain her balance. Yin, noticing Xiaoyu's departure, snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed suit, mumbling indistinctly at such a young age. He shows no regard for tenderness. Bullying a young girl is hardly an accomplishment. Yet, his voice was barely audible. Only Xiaoyu caught the words, leaving him speechless. Just moments ago, he had been so brazen, and now he dared not raise his voice. The Jew Douluo stood in a daze, still trying to comprehend the situation. The ghost Douluo wore a grave expression. Were these three truly this lacking in foundation? Would this be considered a dereliction of duty? Would Bibi Dong punish him upon discovering this? Supported by her brother, Hulaina gradually regained her composure. As Ning Xiaotian's strikes had not been overly forceful, she had only suffered mild swelling in some vital areas. Sensing her recovery, Hulaina gently pushed her brother away, signaling that she was fine. Subsequently, she approached Ning Xiaotian with small, tentative steps. Her head bowed as she shyly murmured, "I apologize, it is my inadequacy. Furthermore, regarding what you mentioned earlier, could you assist us in refining our training methods?" Ning Xiaotian could not help but admire Hulaina's astuteness. She quickly discerned his intentions. Realizing that her insight had uncovered his motives, Ning Xiaotian no longer circled around the issue. He glanced at Hulaina, then turned to Yin and Shi, stating, "Your innate talents are commendable, yet the training methods employed are too rudimentary to unearth your true potential. If this continues, not only will your personal strength see little improvement, but it could also jeopardize your physical foundation, leaving latent dangers for future confrontations. After the recent battle, you should have recognized that I had numerous opportunities to defeat Hulaina in a match of equal rank. In life and death scenarios, every flaw can spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's pupils constricted, and her body involuntarily trembled. If Ning Xiaotian's assertions were accurate, persisting with their current training habits would only cultivate inadequacies and vulnerabilities. In future skirmishes, their fates would be dire. The more Hulaina pondered, the more fear enveloped her, deepening her admiration for Ning Xiaotian. Yet, recalling his earlier actions during the battle, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This rogue, utterly lacking in gentleness. If he had advanced just a fraction more, it would have been disastrous. Hulaina's heart raced, and she buried her head even lower, softly murmuring, "Thank you, little brother Xiaotian." Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with delight at her adorableness. Yin was equally taken aback by Hulaina's bashfulness in front of others, staring wide-eyed before abruptly turning to glare at Ning Xiaotian, his teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. Shiyue observed her sister's bowed head and then glanced at Ning Xiaotian, lowering her own head in contemplation. Dugu Douluo returned to his senses, elated. His disciple had not yet awakened, but displayed such adept combat experience. Dugu Douluo gazed intently at Ning Xiaotian, deep in thought. Today, Ning Xiaotian had identified the trio's training shortcomings, and should effective solutions arise, it would be a monumental benefit for the entire Spirit Hall. However, remembering that Ning Xiaotian had bested the Pope's disciple merely a day after arriving at the Spirit Hall, Dugu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Should this be reported or not? He exchanged knowing glances with Dugu Douluo. Preserving their lives was paramount, but there was no immediate need for a report today. Xiaotian, you speak wisely. I wonder if you have any suitable methods to rectify the training errors of the three? Dugu Douluo said, winking at Ning Xiaotian while gesturing towards Hulaina. His meaning clear. You dealt with Bibi Dong's disciple. It's your call. Otherwise, I cannot save you. Ning Xiaotian understood at once, glancing at Shiyue, then deliberately at Yin. Teacher, I certainly have solutions. However, prior to that, I must inquire about the information regarding my two senior brothers to devise targeted training methods. Without hesitation, Shiyue spoke briskly. I am Shiyue, 11 years old, Wuhuan Moonblade, soul power level 25. Yin, feeling somewhat intimidated under Ning Xiaotian's scrutiny, stiffened, his voice no longer booming. I am Yin. 10 years old, Wuhuan Flame Sovereign, soul power level 22. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation, before turning to Dugu Douluo and Douluo, stating, Teachers, might I request 2 logs approximately 3 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter, soaked in pool water? I have an important use for them tomorrow. Additionally, please prepare 1 log of equal length with a diameter of 20 centimeters, along with a stick of the same length, approximately the size of 3 fingers. As for the rest, I shall organize my thoughts tonight and present them to you for preparation tomorrow morning. Furthermore, I hope to gain permission to freely access the library of the Spirit Hall to explore additional training methodologies for the 3. Having arrived, it would be a pity not to take full advantage, he mused, recalling how Yu Xiaojing had also benefited from the Spirit Hall's library. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to compose a theory and publish it in the name of the Spirit Hall, it would surely be entertaining to observe Yu Xiaojing's reaction. With a mischievous grin, Ning Xiaotian covered his mouth. What about our training this afternoon? Hulaina summoned her courage to meet Ning Xiaotian's gaze. Of course, we must train. Let's run together, Ning Xiaotian declared. Isn't it said that running has no effect? Hulaina tilted her head, her face a mask of confusion. Just moments ago, he had dismissed this method, and now he suggested it again. What was going on? Who said it has no effect? It is merely that your running form is flawed. You ought to engage your waist, hips, and gluteal muscles properly, he replied, demonstrating on the spot while casting a sidelong glance at Yan, cautioning him not to fluctuate his speed erratically as if he were on a leisurely sightseeing tour. As the others observed, Yan could only swallow his indignation. Dugu Yan, an action-oriented individual, clapped Dugu Yan on the shoulder, saying, "You keep an eye here. I will go chop wood." After Dugu Yan departed, the four began their running exercises under Dugu Yan's watchful gaze. With Ning Xiaotian's guidance, Heir and the others gradually grasped the nuances of running, their breathing and body coordination becoming increasingly synchronized. However, Ning Xiaotian had yet to awaken his wuhuan or acquire any soul rings, rendering him comparatively weaker in stamina and endurance than Heir and the others. After merely half an hour of running, he felt his physical limits being breached, the moisture in his body depleting excessively, and he knew he could not continue. As soon as he halted, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, leaving him sticky and uncomfortable. He could not immediately crouch or sit down to rest. Instead, he paced in small steps to alleviate the soreness in his legs. Feeling slightly better, he began warming up, stretching his legs sideways, jumping in place, squatting up and down, and executing frog jumps in succession. Heir was the second to stop. Ning Xiaotian approached her, reiterating the warm-up techniques he had just performed, and asked her for a bottle of water. Heir's cheeks flushed crimson as she retrieved her thermos from her soul guide and handed it to him. Seizing the opportunity for on-the-spot instruction, Ning Xiaotian advised her to drink in small, repeated sips, recommending that she add a pinch of salt to her water next time to replenish the salt lost by her body. Heir nodded, her head bowed. Yan, on the other hand, was in excellent shape, being the last to stop. Observing Ning Xiaotian and Heir engaged in friendly conversation, he stared vacantly and gulped down water in frustration. After a brief rest, Ning Xiaotian suggested they pair up based on height, Yan with Shiyue, and himself with Heir for practical drills. To establish a solid foundation, none of them would use their soul power. Ning Xiaotian was thrilled, as this would give him a distinct advantage, allowing him to provide direct instruction and continuously point out their shortcomings, educating them thoroughly. With Heir, he was especially hands-on, ensuring she mastered every technique. As for the other two, given their significant height difference, he felt verbal guidance was more appropriate. That afternoon, during the sparring session between Yan and Shiyue, Yan exhibited remarkable valor. Meanwhile, Heir occasionally stole glances at Ning Xiaotian, only to hurriedly avert her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an increasing brilliance as she focused on her toes. As the scorching sun began to wane, the lingering twilight cast its gentle glow, and a soft breeze ruffled the strands of hair, stirring an inexplicable ripple in the air. With the approach of night, the gathering of individuals ceased their activities, each tending to their belongings in preparation for a well-deserved rest at their lodgings. The esteemed Dugu Yan naturally accompanied his precious apprentice, Ning Xiaotian, while the returning safeguarded Hulayina and her companions, each embarking on their respective journeys home. As for the logs, they were likely discarded by Dugu Yan into some pool, soaking away. Tomorrow, they would bear witness to the burgeoning future of the Spirit Hall trio, etching a poignant tale in the annals of time. Upon returning to his quarters, Ning Xiaotian refreshed himself with a bath, exchanged greetings with Dugu Yan, and prepared to devise their respective training regimens. Foremost among these was the focus on physical balance, core strength, and lower body training, undoubtedly the crux of their endeavors. Pondering deeply, Ning Xiaotian leaned on his arm, contemplating which training elements to incorporate. Exercises such as slope frog jumps, tree squats, and endurance runs would enhance core, lower body, and shoulder strength while simultaneously improving balance. Group exercises against trees would foster coordination. Climbing ladders, pull-ups, and push-ups would augment arm, wrist, and core strength. Obstacle courses, deep pits, hurdles, high walls, curves, and slopes could cultivate comprehensive fitness. Wilderness survival could also be an intriguing challenge. Perhaps they could find a lesser hunting forest, confiscate their soul-guided devices, and cast them into the wild. Real combat scenarios in the soul arena would also be beneficial. Yes, let me jot this down. As he contemplated further, Ning Xiaotian found clarity, his pen flying across the pages as he cataloged various comprehensive training methods he had gleaned from his past life. He even sketched some fitness equipment he had encountered before, annotating the components, materials, usage instructions, and expected training outcomes. As for targeted training for Yin, with his martial spirit being the Flame Lord and possessing both fire and rock attributes, it was only natural to improve his resilience against strikes. Noted. It was essential to establish a set of guidelines. After all, he too must partake in the training plan. He could not afford to undermine himself. And what of Nana? She too must not fall victim to this. With this thought in mind, Ning Xiaotian retrieved a blank notebook and began writing meticulously. Having completed over 20 years of homework, composing a training plan flowed effortlessly for him. His handwriting was neat, organized, and comprehensive, exuding the quality of a professional's manuscript. After finishing, he blew gently on the still-drying ink and incinerated the rough draft. Embracing his newly crafted training manual for the Spirit Hall prodigies, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ning Xiaotian arose early, seeking out Zhu Douluo to present the manuscript he had penned the previous night. Zhu Douluo examined the thick tome in silence, before seeking out Gue Douluo for a joint review. After perusing the contents, Gue Douluo fell into contemplative silence, unable to reach a decision, and resolved to consult their superior, Bibi Dong, for resolution. This tome was a monumental work. However, it bore an intensity that was somewhat daunting. Thus, was it true that Ning Xiaotian had indeed vanquished Hulayina with bare hands, despite claiming their foundation was lacking? Upon reviewing the training manual, Bibi Dong refrained from commenting on its contents. Instead, she inquired about the recent combat situation. Indeed, Your Holiness. After relaying all pertinent information, Gue Douluo remained taciturn, readily acknowledging the circumstances. It was no surprise that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had a robust training regimen for its disciples. Bibi Dong mused to herself, impressed by their methods, yet disappointed that none of her own Spirit Hall's geniuses had matched the diligence and effectiveness of future support spirit masters. Though they had not utilized soul power, defeat was defeat, particularly in a contest of physical prowess, and such an outcome was difficult for Bibi Dong to accept. Let's execute the strategies outlined in this manual. The necessary equipment will be commissioned immediately. If successful, we shall implement these practices throughout the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, she granted Ning Xiaotian unrestricted access to the Spirit Hall's library for research. This task would be entrusted to the head of the guards, Yi Beiho, to facilitate. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong issued her commands. Yes, Your Holiness. Exchanging a knowing glance, Zhu Douluo and Fei recognized that Bibi Dong was resolute this time, silently mourning for the students of the Spirit Hall, particularly for those two young souls. Upon exiting Bibi Dong's chamber, both men exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped reprimand or physical punishment, a victory in itself. You return to instruct your disciple. I shall head to the workshop to have the training equipment crafted and also transport the logs from last night to the training ground, Gue Douluo stated, departing before Zhu Douluo could respond. Recognized as the annual best employee, he was indeed deserving of the title. Observing Gue Douluo's retreating figure, Zhu Douluo did not linger longer and hastened home, eager to share the news of the library access with his prized pupil to bask in the glory of his success. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaotian was seated in Zhu Douluo's private quarters, engrossed in a pharmacological text, diligently studying while occasionally jotting down notes in a blank notebook. Drawing from his experience in drafting the training plan, he found that capturing notes at the moment of clarity significantly enhanced his learning. As he delved into the intricate principles of yin and yang, he mused, though the universe is divided into yin and yang, distinctions abound. While the cosmos recognizes this dichotomy, all beings experience warmth and cold. In a moment of insight, Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled as he softly recited the lines, his pen gliding across the page with fervor. Time slipped away quietly. Disciple, I have successfully arranged for your access to the library. Zhu Douluo burst into the room, exuberantly announcing his triumph. Ning Xiaotian, startled by the sudden entrance, nearly lost his grip on the pen, yet he was elated by the successful outcome. Rather than dampen Zhu Douluo's enthusiasm, he responded warmly. Thank you, Master. Not at all. Disciple, have you encountered any perplexities in your studies today? Master, there are a few queries I wish to discuss. Within the room, mentor and student shared a harmonious atmosphere. In the afternoon, with the weather clear and a gentle breeze wafting through, it was an opportune moment for physical training. Upon his arrival, Guo had been waiting for some time, a stack of logs at his side. The logs, though dry on the surface, retained some moisture from the rings, indicating the soaking had been effective, precisely what Ning Xiaotian required. Approaching Guo, Ning Xiaotian greeted him and lifted one of the logs, appreciating its excellent quality and suitable weight. As Hulaina and her companions arrived, Ning Xiaotian wasted no time. He led them through warm-up stretches before initiating a jog around the training ground to warm up their bodies. Ning Xiaotian set the pace at the front, but soon slowed to maintain a steady rhythm, not wishing to compete with the muscular figures of Xiaoyu and Yan. However, Hulaina, noticing his reduced speed, adjusted her own pace to keep stride with him, stealing glances at him from time to time. Aware of her subtle actions, Ning Xiaotian chose to remain unresponsive, appreciating the companionship. It was far preferable to run alone. Even a hint of delight lingered in his heart. Could it be that his impressive performance yesterday had completely captivated the lovely young lady beside him? It seemed that today their relationship had taken a step closer. There was no way he could be a sycophant. He wasn't like that fellow Yan. From now on, he would simply keep an eye on Hulaina during his training, as a more subtle approach might yield better results. It appeared he also needed to delve deeper into the library at the Spirit Hall to research the relevant information on fox-type spirit souls. Ning Xiaotian cast a glance at Hulaina, who immediately turned her head away. He was, after all, quite the adorable character, deeply influenced by keyboard culture. And in terms of imagination, he was unrivaled in this world. As long as he had sufficient knowledge of spirit beasts, optimizing Hulaina's spirit ring configuration would be a simple task. Lost in thought, he was surprised to find that his running had improved, as he had unwittingly completed several more laps than the previous day. Unfortunately, without spirit rings, his stamina was still limited, and once again, Ning Xiaotian was the first to stop. Additionally, today, the Chrysanthemum Douluo had prepared a thermos for him. He could no longer share a cup with Hulaina. Watching her sip delicately, her full lips pursed, he couldn't help but inwardly lament the missed opportunity. Today, his teacher did not recognize his feelings. Stretching his body, he noticed that Xiaoyu and Yin had already stopped, so he didn't linger, waving to greet them as he led the three over to the log. Xiaoyu, your spirit is a weapon spirit. Henceforth, in addition to your daily training, you must focus on enhancing the strength and grip of your wrists. After all, as a battle spirit master, if you cannot hold your weapon steadily, how can you fight your adversaries? As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian picked up a 3-meter-long staff, assumed a stable stance, lowered his right hand to grasp the bottom of the staff, and gradually raised it until it was parallel to the ground. Maintaining that position, he lifted the staff to his waist, then to his chest, and finally extended his arms parallel to his shoulders, pausing briefly after each movement to demonstrate. Do you see? The difficulty increases progressively from the bottom up. Start with the simpler exercises, dedicating half an hour each day to practice. If you feel fatigued, you can take a break. Afterward, Ning Xiaotian handed the staff to Xiaoyu, encouraging him to try and get a feel for it. Although Xiaoyu was puzzled by the reasoning behind this exercise, he accepted the staff without hesitation and mimicked Ning Xiaotian's posture, holding it steady. At first, Xiaoyu thought it was easy breezing through it. However, after a short while, he felt his wrists and forearms trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, the shaking became intense, and his wrists ached. Unable to endure any longer, Xiaoyu set the staff down, repeatedly rotating his wrists and forearms to alleviate the soreness. Now you understand that it's not easy, right? Initially, it may feel uncomfortable, but remember to practice in small increments. Gradually increase the duration. Otherwise, you risk injuring your wrists. Xiaoyu, not one for words, could only softly express, I understand. He thought to himself that if his sister were to sneak a glance at Ning Xiaotian again, he would simply pretend not to see. Yin was of no concern to him either. Seeing that the portion requiring his direct explanation was completed, Ning Xiaotian seamlessly transitioned to the next topic. As for Yin and Hulaina, you could just call me Nana. Hulaina, feeling somewhat peculiar when Ning Xiaotian continued to use her full name, quickly whispered. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her head once more. Ning Xiaotian felt a warmth rise to his face but feigned composure, responding, All right, as for Yin and Nana, I have included the training content in each of your training plans. Afterward, he glanced at the ghost Douluo beside him. The ghost Douluo nodded knowingly and retrieved 3 books from his spirit guide device, distributing one to each of the 3. These were the documents transcribed at his behest after his morning meeting with Bibi Dong, each corresponding to its respective recipient. Yin was the last to receive her plan, and as the ghost Douluo handed it to her, he cast an odd look her way. Yin noticed the peculiar gaze and felt a bit bewildered. Upon opening her book, she found the writing neat, clear, and easy to understand. You must withstand attack from 5 soul masters using physical strength without relying on spirit power, and resist attacks from 3 great soul masters using spirit power. Yan's pupils constricted, her hands trembling as she stared at the ghost Douluo, her expression one of disbelief. Elder Ghost, this plan cannot be real. Seeing her reaction, the ghost Douluo sighed inwardly, his expression filled with sympathy as he softly replied, "It is indeed real. The command was issued directly by Her Holiness the Pope. Moreover, starting tomorrow, your morning theoretical classes will be cancelled. You will all train strictly according to the plan." Upon hearing this, Yan's face turned ashen, and she took a sudden step back, pointing at Ning Xiaotian with a trembling voice. "Ning Xiaotian, you devil. This is revenge." Ning Xiaotian gazed skyward, pretending he and heard anything. Xiaoyu and Hulaina also flipped through their training plans, finding many items that were somewhat unclear. Suddenly, hearing Yan's loud exclamation and seeing her terrified expression piqued their curiosity about her training content, causing them to turn their attention to the book in her hands. Xiaoyu looked up at the sky, secretly relieved, while Hulaina stole a glance at Ning Xiaotian. Her head bowed shyly as she thought, "This person is truly wicked." Chapter 30, Night Bao. Seeing the 3 had received their training plans, Ning Xiaotian no longer paid attention to Yan's dismal expression and began to elucidate the training content within the booklets. How to practice? Why practice this way? What is the effect of such practice? What should be noted? In order to avoid being pursued by the 2 burly figures later, Ning Xiaotian delivered the explanation with utmost seriousness and detail. After all, it pertained to their own cultivation, and everyone listened attentively, nodding in agreement, their admiration for Ning Xiaotian. The planner, growing deeper, even Yan, upon hearing the rationale, felt her hatred dissipate, though the indignation on her face remained. She even found herself blaming her own spirit, wondering why it had to possess rock attributes. If only it lacked such defensive properties, she wouldn't have to endure the punishment. Ning Xiaotian was unconcerned with her thoughts. Once his explanation was complete, he dove into training. It wasn't until dusk that he dragged his weary body to bid farewell to everyone. Carried by the chrysanthemum Douluo, Ning Xiaotian returned to his residence, indulging in a pleasant bath and soaking in a medicinal bath, which alleviated much of his fatigue. When he emerged dressed, the chrysanthemum Douluo approached him softly, saying, "Let us go. I will take you to the library, where the Pope has already sent someone to attend to you. Once you finish your reading, that person will escort you back to your residence." Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. He anticipated Bibi Dong's efficiency in arranging his visit so quickly, complete with an escort. Thinking about the person assigned to escort him, he realized he would be seeing them daily. He needed to know their name in advance. Otherwise, it would be impolite to meet without proper introduction. With that thought in mind, Ning Xiaotian asked, "Teacher, may I ask the name of my escort?" The chrysanthemum Douluo, impressed by his disciple's courtesy, sighed and replied, "The person's name is Yi Beiho, a 79th level soul sage, currently the head of the Pope's personal guards. Furthermore, it is said that he belongs to the same generation of the Spirit Hall's Golden Age as Her Holiness and was once a teammate. He even had a crush on Her Holiness at one point, but later gave up for various reasons. Is that so? What a juicy tidbit." Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed on. What caused him to give up? That's something you need not concern yourself with. Douluo seemed to recall someone, revealing a disdainful and disgusted expression. Not wishing to elaborate further on the matter, lest his disciple inadvertently offend Bibi Dong, he refrained from saying more. Observing Douluo's reluctance to discuss it, Ning Xiaotian chose to remain silent, pondering that perhaps the knight Northern Marquis had given up on pursuing Bibi Dong upon realizing her affection for Yu Xiaojing. However, it struck Ning Xiaotian as curious that a figure of such high standing as the knight Northern Marquis would be dispatched by the Pope to escort a student. After all, as the captain of the guards, he was indeed a significant official. Wasn't it somewhat excessive to have him escort a child to the library? The man was a fervent practitioner, having stagnated at level 79 for several years. The Pope likely feared he would become dull from excessive training at home, and thus sent him out for some fresh air. After all these years without a breakthrough, it was no wonder. Nonetheless, the name Knight, Northern Marquis, sounded peculiar. Could he have once been a marquis? Out of curiosity, Ning Xiaotian decided to inquire directly, "Teacher, does the Marquis Knight, Northern Marquis, signify that he was once a noble?" Jiudo regarded Ning Xiaotian with a knowing look, for he had pondered this question himself. His ancestor had once held a military title in the Star Luo Empire, but alas, the family's military achievements dwindled over time, resulting in the royal family revoking their title, leading to the family's decline. It was said that his name embodied his father's hopes for him to restore the family's former glory. Regrettably, he had faced hardships from a young age, relying on the subsidies from the Spirit Hall after awakening, leading to a profound disillusionment with the Star Luo Empire and an unwillingness to serve it again. Eventually, out of gratitude for the support he received, the Knight Northern Marquis chose to join the Spirit Hall. Despite his somewhat rigid demeanor and average aptitude, the Knight Northern Marquis was indeed formidable, as he trained with remarkable diligence. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as part of the illustrious Golden Generation. Truly impressive, the Knight Northern Marquis, a paragon of the common man's rise to prominence. With his introverted nature and mediocre talent, it became clear to Ning Xiaotian why the Knight Northern Marquis ultimately gave up on pursuing Bibi Dong. In his youth, he was likely too intimidated to express his feelings, fearing he was unworthy of her. As Bibi Dong fell for another, his silence only deepened. Now, with Bibi Dong consumed by hatred and presenting a cold faade, he could hardly compare to the current pope, a figure of immense power. The disparity was insurmountable. Fortunately, the Knight Northern Marquis was likely unaware of the dynamics between Bibi Dong and Qian Xuanji. Otherwise, he might have already fallen victim to either Qian Xuanji or Qian Douluo. Speaking of the Marquis, what of his father? "Teacher, may I inquire as to the name of the Knight Northern Marquis's father?" Jiudo regarded Ning Xiaotian with a meaningful glance, acknowledging his astute inquiry. "Knight King. How remarkable! Ah, the honor and strife of family legacies. The aspirations of the Knight Northern Marquis's family likely resonate with the desires of many on the Douluo continent." With their questions resolved, the master and disciple continued their journey in silence, approaching the towering library of the Spirit Hall, where a robust man clad in resplendent armor awaited them. This figure must be the Knight Northern Marquis. Upon reaching their destination, Ning Xiaotian turned to bid farewell to Jiudo before making his way into the library alone. Before him stood the man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a resolute demeanor. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed an extraordinary aura, emanating an air of authority befitting a seasoned captain of the guards. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but admire him. "Follow me." The Knight Northern Marquis's curt tone reflected his reserved nature. Indeed, Jiudo's assessment of his character was quite accurate. As the Knight Northern Marquis advanced, Ning Xiaotian hastened to catch up, navigating through numerous guards before swiftly entering the library. The sign indicated various classifications, and there was an elevator to access multiple floors at one's leisure. "If you cannot find a section, feel free to ask me." With that, the Knight Northern Marquis set down a cushion on the floor and entered a meditative state, seemingly indifferent to Ning Xiaotian's presence. Truly a fervent practitioner. Seeing the Knight Northern Marquis engrossed in his training, Ning Xiaotian paid him no heed and glanced at the classification signs above, proceeding quietly. Various titles caught his eye: Flying Snow, Martial Soul Fire Fox, Soul Skill Light Plum, Martial Soul Sand Fox, Soul Skill Fey Weaving, Martial Soul Snow Fox, Ghost Fox, Illusion Fox, Three-Tailed Sand Fox, Six-Tailed Star Hidden Fox, Nine-Tailed Catastrophic Fox. Quite an array. Suddenly, he noticed a title that piqued his interest: Mysterious Physician's 10,000 Poisons and 100 Resolutions. Humans are born with toxins, whether heavy or light, accumulating over time. Antidote Pill, Beast Summoning Pill, Smiling Half-Crazed, 6 Flavor Remania Pills. Goodness. Items of the Evil Soul Master. In the year 520 of the Douluo calendar, the Spirit Hall obtained these from the underworld Poison Valley. Restricted level. What a treasure. Essential for those inclined towards chaos. It seemed Jiudo had no appreciation for such valuable resources, fixating instead on the herbs recorded within his family lineage. This omission from their library was a grave oversight. Mastering the use of poison could turn the tide against enemies and save lives. No wonder even the likes of Dugu Bo couldn't be defeated. Without an understanding of poison, how could one counter it? Such a waste. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaotian devoted himself to meticulously studying the material before him. Time flew by, and 2 hours slipped away quietly. Alas, there's no way to finish today. The hour is late, and my eyes are weary. I shall return tomorrow. With that thought, Ning Xiaotian folded a corner of the page to mark his place, closed the book, and carefully returned it to its original position on the shelf. Quietly approaching the night northern marquis, he roused him from his meditative state and accompanied him back to his residence. After washing his face, turning off the light, and preparing for sleep, Ning Xiaotian settled in for the night. Chapter 31. Hulayina and Ning Xiaotian. The following day began, as usual, with morning readings and afternoon training. However, today, Yin appeared somewhat peculiar, avoiding Ning Xiaotian's gaze and turning her head away, her body wrapped in bandages. Conversely, Hulayina, upon seeing Ning Xiaotian, exhibited a hint of shyness, occasionally lowering her head. That evening, the library continued to serve as their study space. On the third day, everything remained unchanged, except Hulayina began to shed her shyness, initiating conversations with Ning Xiaotian, though the topics revolved solely around training. By the fourth day, Hulayina inquired about the customs and curiosities of the Tiando Empire. On the fifth day, she sought information regarding the seven-treasure glazed tile school, specifically mentioning her interest in Ning Xiaotian's parents' hobbies and the age of his younger sister. On the sixth day, Hulayina, having somehow obtained Bibi Dong's permission, expressed her desire to accompany Ning Xiaotian to the library. On the seventh day, Hulayina took on the role of a recorder, assisting Ning Xiaotian in documenting the spoken content and key points. Under Ning Xiaotian's guidance, her knowledge rapidly expanded, and her admiration for him grew, her delicate eyebrows lifting, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, and her smile radiant. In the tender years of youth, a diligent and focused boy often draws attention effortlessly. On the eighth day, Ning Xiaotian and Hulayina collaborated seamlessly, significantly enhancing their reading efficiency, and the content of their notes grew increasingly rich. 7 months later, autumn had settled in, and the morning air bore a crisp chill. Ning Xiaotian woke early as usual, ready to begin his morning reading after washing up. "Xiaotian, I'm here, and I bring good news." The voice that breezed into the room was unmistakable, and Ning Xiaotian didn't need to look to know who it belonged to. It was Hulayina, who took advantage of her only day off each week to visit Ning Xiaotian's residence, eager to ask questions like a curious newcomer. Although Ning Xiaotian preferred solitude while reading on ordinary days, he gladly reserved a weekly respite for himself. Therefore, he did not mind Hulayina's arrival. They had once wandered through fields of flowers, pulled weeds together, chased butterflies, climbed tall branches, and admired the bright moon and the vast starry sky. Nostalgia for their childhood. Despite the occasional interruption caused by the ever-present light bulbs Yue and Yin, who would intrude upon their tranquility, they had shared delightful moments. There had been instances where they had feasted on Ning Xiaotian's secret hot pot and beggar's chicken, much to the chagrin of his frugal teacher, the chrysanthemum Douluo, who initially fretted over the herbs available for seasoning. Alas, the food was simply too delectable. Eventually, several flower beds were added to the courtyard for cultivating such herbs, which also allowed for some lucrative gains within the spear hall. Ning Xiaotian, ever mindful of his family, even took the time to send a letter back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, sharing the recipe for his culinary creations, hoping his father could turn it into a business. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong intercepted the correspondence, merely allowing the seven-treasure glazed tile school to discreetly supply the necessary ingredients in the future, a modest share of the profits nonetheless. Overall, Ning Xiaotian had spent the past few months in a fulfilling and pleasant manner, though he occasionally found himself missing his parents and younger sister. As Hulayina approached with a charming smile, Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of joy and gently inquired, "Nana, what good news do you bring?" The moment Hulayina caught his gaze, a wave of shyness washed over her, and she timidly murmured, "This morning, I discovered that my soul power has reached level 20. Nana, this is wonderful news. But why are you here instead of informing His Holiness the Pope? Now that you have reached level 20, you should be seeking your soul ring." Ning Xiaotian was naturally elated to hear of Hulayina's advancement. but he was puzzled by her choice to visit him instead of pursuing her soul ring. Xiaotian, I believe the direction you suggested for my martial soul's development is quite reasonable. However, I'm a bit hesitant to discuss it with my teacher, Hulaina admitted. It turned out that her soul skill configuration had already been predetermined by Bibi Dong. Now, with Hulaina yearning for change, she needed to seek Bibi Dong's approval first. Observing the timid expression on Hulaina's face, Ning Xiaotian smiled gently. This matter originated with him, and it was only right for him to address it. With this thought, he looked at Hulaina and softly stated, "Since this issue arises from me, allow me to explain. Come, let us go and meet His Holiness the Pope. Perhaps I can secure some benefits for you." He recalled gifting Bibi Dong a head spirit bone, which he believed would suit Hulaina perfectly. Without waiting for further contemplation from her, he took her delicate hand and hurried outside. Hulaina's face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly, and her mind went blank. In an instant, she even forgot to resist, instinctively lowering her head as she was led along by Ning Xiaotian. "Xiaotian is holding my hand. What should I do?" Boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands. Will I marry Xiaotian in the future? Will we have children? The more she pondered, the more flustered she became, her head bowing lower and lower, her skin heating up like a bun in a steamer. Ning Xiaotian also felt the warmth of her hand and turned a glance back, his face turning red as he abruptly released her hand. Hulaina, caught off guard, bumped directly into his embrace, and they both jolted apart. Ning Xiaotian's gaze darted away, unable to meet the astonished look in Hulaina's eyes as he glanced around awkwardly. After a moment, noticing her still in a daze, he tentatively asked, "Nana, shall we go? We need to see His Holiness the Pope." He turned and began to walk forward cautiously. Hulaina snapped back to reality, following behind him with small steps, softly replying, "No." Outside the Pope's chamber, the guards immediately recognized the two. Not only was Hulaina Bibi Dong's disciple, but Ning Xiaotian's hot pot had become a sensation in the spirit hall, especially on this chilly autumn day. Who hadn't tried it at least once? Without hesitation, they quickly entered to announce their presence. Moments later, the guards returned with a summons. Ning Xiaotian, having made no delay, led Hulaina into the Pope's chamber. To his surprise, the Chrysanthemum Daw, Ghost Daw, and the Knight North Marquis were also present, likely discussing matters just prior. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh, realizing why he hadn't seen the Chrysanthemum Daw around the courtyard that morning. With everyone gathered, he wasted no time, bowing respectfully to Bibi Dong and the others, clearly stating his purpose. "Your Holiness the Pope, Nana's cultivation level has reached level 20 this morning. I have some new thoughts regarding her soul ring and soul skill configurations and have come to discuss them." Bibi Dong, taken aback by Ning Xiaotian and Hulaina's progress in the Spear Hall Library over the past few months, felt a surge of interest. She had allowed Hulaina access to the library because of Ning Xiaotian's unique proposal, believing that studying alongside him was far more beneficial than having her follow the slothful Yue and Yan. With this in mind, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and casually remarked, "Oh, what are your thoughts? Please share." Ning Xiaotian did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room, preparing to bait them with a question before revealing his ideas. "I would like to pose a question to everyone present," he declared. "What is the maximum duration of soul rings that a soul master can accommodate upon advancing to each major realm?" The first soul ring lasts for 423 years, the second for 764 years, the eighth soul ring lasts between 50,000 to 100,000 years, and the ninth around 100,000 years, Hulaina confidently answered, feeling the need to contribute as Bibi Dong's student and a junior among those present. "This answer is both correct and incorrect," Ning Xiaotian replied, prompting Hulaina to inquire. "What do you mean? How can it be both? This involves some practical issues. Let me provide an example," he continued, casting his line into the waters. "Do the soul masters who awaken the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul and those who awaken an ordinary rat martial soul possess the same quality of martial souls?" After posing this question, he settled into silence, awaiting their responses. Of course, they are not the same. How could mere rodents compare to a dragon? The Chrysanthemum Douluo interjected, raising an eyebrow. "What is wrong with you today, my disciple? You usually demonstrate great intelligence, yet you pose such a basic question?" With the bait set, Ning Xiaotian pressed on, and what the physical strength of the awakeners. Naturally, The awakener of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul possesses greater physical strength. If one's physical condition is too weak, they cannot endure such a top-tier beast martial soul. Hulaina responded eagerly, as if she had grasped something profound, yet felt equally uncertain. It is time, Ning Xiaotian stepped forward, emphasizing in that case. Should not the maximum duration of soul rings that different soul masters can endure be the same? What do you mean, my disciple? Duoluo's eyes sparkled with realization. Yet he hesitated to draw any conclusions, for this set of data had already become the consensus across the continent. It was, after all, proposed by Yu Xiaojing. He couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Bibi Dong, aware of the whispers surrounding their shared history. Undeniably, the data regarding the lifespan of soul rings that Nana had just provided was indeed applicable to all soul masters on the continent. Executing it would entail no risk whatsoever. Ning Xiaotian casually remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. However, it is excessively conservative, so cautious that it ensures success for everyone. This conservatism stifles the talents of those exceptional soul masters with remarkable physical attributes, compelling them to settle for mediocrity. Disciple, are you suggesting that as long as a soul master's physique is sufficiently robust, they can absorb soul rings exceeding this lifespan? Duo could no longer contain his curiosity and interjected eagerly. Indeed, theoretically, if a soul master possesses the physical strength of a soul zone by the time they reach level 10, they can directly absorb soul rings not exceeding 10,000 years. How is that even feasible? Duoluo exclaimed in astonishment, as Ning Xiaotian's words shattered his previous understanding. If this were possible, wouldn't it mean that one could equip a 1,000-year soul ring before reaching level 30? The thought was simply unimaginable. But why can't the first soul ring absorb a soul ring with a lifespan of 10,000 years? Duoluo pointed out a crucial oversight. Because of soul resonance. I believe you all have experienced this when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. After stating this, Ning Xiaotian shot a pointed glance at Duoluo, as if to say, is it really necessary to ask? Duoluo scratched his head, recalling the sensation he had while absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Indeed, his mind had felt overwhelmed, as if the soul beast bore grudge. Furthermore, do not take this lightly. Enhancing physical strength is an arduous task. Spending excessive time on increasing the lifespan of the first soul ring is not worth the trouble. Ning Xiaotian scoffed. Human lifespans are limited, and the optimal training years are few. Thus, one should balance physical training with soul power cultivation for mutual enhancement. What does mutual enhancement entail? He continued. Other than basic needs and meditative practices for cultivating soul power, devote the remaining time to physical training. As for me, I have my own divine herbs. Of course, soul bones can also address these issues, Ning Xiaotian added, glancing at the contemplative Bibi Dong. The head soul bone, it must return to me. It belongs to Nana. Meanwhile, Duoluo and the others quietly nodded in agreement. Indeed, recklessly pursuing the lifespan of the first soul ring could lead to missing the prime training age, resulting in future stagnation in cultivation, an endeavor not worth pursuing. Xiaotian, what do you believe would be an appropriate lifespan for my second soul ring? Hulaina gazed at Ning Xiaotian, her eyes filled with admiration and hope. I want to know. I've never practiced it. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, his tone noticeably softer. Hulaina shot him a dazzling side eye, pouting slightly, her expression dimming. However, given Nana's recent training intensity, I believe adding 100 years should pose no issue. Ning Xiaotian observed Hulaina and spoke gently. The little fox spirit brightened up once more. She tilted her head back, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with newfound confidence at the prospect of absorbing a soul ring with an additional 100 years of lifespan. Ning Xiaotian continued to fish for insights, his tone contemplative. Of course, if there were a soul bone, it would be even better. A 1,000-year soul bone could even enable the attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, as absorbing a soul bone significantly enhances physical prowess. Casting a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong, he continued, if we could procure a head soul bone with a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years, it might allow for the fourth soul ring to withstand soul resonance, enabling the direct absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong abruptly lifted her head, gazing deeply at Ning Xiaotian, then at Hulaina. Her eyes narrowed, and she gripped her staff tightly. I had intended for us to discuss the synergy of Nana's soul skills. How do we end up on the topic of soul ring lifespans? It seems Ning Xiaotian has been laying the groundwork all along for that head soul bone of the soul-devouring spider. The oppressive aura was palpable. Ning Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned his head away, attempting to deflect the tension. Hulaina blushed, lowering her gaze to the ground, just in time to see her own toes. The situation is indeed unfolding, Bibi Dong mused, her expression darkening slightly as she coldly commanded, "Speak. Is it not the head soul bone of the soul-devouring spider that has caught your eye? If you do not clarify today, do not expect my mercy." Indeed, the mother-in-law was clearly displeased. Fortunately, this son-in-law was prepared. Ning Xiaotian steadied his racing heart, turning to Bibi Dong with a demeanor of feigned humility. "Your Holiness, your wisdom is truly unparalleled. You have anticipated this." He straightened his posture, adopting a serious tone. "The reason I consider the head soul bone is not solely due to Nana's soul ring lifespan, but also its close relation to her soul skill synergy." Continue. Bibi Dong's tone remained frosty. "I am not angry. After all, I have taken away your cherished disciple. If need be, I could always find another to make amends." Ning Xiaotian thought cheerfully, pressing on, "Your Holiness, Nana's first soul skill, Fox Charm, allows her to enchant enemies, rendering them temporarily unable to control their bodies, making it a form of control skill. Its advantages are significant, with low soul power consumption, and it can be released almost instantaneously through her gaze. However, it also harbors fatal shortcomings. If the opponent possesses sufficiently strong mental fortitude, Nana may suffer backlash, experiencing soul resonance that incapacitates her. Moreover, lacking follow-up offensive capabilities and having a lengthy downtime could be detrimental." Ning Xiaotian paused before continuing. If the opponent is a speed type or control type soul master with prompt reactions, they could easily come to the rescue. He recalled Tang San from the original narrative, whose blue-silver grass martial spirit could manage to retrieve all allies in peril. Ning Xiaotian lowered his head, stroking his chin as he immersed himself in the practical scenarios. What if our teammates are immobilized by the enemy and cannot support in time? It would render the time gained by this soul skill utterly wasted. Hulaina, a beast martial spirit, was positioned as a close-quarters control-type battle soul master in the original story, implying that her soul skills needed to be deployed near her adversaries to be effective. If not executed correctly, she could find herself ensnared by the enemy's encirclement. Ning Xiaotian suddenly turned his gaze to Bibi Dong, asserting that the soul bone could perfectly resolve these shortcomings. "I recall that the soul-devouring spider not only excels in poison, but also possesses a soul attack capability. According to my mother, when she was afflicted by the soul-devouring spider's venom, she felt an overwhelming chill and was unconsciously plunged into nightmarish visions, unable to escape. If that head soul bone could embody a soul skill with similar effects, combined with the Fox Charm soul skill, it would indeed create a synergistic effect, greatly enhancing control capabilities. After all, once enchanted, the target would be uncontrollable, although the duration might be brief. It would suffice for Hulaina to unleash her soul bone skill, guaranteeing a hit. Moreover, given its connection to the spiritual realm, it is plausible that the soul bone skill might even encompass mental attack capabilities." Ning Xiaotian nodded to himself. This means Nana could potentially eliminate her opponents single-handedly. Combining charm with mental attack? Bibi Dong murmured, her head bowed in contemplation before she nodded in agreement. "My disciple is indeed suited for this soul bone." Bibi Dong lifted her head, gazing at Hulaina with softened expression, gently extending her right hand. Instantly, a head soul bone materialized in her palm. It was the very head soul bone derived from the soul-devouring spider, imbued with the wisdom of spiritual invasion. With the soul bone in hand, Bibi Dong approached Hulaina and gently said, "My dear, you should absorb this soul bone now. Maintain your focus, and I shall assist you in accelerating the absorption." "Master, this is far too precious. I have not contributed anything to the spirit hall, and do not deserve such a generous gift." Hulaina's face was flushed with fear as she repeatedly shook her head, appearing quite flustered. "This soul bone is not a reward from the spirit hall. It belongs to me personally, and I have every right to allocate it." Bibi Dong remarked, her voice firm. "Are you disregarding my words?" "Master, I am deeply grateful. I will not let you down." Hulaina, seeing the sudden frown on Bibi Dong's face, dared not refuse any longer. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked back her emotions and accepted the offered soul bone. Then, under Bibi Dong's protection, she sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing the soul bone to her forehead, focusing intently on the absorption process. The others, including Zhu Douluo, watched with envy but said nothing. In terms of both identity and aptitude, Hulaina was indeed qualified to utilize this soul bone. Furthermore, Ning Xiaotian had mentioned that if Hulaina could absorb this soul bone, she would be able to break through the soul ring absorption limit. And everyone understood the implications of that. Merely sacrificing a 30,000-year soul bone could yield a future title Douluo of no less than level 95 for the Spirit Hall, a guaranteed profitable venture. Undeniably, under Bibi Dong's protection, Hulaina's absorption speed was remarkably swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, she fully integrated the soul bone into her body. "How do you feel?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Master, I feel my mental strength has increased," Hulaina replied, her face brightening with excitement. "Moreover, I have gained a unique mental attack skill called Nightmare Invasion. This skill allows me to paralyze an enemy who makes eye contact with me, plunging them into an eternal nightmare, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. Furthermore, any ordinary external attempts at rescue will be drawn into the nightmare. For instance, if someone pushes the victim, they might perceive it as being hurled off a cliff. A mere slap could be interpreted as torture. Of course, this skill has its drawbacks." Hulaina continued, reigning in her excitement. "The content of the nightmare is beyond my control, and the afflicted individual may unconsciously project external actions into their nightmare, leading to confusion between friend and foe." Ning Xiaotian scratched his head. "Does that mean once activated, you have to keep your distance? Otherwise, you might become a target of their indiscriminate attacks. Additionally, if their mental strength surpasses mine, I am susceptible to backlash. Extreme heat can dispel this state, and a direct knockout is also effective." Hulaina added. It seemed that the essence of this head soul bone was intertwined with the memories and instincts of the soul beast. Otherwise, it would not inherit the spider's fear of high temperatures. Ning Xiaotian fell into contemplation. "I can't shake the feeling that this skill is somewhat underwhelming," Zhu Douluo muttered softly. "The side effects are rather significant. Not only is the user uncontrollable, but they may also suffer harm," he continued, noting the drawbacks, which made Bibi Dong furrow her brow. "I actually believe this skill has merit," Ning Xiaotian countered, lifting his head. "Imagine if Hulaina first uses her fox charm to enthrall the enemy, then unleashes Nightmare Invasion, and kicks the victim into their allies. If the enemy, unaware, intervenes, we could simply watch as they turn against one another. Even if they are aware of the skill's effects, knocking out their ally would be easy, or we could have our fire attribute allies create high temperatures to dispel it. The duration of such a dispelling effect would surely be considerable and quite draining on soul power." Ning Xiaotian recalled how Bibi Dong had helped his mother with her fire sword martial spirit, which could only temporarily alleviate toxins through intense heat. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the dispelling would undoubtedly depend on the individual mental strength and willpower of the afflicted. Moreover, a victim submerged in profound terror would unwittingly release their soul skills, rapidly depleting their soul power. Even if they regained consciousness, their combat ability would be significantly diminished. Thus, regardless of how the opponents reacted, it appeared they would inevitably lose a combatant, while our side would merely need to maintain a safe distance when necessary. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian thoughtfully glanced at the others. If Hulaina reaches title Douluo, this skill could be deployed on the battlefield, for instance, against an enemy title Douluo, and then thrown into the opposing formation. Everyone gasped at this notion. It was akin to using the afflicted as a projectile. The power would depend entirely on the strength of the victim. Even an ordinary title Douluo could inflict considerable damage on a formation. However, the soul power consumption of this skill remained uncertain. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ning Xiaotian turned his gaze to Hulaina. Seeing his attention, Hulaina snapped back from her shock and delight, exclaiming, "Xiaotian, I almost forgot. I just tested it, and with this soul bones enhancement, the soul power consumption of my fox charm skill has decreased by 20. As for the soul bones skill, its soul power consumption is minimal, but it significantly drains mental power. With my current mental strength, I can only use it 5 times against opponents of equal rank. Oh, it can even reduce the soul power consumption of your first soul skill. Then other soul skills will likely enjoy similar benefits. Laina, you have gained immensely, Ning Xiaotian said with a smile, congratulating her. Thank you, Xiaotian. Laina beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling in delight as she nodded repeatedly. Turning to Bibi Dong and bowing, thank you, master. Seeing Laina's elation, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction and could not help but pat her head affectionately. Then, she turned her gaze to Ning Xiaotian and said calmly, now that Laina has acquired a head soul bone, it is time to discuss how to coordinate her other soul skills. Your Holiness, of course, Ning Xiaotian replied. I refrained from mentioning it earlier as I was unaware of the skill of this soul bone. Now that I am informed, we can proceed with the subsequent soul skill coordination. Ah, so you had it all planned out, Ning Xiaotian, Bibi Dong remarked, feigning annoyance, glancing at him with a playful huff, though without any real anger. If it weren't for the significant enhancement this soul bone provided her precious disciple, she might have felt inclined to reprimand Ning Xiaotian more sternly. Let me explain, Ning Xiaotian interjected. Your Holiness, I only contemplated the soul bone after understanding Laina's martial spirit and first soul skill, as their attributes share commonalities. Bibi Dong nodded and shot him an impatient glance. Enough of the pleasantries. Share your thoughts on Laina's future soul skill configuration. Yes, Your Holiness. Ning Xiaotian nodded, then turned to the others. One point I believe everyone can appreciate is that the lower a soul master's rank, the less soul power they expend when releasing soul skills. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a common understanding across the continent. How has everyone become so astute? Ning Xiaotian mused, realizing this insight was something all soul masters could grasp. Not just a theory of Yu Shaojiang's. One cannot flaunt their intelligence in front of others. Ning Xiaotian continued, slightly disheartened. Thus, soul masters generally opt for soul skills with a higher cost-performance ratio in their early stages to ensure these skills remain valuable in later stages. After all, even if a soul master reaches the title Douluo level, their martial spirit can only accommodate a limited number of soul skills. Ning Xiaotian nodded, silently adding, many soul skills rely on sacrifices. Let us delve deeply into this matter. After a brief contemplation, Ning Xiaotian organized his thoughts and continued. Currently, Nana possesses her first soul skill, Fox Charm, along with the soul bone skill, Nightmare Invasion. The combination of these two abilities provides ample control in the early stages. Hence, the challenge lies in how to activate these two soul skills swiftly. Although both skills are released through the eyes, the effective range is crucial. Ning Xiaotian shifted his gaze towards Laina, stating that the optimal release distance is 1 meter. The farther one strays from this range, the lower the likelihood of the enemy being affected. Laina pondered for a moment and then spoke up. Ning Xiaotian nodded, as if affirming his expectations. In that case, it is imperative to pair these with a soul skill that allows for a swift advance towards the enemy. It must consume minimal soul power while being highly practical. This brings to mind the skills of teleportation and blink. Comparing the two, teleportation is the more suitable choice. I have perused the records of soul masters possessing these two skills and found that although blink is the fastest and most direct, its advance distance is quite limited. The range rarely exceeds 3 meters, and the farther one goes, the greater the soul power consumption. Not to mention it cannot achieve multiple segments of movement unless one possesses a soul bone. This remains unchanged even at levels above 70. The soul bone of Xiao Wu is indeed quite appealing. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and continued. This implies that if an initial attempt fails, one may very well find themselves ensnared within the enemy's formation, isolated and in a precarious position. Conversely, teleportation operates differently. This soul skill primarily enhances the user's leg strength, enabling an explosive form of movement. The known maximum advance distance can reach 10 meters, and it allows for multiple segments of displacement. The specific distance and number of movements will increase with the soul master's level and physical condition. This skill is versatile, both offensive and defensive, with a high potential ceiling. Such skills typically manifest in soul beasts like the Phantom Rabbit, Lightning Rabbit, Gale Weasel, Unicorn Antelope, Ghost Shadow Leopard, and the elusive Nine Nether Sparrow. Overall, there is quite a variety of soul beasts that can produce this skill. Upon hearing this, the group smiled. The nine nether sparrow, small as a palm, is dark in color, thrives at night, possesses extraordinary vision, is supersonic, and is exceedingly rare. Even a titled Douluo with a century of cultivation would find it a lonely endeavor to spot one. Indeed, this soul skill is quite appropriate. Elder Ju, Elder Gue, later you shall accompany Nana to hunt the soul beasts that possess this skill. Remember, it is essential to confirm that the soul beast can indeed utilize this ability. Bibi Dong immediately issued the command. Yes, Your Holiness. Elder Ju and Elder Gue responded affirmatively. Ning Xiaotian nodded, signaling to continue. Bibi Dong gestured for him to proceed. Ning Xiaotian continued. Regarding Nana's third soul skill, having already acquired control and displacement skills, I recommend pairing it with an attack-type soul skill that demands less soul power. This should be suitable for Nana's crowd control capabilities, as any option would consume a significant amount. Acquiring such a skill at the soul ancestor level can be quite impractical. Given the limited soul power at the soul ancestor level, deploying a major control skill may leave one drained. Or if one has already cast a skill beforehand, they might find themselves unable to cast again due to depleted soul power. Wouldn't that be quite awkward? What Xiaotian says rings true. I often watch team competitions at the Wuhuan Temple Academy with my brother, and I have never seen a senior soul ancestor utilize their third soul skill. Hulaina recalled this peculiar incident she encountered at the academy, realizing it was likely for this reason, and spoke up. Elder Gue, hearing Hulaina's comment, Bibi Dong turned to Elder Gue, recognizing the significance of such cases if they were frequent. Your Holiness, indeed, there are such instances at the Wuhuan Academy, mostly among control-type soul masters. Those students deem their skills commendable, but feel they are not applicable at the moment, thus neglecting them. Once my subordinates assist Nana in acquiring her soul rings, I shall inform the Academy's instructors about the situation. Bibi Dong nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Ning Xiaotian, seizing the moment, continued his discourse. Everyone should consider what might transpire if Nana employs those skills multiple times in team battles. Undoubtedly, she would become a target. At the very least, the enemy would attempt to provoke her displacement ability, rendering her unable to participate in combat for a short duration. In such circumstances, one must either adopt a defensive skill to withstand the attacks or employ a clone or illusion-type soul skill to confuse the opponent and disrupt their offensive rhythm. However, a defensive skill is evidently unsuitable for Nana, as her martial spirit is not of the defensive variety. Thus, her defensive capabilities are limited. Moreover, illusionary clone skills consume an excessive amount of soul power. Therefore, my suggestion is to adopt an offensive approach to advance while retreating. One should select a skill that can serve both as an active attack and as a means to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Ning Xiaotian articulated with a clear, melodic voice, for instance, Foxfire. Chapter 35. Soul skill combination. In releasing this soul skill, controllable small flames can coalesce around the user. Ning Xiaotian turned to Hulaina, noting that the size, number, and potency all depend on the user's mastery over their soul power. Regrettably, I have yet to learn the intricacies of mind control. Ning Xiaotian sighed. Otherwise, I could teach Hulaina. Now that Nana possesses a head soul bone, it is possible that this skill could transform into a locking technique. It can be said that this skill has a high potential ceiling. Imagine, amidst a chaotic battle, if Nana were to control such flames to disrupt the fray, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for her opponents. Even if they attempted to surround her, they would need to consider the associated costs. The group fell into contemplation. They would likely need to be vigilant of Hulaina's movements to avoid being ambushed. Yet being distracted in battle is a grave mistake. Should they launch a strong offensive, the area ahead would be engulfed in foxfire. Control-type and support-type soul masters would certainly be unable to penetrate, and a single breakthrough would be challenging against her allure. Even a group attempt would not succeed easily. They would still have to endure the flames. Indeed, this presents a considerable nuisance, and one would not know the strength of the foxfire that Hulaina conjures, risking injury to themselves. It is indeed a skill with a high potential ceiling. If one were to reach the title level, it could directly become a locking-type single-target explosive skill. Observing the increasingly intrigued expressions of the group, Ning Xiaotian understood that they had grasped the remarkable effectiveness of this skill, better described as a high-value investment. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Ning Xiaotian continued. Therefore, The next consideration should be the subtlety of the foxfire skill. The flames conjured by ordinary soul beasts are too conspicuous and easily detectable. Ning Xiaotian fully. If the enemy prepares in advance, the time Nana requires to control the foxfire would extend, which signifies a greater consumption of soul power. This brings to mind a certain soul beast, the ghost fox. The flames produced by this creature are, strictly speaking, not flames, but a unique energy with formidable corrosive properties. Records indicate that someone encountered this soul beast atop a heap of decaying corpses in the Stardow forest, and upon being struck by its flames, the affected area began to heat up, subsequently decaying painfully. According to the account left by that individual, it felt as though the foxfire was consuming not flesh, but life itself. That soul master was fortunate. The ghost fox he encountered was merely a century old. After enduring a strike from its foxfire, he managed to intimidate the creature away with sheer soul power release. He then severed the corroded part of his arm and escaped the Stardow forest. This individual later reported the existence of this soul beast to the Wuhuan temple, claiming that the ghost fox's flames appear transparent, with a faint greenish hue when ignited. In the forest environment, it is exceedingly difficult to discern with the naked eye, which is precisely why that soul master fell victim before he could even comprehend the threat. The description of the ghost fox, characterized by its ashen fur, ethereal blue eyes, and a voice reminiscent of an infant's wail, is attributed to a certain spirit master, and serves as the origin of the name ghost fox. Most notably, there are eyewitness accounts of this ghost fox residing in the Stardow forest. As documented by the ghost Douluo, raising his gaze, Ning Xiaotian looked towards the ghost Douluo. It was reasonable to expect an encounter while lurking near decaying corpses, provided luck was on their side. Furthermore, caution was advised due to the ghost fox's heightened sensory abilities and its foxfire skill. Exercising prudence is wise to avoid any mishaps, especially for the team leader, lest Hulaina inadvertently be singed by such foxfire. Tian was indeed correct. As you all are aware of my martial spirit, I have previously concealed myself in such environments while searching for suitable soul rings. However, the ghost fox I encountered had insufficient age and was therefore unsuitable for me, so I released it. Ignoring the peculiar glances from the crowd, the ghost remarked nonchalantly, "My ghostly martial spirit is meant for guarding corpses. Is that not entirely reasonable?" With no objections from the assembly, Ning Xiaotian continued, "As for the fourth soul skill spirit beast, I recommend the mirror shadow beast. This creature is entirely covered in scales that resemble mirrors, capable of reflecting its surroundings to create illusions and conceal itself. Additionally, it possesses a doppelganger skill capable of generating phantom copies within a certain radius. So what appears to be a swarm of mirror shadow beasts may, in fact, be but one. Both of these abilities, should one acquire either, would prove exceptionally practical. The first skill, with its capacity for environmental reflection, if developed to its utmost potential, could indeed achieve invisibility, rendering it undetectable to the naked eye. This would not only significantly enhance the accuracy of fox charm and spirit bone skills, but could also be life-saving in critical moments. It may even create advantageous illusions by distorting the enemy's perception, leading to confusion regarding our position, making it a formidable crowd control skill. The energy expenditure for this skill should be minimal, with low mental demands, though the ceiling is high. However, it requires considerable intellect and is quite challenging to develop. Analyzing environments, optical principles, soul power control, and mirror projection, Ning Xiaotian felt a headache coming on just contemplating it. The second skill, the doppelganger ability, can create multiple copies to confound opponent's judgment, also serving as an excellent survival skill. When used adeptly in group battles, it can yield significant crowd control effects. Should fortune favor them, the doppelgangers might even be manipulated by the main body and possess a degree of combat capability, allowing for direct engagement, such as approaching enemies to self-destruct. Self-destruct. Hulaina gasped in surprise, astonished at this possibility. The earlier details had already left her bewildered. Stealth. Visual distortion. She struggled to grasp them all. And now, the notion of self-detonation left her utterly flabbergasted. This should be feasible. As the doppelgangers are controlled by the main body, one could indeed condense a soul power seed within a doppelganger and trigger its explosion. The caveat being, one must first acquire this soul skill. Hulaina fell into silence. Who could say whether it would be attainable? The others present were equally astonished. pondering the possibilities of such a soul skill. Although the introductions were somewhat bewildering, they grasped the potential outcomes. If realized, this soul skill would indeed be formidable. Moreover, the extreme north is perilously dangerous. Encounters with spirit beasts over 100,000 years old are possible. Caution is paramount when hunting the mirror shadow beast. Ning Xiaotian, well aware of the formidable beast residing in the extreme north, felt compelled to warn them. Yes, I shall personally lead the expedition, Bibi Dong agreed, acknowledging Ning Xiaotian's caution regarding the dangers of the extreme north. What about the subsequent soul skills? She inquired. For the fifth soul skill, I strongly recommend hunting a spirit beast, known as the purple spirit wolf. This creature can emit a mental wave that weakens affected enemies, drastically reducing their speed, strength, and reflexes. Crucially, this soul skill can be unleashed in both area effects and single-target applications. The beast resembles a wolf, but is somewhat smaller, with striking dark purple fur, a flattened snout, small eyes, and short forelegs. Cough, cough. Imagine a rather unsightly appearance. This spirit beast is quite rare, primarily relying on wolf packs for survival, making it a highly protected species. There was once a team of spirit masters who encountered a wolf pack before the battle even commenced. They felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping them, realizing it was the purple spirit wolf's doing, as they knew the earth wolves lacked such capacity. Thankfully, the earth wolf excels in defense and is not particularly fast. Otherwise, that team of spirit masters might have faced total annihilation. As for locating such a spirit beast, a thorough search of areas where wolf packs roam might yield a few encounters. Ning Xiaotian continued, somewhat sheepishly. Subconsciously rubbing his nose, he added, moreover, any spirit beast protected by its pack, if found in a moderately powerful wolf group, should possess at least 10,000 years of cultivation. In summary, a comprehensive search would be required. Let's hope for the best. Night North Marquis, please assign someone to compile records of locations where wolf packs are known to roam. Additionally, discreetly instruct the leaders of the various branch halls across the continent to send individuals to search for and track these beasts, while also sealing any records concerning such spirit beasts. The potency of this soul skill elicited a somber expression from Bibi Dong. If adversarial forces were to inadvertently absorb a soul ring from such a powerful beast, it would pose a significant threat. Should they eliminate all of them? Bibi Dong pondered. Indeed, replied the Night North Marquis succinctly. Agreed, Ning Xiaotian said with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow. If Ulaina were to truly acquire a soul skill of such caliber, he was uncertain how Shrek Academy would prevail in the Spirit Master Tournament against the Spirit Hall, unless Xiao Wu sacrificed Tang, sent ahead of time. Xiao Wu's sacrifice? It appears I must intervene to prevent that. Xiaotian, what about the soul ring following Nar? Bibi Dong inquired promptly after finalizing her arrangements. Her curiosity regarding Ning Xiaotian's soul skill planning for Hulaina growing ever more intense. The spirit beast required for the sixth soul ring may be even rarer than the purple spirit wolf. Bibi Dong's expression faltered momentarily as she cast a glance at Ning Xiaotian, biting her silver teeth and suppressing her emotions, repeating to herself, "It's all for my precious disciple. I shall not be angered. Speak," Bibi Dong commanded, gripping her scepter tightly. Ning Xiaotian wiped his pant leg to dry his clammy palms, his demeanor grave as he began. This spirit beast is called the Silver Shadow Beast. It possesses no particularly formidable skills, yet it harbors a remarkably powerful innate soul skill. Imprint. Pausing for effect, Ning Xiaotian surveyed the increasingly intrigued audience before continuing. This soul skill can replicate any soul skill of the opponent, except for their martial spirit's true form. The replication is limited only by one's own cultivation level and is released at full potency. What? The crowd gasped, utterly astonished at the existence of such a spirit beast and soul skill. Could a soul emperor directly unleash a titled Douluo's ninth soul skill? The soul rings absorbed by a titled Dao far exceed those of a soul emperor. Thus, the skill's might would be immeasurable, even in a diluted form. Xiaotian, are you certain? Bibi Dong inquired, her brows furrowing in concern. I am certain. Have you ever witnessed a spirit beast utilizing a sword martial spirit skill to unleash sword energy? That spirit beast did just that. The spirit master possessing the sword martial spirit was similarly astonished, fleeing in terror and recounting the incident to friends, who dismissed it as mere folly. I stumbled upon this account in the library, recorded as a tale. It described how, after executing the skill, the spirit beast retaliated using the same technique. Thus, I surmise that it is the soul beast that possesses the skill of imprinting, which allows it to replicate the soul technique at the very moment the Sword Soul Master unleashes it. I speculate that the prerequisite for replication must be that the enemy first releases their soul skill. Furthermore, even if it absorbs the soul rings, there must be a limitation on the number of times it can replicate. Ning Xiaotian remarked nonchalantly, noting that these details were elucidated in the second volume. He merely serves as a conveyor of information. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions stabilized, for if there were no limitations, it would indeed be excessively exaggerated. Am I to believe that I alone am a master of all soul systems? Nevertheless, even with such capabilities, this skill remains an exceedingly useful soul technique. Ning Xiaotian lamented. Once this skill is acquired, it allows for a flexible response to the soul techniques employed by opponents, enabling the replication of suitable soul skills tailored to counter their formations. At this point, Ning Xiaotian squinted, his tone becoming somewhat ethereal, suggesting the possibility of preemptively replicating a powerful soul skill to unleash during combat. The crowd turned to Ning Xiaotian in unison, their expressions peculiar, as if to convey their surprise at his character. However, we find it appealing. Overthinking it. I am merely doing this for my wife. It has nothing to do with you all. Ning Xiaotian chose to ignore, continuing, even upon reaching the title Douluo realm. This soul skill remains formidable. As long as it is employed at the right moment, it possesses the potential to alter the tide of battle. Described as resembling a dog, the silver shadow beast has thick limbs and an oddly shaped body, adorned with 2 horns on its head and a single horn protruding from its forehead, the tips of which are forked. Its ears resemble fish fins, and its hairless body is covered in dense scales. This creature can be found in the mid-layers of the Stardew Forest and is a carnivorous soul beast. There are no other notable records, making its search significantly challenging. In fact, the contents of the book from the Treasure Pavilion only comprise a few fragments. Yet they confirm Ning Xiaotian's belief that such soul beasts inhabit the Stardew Forest. The protagonist of the original sequel, Hu Hao, had once hunted this soul beast, although at that time, the Silver Shadow Beast was already on the brink of extinction. Since it is not yet 10,000 years later, it should still be possible to locate this soul beast. Your Holiness, we must prepare in advance regarding the Silver Shadow Beast and record its location. After all, seeking such soul beasts not only consumes time, but also requires a stroke of luck. Indeed, I will ensure that this matter is arranged properly. With Bibi Dong's acknowledgement, Ning Xiaotian proceeded. Regarding Nana's 7th soul ring, I believe it should follow your previous plan. After all, the soul skill of this soul ring is the true body of the martial soul, which is fixed. As for the 8th soul skill, I believe it should be paired with a skill capable of inflicting devastating damage upon enemies. At present, the most suitable option I have in mind is the soul shock. This is an exceedingly domineering soul skill, capable of directly injuring the enemy's soul, delivering a severe blow. The soul beast that possesses this skill is the nightmarish beast. This beast resembles a horse, with a dark hue, its body entirely covered in scales, and a sharp horn atop its head. This soul beast is incredibly ferocious. Once struck by its soul shock skill, the mentally weaker will bleed from all orifices and die in a pitiful state. Even the mentally strong will suffer unbearable headaches, potentially leading to mental collapse and dementia. Even if one withstands the soul shock, the sharp horn atop its head serves as a fearsome killing tool, capable of piercing through an opponent's body with a swift charge. Fortunately, its soul shock is a single target output skill. So as long as your Holiness dispatches a team to search and remains vigilant, there is still a chance of successfully hunting it. This soul beast can only be encountered in the core area of the Stardew Forest, so utmost caution is imperative during the search. At that moment, Ning Xiaotian paused. In truth, he believed there was an even better soul beast option, albeit one that was rather difficult to handle. However, mentioning it should pose no harm, as that soul beast soul ring is indeed very suitable for Bibi Dong. Currently, Bibi Dong's 2nd martial soul should still lack a full complement of soul rings. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Bibi Dong, secretly contemplating, If Bibi Dong could successfully slay it, it would also intercept Tang San's opportunity. Well, that sounds excellent. As for the heavenly dream ice silkworm, I dare not even contemplate it. It is not that the ice silkworm is too formidable, but rather that the guardian is simply too fierce. Contemplating this, Ning Xiaotian hesitated, saying, "There is actually another soul beast that is quite suitable. However, Nana might not be able to endure its soul ring, while your holiness might give it a try. By the timeline, this soul beast should still be under 100,000 years of cultivation. Its soul ring's value far exceeds that of rings produced by a 100,000-year soul beast." Chapter 37. The Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. To be honest, I am uncertain whether your holiness can absorb its soul ring. Ning Xiaotian paused, adopting a regretful demeanor, sighing, for it is said that the emergence of this soul beast is connected to the legendary deities. What? Bibi Dong shuddered, her enchanting eyes widening in astonishment as she glided toward Ning Xiaotian, exclaiming, "Xiaotian, quickly tell me, what soul beast is it?" She had only completed the crucial step of the Rakshasa god trial by devouring Qian Shuanji with her divine martial soul, the six-winged angel. If this soul beast truly bears a connection to the divine, then if she could further absorb its power, her speed in inheriting the Rakshasa god position would undoubtedly increase significantly. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Bibi Dong's fervent reaction. Instinctively raising his head, he was astonished to find his view obscured by the peaks of her beauty. Hastily lowering his gaze, he stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation, and solemnly stated, "Your Holiness, this soul beast is known as the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. Legend has it that an evil deity descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming this creature's luminous attributes into darkness. Its fur is as black as the depths of an abyss, with fallen black bat-like wings sprouting from its back, and its tail morphing into a scorpion-like stinger, which describes its physical characteristics. The white tiger is the most elite soul beast in the continent's legends. It is said that even the Dai family, who possess the white tiger martial soul within the Star Luo Empire's royal lineage, can only claim it as a subspecies. To induce such a transformation in such a powerful soul beast, aside from the legendary deities, I cannot fathom any other being capable of such might. It is said that the darkness associated with this soul beast does not merely signify darkness, but embodies an ultimate evil attribute. It possesses attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. Moreover, it possesses high intelligence, capable of evolving through the consumption of other soul beasts and human soul masters. The pressure it exudes is overwhelming. I cannot withstand it. Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat uneasy under Bibi Dong's intense gaze and pretended to casually step back a couple of paces. Such long legs? Ning Xiaotian continued. Based on the timeline described in that book, it has been several hundred years since this soul beast emerged. Several hundred years ago, it already possessed nearly 50,000 years of cultivation. Given its devouring ability, it must now have around 60,000 to 70,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. If it continues to devour in this manner for a few more hundred years, wouldn't it become utterly invincible on the continent? Yi Beiho swiftly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute to Bibi Dong, gravely stating, "Your Holiness, we must find a way to eradicate this soul beast. If we allow this creature to continue hiding and devouring, enabling it to grow to 100,000 years of cultivation, it would pose a tremendous threat to the entire continent." Xiaotian, from where did you obtain information about this soul beast? Such a creature is exceedingly rare. Bibi Dong also found it somewhat incredulous. The library of the Martial Soul Hall contains an ancient tome located on a shelf in the miscellaneous section, titled Chronicles of the Continent. Ning Xiaotian replied calmly. It was already old and yellowed. Presumably, the predecessors who entered the library flipped through a few pages and dismissed it as mere folklore. When I read it, the latter half of the pages were nearly glued together. By the way, I almost forgot. Ning Xiaotian clenched his right fist and slapped it against his left palm. The article recounts a folktale about the dark demon Evil God Tiger, and it is essential for everyone to pay attention. Ning Xiaotian surveyed the crowd and continued. According to records, there was once a soul master with a tiger-type martial soul who, upon reaching level 90, ventured into the Star Doe forest with a team in search of a ninth spirit ring. Before they could reach the core area, they encountered the dark demon evil god tiger. The battle was fierce, but unexpectedly, this tiger unleashed an extraordinarily peculiar skill that pulled the level 90 soul master into a special space. This is what the records state. Subsequently, the soul master astonishingly rejuvenated, regressing both physically and in terms of soul abilities to a state reminiscent of when he was around 10 years old. Furthermore, the dark demon evil god tiger also appeared to revert to its juvenile form. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue and added, however, the perils of pitting a mere child of about 10 years against a top-tier juvenile soul beast are unimaginable. Fortunately, that soul master had already reached a high level at just over 10 years old, equipped with a soul skill that enhanced his speed. Not to mention the two-leg soul bones he possessed. He persevered, utilizing his limited skills and the speed boost from his leg soul bones to endure until the dark demon evil god tiger released the special space. Of course, it is also possible that the dark demon evil god tiger, fearing excessive consumption and wary of the other soul masters outside, chose to retreat voluntarily. Yet even so, the level 90 soul master ultimately succumbed to the dark attributes of the dark demon evil god tiger within that space, suffering severe bodily harm. And soon after emerging from that bizarre realm, he perished. Only this account remains as a testament to his experience. Unfortunately, as time passed, few believed it. Ning Xiaotian, lamenting humanity's tendency to dismiss the unknown, coupled with the dark demon evil god tiger's increasingly cautious concealment of its whereabouts. It eventually faded into mere folklore. Imagine, if at that time, the dark demon evil god tiger could use this special skill to revert a newly ascended level 90 soul master to around 10 years old. What would it be capable of now? Ning Xiaotian raised his head, grave in demeanor. Wouldn't that mean reverting someone to the age of 6 or 7? Bulaina exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. I suppose I stand no chance. The others fell into a contemplative silence, casting uncertain glances at Bibi Dong. Could Her Holiness truly manage it? They wondered, incredulous at the notion. The group exchanged glances, noting Bibi Dong's pensive expression. Indeed, at that moment, Bibi Dong was contemplating. The abilities of the dark demon evil god tiger were entirely of a malevolent nature, meaning all its skills would not conflict with her own body. Evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, space, and even devouring skills akin to her own martial soul power. Acquiring any one of these as a soul skill would significantly enhance her combat prowess. Moreover, upon entering that strange space, the soul bones would retain their augmentations. This was indeed not without hope. Soul bones? We have an abundance. Ning Xiaotian had earlier suggested that she might have a chance, which prompted her curiosity. Perhaps I should inquire further? With that thought, Bibi Dong returned to the moment, turning to Ning Xiaotian and asking, Xiaotian, you mentioned I might have a chance. What led you to this conclusion? Ning Xiaotian had already anticipated that Bibi Dong would have some thoughts after his introduction to the dark demon evil god tiger, and he had prepared his response. Puffing out his chest confidently, he stated, Your Holiness, I have 2 grounds for my belief. First, I pondered why the dark demon evil god tiger did not simply revert the soul master to 6 years of age, which would have guaranteed victory. Yet, that was not the case. Thus, I deduced that the rejuvenation effect of the dark demon evil god tiger's peculiar skill is undoubtedly related to the disparity in cultivation levels between the combatants. The level 90 soul master who battled the dark demon evil god tiger had yet to acquire a spirit ring, meaning he was essentially still a soul Douluo. At that time, the dark demon evil god tiger was also under 50,000 years of age. Thus, the difference in cultivation was not significant, resulting in the soul master only regressing to around 10 years old. I am uncertain of Your Holiness's current cultivation level, but I suspect it surpasses that of an ordinary title Douluo. This young man is quite astute. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes at Ning Xiaotian, realizing he had not showcased his full strength since absorbing Qinxuanji. Ning Xiaotian felt a strange tremor run through him and clenched his fist to steady himself, continuing, furthermore, while the dark demon evil god tiger possesses combat power comparable to a 100,000-year-old soul beast, its actual cultivation is still below 70,000 years, equivalent to that of an ordinary title Douluo. In comparison, Your Holiness holds a slight advantage. This implies that the dark demon, evil god tiger, could at most revert you to around 10 years old. Tang Sen managed to defeat foes at 6 years old. It is no wonder he is considered extraordinary. Ning Xiaotian sighed, feeling a pang of envy, recognizing that he could only be seen as a casual player in comparison to such brilliance. May the divine herb grant me a chance for redemption, he mused internally, continuing. Most importantly, the second point is that your holiness should not lack in soul bones. I am uncertain whether the space would restrict soul bone skills. But even if it does, with the enhancement from multiple soul bones, your holiness's strength should be sufficient to overcome the juvenile dark demon evil god tiger. With that, Ning Xiaotian fell silent. Bibi Dong, meanwhile, was deep in thought, her brows slightly furrowed, her cherry-red eyes glimmering with insight. Indeed, your holiness. The dark demon evil god tiger and the soul master did not encounter each other in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Ning Xiaotian added, stroking her chin. She mused, this makes me think of its devouring skill. Perhaps it was driven out by the 100,000-year-old soul beasts of the core area. After all, its abilities pose a significant threat to the soul beasts in that region, which might explain why it has yet to reach 100,000 years. It is likely being ostracized by those soul beasts and cannot devour the high-level ones in the core area. If that is the case, should your holiness hunt the dark demon, evil god tiger, the soul beasts in the core area might not only refrain from hindering you, but could even provide guidance. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, and she affectionately ruffled Ning Xiaotian's hair, clearly pleased. While it seemed unrealistic for soul beasts to lead human soul masters, if she could locate the dark demon, evil god tiger without the need to risk entering the core area, it would significantly reduce the difficulty. Moreover, if the other soul beasts did not intervene, her external threats in battling the dark demon evil god tiger would be nearly non-existent. Yet even so, the task was not so simple. Finding it posed its own challenges. Sending ordinary soul masters to seek out the dark demon evil god tiger would be tantamount to offering a feast for it. Only titled Douluos could undertake such a mission, but her subordinates were few in number. Should I seek assistance from the worship hall? Forget it. It seemed that caution was paramount at this juncture. However, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand from Ning Xiaotian's head and returned her main seat, contemplating that she could mention this potential threat to the continent to Qiandaolu. The worship hall could not afford to overlook such a significant danger. Even if they did not offer assistance, she would be fulfilling her duty. There are other arrangements for this matter. Xiaotian, please proceed to discuss the configuration of Nader's final soul skill. The sooner we decide, the sooner Nader can embark on her hunt for spirit rings. Bibi Dong expressed, preferring not to linger on the topic of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Yes, your holiness. Treating me like a pet. Ning Xiaotian, unable to voice his frustrations, adjusted his hairstyle and continued. Nana has acquired her 8th soul skill, even when confronted with formidable opponents. Escaping should pose no problem, provided she cannot defeat them. However, what if things take a turn for the worse? Thus, I propose that Nana should select a powerful life-saving skill for her 9th soul skill, preferably one that offers restorative properties. As for defensive skills, even an invincible body, a divine ability, merely delays death if its duration is excessively brief. Protecting the deceased is a fundamental principle that every gamer in my previous life adhered to. Ning Xiaotian shook his head, lamenting the absence of mobile phones, computers, and the internet in this world. If only he had a few more resources, he could have reached the pinnacle of the game. Furthermore, Nana possesses formidable displacement skills. As long as her soul skills are ample and she remains uninjured, she can escape in a remarkably short time. At such moments, the significance of restorative skills becomes evident. With a sigh, Ning Xiaotian expressed his regret, noting the scarcity of soul beasts that yield restorative skills, particularly those of high age. Shrugging his shoulders, he lamented, at this point, I do not possess many viable options. There is demand, yet no supply. He felt quite despondent. Don't worry, Xiaotian. It is still early for me to reach level 90. We have ample time to search for suitable soul beasts. Hulaina quickly reassured him, noticing his gloomy demeanor. Indeed, achieving the title of Douluo is no simple feat. Bibi Dong remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. Even with her exceptional talent, she only reached this level at nearly 40. And Hulaina is just 9. She has plenty of time. Douluo's expression was complicated. He had reached the title of Douluo well past 50. However, Zhu Deluo remained indifferent, merely glancing at Ning Xiaotian with a hint of concern. He knew that the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school inherently face flaws, and no one had managed to break through to level 80 for many years. Thinking of this, Zhu Deluo hastily changed the subject, sweetly saying, "Disciple, we can address Nana's matters later. Today, your performance has truly astonished me." As he spoke, he did not forget to give a thumbs up, his tone brimming with pride. He had not anticipated that within just a few months, your understanding of soul beasts and martial souls would deepen so profoundly. In my memory, only Yu Xiaojiang, who published the core competitiveness of martial souls theory over 20 years ago, could be compared to you. Teacher, are you referring to Yu Xiaojiang? Ning Xiaotian scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, completely disregarding Bibi Dong's presence. I have no desire to become like him. What do you mean by that? Zhu Deluo instinctively asked. Suddenly realizing, he quickly covered his mouth and discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong. As expected, her brows furrowed, her gaze ignited with a fierce light, glaring at Ning Xiaotian with ominous intent. She was furious, an unappeasable fury. Chapter 39. What does Yu Xiaojiang wish to prove? Ning Xiaotian, seemingly unfazed, turned to Zhu Deluo and stated, "Teacher, I have also perused Yu Xiaojiang's core competitiveness of martial souls theory, and in my opinion, it can only be regarded as a flawed and inferior work. Is this a theoretical dispute?" Bibi Dong's eyes flickered as she glanced at Ning Xiaotian. She chose not to respond further. It was normal for a child who had just learned something to be competitive. Moreover, she had confidence in Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge, believing he could not possibly be inferior to a mere child. Tian'er, many have validated Yu Xiaojiang's theory on the continent. Are you suggesting it is merely a poor work? Zhu Deluo inquired astonished. Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, asserting, "As a progenitor of keyboard culture who has now explored the libraries of the two dominant factions of Douluo continent, I fear no one in terms of theory. Today, no one can prevent me from making my points." Placing his hands on his chest and resting his chin thoughtfully, he continued, "Teacher, I recall Yu Xiaojiang's famous saying, there are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who lack cultivation. Then what about himself? He possesses a martial soul, does he not? I believe it is called the Three Canon. Yet I have heard that his soul power has stagnated at level 29 for nearly 20 years. Is he not contradicting himself?" Bibi Dong's expression faltered. "Why did I never think of that?" Zhu Deluo scratched his head, appearing as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Ning Xiaotian pressed on, eloquently articulating, moreover, his assertion that there are only tool martial souls and beast martial souls is utterly erroneous. What if a martial soul is an intrinsic part of the human body? Is he categorizing humans alongside soul beasts? Does he intend to stand against the entire human world? Ning Xiaotian emphasized, if it were me, I would prefer to refer to such martial souls as intrinsic martial souls, as they have always belonged to the human body. Furthermore, the martial soul of the founder of the Spirit Hall is a humanoid one, known as the six-winged angel martial soul, whose possessor is said to have ascended to divinity. Can this be classified as a beast martial soul? Is Yu Xiaojiang blaspheming the divine? Neither a tool nor a beast, but a divine gift. I believe the term divinely granted martial soul would be more appropriate. Additionally, earth, fire, ice, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and even life. Can these elemental forces be merely summarized as tool martial souls or beast martial souls? Is that not somewhat laughable? Elemental martial souls would be a more fitting term. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, the notion that tool martial souls predominantly serve as support is utterly ludicrous. Those knives, swords, guns, staffs, hammers, and even hoes, sickles, and embroidery needles. Each of these commonplace objects can be wielded to cause harm. Are these objects considered support-type martial souls? What about the Haotian hammer, the seven-killing sword, the breaking soul gun? Are they not renowned in their own right? As for Yu Xiaojiang's other theories, I find it unnecessary to delve further, as they are riddled with inaccuracies. To speak too much would only make me appear as foolish as he is. I can only say that such a flawed theory dares to be presented to others. If anyone were to teach those young children according to it, they would surely mislead them. Is there any inaccuracy in my assertions? Ning Xiaotian paused, raising an eyebrow and casting a questioning glance around. Invincibility is indeed a lonely pursuit. Zhu Deluo and the others stared, mouths agape, speechless. Bibi Dong's expression was complex, her cheeks flushed, her grip on her staff causing her fingers to turn pale. Her lips parted slightly as she glared at Ning Xiaotian, unable to find a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Gulaina transformed into an adoring fan, gazing at Ning Xiaotian with starry eyes, completely enamored by him. Ahem, Tianer does indeed make valid points. Zhu Douluo finally regained his composure, blinking awkwardly. As for Yu Xiaojing himself, I have never met him. I only know of some of his deeds. I even have had some doubts. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian gently stroked his chin, appearing contemplative, hesitating to continue. Could it be that Ning Xiaotian knows of Xiaojing's whereabouts? Or has the Seven Treasures glazed tile school unearthed some long-hidden secrets? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened as she looked at Ning Xiaotian, her expression grave, a chill creeping into her heart. Oh, what a curious thought. Speak, for I am all ears. Bibi Dong steadied her emotions, replying coolly. Is it not obvious? Ning Xiaotian turned to face Bibi Dong, bowing slightly and addressing her as Your Holiness. First and foremost, Yu Xiaojing, as a soul master possessing merely a soul power of level 29, would likely hesitate to delve deeply into the soul-hunting forest. How did he manage to gather sufficient data to substantiate his theories? To my knowledge, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is notoriously insular. How could it possibly maintain such extensive records of soul masters? I have heard that Yu Xiaojing once studied at the Spirit Hall and even held the title of Honorary Elder. Is there any truth to this? Ning Xiaotian turned his gaze towards Yi Beiho, who had once been a comrade of Bibi Dong and had pursued her in his youth, thus surely harboring ill feelings toward Yu Xiaojing and unlikely to be dishonest. Indeed, Yi Beiho replied directly. Then the source of his theoretical data is certainly open to debate. I had the fortune of spending some time in the Spirit Hall's library, and I dare say it is the only institution on the continent with such meticulous records of soul masters. Did he ever teach at an academy under the Spirit Hall after completing his studies? Ning Xiaotian inquired. No. Yi Beiho's lips twitched, internally cursing. He was either busy courting Bibi Dong or promoting his theories everywhere. Well, I was just pondering how he went about advocating his theories, Ning Xiaotian sighed. Yi Beiho chose not to respond this time. Instead, his gaze drifted towards Bibi Dong, suggesting that she had been instrumental in promoting his ideas from short distance away. Ning Xiaotian understood and refrained from pressing further. Secondly, it is said that Yu Xiaojing later departed from the Spirit Hall to travel across the continent to conduct experiments in order to validate his theories. But why? After more than 20 years, have I never heard of a disciple of his roaming the continent from the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect? I have also never heard of him teaching at any academy, nor have I heard of his cultivation breaking through. According to his own assertions, there are no useless martial souls, only incapable soul masters. If he was unwilling to teach at the Spirit Hall, why not instruct at a local junior academy and guide those commoner soul masters? If Yu Xiaojing could produce a disciple of great renown among ordinary students, would that not serve as the best testament to his theories? Or was he solely seeking a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent? Perhaps one born with full soul power, or a dual martial soul like the Pope's descendant? The trap had been set. Ning Xiaotian maintained his composure and continued. He could then elevate this disciple to the level of a title duo or even divine status, ultimately allowing this pupil to declare to the world that Yu Xiaojing is not a failure. However, what force on the continent could not cultivate such a gifted disciple to the level of a title duo? Hence, he neither wished to prove his worth through personal achievements nor sought validation through the education of common students. What exactly did he aspire to prove? At this, the crowd fell silent. Yi Beiho even displayed a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's visage had turned pale, her gaze lost and unfocused, as if her very faith were crumbling. Thirdly, and this is what I find most perplexing, I should say, I am even somewhat angered. Ning Xiaotian continued, raising his fist, tightly clenched, as if striving to restrain his emotions. What could possibly provoke such ire in a child? Bibi Dong pressed her left hand against her chest. Her cherry lips pursed, her pale complexion betraying her astonishment as she stared blankly at Ning Xiaotian. Her expression mirrored that of someone anxiously awaiting examination results. It seems Bibi Dong remains oblivious, Ning Xiaotian mused, yet his pace quickened, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. I have heard that over 10 years ago, during his travels across the continent, Yu Xiaojing encountered a woman named Lu Erlong, and the two fell in love, even marrying. Their union was witnessed by Plundered. Outsiders would be unaware. As for why Yulian knows, it is only natural, considering she is his daughter. It is quite normal for him to keep an eye on her. Bibi Dong, however, appears to be somewhat late to the party, having learned of this during her investigation into Tang San's dual martial soul. Nevertheless, such details are inconsequential and do not hinder Ning Xiaotian from exploiting them. Disciple. Do take care, Juth Deluo exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he cast furtive glances at Bibi Dong, fearing she might lash out and eliminate Ning Xiaotian on the spot. Clearly, he was overthinking things. Bibi Dong had become dazed, her eyes glazed over, displaying an expression of disbelief, with tears shimmering within her gaze. Ignoring the unusual stares from those around her, Ning Xiaotian pressed on with renewed vigor. Alas, on the very day of their wedding, Lu Erlong's father came knocking, and that father is none other than Yulian, the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Ah, Ning Xiaotian notet's lichti, fakening enlichtement. This means Lu Erlong is Yu Xiaojiang's own cousin. The conversation was spiraling into increasingly explosive territory. Juth Deluo felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively shifted closer to Ning Xiaotian, attempting to shield Bibi Dong from view. At this moment, Bibi Dong had regained her composure, lifting her head to glance towards Ning Xiaotian, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity, her body trembling slightly, her grip on the staff tightening, veins bulging, exuding an aura that suggested she was on the verge of erupting. Now, can you guess what Yu Xiaojiang did? Ning Xiaotian enunciated through gritted teeth. What did he do? Bibi Dong struggled to maintain her composure, her voice biting as she spat out the words. Incredible as it may seem, he simply fled. He bolted from the wedding ceremony right in front of Lu Erlong. Ning Xiaotian let out an expletive. How reminiscent of her own experience. When she was forced to break off their relationship, Yu Xiaojiang had similarly fled. Bibi Dong's taut form suddenly slackened, her breath growing shallow. Left hand pressed to her chest, shoulders slightly hunched, right hand leaning against her staff, appearing as if she might collapse at any moment. Teacher, Huiyina, she exclaimed in astonishment, quickly rushing to support Bibi Dong's left shoulder. Juth Deluo, Ghost Deluo, and Yi Beiho exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding, each harboring a glimmer of cold intent. If given the opportunity, they would ensure Yu Xiaojiang experienced the harsh realities of society. In the past, Bibi Dong's presence had made it difficult to act, but now, all three turned their hopeful gazes towards Ning Xiaotian, as if urging him to expedite his revelations. Teacher, I am fine. Bibi Dong straightened herself, gently ruffling Huiyina's hair, her gaze resting on Ning Xiaotian, a mixture of sorrow and confusion evident in her expression. As a woman herself, she could surmise the tribulations that Lu Erlong might face and empathize with the associated heartache. What a profound obsession, Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, marveling at the power of unrequited love. I cannot falter. If I do not dismantle Bibi Dong's emotional barriers today, she may very well shatter my heart tomorrow. I must intensify my efforts. With that thought, Ning Xiaotian swiftly composed himself, adopting an air of indignation, coldly exhaling. Has he considered what societal pressures the woman named Lu Erlong would endure in his absence? The illegitimate daughter of a man of ill repute, a wanton woman disregarding moral principles, a self-degrading seductress enticing her own cousin? Why did he choose to flee at such a moment? Since their marital bond had yet to be established, all Yu Xiaojiang needed to do was clarify the situation to the gathered witnesses and to Yulian to dispel any misunderstandings. A mere apology would suffice to sever his ties to Lu Erlong, freeing her from societal scorn, allowing her the opportunity to seek another suitor. When severing ties, one must act decisively. How could Yu Xiaojiang allow his own cousin to carry the weight of a wife's identity? What was his intent? How could he have neglected this mess for over a decade? Why must an innocent woman bear the brunt of it all alone? Ning Xiaotian spoke with a tone imbued with indignation, vividly portraying the anguish experienced by Lu Erlong in the Grand Hall. Bibi Dong appeared bewildered, her expression a tumultuous struggle. The other members, including Juth Deluo, radiated fury, and even Huiyina beside them glared with clenched teeth, muttering under her breath, "Scoundrel, villain, shameless." Bibi Dong lowered her head even further. I have even heard that the woman named Lu Erlong has steadfastly upheld her duties as a wife. preserving her virtue while patiently waiting for Yu Xiaojiang. As a woman, the most beautiful years of her youth have been utterly squandered by Yu Xiaojiang. At this point, Ning Xiaotian's expression became complex. He mourned Lu Erlong's plight, lamented her infatuation, and regretted her naivety, while simultaneously harboring anger and disdain toward Yu Xiaojiang. Before he could pause to collect his emotions, Ning Xiaotian continued. Fourthly, since Yu Xiaojiang was expelled from the family over 20 years ago, he has not returned. I have learned that his father, Yu Yuanjin, opposed his expulsion but was compelled to act under pressure as the clan leader. Now, at an age nearing the end of his life, the pain of longing for his son is surely unfathomable. Yet, that son, who has vanished without a trace. Has he ever considered returning to see his father? As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian stepped forward, surveying the crowd. His fists clenched against his chest as he declared loudly. If you were to ask me how to assess him, I would say that, first and foremost, Yu Xiaojiang is an unfilial person. He raised his voice further, asserting that he is also an unworthy man. If I had a daughter, I would never allow her to marry such a man. I would rather see her wed to one who has multiple wives. As long as he is capable of bearing his responsibilities and treating each equally with care. A man who will not abandon or forsake, who will risk his life to protect his woman at critical moments, rather than marrying someone like Yu Xiaojiang. To prove his capriciousness and maintain his fragile pride. Evades responsibility and abandons his father and wife. No matter the reasoning, this is not the conduct expected of man. At this point, Ning Xiaotian could not help but think of his father, Ning Fengzhi, a devoted husband and father. Is reputation or self-validation truly so crucial? My father, as the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, has a reputation that is already substantial across the continent, he proclaimed with pride. Raising his head, he looked around at the assembly, declaring with a sense of defiance. Has he ever cared about his own reputation? Has he ever valued his pride? Has he ever abandoned his wife? Of course not. The crowd understood this well. Bibi Dong was also aware. If Ning Fengzhi valued these things, he would not have chosen to collaborate with the Spear Hall, knowing he would face condemnation from current allies in the future. If he cared, he would not have paid the price to have Bibi Dong heal his wife. Was I mistaken? Bibi Dong's gaze dimmed. She began to introspect, questioning whether the man she had clung to for so many years truly deserved her concern. Perhaps it is I who am afraid to confront reality? In that moment, Bibi Dong's thoughts were tumultuous. Just then, Ning Xiaotian's final question struck like a heavy hammer. What kind of person is Yu Xiaojiang after all? How should I evaluate him? As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a profound silence. He is a scoundrel who abandons others. Hulaina blurted out candidly. Well said. Ning Xiaotian maintained his composure while giving Hulaina an appreciative glance, filled with unspoken praise. The others exchanged glances and then, Wife Douluo remarked. He is heartless and ungrateful. Zhu Douluo added. He is utterly irresponsible. Yi Beiho interjected. He is a worthless scoundrel unworthy of being called a son. Though harsh to the ear, each word rang true, piercing Bibi Dong's heart like needles. Bibi Dong abruptly lifted her head, surveying the crowd, yet within, she found herself devoid of even the courage to be angry. Over 20 years of obsession. In the end, it was merely the consequence of her youthful naivete and capriciousness. Gazing at the straightforward, candid boy before her, Bibi Dong felt her anger dissipate. She merely wished to pose one final question. She was not a person to hold her tongue when angered. She sought to conclude this obsession on a note that satisfied her. Xiaotian, do you know where that woman named Lu Erlong is now? Bibi Dong sighed. She is currently on the outskirts of the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire, where she has established a school named Lamba Academy, dedicated to teaching common students. Ning Xiaotian replied straightforwardly. He understood that the current Bibi Dong would not harm Lu Erlong. Instead, she would likely feel sympathy for her. Well, you all may leave. Zhu Douluo, please assist Laina in hunting soul rings. Yes, your holiness. Chapter 41. Awakening of the martial soul 5 months later. Hulaina, Zhu Douluo, and others gathered together. With keen eyes, tinged with a hint of nervousness and hope, they gazed at Ning Xiaotian, who was undergoing the martial soul awakening ceremony. Golden radiance, resembling jade, swirled around him like a swarm of fireflies in summer, gradually seeping into his body like a gentle spring rain. Slowly, a crystal clear, azure 7-story pagoda materialized above Ning Xiaotian's right palm, its pale blue light shimmering beautifully like the dawn's first light. Indeed, it is a 7-layered pagoda, Ning Xiaotian sighed, realizing he was not endowed with the luck of a fortunate soul. Xiaotian, your martial soul is truly magnificent, Hulaina exclaimed, lowering her hand from her chest in prayer, her eyes brimming with joy. Disciple, come, place your hand on this soul testing orb. Let's first test your soul power. Juve Douluo pulled out a sphere the size of basketball, his expression slightly anxious. As the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it was entirely normal for Ning Xiaotian to awaken the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. The subsequent innate soul power level test was the crucial part. An innate soul power level of 0, a waste martial soul. Such is the stark reality. Ning Xiaotian nodded, closing his eyes, concentrating as he summoned his martial soul back into his body before placing his right hand upon the soul-testing orb, focusing his mind to activate his soul power. Before awakening, he could not perceive his soul power at all, yet after awakening, he could easily summon it. This world is truly wondrous, Ning Xiaotian mused silently, marveling inwardly. An innate soul power of level 8, not bad. Zhu Douluo's face broke into a smile. An innate level 8 soul power was already considered top-tier genius on the continent. Who cares about being a genius? My soul power level is merely a result of titanium resources. Ning Xiaotian's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Without the abundant resources nurturing his body in the early stages, his innate soul power might not even reach level 5. He likely possessed even less soul power at birth. Born into the wealthy 7-treasure glazed tile school, one could only say he had a fortunate start, but he truly bore no relation to the term prodigy. Alas, such is fate. Ding, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Ning Xiaotian's eyes brightened, and he inwardly shouted, is it the system, Papa? Could it be that as a transmigrator, having a system is a requisite that can only be triggered upon martial soul awakening? System, do you have a beginner's gift pack? Ning Xiaotian stabilized his mind, internally making the standard request. The system did not respond. Could it be that I made an error in my operations? Ning Xiaotian, undeterred, decided he would loudly call out again later in his room. Turning around, he locked eyes with Hulaina, whose gaze sparkled with admiration. And Ning Xiaotian's lips curled into a gentle smile. My little fox, truly adorable. The little fox's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gently touched her collar. Oh dear, my badge has fallen. Hulaina suddenly lowered her head to glance at her chest, and then, with a casual grace, bent down to swiftly retrieve the fallen badge, a symbol of her status as a soul master. The metallic emblem was durable and resilient, designed to withstand wear and tear. The sound of a heart breaking echoed in the air. Indeed, he was an unfortunate soul, devoid of a system. With a lingering gaze of resentment directed at Hulaina, Ning Xiaotian tenderly caressed his wounded heart, silently vowing not to be angered, for she was his beloved wife, and he could not dare to scold her. Their relationship was blossoming beautifully, a perfect match within the Spirit Hall, thanks to the multitude of stories accumulated in Ning Xiaotian's mind. The little fox had completely succumbed to his charm, often seeking his company whenever time allowed. Perhaps it was due to his patient guidance a few months prior that Bibi Dong had never interfered with their growing bond. Am I not stronger than you, Xiaojang? Ning Xiaotian reflected somberly. Reliable information suggested that Yi Beiho had met with Lu Erlong. For several days, Ning Xiaotian had not seen Yi Beiho, leading him to believe the man had ascended to level 80. Thus, when Yi Beiho finally reappeared days later, Ning Xiaotian approached him to offer his congratulations, only to receive the response. I've been sent by His Holiness the Pope to meet a woman and recount the words you shared with us a few months ago. Ning Xiaotian immediately thought of Lu Erlong, for Bibi Dong had inquired about her whereabouts. Could it be that Bibi Dong, after awakening to her past ignorance, sought to turn the tables on Yu Xiaojang? A realization struck him. Having aroused the ire of the wrong woman, Yu Xiaojing's future might be more tragic than death itself. Should he not stoke the flames further? During this time, he had nearly exhausted the resources of the Spirit Hall's library and was poised to compile a more comprehensive theoretical framework for Soul Masters. Upon its announcement under the Spirit Hall's name, he chuckled with glee. Ning Xiaotian, what are you thinking? Hulaina, having picked up her badge, noticed the mischievous glint in his eyes and the genuine smile on his face, causing her to shiver slightly. Whenever Ning Xiaotian wore such an expression, she knew someone was in for trouble. Her teammate Yan now avoided Ning Xiaotian at all costs. For instance, on this day, a momentous occasion for Ning Xiaotian's awakening, Yan had excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to. "It's all right, Laina." Ning Xiaotian spoke softly. You're definitely up to no good." Laina rolled her eyes playfully, her tone teasing. Ning Xiaotian sheepishly touched his nose, offering an awkward smile. "Is it that obvious? By the way, Xiaotian, have you thought about your first spirit ring combination? With your current innate soul power, you should be able to reach level 10 quite soon. Of course, I made plans for that. The soul skill configurations for you, Xiaoyu, and Yin were all refined with my assistance." Ning Xiaotian replied confidently. The configurations for Xiaoyu and Yin had been arranged by the Elder Ghost, who had requested Ning Xiaotian's help to optimize them. After all, the soul skill combination he had devised for Laina had even won the admiration of the title de law. One sheep can be herded, and so can 3. Naturally, Ning Xiaotian agreed, primarily because Xiaoyu and Yin were teammates of his beloved Laina. Once he acquired his first spirit ring, he would return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Currently, their partnership with the Spirit Hall was not yet public, and it would be quite some time before they could meet again. During his absence, Ning Xiaotian hoped that Xiaoyu and Yin would look after Laina. "My first soul skill will be obtained from hunting the Gale Demon Wolf. Its spirit ring can produce a speed-enhancing skill. In the early stages, speed is of utmost importance." Ning Xiaotian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Acceleration, speed, stability. You make a compelling point, Xiaotian." Laina nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. The consensus on the battlefield was to prioritize support from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She certainly did not wish to see Ning Xiaotian get hurt, and being swift was undoubtedly advantageous. Chapter 42. Let us arrange flowers, Laina. My martial soul has awakened. Today we shall rest and go outside to arrange flowers. Ignoring the many glaring lights, Ning Xiaotian gazed at Laina with a gentle tone. "Wonderful. Yes." Laina's eyes sparkled, and she seized Ning Xiaotian's arm, playfully swaying. Ning Xiaotian felt a warmth within him, instinctively lowering his gaze to the little fox, noticing her growth. With cheerful strides, he was led outside, reluctantly raising his right hand to wave goodbye, glancing back, "Then let us depart." They exited the door and headed towards the back of the courtyard, where their secret haven awaited. Winter had passed, and the spring breeze arrived gently. The flowers there were already in bud, ripe for creativity. This was indeed the prime time for arranging flowers and crafting beautiful displays. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush greenery, and as Ning Xiaotian walked along the shaded path, he felt a refreshing chill envelop him. He tightened his grip on Laina's soft hand, and as they exchanged smiles, they continued forward. The flower branches rose above their knees, tender leaves just beginning to unfurl, vibrant and translucent. Bashful flower buds swayed in the wind, dancing gracefully toward the rising sun, occasionally brushing against their fingertips. They walked leisurely, hand in hand, pausing to admire the scenery, traversing hills and small streams, eventually setting foot on the primrose patch, where the intoxicating buds awaited. One by one, they appeared, separated by winding paths. The pristine sunlight cast a radiant glow upon them, dappling the flowers and leaves in vibrant hues as though they were draped in silk. In this secluded valley of early spring, a miracle created by nature, Ning Xiaotian paused to gaze in awe. "Ning Xiaotian, this place is truly beautiful." Laina gently shook his arm, her toes lightly tapping the dew-kissed grass, resembling a playful sprite. Without you, Laina, it wouldn't be as lovely." Ning Xiaotian turned to smile, delivering a timely compliment. "I'm ignoring you." Laina rolled her eyes, her delicate nose scrunching cutely, her cheeks flushing, puffing up like a little dumpling. Suddenly, she released her grip on Ning Xiaotian's arm. Bounding away joyfully, she skipped over to a cluster of flowers, delicately touching the blossoms with her little finger, her expression filled with tenderness. Turning to Ning Xiaotian, she asked, "Xiaotian, these flowers haven't bloomed yet. Is it really all right for us to pick some?" Ning Xiaotian chuckled softly as he approached, leaning closer to the girl, casually patting her shoulder, and confidently replied, "Of course, it's perfectly fine. This valley receives plenty of sunlight and moisture, but it can't sustain such an abundance of flowers growing wildly. Too tightly packed branches and leaves aren't beneficial either. By picking some side buds, We create space for them to flourish, and they will bloom even more vibrantly later on. Ning Xiaotian noticed Hulaina instinctively glance away, then suddenly lower her head. The fingers that had been resting on the flower bud retracted abruptly, clasping tightly in front of her abdomen. She turned slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. What was happening? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. She had previously held his hand without such a reaction. She was quite diligent in urging for stories. I was merely patting her shoulder, not embracing her waist or anything. What on earth is this little fox imagining? Ning Xiaotian felt stiff, his right hand awkwardly resting on Hulaina's shoulder, unsure where to place it, caught in an uncomfortable moment. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Is it true? Hulaina abruptly turned her head, her voice as gentle as the song of a warbler, her eyes intently fixed on Ning Xiaotian, her expression resolute, with glimmers of moisture sparkling in her phoenix-like gaze. Was this truly self-advocacy? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, feeling both honored and astonished. If he were to refuse, would the little fox not whimper for ages, only for the news to reach Bibi Dong, who would then drag him to a secret chamber for punishment? It was terrifying, far too terrifying. His delicate frame could hardly withstand such torment. It appeared that he had no choice but to embrace his fate. With a solemn expression, Ning Xiaotian gazed tenderly into Hulaina's eyes, smiling softly as he replied, "Naturally." The little fox's eyes indeed sparkled with joy, her smile radiant as she joyfully leaped into Ning Xiaotian's embrace, twisting and turning, her slender arms encircling his waist as if she wished to meld into him, never to part again. Her body felt so soft, but alas, Ning Xiaotian gently patted the girl's back, his brow furrowing as he gritted his teeth and softly implored, "Nana, all right, please let go." He had just awakened his martial soul, without even absorbing a single soul ring, while Hulaina was already at level 20, her strength formidable. This exuberant embrace was beyond what his back could endure. It seemed he would need to train his waist even harder in the future. With a sigh of resignation, Ning Xiaotian carefully released Hulaina, twisting his waist a bit before squatting down to swiftly retrieve several exquisite vases and 2 pairs of scissors from his storage soul guide. This wrist-mounted storage device was a gift from Bibi Dong, acknowledging the numerous contributions he had made to the Spirit Hall over the past year. And now he could finally put it to use. Earlier, when winter had given way to pleasant weather, Ning Xiaotian had come here to discover the picturesque scenery of the valley unfolding before him, prompting him to have the chrysanthemum Luo procure such items. Besides these, there was also a token from the elders. Perhaps this was Bibi Dong's investment in his future, as he was destined to become the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which was certainly worth it. Carefully placing the vases on the grass, Ning Xiaotian turned to Hulaina and said softly, "Nana, come. I will cut the flower branches, and you can arrange them in the vases." Perhaps due to their earlier heartfelt glance, their relationship now seemed devoid of any barriers, and Hulaina felt no trace of shyness. Upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's call, the girl smiled charmingly and replied, "All right, Xiaotian." Taking up the scissors, Ning Xiaotian meticulously trimmed the branches and leaves of the nearby flower clusters, selecting blossoms of suitable length to hand to Hulaina. She gently accepted them, finding a favored spot to arrange them, crafting them into a shape she liked, and if dissatisfied, she would use the scissors to refine them further. One for Xiaotian, one for the teacher, one for brother, one for me, and one for Elder Chrysanthemum, Hulaina proclaimed as she filled the vases, watering them and labeling each. After surveying them, if something still felt amiss, she would carefully adjust and trim them again. The focused look on her face, illuminated by the sun, was utterly enchanting. Ning Xiaotian gazed at her, his expression complex. He would soon have to leave the Spirit Hall, and before he could achieve his objectives there, he would not be able to see Hulaina for a long time. A cool breeze stirred, caressing the scattered branches and leaves left on the ground, the green leaves fluttering in the wind. Startled by the chill, Ning Xiaotian found himself entranced by the swaying foliage. He reached down, carefully gathering and intertwining the remnants, trimming away the knotted sections, and picking a few strands of grass, adding some buds to create a refreshing and elegant flower crown, which gradually took shape in his hands. "Nana," Ning Xiaotian called softly. "Xiaotian, what is it?" Hulaina paused her crafting, tilting her head. Without a word, Ning Xiaotian gently placed the flower crown upon Hyuina's head, adjusting it delicately. Hyuina fell into a daze, leaning closer to Ning Xiaotian, bowing her head to facilitate the adjustment. The little fox was truly adorable. Seeing Hyuina adorned with the flower crown stirred Ning Xiaotian's heart, causing him to tighten his embrace slightly as he murmured, "You look lovely wearing it." Hyuina emitted a soft sound, leaning even closer into Ning Xiaotian's embrace. Ning Xiaotian's gaze lowered, suddenly fixating on the smooth, bare skin of Hyuina's neck, which was both pale and unadorned. Without hesitation, he extended his left hand into her collar, gently tugging until he retrieved a red cord with a white jade talisman, upon which was faintly inscribed an inverted character for fortune. Turning it gently, he revealed the words "peace" engraved upon it. "Nana, this is a protective charm my mother gave to me. Let me put it on you," Ning Xiaotian said softly. "No, Xiaotian, you can't. This is..." Hyuina's eyes widened in surprise as she caught sight of the jade talisman in his palm, quickly rejecting his offer. If there truly were divine spirits protecting the wearer, she would much prefer that person to be Ning Xiaotian. "Nana, be obedient." Ning Xiaotian turned to her, his expression resolute. With a slight quiver in her eyes, Hyuina slowly turned around. Encircling her delicate neck, Ning Xiaotian gently adjusted the red string, securing the protective charm for her. The gentle sunlight of early spring was warm and delightful, casting elongated shadows of the two. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, two elders and a child observed. "Shiyue, as the elder brother, you should learn from this." Shiyue scratched his head awkwardly. "And you, old ghost, always wearing a deadpan expression, lacking any sense of romance." Ghost Douluo remained silent. "Elders, is it really acceptable for us to eavesdrop like this?" Shiyue felt a bit guilty. "I'm still Xiaotian's teacher. It should be fine." Chrysanthemum Douluo said with a hint of hesitation. "Huh, what is there to be afraid of? Old Jew, Xiaoya, open your eyes wide and see who is standing on that slope over there." Ghost Douluo cast them a disdainful glance. "Is that the Pope?" Chapter 43. The Stardew Forest, how verdant. Beautiful moments are always fleeting, and Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of helplessness. Even though he had deliberately slowed down his training pace to spend more time with the little fox, it still felt too brief. Perhaps it was due to the extensive preparations he had made for his martial soul awakening, training, medicinal baths. Nurturing, his body still harbored a considerable amount of soul power that had not been fully absorbed. After awakening his martial soul, this stored soul power began to manifest its effects. For a period following his awakening, Ning Xiaotian could clearly sense that even without meditating or training, his soul power continued to grow steadily. In less than 4 months, his soul power had already surpassed level 10. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he qualify to protect all that he currently possessed. Ning Xiaotian understood that he could no longer afford to remain indecisive due to his personal feelings. Thus, upon waking early that morning, he informed Chrysanthemum Douluo of his breakthrough and discussed hunting for soul rings. Hyuina, knowing that Ning Xiaotian would leave the spirit hall to obtain a soul ring, was reluctant to part with the few opportunities they had to be together and naturally wished to accompany him. Ultimately, the group decided to transform this mission into a special field trial, led by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, allowing only Hyuina, Shiyue, and Yin to collaborate on the hunt. After all, it was merely the first soul ring, and the soul beasts they needed to hunt were not particularly formidable. Moreover, after discussing Hyuina's soul ring configuration months ago, the Spirit Hall had dispatched numerous personnel to search for the coordinates of the wolf pack soul beasts, yielding some results. Therefore, this outing would not require excessive time spent searching. They could proceed directly to their destination. At the periphery of the Stardew Forest, in the depths of the mountains, Ning Xiaotian transformed into a curious child, glancing around in awe. It was his inaugural visit to the Starry Forest, and he was filled with wonder, albeit overshadowed by trepidation. Looking up, he beheld towering ancient trees that pierced the clouds, their lush foliage casting shadows that obscured the sun. Each tree was a revered entity worthy of incense and tribute in his previous life. Yet here, they were abundant. Ahead lay an array of bizarre and vibrant vegetation, where numerous fireflies danced amidst the foliage, their luminescent glow flickering enchantingly. The dense thicket shielded sunlight, creating a dim and tranquil path suffused with mystery. Faced with such an environment, it was impossible for Ning Xiaotian to remain unperturbed. He proceeded with utmost caution, flanked by the formidable figures of the two Doa, Zhu and Gui, who shielded him as they advanced. Hulaina, accustomed to Ning Xiaotian's mature and astute demeanor, was taken aback by his cautiousness, her lips curling into a smile as she stifled a giggle. She then entwined her arm around his, adopting a protective stance reminiscent of a hen guarding her chick, exuding an air of confidence. Yin, brimming with bravado, declared, "Don't be afraid, little brother Xiaotian. Your brother Yin is here to protect you." With the rain ceased and the skies clear, Yin felt invigorated. Ning Xiaotian remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Yin, jotting down a note in his mind. Yin instinctively recoiled, turning his face away. "Let us pause for a moment. The Gale Wolf pack should be nearby. Old Jew, please keep Xiaotian and the others here while I scout ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu leapt into the trees, swiftly disappearing from view. "Then let us rest here," Dugu said, watching Dugu depart before turning back and speaking softly. "Very well, master." Ning Xiaotian turned to Pat, Hulaina's delicate fingers resting on his arm, signaling her to sit down. He retrieved a blanket from his spirit-guiding device and produced an array of snacks: candied fruits, sunflower seeds, grapes, dried fish, and rabbit jerky, delicacies favored by little foxes. He was well prepared for this outdoor excursion. "Are you here on vacation?" Yin stared in astonishment at the assortment of treats in Ning Xiaotian's hands. "Isn't that so?" Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow and shot Yin a sidelong glance, adding, "And I don't even have to lift a finger." Yin fell silent, his mouth full of sunflower seeds. His body, however, betrayed him. Ning Xiaotian smirked, not looking at him, as he opened his mouth to receive the grapes that the little fox had peeled for him, savoring their sweetness. He reciprocated by peeling a grape for her, which she accepted with a bright smile. Yin, at a loss for words, pulled out a thermos from his spirit-guiding device, opened it, and tilted his head back to drink. The warm water surged forth unexpectedly, as if a dam had burst, causing him to cough. "Yin, you really need to be more careful. How can you choke on water?" Ning Xiaotian turned, surprised, and offered kind words of consolation. Yin covered his nose, his eyes filled with grievance. Ning Xiaotian absent-mindedly reached for the scattered sunflower seeds on the ground, feeling empty-handed, and glanced at the mound of shells beside Yin, which was piled high. Looking around, he pondered, "Where is Elder Gui? Has the Gale Wolf pack relocated?" Given Dugu's strength and speed, it was illogical that he hadn't returned yet. That is a possibility. But fret not. If old Gui has found the wolf pack, he will signal me, and we shall wait here in peace." Dugu remarked casually, then popped a candied fruit into his mouth, squinting his eyes in delight. "Shoo, it seems someone is approaching." Dugu suddenly perked up, his gaze fixed on a certain direction. Ning Xiaotian caught his words, sitting up straight and mimicking Dugu's attentive posture. However, his hopes were dashed as he heard nothing. With a sigh, Ning Xiaotian followed Dugu's gaze towards a patch of grass. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. To his surprise, the newcomers were not Guido, but rather a man and a woman, one elderly and the other youthful. As Ning Xiaotian observed, he noted the elder with silver hair and striking green eyes, clad in green leather armor adorned with shimmering green gemstones. Truly, he was a sight to behold. Beside him stood a slender young woman of similar stature to Hulaina, with short purple hair and captivating green eyes, exuding a unique beauty. She wore blue scaled armor, her figure curvaceous and alluring, accentuated by a snug blue skirt that showcased her long, fair legs. Ning Xiaotian's brow furrowed as he examined the girl closely, not overlooking a single detail. Could this be Dugu Bo and his granddaughter, Dugu Yan? The distinctive green attire certainly suggested so, and one could surmise that Dugu Yan had been infused with toxins from birth. "Oomph." Hulaina scoffed, turning her head away, her fingers instinctively pinching in a threatening manner. "Ah, Laina, that hurts," Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, feeling as though struck by lightning, his body tensing in pain as he grasped her mischievous fingers in a plea for mercy. Withdrawing her weapon, Hulaina hugged her knees, pouting as she turned away, sulking. Ning Xiaotian, nursing his sore waist, mused inwardly about this self-taught soul technique that the girl seemed to wield with such finesse and formidable power. He deemed it the most formidable battle spirit technique ever. "You little lecher, you deserve it." Dugu Yan, peering from behind Dubo, poked her head out to glare at the pained Ning Xiaotian, shaking her small fist in frustration. Pouting, she mumbled, "You were staring at me, you naughty boy, and standing there watching me." Ning Xiaotian, still reeling from the pain, rubbed his aching waist, lamenting the challenges of being a good person. His prolonged gaze at Dugu Yan was not driven by mere carnal desire, but rather by medical observation. Having thoroughly studied the book, The Comprehensive Guide to Poisons from the Spirit Hall Library, he had instantly recognized Dugubo's severe poisoning upon their first meeting, the foul scent emanating from him unmistakable. As for Dugu Yan, the odor from her grandfather masked her own, complicating his assessment. He had to observe her closely to gather evidence. After all, he was a legitimate doctor. After careful scrutiny, he discerned some troubling signs. Dugu Yan's fingertips were devoid of color. Her green eyes slightly dull, with pronounced blood vessels in the whites of her eyes. Though her lips were full and adorned with red lipstick, they lacked luster, a detail that was painfully evident. Additionally, the area around her collarbone appeared dark, and her armpits were devoid of any color. In summary, although the poison within Dugu Yan is not deeply rooted, it permeates her entire being. Ning Xiaotian can ascertain that, without treatment, Dugu Yan is unlikely to survive past her 30th year. Of course, should her cultivation improve, and she is brought to the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire for recuperation, her life may be spared. However, her progression in cultivation would suffer significantly, and the toxin would inevitably manifest explosively one day. Though it may not be fatal, the pain would be excruciating, particularly in the frigid winter months. The extreme cold suppresses the poison, yet with Dugu Yan's current cultivation, she cannot endure the harsh conditions of the Ice and Fire Eye. If faced with damp cold, such as during a heavy rain or winter chill, the discomfort would be unbearable, and Ning Xiaotian shuddered at the thought, envisioning Dugu Yan writhing in agony throughout the night. This would be far more enduring than the fleeting pain his own Nana experiences from a mere pinch to the waist. If she doesn't kindle a fire in winter, she would not need to exercise to lose weight. The pain would keep her awake for months, resulting in a 20-pound loss. "Nana, you've misunderstood me. The girl across is poisoned. I merely glanced at her to confirm my suspicions." As Ning Xiaotian rubbed his waist and cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Yan, he leaned closer to Hulaina and softly explained, ignoring the visibly stirred expression on Dugu Bo's face. Curling his right hand into a fist, he whispered near Hulaina's ear, "She should not live past 30. "What? How could this be?" Hulaina gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her small hand and casting a sympathetic glance at the distant Dugu Yan. "Little brat, what did you say?" Dugu Bo's face contorted in shock, his voice booming like thunder. With his cultivation and keen hearing, he had naturally overheard their hushed conversation. How could he remain calm when it concerned his granddaughter's life? The gravity of the situation was intensified by the fact that the other party seemed to have discerned the depth of his granddaughter's poisoning merely through observation, without any pretense. Outrageous! The chrysanthemum Douluo, witnessing Dugu Bo's display of tidal Douluo might, did not dare to take it lightly. He summoned his formidable martial spirit, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and leaped in front of Ning Xiaotian and the others, exhibiting his tidal strength to counteract the pressure radiating from Dugu Bo, his expression darkening as if ready to devour. He recognized Dugu Bo, renowned poison master, and recalled that the spirit hall had records of him. But he was taken aback to discover that Dugu Bo had attained the title Douluo realm. This development posed a significant challenge. The most critical factor was that while the opposing party needed to protect one person, he was tasked with safeguarding four. His martial spirit was not suited for aggressive offense and could not swiftly eliminate the threat. Should a battle ensue and the opponent unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist, the consequences would be dire. Damn it, why must I bear the brunt of this? The chrysanthemum Douluo seethed, realizing the precariousness of his position. Dugu Bo, do you wish to perish? The chrysanthemum Douluo unleashed his full might, admonishing loudly in an attempt to intimidate Dugu Bo, secretly contemplating that if he could summon the ghost Douluo, they could swiftly eliminate the two adversaries. "Stop trying to frighten me." Dugu Bo scoffed, firmly shielding his granddaughter behind him. He recognized the chrysanthemum Douluo well and was acutely aware that the ghost Douluo was likely nearby. His return would complicate matters significantly. Realizing this, Dugu Bo instinctively took a step back. "Dugu Bo," Ning Xiaotian called out loudly upon noticing Dugu Bo's retreat. "Please retract your pressure. My words were not intended to harm. Moreover, I can discern the poison afflicting you, and I possess methods to resolve it. Dubu, a title Doa known for his expertise in poisons, has also succumbed to poisoning? How remarkable! The chrysanthemum Douluo fixed his gaze on Dugu, unable to suppress his mockery. Chrysanthemum Gate, I am aware the ghost law is nearby, but do not presume I fear you. If it comes to it, I shall detonate my poison pill and see who truly suffers. Dugu retorted, casting a glance behind the chrysanthemum Douluo. These 4 children, receiving protection from 2 titled Douluos, were likely of significant status. He understood that remaining here with his granddaughter for too long would increase their danger. Yet upon hearing Ning Xiaotian mention a remedy for the poison, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to stay. His wife, son, and daughter-in-law had all perished due to this toxin. Now, only he and his granddaughter remained to support one another. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. He had personally experienced the agony of the toxin's onset and could not bear to let his granddaughter endure such suffering any longer. Taking a chance, perhaps a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. After all, a fair exchange of 1 for 4 could yield surprising outcomes. Could the martial spirit fusion technique of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo truly outpace his own self-detonation? Old Poison Master, you Chrysanthemum Gate. What now? Old man, do not call me Chrysanthemum Gate. Chapter 45. Who does not have a medicinal garden? Old Poison Master? Chrysanthemum Gate. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, casting an odd glance at the two, witnessing such peculiar titles in this tense moment. Was this a fateful encounter? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, today's meeting with Dugu was indeed fortuitous and presented a rare opportunity. He could discuss antidotes with Dugu and subtly inquire about the Eye of Ice and Fire. If he could manage to take both of them away, it would be even better. With this thought in mind, Ning Xiaotian quickly assumed the role of a matchmaker, addressing the Chrysanthemum Douluo, esteemed teacher. Please calm your temper. The Chrysanthemum Douluo turned his head away in pride. He then turned to Dugu, Elder Dugu. Why don't we sit down and discuss this further? Indeed, this young friend possesses wisdom. Dugu nodded in approval, leading his granddaughter past the standing Chrysanthemum Douluo and directly towards Ning Xiaotian. This old fellow truly lacks shame. The Chrysanthemum Douluo gritted his teeth in frustration, sulking as he sat down and munched on his snacks. Had it not been for Ning Xiaotian's assurance of a cure for Dugu Yan, he might have seized the opportunity to eliminate the green-clad old man before him, leaving the woman for his apprentice to serve, to toil day and night in servitude, to alleviate the resentment within his heart. My young friend, how did you discern that my granddaughter and I were poisoned? Dugu inquired amiably, settling beside Ning Xiaotian, his gaze filled with a desire for survival. Esteemed elder, it is due to the distinct odor emanating from you, a scent only those poisoned to the bone would emit. Ning Xiaotian turned to Dugu, offering a respectful gesture, acknowledging their acquaintance. As for your granddaughter, the signs are evident in her eyes, earlobes, lips, collarbone, fingertips, and the sides of her armpits. Could this child truly possess the knowledge to counteract poison? Dugu pondered, for he was well-versed in toxins. The more he listened, the more he found Ning Xiaotian's words resonating with truth and precision. Beside them, Dugu Yan felt her cheeks flush with each body part Ning Xiaotian mentioned, as if he could see through her entirely. Instinctively, she clasped her slender legs together, pressing her hands firmly against her chest, her lips pursed as she muttered, "Shameless little lecher, perverted wolf." Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, their corners twitching. Yet their eyes reflected sincerity as they involuntarily followed Ning Xiaotian's words to observe Dugu Yan. It was not entirely irrelevant. One could only say that Ning Xiaotian's observations did indeed touch upon some sensitive areas. Witnessing Dugu Yan curled up in fear, Hulaina's gaze darkened, her fingers twitching as she prepared to take action. Had it not been for Ning Xiaotian's focused expression while explaining, her fingers might have already reached a critical point. I hadn't anticipated that someone so young could possess such insight, Dugu remarked, impressed. Of course, he is my exceptional disciple. He has truly learned from me. The Chrysanthemum Douluo tilted his head, beaming with pride, feeling that the praise was directed towards himself. Oh, how is it that you, as a teacher, failed to notice this? Dugu cast a disbelieving glance at Ju Douluo. Are we so familiar with each other? The only reason is my disciple's kindness. Ju Douluo, in a moment of desperation, thought, "What do I even see? It suffices that my apprentice is aware." He had little interest in the art of poison and was even too lazy to learn it. Dugu, wishing to avoid the sight of Juda's flamboyant face any longer, quickly turned his gaze towards Ning Xiaotian, speaking in a congenial tone. "Young friend, might you possess any remedies? The solution is not particularly difficult, yet the materials required are exceedingly rare to procure." Ning Xiaotian fished for information. "Young friend, please tell me. Whatever you need, I shall search the entire continent to obtain it for you." Dugu's excitement was palpable, leaning forward with astonishing speed of speech. Even the nearby Dugu Yan widened her eyes, fixated on Ning Xiaotian, scrutinizing him closely. He was rather handsome, after all. Firstly, a soul bone is required, preferably one from the right arm that is over 10,000 years old. Ning Xiaotian stated. "A soul bone? Can such a thing cure poison?" Dugu was taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion, for he possessed a head soul bone and had never witnessed it dispelling poison. Ning Xiaotian nodded. "If I am not mistaken, the toxins in your body originate from your martial spirit and are hereditary. Otherwise, your granddaughter would not be afflicted with such toxicity at her age." "Indeed, a connoisseur." Dugu's eyes lit up, only to dim again as he sighed. "It is true that my biphosphorus serpent emperor martial spirit releases venom as my cultivation progresses, gradually exceeding the limits of my physical form and leading to symptoms of poisoning. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the previous generation, the more potent the inherited toxins. This is why my family now consists only of my granddaughter and myself." With that, Dugu's mood turned somber, revealing his pain. Since the physical body cannot endure, why not utilize other means to bear it? For instance, a soul bone, which is an inanimate object and impervious to poisoning. Transferring the toxins to a soul bone? How had I not considered this before? Dugu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. But why must it be the right arm bone? He seized upon a flaw, lowering his head to stroke his white hair in contemplation. Is there not a soul bone from another part that would suffice? Because it can be wielded in combat. Ning Xiaotian nodded, earnestly instructing, "Elder, imagine if the toxins could be transferred to the right arm bone. That claw would become a venomous weapon. Are you left-handed, perhaps?" Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, gazing at Dugu's left hand, and shrugged, "Of course. Furthermore, it is safer. The location of the toxin transfer indicates where the risk lies. If placed in the skull, what if it were struck and the toxins accidentally leaked out? Indeed, this method is truly ingenious." Dugu conceded, nodding in approval. "I am not adept in leg techniques, so utilizing a leg soul bone would indeed limit the efficacy of these toxins. The skull and torso bones pose a leakage risk, making the hand bones the most appropriate choice. They can be used flexibly in combat with minimal risk. However, the soul bone is not the most challenging aspect. The true difficulty lies in the process of transferring the toxins." Ning Xiaotian noted Dugu's understanding and continued, "Elder, your toxins have permeated your entire body, reaching even the marrow. Relying solely on your own strength to transfer them will undoubtedly be inefficient. Furthermore, if we were to cleanse your body of toxins entirely, your cultivation would likely diminish significantly." Thus, Ning Xiaotian intensified his argument. "The best approach is to use medicinal herbs as an aid to activate and draw out the toxins within your body, accelerating the transfer process. I regret to inform you, however, that while my teacher, Jufa, possesses some herbs in his medicinal garden, the most essential medicinal catalyst is absent." Ning Xiaotian stated, feeling quite embarrassed. "What? You wish to utilize my medicinal garden? Dream on." Jufa interjected, jumping up in indignation, casting a disdainful glance at Dugu. "That garden is the result of years of my hard work, and besides, you just offended me." He was enraged, leaving no room for negotiation. "Young friend, please specify the herbs required. I possess a medicinal garden in the Tiando Empire." Dugu disregarded Judo, focusing on Ning Xiaotian with keen interest. "Who doesn't have a medicinal garden? Just you? You cannot even resolve your own poison. What good herbs could you possibly have?" Duduo's face was etched with skepticism. Could it be that Dugu truly discovered the ice and fire yin yang well? Ning Xiaotian continued his fishing. "Elder, the medicinal catalysts require herbs with opposing properties of cold and heat. The heat-based herbs are used to activate the toxins, revealing all the hidden poisons within." Casting a glance at Dugu, who was stroking his beard and nodding attentively, Ning Xiaotian lifted his chin and continued, conversely. The cold-based herbs will pacify the toxins while protecting the body, reducing the uncertainties of the transfer process. Additionally, the herbs must be selected on-site, as each individual's martial spirit and constitution differ. A slight error in the herbs could lead to minor foundational damage, affecting future cultivation speed, or in severe cases, even endanger one's life. He bowed slightly towards Dugu, only to see Dugu Yan turn her face away in pride. Ning Xiaotian politely added, "For instance, Elder, your biphosphorus serpent emperor martial spirit leans towards the cold attribute, and your constitution is also cold-natured, so the heat-based herbs will be required in greater abundance." "You speak with reason." Dugu mused for a moment, then looked at Ning Xiaotian, nodding in admiration. "Country bumpkin, Yudolu sneered." Dugu raised an eyebrow. Casting a glance at Zhu Duluo, strangely enough, I actually have a few of those opposing attribute herbs. What a coincidence indeed. Were it not for Dugu's certainty that this was their first encounter, he might have suspected that the other had visited his medicinal garden. His garden lacked anything particularly special, save for an abundance of these two types of herbs. In an environment characterized by extremes of cold and heat, such herbs would naturally flourish. Could it be that the heavens have not forsaken my Dugu lineage? Dugu thought to himself, feeling fortunate. "Old poisoner, do not deceive. If you have any, name a few for me to hear." Zhu Duluo felt insulted, asserting that these two types of herbs could only be cultivated in specialized environments. And he had none. How could Dugu possibly possess them? Believe it or not, Dugu remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, what one fears is not the thief, but the thief's intentions. It was evident that Zhu Duluo was a crafty old rogue. Furthermore, he was backed by the continent's foremost power, the Spirit Hall, wielding his influence as a formidable thief with his title of Duoluo. One must remain vigilant. With this thought, Dugu chose to ignore Zhu Duluo, who was becoming increasingly agitated, and instead turned his attention back to Ning Xiaotian. "Young friend, when might you have time? I would like to personally escort you to the Tiando Empire. It appears to be the ice and fire yin-yang well." Ning Xiaotian's eyes brightened as he gazed at Dugu, his heart swelling with excitement. Only such a place could yield these herbs. "In that case, Elder, please accompany us for the time being." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Ning Xiaotian spoke courteously, to be candid. "I came to the Star Dough Forest today to obtain my first soul ring, and once this matter is settled, I shall return to the Tiando Empire." Having said this, Ning Xiaotian cast a glance at the side of Hu Laina, their gazes meeting, his expression dimming. He was reluctant to part with the little fox. Hu Laina lowered her head, instinctively tightening her grip on Ning Xiaotian's arm, her eyes slightly reddening. "Oh, young friend, you hail from the Tiano Empire?" Dugu instinctively remarked that the individuals from the Heaven Do Empire mingling with the Spirit Hall were not ordinary. There must be some intrigue involved. "Indeed, I am Ning Xiaotian, hailing from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School of the Heaven Do Empire." Ning Xiaotian noted affirmatively. "You are the young master who ventured to the Spirit Hall to study medicine for the sake of healing your mother." No wonder, no wonder. Dugu sighed in relief. The name Ning Xiaotian had become widely recognized in the Heaven Do Empire, and Dugu was certainly aware of it, albeit having never encountered him in person. "Am I really that famous?" Ning Xiaotian was astonished, not expecting Elder Dugu to know about him. Since arriving at the Spirit Hall, he had indeed maintained minimal contact with his sect, primarily out of concern for arousing the suspicions of the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire and incurring unnecessary trouble. Some matters, regardless of whether one has participated in them, can provoke suspicion simply through communication. Such is human nature. However, from Dugu's earlier words, Ning Xiaotian could surmise that his father, Ning Fengzhi, had successfully concealed the truth regarding his mother being treated by Bibi Dong, as well as the matter concerning the divine herbs. Yang Wudi had also refrained from disclosing that he had sold the ancestral secret regarding the divine herbs at a good price. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, and this held true. Naturally, your deeds have spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire. Everyone praises your remarkable filial piety. Dugu observed Ning Xiaotian with a gaze full of admiration. "You are a child of great virtue. With your illustrious lineage and wealth, you would make an excellent son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Duluo and said sarcastically, "Moreover, I have heard that you were tricked out of 2 recipes for delicacies by the Spirit Hall. You know about that too? Ning Xiaotian found himself baffled. Those 2 recipes had been intercepted before they even left the Spirit Hall. How had they spread throughout the Heavendo Empire? Such matters regarding food and drink are impossible to conceal. The Spirit Hall's branches have long since opened in the Heavendo Empire. I have taken my granddaughter there to dine several times. The hot pot experience is novel, and the flavors are indeed delightful. You are quite talented, my young friend. As a glutton, Dugu placed great importance on culinary experiences, considering the poison coursing through his veins, which would inevitably lead to his demise. He thought it better to indulge in good food and drink, at least ensuring a satisfying end. Indeed, Bibi Dong is remarkably swift, Ning Xiaotian remarked. Could it be that my father, Ning Fengzhi, intentionally leaked this information to cultivate an illusion of discord between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, thereby stabilizing the emperor of the Heavendo Empire, Shui? It seems so. My father is quite adept at navigating such waters. By the way, Elder Dugu, may I inquire what brings you to the Stardow Forest today? Ning Xiaotian returned to the present, looking up at Dugu, wondering if he was also hunting soul beasts. Well, my granddaughter has recently broken through to level 20, so I brought her here to obtain a soul ring. The poisonous serpent-type soul beasts are rather abundant in the Stardow Forest. Ning Xiaotian nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. If one were merely hunting ordinary serpent-type soul beasts, the soul-hunting forest or the sunset forest would suffice, as they are plentiful. However, for highly venomous serpent-type soul beasts, the more complex environment of the Stardow Forest offers a greater variety. Moreover, Dugu Yan's martial soul, the phosphorescent snake, belongs to the category of venomous beast martial souls. Dugu Yan Ning Xiaotian seemed to have an epiphany and inquired, regarding the soul ring compatibility, I do possess some insights. May I ask what martial soul and first soul ring your granddaughter has? After all, it was quite possible that Dugu might join his faction, and Ning Xiaotian was more than willing to assist. Most importantly, in the original narrative, Dugu Yan's soul ring and soul skill configurations were rather unimpressive. Although her role was that of a control-type soul master, her soul skills were merely auxiliary, which was truly disappointing. The first soul skill, phosphorescent red toxin, stimulates the nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20. The second soul skill, phosphorescent blue toxin, eliminates pain, enhancing defense by 30. What nonsense is this? Is your martial soul truly a venomous snake and not a medicinal snake? Young friend, you excel in such matters? Dugu was taken aback. Old poisoner, who do you look down upon? My disciple possesses unparalleled theoretical knowledge about soul masters, even recognized personally by the Pope. Zhu Deluo tossed the remnants of a fruit core onto the ground, glaring defiantly. Truly impressive. Dugu's pupils contracted. Such beneficial knowledge should be taken seriously. After all, it's foolish to not seize opportunities. Dugu spoke with remarkable speed. My granddaughter's martial soul is the phosphorescent snake, a control type, and her first soul skill is... Ning Xiaotian could no longer restrain himself and interjected, Elder Dugu, are you certain your granddaughter is a control type and not an auxiliary type? Is there a problem? This is how our family has always configured. Dugu replied, as if it were self-evident. No wonder she's been labeled the weakest title de law. Ning Xiaotian found himself speechless, suppressing the urge to critique. He patiently responded, Elder Dugu, this is not the same. Your martial soul is the phosphorescent snake king. Your granddaughter's martial soul is the phosphorescent snake. The difference in just one word is like that between heaven and earth. The phosphorescent snake is entirely emerald green, dwelling in the jungles, adept at using poison and stealth, with remarkable body resilience. Its hunting method involves coiling among the foliage, concealing its form, and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, its shortcomings are evident. It is relatively short in length, physically frail, and not proficient in entangling enemies or sustaining prolonged battles. Your martial soul is of the royal variety, which can naturally mask some deficiencies, but your granddaughter cannot do so. In her foundational form, she is merely a fragile spellcaster, incapable of taking down an opponent in one fell swoop. If you do not invest in durability and agility equipment to bolster her attributes, she will inevitably be at the mercy of others' attacks, or worse, be overwhelmed and pressed to the ground. Reality is not a game. Simply unleashing poison in place cannot prevent an enemy from striking. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. If Dugu Yan were to follow Dugu Bo's configuration, the only advantage would be the toxicity, as all her soul rings derive from poisonous soul beasts. When it comes to one-on-one battles, she stands no chance. Any agile attacker, power attacker, or even control-type soul master could easily eliminate her. This fate is too cruel for a young girl. Young friend, what can be done to remedy this? Dugu Bo urgently inquired, now panicking as the future of his beloved granddaughter was at stake. Ning Xiaotian pondered for a moment before replying, Elder Dugu. The key lies in enhancing her strengths while masking her weaknesses. How so? Dugu Bo leaned forward. Hunt soul beasts that can strengthen her advantages and conceal her weaknesses. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin. For instance, the mandala snake, which excels in toxicity and resilience. The sky blue thorn vine, superior in resilience, piercing, and toxicity. Or the blue silvergrass, which is stronger in constitution and recovery. Beast martial souls paired with plant-type soul rings? This is commonplace across the continent. Young friend, are you certain you are not mistaken? Dugu Bo looked utterly baffled. Who told you that beast martial souls cannot be paired with plant-type soul rings? I assure you, not only is there no conflict, but they are also a perfect match, especially for serpentine types, Ning Xiaotian patiently instructed. While the century or millennium-old blue silvergrass may not suffice, the 10,000-year blue silvergrass soul ring can indeed be described as possessing an endless vitality. Blue Silver King. Bring it forth. The soul ring can indeed be configured in such a manner. Soul skills can also be utilized in this way. What an eye-opening experience. As Dugu Bo listened more intently, he realized that every word Ning Xiaotian articulated was profound, even beneficial for him, a title de law, prompting him to nod repeatedly in agreement. Remarkable. Dugu Yan peered curiously, her eyes sparkling, a rosy hue blooming on her delicate face. Her thoughts began to drift. Had she truly been merely diagnosing him earlier? On their first meeting, he had been willing to assist her and her grandfather in detoxifying, and now he was helping her rectify her soul ring configuration. Was it purely out of goodwill? Suddenly, Dugu Yan felt her heart racing as if a fawn were darting about within her chest, beating furiously. Her cheeks burned like fire, and she instinctively twisted her small hands together, casting a fleeting glance toward Ning Xiaotian. However, my granddaughter already possesses her first spirit ring. What are we to do? Dugu Bo expressed his awkwardness. Moreover, it is a support-type spirit ability. If not paired properly, wouldn't this ability be rendered utterly wasted? Or, at the very least, its efficacy greatly diminished. This is not difficult. We merely need to slightly adjust Miss Dugu's martial soul positioning. Ning Xiaotian nodded. How shall we adjust it? Dugu Bo eagerly inquired. An offensive control spirit master. Ning Xiaotian replied without hesitation, exuding confidence. How does that work? Dugu Bo furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. After considering all the spirit beasts and corresponding abilities mentioned by Ning Xiaotian, he still could not devise a satisfactory plan. It seemed straightforward in theory, offense and control, but how to combine them? He was at a loss. Ning Xiaotian, however, did not immediately respond to Dugu Bo. Instead, he turned to the contemplative Dugu Yan. Miss Dugu Yan, might I inquire whether your first spirit ability can affect both your martial soul and your opponent simultaneously? His unexpected question caused Dugu Yan's heart to flutter. She felt a mix of shyness and unexplainable joy. It can, whether it pertains to my biling snake martial soul or the enemies afflicted by this ability, it can indeed take effect. Dugu Yan's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. I understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded, surveying the group. Given that, the matter becomes simple. Have you all considered what would happen if the opposing enemy were to be affected by this spirit ability? Enhanced attack. Increased speed. The crowd pondered the effects of this ability, and those were the only two outcomes they could conceive. You are correct, but there is something that has been overlooked. This spirit ability possesses even more unique effects. The group exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Ning Xiaotian, feeling somewhat helpless, clarified. Miss Dugu Yan's first spirit ability is known as biling red poison, also referred to as frenzy poison, which operates by absorbing toxic mist to stimulate the nerves, thereby enhancing both attack power and speed. Frenzy implies a lack of control, which in turn suggests greater consumption of soul power. Moreover, after the frenzy subsides, the body will inevitably enter a state of weakness. This is an ability fraught with side effects. What we must do is amplify these side effects, transforming it into a true control-type ability. For instance, during the frenzy, we can introduce elements of confusion, paralysis, venom, deceleration, and petrification during the weakness phase, applying fatal strikes such as entanglement, piercing, strangulation, and biting. We can imbue the toxic mist with a chilling property, causing anyone who comes into contact with it to feel an intense cold, even temporarily freezing their form, much like the soul beast, Bind Cold Toad. Additionally, we could infuse the toxic mist with neurotoxins, leading to confusion and hallucinations, akin to the soul beasts, Black Mamba, and illusory spiked vine. For paralysis, we could consider creatures such as mandrake snake or bloodthirsty thorn vine. As for entanglement, piercing, and strangulation, there are numerous options, like the soul beast ghost vine or thunderous bloodthirsty vine. If the martial soul can also benefit from these effects, does that not imply an increase in attack frequency for the martial soul, thereby indirectly enhancing all the aforementioned effects? What are you all doing? Why are you distancing yourselves so much? Ning Xiaotian was bewildered. Did I say something wrong? No. Young friend, you are entirely correct. Dugu Bo felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing slightly. Yet he steeled himself to say, I must thank you, young friend, for providing such comprehensive suggestions for my granddaughter's spirit ring configuration. I must cultivate a good relationship with you. I cannot afford to offend you. Dugu Bo quickly labeled Ning Xiaotian in his mind. If Ning Xiaotian were merely an ordinary person, it would be manageable if I offended him. I could simply eliminate the threat. But this young man is the heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, backed by 2 top-ranked title Douluos. He is not someone to provoke. Furthermore, he is my benefactor. I cannot commit any acts of harm against him. I cannot afford to lose this connection. It seems I must establish a good rapport, perhaps even. Dugu Bo glanced at his granddaughter, who wore a complex expression. They appeared to be of similar ages. If I cannot provoke him, perhaps I could join him. Chapter 48. Dugu Yan, how courteous. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback by Dugu Bo's sincere gratitude. One must uphold etiquette and set a good example. So he quickly responded, Senior Dugu, you overstate it. I merely offered some suggestions for consideration. Wait a moment. Suggestions? Ning Xiaotian cast a meaningful glance at Dugu Bo. Can this grandfather be trusted? He seems rather unreliable. After all that discussion, Ning Xiaotian had not specified the exact order of spirit ring configurations or which spirit beast to select for the second spirit ring. Can Dugu Bo devise a proper plan on his own? It must be noted that certain spirit beasts possess strong rarity, and the higher their cultivation, the harder they are to find. This must be taken into account, which was not mentioned previously. Can Dugu Bo think of that? It seems I should personally provide some additional guidance to ensure that this scientifically challenged Dugu Bo does not inadvertently harm his own granddaughter. Awkwardly, Ning Xiaotian instinctively lowered his head, feigning modesty as data rapidly flowed through his mind, rearranging itself. He lifted his head, speaking with righteous conviction. Ahem, Senior Dugu. There is one more matter I almost forgot to mention. Some of the spirit beasts I mentioned earlier are quite rare, especially those with higher ages. Therefore, it is best to position them among the earlier spirit rings for pairing. My suggestion is to use the spirit beast, Stinging Nettle Thorn Vine, as Miss Dugu's second spirit ring. As if struck by inspiration, Ning Xiaotian shivered involuntarily and continued. This spirit beast possesses exceptional body resilience, with a surface coated in barbs. Merely touching the skin will induce an unbearable itch throughout the body, followed by swelling and paralysis, ultimately leading to a complete loss of sensation. In a previous life, he had suffered greatly from touching the sap of a lacquer tree, with dire consequences. Continuing his thoughtful approach, Ning Xiaotian added, as for the subsequent spirit ring configurations, once I return to the Heaven Do Empire, I will document the details and precautions to present to Senior Dugu. What does that sound? An ideal choice for a son-in-law. Dugu Bo's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Ning Xiaotian, stroking his beard, and said, You are indeed considerate, young friend. I shall graciously accept your suggestions. Furthermore, should you ever need to visit my humble abode, I will never refuse. Upon finishing, he nudged the still distracted Dugu Yan beside him and cleared his throat. Yan. Dugu Yan, understanding, summoned her courage to look at Ning Xiaotian and said openly, Thank you, Brother Xiaotian. There is no need to be so formal. You could just call me Yin from now on. No need for formality, Sister Yin Ning Xiaotian smiled and nodded at Dugu Yan, secretly concluding that she was a girl who knew how to distinguish between gratitude and grievance, worthy of investment. He did not think much of romantic implications, wondering how it was possible for someone to take a liking to him after such a brief encounter. It was utterly implausible. Meanwhile, Hulaina, observing Dugu Yan's graceful response, did not suspect anything further, believing that Dugu Yan was merely expressing gratitude for the favor. Dugu Yan felt a pang of frustration. Why must she add the word sister afterward? Just calling her Yin would be so much more endearing. I will not give up so easily. Dugu Yan silently encouraged herself. The person I have set my sights on, I shall pursue to the end. Yet, Dugu Yan cast a furtive glance at Hulaina beside Ning Xiaotian, pondering, what about this girl? They seem quite affectionate. Would it be possible to be cast aside so easily? No, absolutely not. Dugu Yan engaged in self-criticism, firmly denying any notion of becoming a shameless woman. Furthermore, how could the boy she admired be a fickle scoundrel, prone to abandoning relationships at will? What should she do then? Should they be together? Dugu Yan's heart trembled, and an embarrassing scene involuntarily surfaced in her mind, a scene that made her feel utterly mortified. In a cozy embrace, amidst the flickering candlelight, two beauties entwined, their laughter echoing like a sweet melody. Oh, how shameful! Have I become corrupt? How could I even think of such things? Quickly, Dugu Yan turned her face away, burying her small head, her legs tightly pressed together, her little hands gripping the hem of her skirt. After a moment, she cautiously lifted her head, casting a furtive glance at those around her. Fortunately, she sighed in relief. Although the area was open, it was surrounded by dense foliage, and everyone was beneath the shade of trees, the dim light concealing her embarrassment. Never mind, Dugu Yan, shall be magnanimous. She picked up the small fish jerky that Ning Xiaotian had placed on the ground and took a hearty bite, thinking to herself, one person, one day, that should suffice. Crunch. Dugu Yan? Dugu Bo, hearing the sound, turned to look at her, puzzled. What's going on today? I remember my precious granddaughter doesn't like fish jerky. Grandfather, it's nothing. I just suddenly want to try this fish jerky. Dugu Yan replied hastily, startled by Dugu Bo's unexpected question. Dugu Bo, oblivious, continued to look at Ning Xiaotian, expressing concern. Young friend, it seems my granddaughter has found a target for her second soul ring. May I ask what soul beast you intend to hunt? Senior Dugu, I plan to hunt the Gale Demon Wolf. Ning Xiaotian replied candidly. Dugu Bo's question sparked thoughts within Ning Xiaotian. Speaking of which, where's the ghost Douluo? Gale Demon Wolf? I happened to see a pack on my way here. However, there were too many of them, and I didn't want to frighten Yin, so I restrained my aura. Dugu Bo instinctively responded. But before he could finish, he suddenly sensed several chilling presences approaching. When he looked up, everyone was staring at him. Oh no, it seems I've led the young friend into trouble. Dugu Bo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Instantly realizing the severity of the situation, he scratched his head awkwardly and glanced around, chuckling nervously. Aha! It was an unintentional remark. An unintentional remark. Internally, he wished he could slap himself for his thoughtless words. Seeing Dugu Bo's awkward expression, everyone was speechless. No wonder the ghost Douluo hasn't returned for so long. It seemed he took a wrong turn. You old fool. No wonder the ghost hasn't returned. It's all your fault. The chrysanthemum Douluo, realizing the truth, jumped up and berated Dugu Bo fiercely. Feeling guilty, Dugu Bo averted his gaze and looked up at the trees, thinking to himself, in life, one must be thick-skinned when necessary. A person without shame is invincible. He understood the essence of it well. Ning Xiaotian, witnessing this, felt helpless. If they continued waiting, it would only waste time and push the ghost Douluo further away. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and addressed everyone. Let us not wait any longer. Teacher, please send a signal to summon Elder Ghost back. I suggest that Senior Dugu, who has seen the wolf pack, lead the way while we proceed first. As for Elder Ghost, he can follow the markers we leave behind. Let us go this way. Dugu Bo, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to volunteer as the guide. He took a swift step to the front of the group, gesturing for everyone to follow, leaving his granddaughter by Ning Xiaotian's side, confident in his care. Chapter 49. The Gale Demon Wolf Pack. Which one should they target? Observing the numerous Gale Demon Wolves ahead, Yin turned his gaze to Ning Xiaotian. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. He certainly could not discern which wolf would be the most suitable. Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze scanning the pack of Gale demon wolves. Before them lay a clear stream about 5 meters wide, surrounded by dense weeds and scattered stones, resembling a game of Go with pieces strewn about. The Gale demon wolves were leisurely sprawled atop the rocks, resting among the grass. Around the pack, 4 robust adult male wolves occupied vantage points, their keen eyes surveying the surroundings. This was a well-organized wolf pack. To his surprise, Ning Xiaotian counted a total of 19 Gale demon wolves. 6 cubs huddled together, their genders indiscernible. There were 5 adult males and 8 adult females. Judging by their size and positioning, the largest female wolf in the core position was likely the leader, with the largest male wolf beside her as her mate. The other individuals in the pack were probably offspring of this couple, all around 1,500 years of age. The information proved accurate. This was indeed a small pack of Gale demon wolves residing on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. However, at 1,500 years, these 2 were clearly unsuitable for my needs. Ning Xiaotian sighed. After all, he couldn't bear the weight. Among the other adult Gale demon wolves, 1 male wolf was approximately 520 years old, and a female around 420 years old. These 2 were appropriate. The others were either too high or too low in age. The younger ones were not worth considering, while those exceeding 200 years were likely unfeasible. With Ulaina possessing a 3-year head spirit bone, she had only managed to hunt a 987-year-old ghost shadow leopard for her second soul ring, and the process was perilous, causing her body to swell with overwhelming soul energy. As for him, lacking a spirit bone and with soul power inferior to Hulaina's, he dared not exceed 200 years. If only he had consumed the body-refining celestial herb, he might have attempted it. Unfortunately, he did not. That one over there, about 500 years old, should be just right. Ning Xiaotian pointed to a particularly robust azure Gale demon wolf in the distance. All right, Xiaotian, Hulaina nodded, and the others from the spirit hall also agreed, seemingly having anticipated Ning Xiaotian's choice. 500 years. Young friend, are you joking? Shouldn't it be 423 years? Dugu was taken aback. Was the future grandson-in-law losing his mind? Beside him, Dugu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly astonished by the age of the soul beast Ning Xiaotian intended to hunt, far exceeding her understanding. Senior Dugu, you can see for yourself? Ning Xiaotian said, offering a book he had recently compiled on an improved theory of soul masters. Far more comprehensive than the piece written by Yu Xiaojiang, filled with logic and ample information. Regardless, once he acquired his soul ring and returned to the Spirit Hall, he intended to present it to Bibi Dong, who would likely release it under the Spirit Hall's name. This was something he had specially prepared for Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong will undoubtedly be pleased. As for whether she will make any cuts, that remains uncertain. Within this theoretical content, certain entries indeed possess the potential to aid the enemy. However, I have complete faith in Dugu. Sharing this with him in advance poses no issue. Is this theoretical work compiled by a personal friend or by the Spirit Hall? Merely glancing at the initial theories, Dugu felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Utterly astonished, I am simply standing on the shoulders of my predecessors, merely summarizing their insights. Ning Xiaotian humbly remarked, for humility fosters progress and camaraderie. The revelation that this is a personal work of a friend took Dugu by surprise, and his gaze towards Ning Xiaotian grew increasingly admiring. This cannot stand. I must arrange a marriage for my granddaughter. Ning Xiaotian possesses identity, background, character, and profound knowledge in the realm of spirit master theory. His future is limitless. Moreover, with his guidance, my granddaughter will surely advance further on her path of cultivation. For instance, let us set a modest goal to become a titled douluo. This task is achievable. My friend is indeed modest. Over 20 years ago, Yu Xiaojiang also published similar theories. However, compared to yours, the difference is like that of clouds and mud. Dugu exclaimed in admiration. He had previously perused Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competitive theories and once found them somewhat reasonable, albeit lacking in detail in many areas. Now, after examining Ning Xiaotian's theories, Yu Xiaojiang's work appeared riddled with flaws in comparison. This one, and this one, marvelous. Nana, let us proceed. Observing that Dugu was engrossed in the text and had ceased his inquiries, Ning Xiaotian was also unwilling to squander time. My goal today is to acquire soul rings. Upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin refrained from further conversation and swiftly took their positions, with Xiaoyu and Yin discreetly maneuvering behind. Clearly, during the dialogue between Ning Xiaotian and Dugu Bo, the trio had already devised a hunting plan. With a swift motion, Hulaina unsheathed a dagger and threw it, striking near the nest of the demonic wolf pups. The pups under siege prompted the entire swift-wind demonic wolf pack to react immediately, resembling a finely tuned machine, operating with clear divisions of labor. Evidently, such ambushes were not new to this pack. The four alert male wolves transformed into gusts of wind, swiftly positioning themselves in front of the pups. Their limbs poised, fur bristling, eyes burning with a ghostly green flame. They fixed their gaze upon Hulaina. Their chests heaved as they emitted low growls, their lips taut, revealing their vicious fangs. Behind them stood the battle-ready female wolf leader and her mate, followed by 6 females carrying the pups and 2 guarding sisters. This pack was covering the pups' retreat. Ning Xiaotian immediately discerned the situation. What rationale compelled this pack to execute such a precise and rapid withdrawal without confirming the strength of their adversaries? It was evident. This was a result of the long-standing hunting behaviors of human spirit masters. Humans are cunning. In their quest for soul rings, they never act without preparation. Spirit masters are aware of this. Spirit beasts know it too, for they have paid with blood for their lessons. Ning Xiaotian and his companions were not the first to hunt this wolf pack, nor would they be the last. A moment of silence enveloped Ning Xiaotian. However, such were the rules. Unless one possessed the strength to break them, one must abide by them. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Observing the wolf pack executing their strategy, Yin wasted no time and unleashed his first soul skill, blocking the path of the 4 male wolves and separating them from the rest of the pack. Second soul skill, Shadow. Seeing Yin utilize the searing lava generated by his first soul skill to divide the wolves, Hulaina reacted promptly, activating her second soul skill, Shadow. In an instant, Hulaina transformed into a pink mist, followed by a series of transparent phantoms flashing ahead, and in a blink, she arrived before the swift-wind demonic wolf designated by Ning Xiaotian. First soul skill, Fox Charm. Upon activating her Fox Charm skill, bolstered by her head soul bone, the swift-wind demonic wolf, caught unawares, succumbed before it could react. Its fierce demeanor softened instantly, its eyes glazed, tongue lolling, drool spilling forth. What a husky! Chapter 50. The battle concludes, absorbing soul rings. Witnessing the swift-wind demonic wolf in such a state, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but recall a certain canine species from his previous life. Utterly inept, yet the champion of destruction. Of course, this thought was fleeting. Ning Xiaotian quickly regained his focus. With a howl, seeing its companion in distress, the remaining 3 swift-wind demonic wolves sprang into action. Lowering their bodies, they emitted deep growls. Their lips curled back, revealing their savage nature. In an instant, they leapt forward, claws extended, teeth bared, transformed into a storm. Intent on tearing apart Hulaina. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Without hesitation, having just unleashed his first soul skill, Yin activated his second soul skill. His arms rapidly petrified and thickened, transforming into 2 colossal rock pillars. As molten fire surged between the cracks, the scene was overwhelming. Bang! Bang! The claws struck against the solid stone with a deafening roar. The 2 swift-wind demonic wolves, massive as mountains, bore down upon Yin. Under the force of inertia, their stout forelimbs buckled, pressing tightly against Yan's fiery rock arms. Cough! The fierce impact forced a muffled groan from Yin, who skidded backward like a plow. Yet his expression remained undaunted, his body resolutely leaning forward. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air as the wolves' claws, fur, and skin were scorched by the searing lava on Yan's arms, emitting thick plumes of smoke. Oh, in pain, the 2 wolves let out agonizing howls, retreating rapidly, their forepaws hitting the ground as they staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. Meanwhile, Hulaina showed no signs of slackening. Upon witnessing another swift-wind demonic wolf charging towards her, she swiftly pivoted, fixing her gaze upon it, her eyes widening. A flash of her gaze shot forth, unleashing a purple lightning bolt that struck directly at the eyes of the charging swift-wind demonic wolf. This was Hulaina activating the psychic skill of her 30,000-year-old head soul bone. Nightmare incursion. Awoo. In an instant, the swift-winged demonic wolf, struck by the purple lightning, felt as if its eyes were ablaze, its head splitting with pain, and under the intense agony, its body plummeted. It clawed desperately at its head, rolling in torment, its anguished cries reverberating throughout the area, blood streaming from its eyes and ears. The sight was truly tragic. The 3-year limit of the head soul bone skill, wielded against a soul beast not even a millennium old, showcased a clear advantage. First soul skill /. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, recognizing the advantageous situation, swiftly activated his first soul skill. The figure morphed into a phantom, launching a vigorous assault on the limbs of the still enchanted Gale demon wolf, intent on delivering a crushing blow before it could awaken. A flawless collaboration. Witnessing the conclusion of this fierce battle, Ning Xiaotian could not help but express his admiration. Despite appearing to stretch on, the skirmish lasted less than 30 seconds. After the dagger struck the ground, the timing of the trio's strikes and the seamless integration of their soul skills were nothing short of impeccable. The wolf pack, fearful of flames, prompted Yin to unleash his first soul skill, creating a scorching lava divide across the battlefield. He seamlessly transitioned into his second soul skill to intercept the 2 closest demon wolves, utilizing the intense heat from his abilities to inflict damage upon his adversaries. Hulaina, seizing the moment, teleported to her designated target, enchanting it with her fox charm skill. She swiftly reacted, employing her soul bone technique to severely wound another charging Gale demon wolf. Following this, Xiaoyu capitalized on the opportunity to swiftly strike, ensuring that the Gale demon wolf, ensnared by Hulaina's charm, was rendered completely immobile. With its limbs grievously injured, even upon regaining consciousness, escape was no longer an option. Witnessing his 4 companions suffer injuries in such a brief span, the leader of the wolf pack, now cut off by the flames, abandoned any notion of rescue. With a furious expression, he let out a mournful howl for his fallen comrades before retreating with the pack. This was the law of the jungle, preserving the young at the expense of the old. Coughing, Yin suddenly doubled over, dry heaving. Xiaoyu, perplexed, questioned the situation, noting that a young man couldn't be pregnant. "It's nothing, just the stench of burnt wolf fur. It's unbearable," he exclaimed before rushing to a nearby stream to wash his arms vigorously. Xiaoyu, speechless, glanced at the bloodstains on her body and hurried to the stream to cleanse herself as well. Ning Xiaotian, come absorb the soul ring. Hulaina called out, her thoughts on Ning Xiaotian's soul ring, urging him to prioritize it over cleaning his bloodied hands. Responding to her call, Ning Xiaotian readied himself to approach, but paused as he noticed the 3 Gale demon wolves still writhing on the ground. These warriors, unafraid of death for the survival of their kin, deserve our respect. Teacher, please use this medicine to treat the 2 scalded Gale demon wolves, he urged, recognizing that their injuries were not severe and could be easily remedied. He retrieved a bottle of healing ointment from his soul guide and handed it to Dugu. As for the other one, it would be merciful to end its suffering. Having been struck directly by a 30,000-year mental-type soul bone technique, it was likely left in a state of paralysis, and even if it survived, it would be forsaken by its own kind. "Ah, my young friend has a kind heart. Let me take care of this dirty work. Dugu, you protect Ning Xiaotian." Without waiting for Dugu's response, Dugu snatched the healing ointment from Ning Xiaotian's hands. "Old poison, don't call me that. Udilua's lips tremblet." Revealing a mix of anger and annoyance, his eyes wide with fury as he seemed ready to strike down the old man before him. "You old fool, just wait." Seeing that Dugu ignored him entirely, Dugu took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. He swiftly approached the Gale demon wolf that was rolling on the ground, raised his hand suddenly, and with a fierce glare, struck down with a palm. "Old fool, D." Ning Xiaotian recoiled slightly, remaining silent as he quickly walked to Hulaina's side. He withdrew a dagger from his soul guide, aiming it at the right eye of the Gale demon wolf that was barely breathing. With a forceful thrust, he pierced downwards. "Is this the soul ring?" Observing the deep yellow soul ring floating before him, Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of nervousness. The feeling was akin to witnessing countless plates spinning with an unperturbed heart, only to be thrown into a state of panic when a balance is threatened. Without further contemplation, he hurriedly sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his abdomen to summon his seven-treasure, glazed tile, martial spirit. Then, he closed his eyes to channel his soul power. The deep yellow soul ring appeared to respond to his summons, gradually drifting towards the seven-treasure, glazed tile, martial spirit before him. Slowly and rhythmically, it began to envelop him from the top of the tower downwards. It feels warm and somewhat swollen. Chapter 51. A perilous absorption. Oh no, it's swelling even more. I feel like I'm going to explode. Ning Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his skin turning a fiery red, his once sharp and wild features now contorted in agony. The heat was unbearable, as if he were immersed in a furnace. His veins felt as though they were filled with molten lava, his body thrust into a boiling cauldron, tightly sealed beneath a heavy lid, with more fuel continually added beneath. He never anticipated that absorbing a soul ring merely exceeding a century in age would be such an excruciating experience. The past 3 years of daily training, medicinal baths, and nurturing his soul power had cost him a fortune. Despite investing so heavily, he had not anticipated being unable to withstand this mere 500-year soul ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The swelling, akin to a raging tide, threatened to burst. Pain, piercing to the core, dulled his senses. His mind plunged into a chaotic abyss. Blank and void, Ning Xiaotian's willpower fought desperately, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart roaring like a furious beast. The agony was merely a stepping stone to my ascent. How dare a mere 500-year soul beast obstruct my path? His consciousness became a battlefield, his indomitable will transforming into a blade, pain morphing into a rampaging beast. Ning Xiaotian's spirit deepened, the world around him falling silent, as he felt as though he had entered a life-and-death struggle. Sword strikes, horizontal and vertical, encircling and soft, all pierced through. Fists, direct punches, thrusts, and various styles of martial arts surged forth as he poured forth all that he had learned. Even he was unaware of the techniques manifesting in his mind. He merely wished to unleash everything. The pain inflicted upon his body, the dissatisfaction with his current state, the discontent with the future, the frustration with the world. He aimed to shatter all barriers and turn everything upside down. I am who I am. I am Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian. Elder Jew, what is happening? I didn't experience anything like this when I absorbed my second soul, ring over 900 years. Hulaina exclaimed, her heart racing as she observed Ning Xiaotian, his body swollen, veins protruding, and face twisted in agony. Her small hands clenched tightly, veins bulging, brows furrowed, her body trembling. Her expression filled with fear. When she absorbed her second soul ring, exceeding the limits by over 200 years, she felt no such torment. Yet here was Ning Xiaotian, barely surpassing the limit of 100 years, enduring such arduous absorption. It seemed he was in grave danger. Nana is different. Your physique has been strengthened by the first soul ring, and with the addition of a 10,000-year soul bone, your body's resilience is naturally exceptional. But Ning Xiaotian has only recently awakened his martial spirit. As an auxiliary-type martial spirit, his physical quality is inherently inferior to that of beast martial spirit users, despite his sect expending significant resources to enhance his physique. The mere enhancement of this magnitude pales in comparison to a soul ring imbued with over 400 years of cultivation. The disparity in the physical augmentation conferred by the two is indeed substantial. Zhu Douluo expressed his astonishment, realizing why Ning Xiaotian had taken such care to emphasize this theory. For a soul master to absorb a first soul ring without the support of the soul bone after surpassing the century mark is perilously close to the dangers faced by a soul venerable absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. In retrospect, the warnings were not unfounded. At 6 years of age, with 423 years of cultivation and an additional century, the significance of that extra 100 years transcends merely elevating the soul ring's duration by a quarter. It signifies a natural prowess that exceeds one's lifespan by a factor of 16. No wonder his disciple had insisted on keeping this theory from Hulaina. This was indeed a gamble. Alas, reflecting upon the day he inadvertently stumbled into his disciple's room and beheld this theory in writing, he regretted agreeing to such secrecy. He should never have believed his disciple's fanciful claims. This was a trivial matter. To be candid, Zhu Douluo felt a twinge of regret at this moment. His disciple was risking his life to put this theory into practice. What a dire situation. Surely, it was due to his groggy state that morning that he underestimated the inherent dangers. However, it was too late for lamentations now. There was naught left to do but rely on his young friend. Dugu Bo had just perused the Soul Master theory, experiencing a significant expansion of his perspective and knowledge, and had gained insight into Ning Xiaotian's current condition. Young friend, what audacity! How commendable! This spirit of daring practice and innovation eclipses that of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang merely clung to the experiences of predecessors, formulating and publishing an exceedingly conservative estimate without any refinement or improvement. He did not even propose specialized training regimens based on the differing types of martial spirits among soul masters, nor did he delineate the corresponding limits for absorbing soul rings. A mere child of 6 surpassed him in this regard. During the process of absorbing a soul ring, regardless of circumstances, outsiders must not interfere. Worrying now is futile. All that can be done is to vigilantly observe the surroundings, ensuring that no soul master or soul beast intrudes. Contemplating this, Dugu Bo ceased his idle chatter, leaping multiple times to the top of a great tree, gripping a branch with his right hand, his eyes scanning the area with keen intensity. This was the only assistance he could offer to Ning Xiaotian. No outsider shall breach this perimeter. All who refuse to comply or retreat must face death. Well, except for the ghost Douluo present. The members of the Spirit Hall are indeed detestable. Why must they appear at this moment? Neither too soon nor too late. Exactly when he is on guard. Old Jew, what is the situation? The ghost Douluo appeared puzzled. Old ghost, we shall discuss this later. Xiaotian's condition has stabilized considerably. The forthcoming moments are crucial. You should also observe the surroundings. We absolutely cannot allow any soul master or soul beast to disrupt. Zhu Douluo urged without elaboration. If a soul master or soul beast were to charge in and make a commotion now, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Understood. The ghost Douluo did not waste words, quickly bounding to the treetop. The 3 titled Douluo present formed a tight circle around Ning Xiaotian. Is this all? Feeling the heat and discomfort within his body rapidly dissipate, Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a wave of disdain. He trembled sharply, finding the experience rather lackluster. As the scenes in his mind faded away and consciousness returned, he could not help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Ah, that feels much better. With that, he slightly parted his lips, exhaling a breath of stale air, and slowly opened his eyes. Pardon me, I just couldn't tell myself. Upon noticing the peculiar expressions of the 2 women and 3 men before him, Ning Xiaotian felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Xiaotian, Hulaina blushed deeply, suddenly leaping into Ning Xiaotian's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Nana, enough. It's all fine now. Please let go. I'm drenched in sweat. As he felt the softness of her form and the fragrance of the girl enveloping him, Ning Xiaotian's heart stirred. Yet, he found himself unable to respond in kind. He could not resist gently encircling her delicate waist, caressing her while also playfully tousling her hair. The scent of the little fox was truly delightful, although it was pressing a bit too tightly against his old back. Chapter 52, Acquiring a Soul Skill, Midnight Respite. Hulaina seemed to sense the unusual attention from the others, abruptly pushing away from Ning Xiaotian's embrace. She lowered her head, standing shyly to the side. Xiania, how does your body feel? Are you all right? Seeing that Ning Xiaotian seemed unharmed, Judah let out a sigh of relief, hastily approaching to scrutinize him. As the lecherous hand was about to reach out, Ning Xiaotian quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, evading the impending assault. Observing the circle of people surrounding him, Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of emotion. Throughout the period he absorbed his first soul ring, it was these individuals who had safeguarded him. Although he felt remarkably light and brimming with strength now, Ning Xiaotian understood that the process of absorbing his first soul ring had been fraught with peril. Had he not inadvertently entered a peculiar state that diverted his attention, the previous physical discomfort would have surely shattered his spirit. Young friend, I knew you would be fine. Successfully absorbing a soul ring of over 500 years is quite impressive. Dugu Bo, who had hurried over after descending from the tree, gave a thumbs up. At the tender age of 6, surpassing the century mark to absorb a first soul ring and succeeding. Who else can claim such a feat? He had certainly never heard of a second. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Tian, how effective is your soul skill? Zhu Duluo leaned forward, his eyes wide with curiosity. An absorbed first soul ring exceeding its age limit must surely possess unique attributes. Teacher, esteemed ones. Ning Xiaotian stood tall, a sense of pride swelling within him. His voice rising. The effect of my first soul skill is an increase in speed, with the number of individuals assisted depending on one's spiritual and soul power. With my current level 12 soul power, I can impart a speed enhancement of 22, and for every increase in soul power level, the enhancement increases by 1. He paused, mentally noting the advantages of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level. Moreover, the soul power consumption for this soul skill is remarkably low, approximately 15 less than that of my kin who absorbed a 423-year soul ring. In future battles, I can unleash more attacks and sustain them longer. This advantage aligns quite well with my style. Does that mean that upon reaching level 79, this soul skill could yield an 89-point increase in speed? Zhu Doluo's eyes sparkle with excitement. It is well known that the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda's amplification can transcend foundational limits. Regardless of the disparity in strength between the target and the wielder, the amplification remains fixed, provided one's soul power is sufficient. Furthermore, given the minimal soul power consumption of Ning Xiaotian's first soul skill, this implies he could enhance high-ranking soul masters sooner, even augmenting multiple titled Duluo simultaneously. Now, that is truly formidable. Zhu Duluo beamed with pride, exclaiming, "My disciple is indeed extraordinary. Where's your modesty?" Dugu Bo shot him a sidelong glance of disdain before turning away, satisfied as a father-in-law observing his son-in-law. Well done, young friend. This soul skill is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder it is regarded as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit. Congratulations, little brother Xiaotian. You are impressive. Indeed, indeed. Hulaina's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her little head nodding vigorously, her expression brimming with pride. Let us refrain from mentioning the number 79, which brings joy to all. Ning Xiaotian feigned a smile, turning his gaze away from Zhu Doluo and towards the amiable Dugu Bo. The inherent flaw of the 7-treasure glazed tile's martial soul had always been a thorn in Ning Xiaotian's heart. It was this esteemed elder who might hold the key to its resolution. Senior Dugu, since my spirit ring has been successfully acquired, shall we commence our search for Sister Yenner's second soul ring? As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian surveyed his surroundings, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. The stinging nettle and thorny vine typically thrive near water sources or at certain valley entrances. The stream before us is indeed a favored habitat for such plant-type soul beasts. Let us proceed along this path. Perhaps we shall find one. Very well, as you suggest, Dugu Bo nodded, having long been convinced of Ning Xiaotian's expertise regarding soul beasts, and willingly agreed. Why exert oneself when one can simply relax? Half an hour later, Dugu Bo pondered aloud. Shall we consider a different direction? Continuing further may lead us into the core area. Indeed, let us change our course, Ning Xiaotian concurred, understanding that even if they were to find a soul beast, its age might exceed what Dugu Yan could withstand. Perhaps we should alter our trajectory once more. Ning Xiaotian seemed to grasp the meaning behind the earlier statement, reflecting on the futility of their relentless pursuit. When he had previously assisted Hulaina in selecting soul rings, he had only considered the potency of the soul skills, neglecting the rarity and difficulty of locating soul beasts. In hindsight, the employees of the Martial Soul Hall must have led fulfilling lives, much like his own at present. His legs grew weary, yet still, no sign of a vine appeared. The sun is setting. We should halt our search for today, Zhu Duo remarked succinctly, glancing at the darkening sky. The sun had completely vanished, leaving only a faint orange glow filtering through the leaves, a clear omen of the encroaching night. In the star-dove forest, pressing onward under such circumstances could prove perilous. Let's find a clearing to set up camp and rest, Zhu Duo suggested. Having encountered similar situations in the forest many times before, the others quickly followed behind him, gathering dry wood along the way, as making a fire was essential to ward off the mosquitoes, which cared little for one's status as a title Duo. Xiaotian, the rabbit meat you've roasted is delicious. Of course, a touch of chili enhances the flavor. Teacher, This spicy rabbit head is for you. How thoughtful of you. My disciple. The camaraderie around the fire was palpable, radiating warmth and affection. Suddenly, Ning Xiaotian, sword in hand, sensed a disturbance outside. It seemed a creature was approaching. He quickly sheathed his sword into the soul guide, facing the tent entrance. With 3 titled Douluos present, no soul beast would dare approach, save for perhaps his teacher or Dugu Bo wishing to discuss matters of poison removal. Nana, what brings you here? Xiaotian, I wish to sleep beside you. Hulaina lifted the tent flap, tiptoeing cautiously to Ning Xiaotian's bedside, her voice soft and endearing. Is that all right? Is that appropriate? Ning Xiaotian replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. In the dim candlelight, Hulaina's delicate face glowed like polished jade, her fingers twisting nervously before her, while her toes barely grazed the ground, a blush adorning her cheeks. How adorable! Ning Xiaotian's heart fluttered, and he shifted aside, pulling back the covers. What can a child do? Why be afraid? The subsequent 5,000 words detail the protagonist and Hulaina's mutual commitment to support one another, as well as the protagonist's thoughts on the potential evolution of his martial soul, leading to the possibility of Ning Fengzhi as the sex heir, encouraging him to marry more than once or even form alliances through marriage. The protagonist inquires if Hulaina minds this notion, to which she expresses her support. Having grown up with only her brother, and after becoming Bibi Dong's disciple, found herself isolated from other girls her age. She welcomes the idea of the protagonist marrying more, as it would provide her with companions her own age and expand her family, alleviating her loneliness. Chapter 53. The growing little serpent the next morning, old poison. Did you not have enough to eat for breakfast? Juhua, if you dare, I will slay it right now, and you can find another on your own. I've told you. Do not call me Juhua. If you keep yelling, I shall instruct my disciple not to assist you with poison removal. Very well, Dugu. A crystal-clear stream wound its way into the depths of the forest, flanked by dense shrubbery, scattered stones, and broken branches. The overhead thickets stretched towards the towering trees, forming an archway, albeit a shattered one, through which the delicate flowers fluttered, hinting at their former beauty. The ground beneath appeared as though a frenzied beast had ravaged it, pockmarked and muddy. At that moment, a massive, fuzzy vine lay sprawled across the ground, approximately 10 meters long, its form curling chaotically, twitching as if it yearned to rise and gallop like a weary steed, yet age had rendered it feeble. Such a pitiful sight, Ning Xiaotian grimaced. Zista Yanya. Take this dagger. The weak point of the stinging, nettle-thorny vine lies in its lightly protruding roots. Piercing them will ensure its demise. Also, avoid getting its sap on your skin, lest you suffer from allergic reactions and unbearable itching. Observing the stinging, nettle-thorny vine, now thoroughly beaten to a pulp by Dugu Bo, Ning Xiaotian acted without hesitation, offering his dagger as a means of redemption. Let this beautiful maiden end its wretched existence. It deserves a dignified end. Thank you. Dugu Yan accepted the dagger politely, her ears inexplicably growing warm. Had she misspoken? Ning Xiaotian scratched his head. Dugu Yan approached the stinging nettle-thorny vine, squatting gracefully, her form accentuated, and with precision, she plunged the dagger into its root. The vine writhed and twisted, releasing a deluge of white sap, splattering the ground. What a horrific sight! The gentlemen present instinctively took a step back, their legs trembling in terror, realizing the gruesome manner of its demise. Brother Nettle, perhaps in your next life, you should be reborn as a rabbit. At least your end would be swift and sweet. Dugu Yan, how is it? The stinging, nettle-thorny vine's soul ring was around 750 years old. Dugu Yan absorbed it with relative ease. Alas, without the rigorous training of an expert like himself, her physical prowess was insufficient to exceed the limits of the soul ring. Indeed, brother, Xiaotian was correct. Our Bailin snake martial soul is indeed well suited for absorbing plant-type soul beast rings. As she spoke, Dugu Yan summoned forth a small green serpent, which indeed appeared longer and thicker, a fact that Ning Xiaotian noted with clarity. Second soul skill bind. As soon as the words left her lips, a long emerald serpent, approximately 3 meters in length and the width of 3 fingers, suddenly coiled around Dugu Yan's delicate arms and waist. In an instant, it lunged toward the direction of the lush foliage with astonishing speed. Even Ning Xiaotian, observing the scene, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a green flash. It was remarkably swift. The serpent's body, smooth as silk, rapidly encircled the tree trunk several times. With a sharp gesture of Dugu Yan's slender fingers, the tree trunk, as wide as a basin, was abruptly squeezed and toppled over from 3 meters away. However, it was not merely the strength of the serpent that caused the tree to fall. The potent venom also played a corrosive role, causing the trunk to emit smoke. Sister Yin, does this spirit ring allow your martial spirit, the serpent, to secrete toxins? Ning Xiaotian inquired directly, abandoning further speculation. A wise approach indeed. One should engage the tongue rather than the mind, especially in the presence of a lady, a lesson well learned from countless predecessors. Indeed, after absorbing this spirit ring, my phosphor serpent martial spirit has not only significantly enhanced its resilience, but the phosphor serpent venom now possesses paralyzing properties. More importantly, my phosphor serpent venom is no longer limited to being released through toxic mist or bites. It can now seep out through the gaps in its scales, she explained. This was indeed a terrifying enhancement, surpassing Ning Xiaotian's comprehension. A venomous serpent capable of secreting toxins through its body. Could one dare to believe it? Had it truly transformed into a botanical serpent? This implied that Dugu Yan's methods of utilizing poison would become exceedingly unpredictable. For instance, by controlling the release of spirit power, reducing the size of her martial spirit, and amplifying the toxicity, she could stealthily approach a hostile spirit master, infiltrate them without the need to bite. Merely a touch would suffice, leading to a swift and tranquil demise. Sister Yin, it seems your third spirit ring should be chosen from a spirit beast that enhances the corrosiveness of your serpent's venom. Additionally, you should be able to manipulate the size of your martial spirit, correct? Dugu Yan's eyes brightened at Ning Xiaotian's words. Indeed, a smaller form would enhance stealth. Coupled with potent corrosiveness, the defenses of opponents would crumble like parchment before your deadly venom. With the right environmental advantages, your phosphor serpent venom could achieve silent assassinations. This is no mere control-type spirit master. This is a venomous assassin. In a team battle, unleashing toxic mist to obscure vision, followed by sending out small serpents to find their mark. Should they encounter some unfortunate soul or a naive rookie, it would be a horrific sight indeed. I must venture to the eye of ice and fire to consume both the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot. Immunity to all poisons is paramount. By the way, Tang San, without the body of immunity, I wish you good fortune. It remained uncertain whether Dugu Yan would eventually join the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire and meet the Shrek 7 Devils in the arena, engaging in a fierce battle. Although serpents fear fire, could Tang San truly prevent such a covert attack? At that time, Dugu Yan would likely have reached level 40. With an additional spirit ring, perhaps the outcome would be different. Xiaotian, thank you. Sister Yin, no need for such formality. Please rise. Ning Xiaotian, slightly taken aback, hurriedly helped her to her feet. Dugu Yan truly appeared to be a wealthy young lady, her purse bulging with coins. As a person who also cherished wealth, Ning Xiaotian found it hard to resist such alluring temptation. Having completed their business, it was time to return. Senior Dugu, shall we head back to the spirit hall? I still need to tidy up a bit. After assisting Dugu Yan, Ning Xiaotian quickly averted his gaze, adhering to the adage of do not gaze upon what should not be seen. Perfect. I must report to the spirit hall to meet Bibi Dong. I have recently entered the title Douluo realm and have yet to receive my official title. Ah, by the way, my young friend, here is this book back to you. He almost forgot. This book was currently unique, and he needed to return it to Bibi Dong. Master Yu Xiaojiang, I wish you good fortune as well. Chapter 54. The Sweetness of Freebies. At the entrance of the spirit hall, Ning Xiaotian paused, surveying those around him with satisfaction. Entering with 6 and leaving with 2, this was a profitable venture. Looking ahead, I might acquire a title Doa as an ally, several heavenly herbs, and a serpent that understands gratitude and blooms. With a bit of training and nurturing in the future, it could perform a multitude of tasks. This journey was indeed fruitful. Senior Dugu, it's getting late, and the ceremony for your title is rather grand. It seems unlikely we can complete it today. Ning Xiaotian turned to Dugu Bo and bowed. How about you and Sister Yin rest first? I will inform Her Holiness the Pope and select a propitious day for the ceremony, according to the customs of the continent. The title Douluo ceremony must be publicly announced throughout the city, presided over by the current pope, to show respect for the strong. However, it was already afternoon. The entire process of notification, gathering, and preparation would definitely not be feasible today. Perhaps tomorrow. It's merely a title, and if it weren't for traveling with you, I would have bothered coming to the Spirit Hall. Dugu remarked, prioritizing the matters of detoxification and survival above all else. Senior Dugu, I will convey your intentions to Her Holiness the Pope. Ning Xiaotian pouted, slightly annoyed at Dugu's lack of insight today. He had hoped to spend more time with the little fox. Now, who will arrange accommodations for Senior Dugu and Miss Dugu Yan? Ning Xiaotian glanced at Zhu. The ghost Douluo, narrowing his eyes. He needed to meet Bibi Dong, and Hulaina and the others were not well versed in such matters. Only these two could handle it. Old Zhu, you go. The ghost Douluo immediately agreed. Why me? Zhu Douluo was bewildered. I noticed you two seem to get along well on the way here. The ghost Douluo remarked, observing Dugu thoughtfully. Old ghost, are you blind? Zhu Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Then it settled. The ghost Douluo said no more, giving Zhu Douluo a light tap on the back of his head before departing. Seeing that a decision had been made, Ning Xiaotian felt no need to prolong the conversation. He gently touched his little fox and followed the ghost Douluo. In the Pope's hall, Your Holiness, the matter has been completed. Additionally, we encountered Dugu and his granddaughter in the Stardow Forest. He has already entered the titled Douluo realm. They are currently in Spirit City, requesting a ceremony for tomorrow with the title of Poison. I have arranged accommodations for them with Elder Zhu. Very well. Elder Ghost, you've worked hard. Please inform Captain Yibei to announce the news throughout the city. Tomorrow, I will personally preside over the title ceremony for Dugu. Also, Xieyu and Yen. You may leave now. Yes, Your Holiness. Observing the swift efficiency of the ghost Douluo and his companions, Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat dazed. What was going on today? It seemed everyone was eager for him to leave the Spirit Hall. I have also made notable contributions to the Spirit Hall. How can they be so heartless? Tianer, are you certain you can cure the poison afflicting Dugu? Bibi Dong asked gravely, looking at Ning Xiaotian. The toxin he suffers from is hereditary, having been passed down through generations, and has likely mutated. Even if I were to intervene personally, my chances of success would be slim. Your Holiness, if indeed Dugu possesses the herbs I mentioned as a catalyst, there is a fair chance. However, to be honest, I lack sufficient confidence. One must remain humble, for humility breeds trust. If this individual can be subdued, we should attempt it. If not, it would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly. Once you return to the Heaven Do Empire, inform your father. He will know how to proceed. Those who employ poison excel in group combat, and Dugu, renowned for his toxic skills, has now ascended to the rank of title Douluo, which Bibi Dong certainly recognizes as a strategic advantage. Yes, Your Holiness, I understand. Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat intimidated, bowing his head modestly. In private settings, there is no need to address me as Your Holiness. Simply refer to me as Aunt Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glanced at Hulaina beside Ning Xiaotian and casually remarked, Very well, Aunt Bibi Dong. It was a blatant warning that made Ning Xiaotian's heart race. The intimidation of a mother-in-law is indeed formidable. Casting a glance at Hulaina, who had transformed into an adorable little ostrich using her Fox Clan's secret technique, he sighed, realizing he could not rely on her. Only self-rescue remained. Aunt Bibi Dong. This is a compilation of soul master theories I have organized during this period. You may select portions to publish under the name of the Spirit Hall. The atmosphere on the opposite side surged like a mountain, and Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat overwhelmed. Feeling anxious, he lowered his head in submission, presenting his offering with both hands. Bibi Dong nodded, satisfied as she accepted it. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. She lifted her gaze to Ning Xiaotian, saying, Heir, this is a splendid opportunity that could establish your name across the continent, greatly enhancing the prestige of your seven-treasure glazed tile school. Are you truly willing to relinquish it? She understood, well, that once this book is published, it would undoubtedly shock the continent, allowing the recipient to gain fame while attracting numerous idle soul masters to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, thereby expanding its influence. It is purely beneficial. However, he was now directly offering it to her. Aunt Bibi Dong, these are merely hollow accolades. To be honest, I do not relish fame, nor do I wish to be surrounded by inquiries that make me feel uncomfortable. Ning Xiaotian replied casually. Moreover, these theories were derived from the data recorded by the Spirit Hall regarding soul masters. Without the Spirit Hall's years of support for civilian soul masters, facilitating their free awakening of martial souls and documenting their martial soul information and data, I could not have summarized these theories. Thus, presenting it to the Spirit Hall is only reasonable. I see myself merely as a somewhat clever plagiarist, and I am already quite content to have had the fortune to learn and compile these theories. On the Douluo continent, there is a significant emphasis on inheritance, and the books within the library are, strictly speaking, the private property of the Spirit Hall. He had indeed been suspected of learning them without permission. The debt of learning is still a debt. Submitting this theoretical compilation relieved Ning Xiaotian, akin to shedding a heavy burden. Furthermore, the prominent figures of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacked the Spirit Hall's foundation and strength. He could always return to the sect to copy another manuscript for Ning Fengzhi. Whatever the Spirit Hall had, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could also acquire. Most importantly, the future benefits were enticing, as the celestial herbs were truly valuable, and he ought to express gratitude to the Spirit Hall. Oh, what a relief! Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of ease, secretly thinking that in the future, using these materials to exploit others would no longer weigh on his conscience. All of this knowledge was imparted by the Spirit Hall. What connection does it have to me, Ning Xiaotian? To take advantage of it is truly delightful. Chapter 55. Does the Spirit Hall also lack funds? Xiaotian, compared to you, Yu Xiao Gang is indeed far behind. This theory is a favor owed to you by the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong observed Ning Xiaotian, her tone sincere, yet her expression complex. When Yu Xiao Gang asked for her assistance in promoting the core competitive theory, his attitude was proactive. However, he exhibited no intention of reciprocating to the Spirit Hall. He never considered making any contributions to those civilian soul masters who reported data to the Spirit Hall. He had not even taught a single class. After all, he had emerged from the top 3 sects, and perhaps deep down, he still looked down upon civilian soul masters. The theory of the 10 core competitive forces of martial souls was indeed a collaborative effort between himself and Yu Xiao Gang. Yet in the end, he had left no name behind. The theory of invincibility belonged solely to Yu Xiao Gang. Reflecting on it now is truly laughable. It is merely a regret of my naivety from those days. Bibi Dong chuckled to herself as she adjusted the book in her hands, suddenly feeling a sense of mockery. Living on is merely to bring you further pain. And Bibi Dong, you jest. This is merely my duty. Ning Xiaotian glanced at the little fox, replying politely, understanding that one must play the humble card when benefiting from others. Rest assured, I will devote myself to caring for Nana. I, Ning Xiaotian, shall labor day and night to love and protect her, ensuring she is well fed and warm, bringing her happiness and joy. Fear not, dear mother-in-law. Bibi Dong nodded, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the two, continuing, additionally, the 2 culinary formulas you provided will also be remembered by the Spirit Hall for your contributions. Bibi Dong believed she owed a debt of gratitude in this regard. The Spirit Hall had established chain stores across the continent based on those 2 recipes, reaping considerable benefits and resolving many financial issues. Indeed, this is a significant achievement. Bibi Dong remained clear-headed regarding matters of public and private affairs. And Bibi Dong, you exaggerate. Those were merely my incidental creations for the sake of satisfying my own desires. Ning Xiaotian siket inwardly. Bibi Dong truly is cut from the cloth of a capable leader, distinguishing clearly between public and private matters without ambiguity. Such humility at a young age is commendable. However, I, Bibi Dong, am not someone who cannot discern right from wrong. Your contributions will not be forgotten. After saying this, Bibi Dong paused, as if feeling somewhat helpless, her expression taking on a teasing tone. Furthermore, I shall not conceal it from you. The Spirit Hall indeed encountered financial difficulties at that time and urgently required a project capable of generating substantial funds in a short period. Appropriating your formulas was a desperate measure. The facts have proven that my judgment was correct. Those 2 recipes were incredibly effective. As winter approached, hot foods like hot pot and beggar's chicken became immensely popular, leading to a sales explosion. Does the Spirit Hall also lack money? Ning Xiaotian found it hard to believe. With so many high-end combat powers, selling even a fragment of a soul bone would yield immense profits. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would dare sell such strategic resources, as it could easily bolster the enemy. Not to mention, Our seven-treasure glazed tile school has a clear need. We lack soul bones. Whatever you offer, we will take in full. Immediate transactions are welcomed. Indeed, there's a shortage. Xiaotian, do you not know? Each year, the Spirit Hall expends over 40% of its revenue just on subsidies for those civilian soul masters. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall must also cover funding shortfalls for various soul master academies under its jurisdiction, maintain the perimeter of major soul beast forests, and manage daily operations within and outside the hall. So many expenses. It can be said that the Spirit Hall's annual expenditures amount to astronomical figures. Since assuming the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong has often lost sleep over financial matters. But was it said that the subsidies for civilian soul masters will be shared by the two great empires? Ning Xiaotian felt a bit confused, as he had not concerned himself with this issue within the sect. Was there something more to it? That was a matter long ago. Bibi Dong clenched her fist, her expression tinged with helplessness. Ever since the campaign against the evil spirit masters concluded 40 years ago, the two great empires had, under the pretext of severe losses, gradually reduced their financial contributions year by year. At this point, it was merely a token gesture. The annual amount submitted was likely less than the monthly income of your seven treasures glazed tile school. Is that true? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. No wonder his father had given Bibi Dong a card with 5 million gold soul coins and promised to cover expenses for 11 years. This really struck at the heart of the matter. The two empires exemplified a relationship where they could share hardships but not prosperity. When faced with a common enemy, they united closely against the Spirit Hall. But once that enemy was vanquished and peace restored, they began to worry whether such financial support would bolster the Spirit Hall's strength, posing a lethal threat to themselves. The reasoning was quite pragmatic. Each acted in their own interest, and it was irrefutable. However, if this were indeed the case, it meant that the Spirit Hall had endured considerable hardship over the years. Money is merely a material possession, but a lack of it can be life-threatening. According to the original text, Soul Master subsidies could be claimed monthly, reaching up to the rank of Great Soul Master, with approximately 100,000 Soul Masters across the continent. Based on a pyramid structure, there would be at least 50,000 Soul Masters beneath the rank of Great Soul Master. Roughly calculating an average of 5 gold soul coins per month, that would amount to a staggering sum. My heavens! In terms of civilian consumption standards, that would equate to around 30 billion renminbi. The actual expenditure was likely much greater than this, and this was just the subsidy for soul masters. Terrifying indeed. It's far more comfortable to manage a sect without societal burdens, where income exceeds expenditure, leaving a surplus. To be frank, if I were to ask my father Ning Fengzhi for 5 million gold soul coins now, he probably wouldn't bat an eye. But if it were to be an annual request, it would be untenable. The vast wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is predominantly based on profits exceeding expenditures accumulated over many years and if spread out over time. It wouldn't amount to an exorbitant sum. Mother-in-law, it's not easy. Why not offer some advice? What do we do to make money? The Spirit Hall. What do they have in abundance? Naturally, it's soul masters. They comprise over 60 of the continent. What does the continent lack? Still, it's soul masters. With a population in the millions, the total number of soul masters is only around 100,000. Soul masters possess a variety of martial spirits, capable of addressing countless aspects of human life. Bibi Dong, I believe I have a concept. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin confidently and continued. Perhaps we could establish a means for the Spirit Hall to generate long-term revenue and reduce expenses. If done well, it might provide the soul masters of the Spirit Hall with opportunities for training while simultaneously enhancing the hall's reputation across the continent. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian's thoughts began to expand, and a spark of brilliance shone in his eyes. Perhaps he could even outsmart the two empires. Oh, what kind of method? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as she evaluated him. What brilliant idea could a mere child possess? Aunt Bibi Dong, are you familiar with mercenaries? Fishing for evidence. Ning Xiaotian was adept at this. Naturally, I know you want the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to become mercenaries. That can indeed generate income, but the risks and rewards might not be proportional, and the cycle is lengthy. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. This idea seemed unreliable. It could very well lead to losing a sesame seed while trying to gain a watermelon, and the talent might be poached by the two empires. Aunt Bibi Dong, It's not simply a matter of letting the soul masters of the Spirit Hall become mercenaries. That would be too slow and detrimental to the Hall's reputation. Ning Xiaotian shook his head. Mother-in-law, you underestimate your son-in-law. If the Spirit Hall relies on mercenary work for profit, essentially becoming hired hands for others, that would be quite shameful. We need to reframe our approach. For the benefit of the nation and its people, to provide convenience to the populace of Douluo continent. This is indeed a noble endeavor. Chapter 56. The most expensive is the free Ning Xiaotian continued fishing. Following Bibi Dong's understanding. What I mean is to expand the mercenary business into a platform model, where the Spirit Hall profits from the price differences. The most expensive is the free. If something can be obtained for free, why should one toil for it? Tianer, what is a platform? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Adorably confused. In simple terms, it would be to center around the Spirit Hall's various branches and affiliated Soul Master academies, establishing a dedicated space for accepting and publishing tasks. Ning Xiaotian squinted. Perhaps we could call it a task hall? A relay station? Bibi Dong seemed to grasp it. During her travels across the continent, she had seen relay stations set up by the two great empires that indeed had the function of task distribution, and some even cooperated with the Fighting Soul arena. However, most tasks were escort missions, and the fees were exorbitant, with many wealthy merchants being ruthlessly extorted by the relay station operators, bearing a hint of coercion. While the profits were substantial, such tasks were not frequent. Aunt Bibi Dong, you are indeed quick to understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded in approval, silently thinking, yes, but not entirely correct. Relay stations are too rudimentary. Ning Xiaotian shook his head again and continued. However, the task hall I envision would serve a much broader function. It could range from assisting kingdoms in eradicating bandit groups, to helping local guards apprehend criminals, and even down to finding lost pets for wealthy ladies. Ning Xiaotian straightened his posture and spoke with increasing volume. This is indeed a noble endeavor. For instance, a shovel martial spirit could take on wall-digging tasks, while a brush martial spirit could handle grooming horses. Even if a martial spirit is merely a pile of dung, it could be used for feeding dogs or fertilizing. There are no useless martial spirits, only those that have yet to find their suitable applications. Each should serve its purpose. This is what the Spirit Hall needs to accomplish. Perhaps, once this platform is fully established, it will bring about a transformative change to this continent. Ning Xiaotian sighed, his expression a mix of yearning. He had once fantasized about enabling the people of this continent to live better lives. Perhaps this is where it all begins. Furthermore, as long as this platform is implemented, the potential applications are boundless. Making money is merely a small matter. There are no useless martial spirits, only those that have yet to find their suitable applications. Bibi Dong's eyes brightened upon hearing this, her staff striking the ground with a heavy thud, creating ripples across her chest. She couldn't help but exclaim, well said. In contrast to Ning Xiaotian's declaration, Yu Xiaozhang's assertion that there are no useless martial spirits, only soul masters who cannot cultivate, is utterly ridiculous. He has never achieved anything notable with his pig martial spirit. A pig will always be a pig. Perhaps slaughtering it for pork would suit his martial spirit better. Aside from eating, it merely produces foul odors. Who knows if anyone would even buy it? Xiaotian and Hulaina have transformed into little fans, gazing at him with adoration. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, deep in thought, increasingly felt that this platform must be established promptly. Once this platform is in place, civilian soul masters will have alternative sources of income. She merely needs to issue orders, regulate the behavior of the soul masters under the Spirit Hall, and ensure they maintain politeness. Humanity is inherently empathetic. Respect is reciprocal. The common people, spending a small amount to receive assistance from soul masters, will undoubtedly express gratitude. The Spirit Hall has established the platform. The soul masters under the Spirit Hall have accepted tasks. These soul masters are courteous and never neglect any task issuer. In stark contrast, the nobles of the two great empires are nothing but idle wastrels, and resentment will inevitably spread from here on out. Instead, it is the Spirit Hall that earns the gratitude of both commoners and soul masters. In fact, some soul masters, after establishing themselves through this platform, may no longer seek subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Only those lacking capability would rely on the charity of others. Every individual possesses a sense of dignity, particularly one who has ascended to the rank of soul master, unless absolutely desperate. And now, pathways have emerged. It seems that expenses can be reduced once more. Bibi Dong was exceedingly delighted, not forgetting to extrapolate further. Xiaotian, are you suggesting that the Spirit Hall profits by taking a cut from the task rewards? Truly, the esteemed Pope is remarkably astute. Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly, but regrettably, he still lacked the essential understanding. As the saying goes, what is free is often the most expensive. No, ordinary tasks must be free. Ning Xiaotian declared resolutely and without hesitation. We cannot impose restrictions on the reward amounts set by task issuers, nor can we arbitrarily charge fees. If the compensation is insufficient, no one will accept the tasks anyway. Let them publish their tasks. They can merely contribute to the platform's offerings. Furthermore, if no one accepts or completes the tasks on time, the issuer should be allowed to cancel the task. Full refunds should be supported. Additionally, for simple tasks that are essential for the livelihood of the common people, no fees should be deducted, as this would dampen the enthusiasm of soul masters in accepting tasks. Simple tasks naturally offer modest rewards. It is utterly disgraceful for the platform to impose cuts and compete with the populace for profits. How could the Spirit Hall engage in such behavior? Serving the people is our fundamental principle. However, Ning Xiaotian's tone shifted, his eyes narrowing. As he amiably continued, for high-reward tasks, a nominal fee may be charged, but should not be excessive. This way, both issuers and acceptors of tasks will not mind, for they will receive greater returns. Charging a small fee for large tasks is quite reasonable, is it not? The Spirit Hall, as a platform, must also invest. Of course, I would prefer to refer to these fees as information fees, signifying the cost of providing information. The phrase information fee was enunciated with emphasis by Ning Xiaotian. After all, the pertinent information regarding tasks is disseminated and facilitated by the Spirit Hall, so charging a small administrative fee is entirely justifiable. Aunt Bibi Dong, I'm almost certain that once this platform is fully developed, the Spirit Hall will swiftly become the epicenter of information on the entire continent. Ning Xiaotian raised his head, his tone buoyant, weaving a vision of a bright future. People will gather in the task hall, hearing stories, news, and rumors from across the continent. For instance, a certain official from the Star Luo Empire has several wives and children, and his martial spirit is in a certain soul-hunting forest, which region harbors which type of soul beasts and what their ages are. In a particular mountain, ancient relics have appeared, and individuals have discovered various soul tools within. Ahem, some information can indeed be collected. If the timing is right, it can potentially be monetized. Ning Xiaotian olude distretri. In fact, one could even bury treasures and sell maps to others for excavation. Information monopoly is indeed powerful. There are countless clever maneuvers that can be employed. Fortunately, this clever child stands on the side of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, for some unknown reason, suddenly entertained such thoughts, quietly relieved. Healing Ning Xiaotian's mother must have been the wisest decision of her life. This fellow is truly a talent, a youthful wit, adept at deception, with the best evidence being her own disciple. Look at that infatuated expression. It appears she has lost her mind. Compared to Ning Xiaotian, Yu Xiaojiang is at most a dimwit. That seems to imply self-deprecation. Having been deceived by that dimwit, what does that make me? Intellectually challenged? Naive? Yu Xiaojiang. Just wait. Bibi Dong's heart remained unperturbed, even having already imagined hundreds of methods to deal with such a scoundrel. In the future, when unifying the continent, these should be inscribed into the national law. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall can actually leverage this information for its own business ventures. Ning Xiaotian paused, gazing at Bibi Dong, and continued. For example, if we hear that oranges from the north are recently selling at a high price, the Spirit Hall can procure them from cheaper sources and sell them to the north for profit. Regarding this, I believe our Seven Treasures glazed tile school is quite suited to establish a market in the Tiando Empire. At this point, Ning Xiaotian revealed his adorable little tiger teeth. One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, heaven will strike down, not freeloading, but rather sharing a portion of the pie. Is only fair. Let the Spirit Hall handle the platform matters. After all, they have the numbers and the power. Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school is merely a small enterprise. We cannot shoulder such burdens. We can just ride the coattails. And when Nana becomes the Pope in the future, won't I just seamlessly integrate into that sphere? Freeloading is simply delightful. The The sweet life of living off others begins with freeloading. Chapter 57. The Shrewd Merchant Bibi Dong. This little trickster truly knows that there's no incentive without gain. Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly as she lowered her fair head, no longer paying attention to Ning Xiaotian's business exploits through information disparity. Bibi Dong's expression turned serious as she contemplated carefully. The environmental disparities between the northern and southern regions of the continent are stark. The south is rich in forests, while the north is characterized by barren lands. The local products in the south, being easier to produce, are naturally inexpensive. Moreover, the quantities are immense. Yet, once these inexpensive goods from the south reach the north, do they not become rare commodities? Isn't that how merchants profit? By trading between the two regions to reap the price differences? Bibi Dong grasped the crux of the matter. What she needed to do was gather information. Which goods are sought after in the north, which are favored in the south, what the price differences are, and what the market acquisition costs are in their places of origin. Then, select those with the highest profit margins and send people to acquire them at market prices, transporting and reselling them. I could even act as a supplier, providing only the source of goods and collaborating with merchant guilds in both regions. This would surely be a swift and stable means of earning. As this thought crossed her mind, Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes brightened, slowly transforming into shimmering gold soul coins. However, something seemed amiss. As if she had realized something, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly grew cautious. Human nature is driven by profit, and one must take precautions. Yu Xiaojiang might disregard his elderly father and newlywed wife for the sake of his so-called dreams and dignity. But what of merchants? For the sake of money, would they not? If the Spirit Hall's administrators were to arbitrarily suppress the acquisition prices or excessively exploit and acquire, even coercing the local populace into mass production of certain goods, it could cause significant harm. Not only would it damage others, but it would also harm themselves. If a few morally corrupt individuals emerged, the Spirit Hall's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Strict controls must be implemented. In business, one must prioritize sustainability and avoid overexploitation. Silent accumulation leads to substantial wealth. Bibi Dong raised her slender fingers slightly, resting them between her plump lips, her expression growing ever more grave. I am not merely a simple merchant. I am also a rule maker. I must establish regulations to address this matter and create an enforcement department to oversee it. No oppression of the common people, no arbitrary price reductions. Corruption and misconduct must be strictly punished. Clarifying the intricacies of the situation, Bibi Dong's expression gradually relaxed, even taking on a hint of excitement. Finally, no longer would she need to worry about money. Finally, she could sleep soundly. As the saying goes, one's demeanor reflects their heart. Perhaps I have become overly excited. Ning Xiaotian and Hu Laina were taken aback, unable to maintain composure. Ning Xiaotian quickly averted his gaze. He must not leave an unsightly impression before his mother-in-law. Better to admire his own little fox spirit. Hu Laina also sensed the peculiar gaze from a certain wolf, pouting her lips and lowering her head to glance down. All she could see were the tips of her shoes, yet her confidence soared to an immeasurable height. Feeling somewhat inflated, she cast a sidelong glance, engaging in a fierce verbal duel with the wolf. You sly one, brimming with clever schemes. A teasing remark from Bibi Dong interrupted their banter. Observing the flirtation between the two, Bibi Dong reflected on her apprentice's choice of company, concluding that following this boy should not lead to misfortune. However, she pondered whether her disciple was becoming too infatuated. Should she find an opportunity to intervene, lest he face undue hardship in the future? Ultimately, it didn't matter since the boy was soon to depart and was indeed a benefactor. Such ingenious plans not only alleviated the financial crisis, but also garnered public support, uniting the soul masters and enhancing her own prestige and influence, compelling the elders of the worship hall to remain silent. If managed properly, this platform could serve as a formidable tool against the two great empires in the future. As the one who had contributed significantly was about to leave the Spirit Hall, it would be remiss of her, as the Pope, not to take some action before his departure. With this thought, Bibi Dong raised her finely arched eyebrows and declared grandly, "Rest assured, you shall receive your due rewards. The Golden Mountains are a hand. Providing business to the seven-treasure glazed tile school is but a trifle. Furthermore, upon your return to the Heaven Do Empire, you will undoubtedly arouse the suspicions and inquiries of that Emperor Shui Yi. I can assist with that. A true ally must be secured tightly. We cannot allow ourselves to emulate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, where the proud clan leader banished his own son over trivial matters. Such hypocrisy, masquerading as a victim while being utterly spineless. Bibi Dong disdained such weakness. Tian, when you return to the Heaven Do Empire, it would be wise to use those two formulas to undermine the Spirit Hall in front of Shui Yi, diminishing the knowledge you've acquired during this time. At this moment, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something that displeased her. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qinghe, is a mole within our Spirit Hall. He has already taken your father as his master. I will send someone to inform him to cooperate with you. You should cultivate a good relationship with him upon your return, distancing yourself from the Spirit Hall, while simultaneously befriending the Imperial Prince. This dual approach should dispel Shui Yi's suspicions regarding you. Of course, should you find his mission feasible, you may consider lending your assistance. If it proves inconvenient, you may choose to remain uninvolved. Ning Xiaotian is clever and resourceful. Bibi Dong has already seen enough to trust him. As for Qian Renxue, her ambitions for power and her underhanded methods have become irrelevant. As long as she remains unscathed with sufficient time, the right opportunity will allow me to sweep away both empires. Arrogant? The term suddenly popped into Ning Xiaotian's mind. How is this any different from directly asking for his assistance? It appears Bibi Dong's attitude has also shifted. She no longer harbors such animosity towards her own daughter. The ire now rests solely on Yu Xiaojiang and the worship hall, particularly Yu Xiaojiang, who is likely on the verge of facing a storm of turmoil. How pitiful! A social demise. One wonders how he will manage in the future. A mole? How intriguing! Ning Xiaotian's astonishment was palpable. Bibi Dong Auntie. How should I address the mole within the Spirit Hall? It is common knowledge to act the part fully, and it would also allow me to gauge his disposition. You may simply refer to him by his current title of Crown Prince. Bibi Dong casually replied, her expression easing. Speaking of which, this little rascal sure knows how to stir up trouble. I hope his meeting with Qian Renxue does not lead to any unforeseen complications. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong wore a peculiar expression, feeling an unwarranted twinge of regret. Her gaze then turned toward Hulayina, uncertain of how far the relationship between her precious disciple and this boy had progressed. Despite their youth, decorum must still be observed. How about a conversation? Tian, if there is nothing else, you may return to rest. Laina shall stay. Bibi Dong waved her hand, ushering him away. Yes, Bibi Dong Auntie. Ning Xiaotian cast one last glance at Hulayina. Finding himself with no other option, he bowed and took his leave. Exiting the Pope's chamber. Twilight had begun to descend, and with no other place to go, he decided to return to his courtyard. He had just donned his first spirit ring, and had yet to thoroughly examine the changes it brought. Chapter 58. No one is allowed to touch my sausage as he ascended the mountain. The first sight that met his eyes was the sight of Ju go watering flowers while perched on the edge. To his surprise, it was rather appealing. Teacher, where are Poison Douluo and the others? Ning Xiaotian inquired, noticing the absence of any others around. That old fellow has been arranged to stay at the closest guest house to the consecration ceremony, Ju Do replied, unperturbed, as he meticulously tended to the delicate daisies before him. Everyone in the Spirit Hall was aware of his fondness for daisies, and his spirit was that of a flower. A unique passion, but one that could be justified. Very well. Teacher, I shall return to my room then. Ning Xiaotian shrugged, not pressing further. Pushing open the door, the orange glow of the evening sun streamed through the curtains, casting dappled light upon the pillow. A simple wooden bed, thin sheets, and a light quilt were perfectly suited for the warmth of spring. Beside it stood a wooden desk with several neatly arranged books, accompanied by a low stool. Ning Xiaotian gently closed the door, walked straight to the edge of the bed, sat down, and removed his outer garment, placing it on the stool. Extending his right hand, he spread his palm open. A vibrant azure glow rippled outward, instantly illuminating the entire room, rendering everything a mottled blue, a truly splendid sight. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda certainly shone brightly in the night. After donning a spirit ring, it seemed there had been no noticeable changes. It had not grown in length or size. Peering closely at his spirit, Ning Xiaotian murmured in disappointment, wondering if it was sufficiently sturdy. Maintaining his sole power, he transformed his hand into a claw, grasping the tip of the pagoda and gently rapping it against the edge of the bed. The sound was crisp and clear. Yet it lacked the resonance of steel striking steel and did not possess the hardness of diamond. Quite the letdown. Truly, as a glazed product, it produced a sound that was alarmingly crisp, evoking a sense of fragility, as if it might shatter upon the slightest touch. He recalled once accidentally knocking over a fake glass item in a supermarket. The sound it made upon hitting the ground was similarly sharp, and he had been compelled to return home with the cashier after paying a hefty sum. In the summer of 2000, it had cost him $25. A receipt was issued. He still remembered the charming salesgirl strutting away. The sound of her belt snapping was equally clear. That had certainly stung. He had heard from a fellow cultivator that the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda could be used upside down as a wolf fawn club, and he felt inclined to invite him for tea. Perhaps he could use this makeshift club to prod that fellow's delicate posterior and inquire if it was sufficiently sturdy. It appeared he could not employ it as a wolf fawn club after all. Disappointment washed over him, immense disappointment. However, he wondered if he could enhance its hardness by absorbing the spirit rings of Earth-type or Ice-type soul beasts, directly upgrading it to a dazzling golden diamond glazed pagoda, one that was both thick and hard. Let me think. Crystal Scorpion, Ice Emperor Scorpion, Earth Shatter Armor Dragon, Steel Rock Dragon, Golden Crocodile Turtle, Elephant Trunk Clam. These soul beasts were rare but well-suited, each deserving a place among the spirit rings. One day, perhaps it is worth a try. Make a note of it. As for the 7 treasures glazed tower, 2 words suffice. Poor reviews. What is happening? Suddenly I feel dizzy. Is there a mosquito buzzing around? My body feels weak and hollow. Ning Xiaotian hurriedly retracted his hands, dispelling his martial spirit, and then collapsed onto the bed like a limp rooster returning defeated from the peach blossom spring next door. Truly, I am utterly depleted. It seems that a lack of endurance is indeed a significant issue. Alas, I suddenly feel a twinge in my heart. The shortcomings of the martial spirit are far too numerous. Insufficient strength, inadequate defense, my physical soul power is still too low, and the duration is simply not enough. How distressing. The dream of becoming a soul master is a long and arduous journey. At this moment, only the little fox in my arms can soothe my inner pain. Unfortunately, it is not here. It has been summoned for a parental talk. Thankfully, I still have dreams. In dreams, there is everything. Let me just close my eyes for a moment. Bang! Xiaotian, we have come to see you. What the heck? Is that thunder? Ning Xiaotian felt as if thunder were crashing beside his ears, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. He jolted upright from his bed, his vision shrouded in darkness, with countless little sprites fluttering around. After a moment, the black screen turned white, revealing 2 gradually clear, weary faces, one red, one gray, their figures blurred, adorned with various peculiar objects hanging from their waists and behind them. Upon closer inspection, they were all ingredients. Am I to be taken advantage of before leaving? This world is filled with malice towards me. Who kicked the door just now? Ning Xiaotian's face darkened, his teeth clenched, his eyes wide as he scanned back and forth between the two, determined to identify the culprit. That loud crash nearly frightened his soul away. He must take revenge. Yan, who stood closest, must have been the first to enter. Seeing him dodge his gaze and glance around nervously, there was no doubt he was the true culprit. Oof. Ning Xiaotian had already devised a plan in his mind. With a cold snort, he threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. Ahem, Xiaotian. Yan, didn't he know you were sleeping in here? He didn't he mean to kick the door? Xiaoyu, sensing the danger in Ning Xiaotian's eyes, hurriedly explained. It was not a good thing to be remembered by this person. The training plan from a year ago had left him and Yin with deep impressions of hardship, enough to describe it as being in deep water and scorching fire. Look, we just heard you return from a conversation at the Pope's palace and came right over, bringing all these things. They are all your and Nana's favorites. Xiaoyu was the most reasonable among them, unlike a certain someone who didn't even know to knock on the door. Ning Xiaotian cast a glance at the silent simpleton among them and sighed deeply. Yin was indeed sincere in his dealings with others. He was not someone who enjoyed playing tricks. It was just that his impulsive and irritable nature often led him astray. And despite spending a year trying to cultivate his intelligence, Ning Xiaotian had now completely given up. Are we leaving? There are still many training techniques I haven't tested on Yin. What a pity, such a sturdy and resilient experimental subject is hard to find on the continent. Let us go to the old place. Ning Xiaotian waved his hand, brushing past the 2 strong men, leading the way with flair. Since they were leaving, There was no need to overthink it. Cherish the moments at hand. Teacher, please call Senior Dugu over as well. We have new styles today. Let them try too. At the barbecue grill, Ning Xiaotian strolled leisurely. Why bother calling that old man? He'll steal my herbs. Zhu Duo was reluctant, his cheeks puffed up like meat buns, his mouth wavering with sausages while his hands were occupied with one in each. Don't forget, who is escorting your precious disciple back to the Heaven Do Empire tomorrow. The ghost Duo maintained high professional standards, his words still succinct, hitting the nail on the head. The Pope had instructed that they must appear distant from the Seven Treasures glazed sect going forward. Who knows if there are spies from the Heaven Do Empire outside the city of Soul Masters. Thus, they could not send Tidal Duo from the Spirit Hall along, lest it arouse the suspicions of the Snow Knight Emperor. Sending a Tidal Duo was indeed a cunning move, such is the sensitivity of imperial affairs. After deliberation, everyone unanimously agreed that it would be better to have Dugu Bo escort them, since he was currently quite courteous to Ning Xiaotian, calling him little friend repeatedly. After all, this was a walking antidote, a true lifeline. That old man is getting a bargain. Zhu silently set down the sausage he had grilled, transforming into a wisp of fragrant wind, disappearing into the night. Soon after, a sudden high-pitched voice echoed in everyone's ears. No one is allowed to touch my sausage. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin froze, trembling as he reluctantly withdrew his guilty hands. Ning Xiaotian Liebstichet. This was precisely why he had given up on training this fool's intelligence. Truly infuriating. Chapter 59. Dugu Bo under the influence of wine. 15 minutes later, Zhu Duo returned with a numb expression, leading a thoughtful Dugu Bo, followed by a lovely young woman. No wonder girls love to choose beautiful backgrounds for their photographs. Ning Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback by the sight of Dugu Yan before him. The orange-yellow glow of the fire, the bright moonlight, and the vibrant colors of various flowers shone together, creating a stunning scene. To be honest, it was quite heart-stirring. Her short violet hair danced in the wind, and under the firelight, her beautiful face was illuminated, her full lips glistening like rosy clouds. She seemed shy, tightly pursing her lips, evoking a sense of pity. The azure waist-length skirt accentuated her graceful figure, and as she moved, her rounded hips swayed, revealing an alluring charm in her youthful innocence. It was indeed a touch enticing. Ahem! In front of the barbecue grill, the flames were too fierce, and Ning Xiaotian seemed to be choked by the smoke, lightly coughing. The two dazed youths next to him quickly snapped back to reality, lowering their heads sheepishly as they devoured the meat. Senior Dugu, Sister Yin. Seeing that the guests had arrived, Ning Xiaotian quickly greeted them. He was flipping sausages in his hands that were sizzling away. Teacher, your sausage is already warmed up for you. You're the best disciple. Zhu Duo's expression changed like flipping a book, quickly displaying a smile. He dashed to a nearby spot, snatched the sausage, and began to munch on it, his cheeks rapidly filling up, mumbling that grilled sausage was delicious. Little Tian, brother. Upon hearing Ning Xiaotian speak, Dugu Yan seemed to have suddenly found her anchor, her eyes sparkling as they glimmered with affection, her ruby lips parting in a radiant smile. Xiaoyu remained silently eating, while Yin suddenly felt a pang in his heart, his expression resentful as he seized a bunch of green onions from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing like a cow. Dugu Bo had a complex expression, appearing both delighted and sorrowful as he staggered to find a seat, shaking his frosty white head like a weary father. Is this little cotton-padded jacket going to be taken away by someone? Hey, Sister Yin, come over. Barbecue rabbit skewers. Take a few more for your grandpa to taste. Seeing Dugu Yan calling for him, Ning Xiaotian did not hesitate. First, he would treat her with food, and friendship would naturally follow. Thank you, little Tian. Dugu Yan quickly jogged over to Ning Xiaotian, accepting the meat skewers, then twirling her willow-like waist as she ran to Dugu Bo to flaunt her bounty. Thankfully, the little cotton-padded jacket still remembers me. Dugu Bo received the meat skewers kindly, his heart feeling a sense of relief. He then pulled over a small stool beside him, gesturing for Dugu Yan to sit down, embodying a tender, grandfatherly demeanor. Grandpa, it's really delicious. You should eat quickly before it cools down. Dugu Yan slowly sat down, her ruby lips parting to reveal pearly teeth as she began to eat, not forgetting to remind him that it was just the right time as the night deepened. Carrying a hint of chill. Good, good. Dugu Bo did not hesitate, quickly picking up a meat skewer and munching away. What is this flavor? Yenner, go help Grandpa fetch a few more skewers. Is this really my grandfather? Suddenly, Dugu Yan felt a twinge of doubt. Reluctantly, she handed the half-eaten skewer to Dugu Bo and took small steps back to the barbecue grill, casting a pitiful gaze at Ning Xiaotian. Sister Yenner, Ning Xiaotian, with remarkable skill, quickly grilled a few more skewers and handed them over. Little Tian, you are the best. Dugu Yan's smile blossomed, her eyes sparkling with affection. However, not far away, Dugu Bo paused, finding the skewer in his hand suddenly unappetizing. He felt a desire for a sip of wine. Glancing at the nearby Dugu, Dugu Bo quickly straightened up and cautiously retrieved a bottle of treasured medicinal wine from his storage soul guide. It was soaked in 100 poisons, a tonic of exceptional quality. The after effect was powerful. Elder Jew, I happen to have a fine brew here. How about we share a drink? Dugu Bo proposed amiably. You old poisoner, what good wine could you possibly have? It certainly can't compare to my 100-flower brew. Douluo replied with a hint of disdain. He often brewed with various flowers and herbs, and his 100-flower wine was renowned for its exquisite quality, even praised by Bibi Dong herself. Elder Jew, talk is cheap. Let's put it to the test. Dugu Bo, unperturbed, casually produced a few exquisite wine glasses from his soul guide and placed them before the two men, carefully pouring the fragrant wine. Please, gentlemen. Dugu Bo pushed the glasses toward them, displaying utmost politeness. Let us give a try. Seeing Dugu Bo's courteous demeanor, Douluo wasted no time in lifting his glass and drinking, confident in his own capacity for alcohol. Then I shall comply. Douluo, with a watchful eye, took a small sip, glancing between Douluo and Dugu Bo, deep in thought. Dugu Bo usually bore a scowl toward Elder Jew. Yet today he was unusually amiable. What could be afoot? Douluo's mind churned with possibilities but remained silent. You old poisoner, I never expected you to be rather decent. Though your brewing skills are commendable, Douluo remarked, surprised yet impressed by the quality of the wine before him. Elder Jew, you truly know your wine. Here, let me fill your glass. Dugu Bo beamed with joy, seemingly delighted by the recognition of his brew. Too kind. It seems you are not so unbearable after all. As Dugu Bo's hospitality shone through, Douluo's displeasure began to dissipate. I had no idea Elder Jew had such a capacity for drink. It's truly admirable. Let us have another round. Certainly, let us drink together. Observing the two men in such high spirits, Douluo set his glass down, choosing to enjoy his skewer in silence. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Douluo's reddening face, then at Dugu Bo, who was persistently toasting, and finally at the substantial bottle of wine, shaking his head as he continued grilling. Wine culture, indeed, is profound. Elder Jew, another drink? Douluo gently nudged Douluo's shoulder, calling softly, Brother Dugu, come, let us have another. Douluo's face was flushed with excitement, as he appeared to have entirely accepted Dugu Bo as a good comrade. Little friend Xiaotian, come quickly, Dugu Bo called out as he sensed the opportune moment. What is the matter, Elder Dugu? Ning Xiaotian approached, skewer in hand. May I ask if Elder Jew has the herbs necessary to cure the toxins within me? Dugu Bo inquired, his expression cautious yet eager. The moment the words left his mouth, the sausage that Yin had been chewing on erupted from her mouth, splattering everywhere amidst her laughter and tears. Xiaoyu cleared his throat, wearing a peculiar expression, while Dugu Yan blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment. Ning Xiaotian and Douluo remained calm, as though they had anticipated this scene. Yao Yang flower, Qing Shui chrysanthemum, 100-year-old mountain ginseng, 100-year-old rock ganoderma, 8 treasure fragrant herb, honeysuckle, Ning Xiaotian replied, clearly, articulating each word with precision. Elder Jew, did you hear that? My younger brother wishes to borrow these herbs. Could you grant us this favor? Of course. Just a few herbs, given our friendship. Feel free to take them. Everyone, did you hear that? This is Elder Jew's own promise, and all present can bear witness. Dubu Dol, Exoding Righteousness. With a gaze fixed skyward at a 45-degree angle. He appeared quite the sage. Dugu Bo had long heard of Douluo's prowess in brewing the 100-flower wine. Coincidentally, he too had learned the craft. His 100-flower wine was delicate and sweet, yet not intoxicating, allowing Douluo to indulge daily without fear of inebriation. Meanwhile, his own poisonous brew, made from deadly soul beasts, was potent despite its subdued flavor. Originally, he had concocted this wine to nurture his granddaughter's health, a small cup warming her against the chill and protecting her from the backlash of snake venom. Little did he know it would prove so useful tonight, especially outdoors with a slight breeze. How could Zhu Douluo possibly withstand this? Truly, fortune favored him. Dugu Bo's heart soared with joy. Come, little friend, let us go gather some herbs. We can return for food and drink afterward. He urged eagerly, seeing no better time for action. Gu Elder, would you kindly escort the teacher inside to rest? Ning Xiaotian said, glancing at Zhu Douluo, who was sprawled across the table, babbling nonsensically. He hadn't anticipated Dugu Bo's cleverness in getting Zhu Douluo drunk to acquire the herbs. However, this tactic proved effective. If Zhu Douluo were sober, he would never part with his precious herbs so easily. Ning Xiaotian wondered what Zhu Douluo would think upon waking. He might be furious. Thankfully, Dugu Bo possessed the miraculous herb, which could smooth over any tensions later. This was also why Ning Xiaotian chose not to intervene. As for Gu Douluo, a pragmatist, he understood that a few herbs were worth far less than the assistance of a titled Douluo. Let us go, Elder Dugu. Seeing Gu Douluo hoist Zhu Douluo up, Ning Xiaotian wasted no time. Yenner, Yin, Xiaoyu, you three wait here for me. If Nana comes by, please explain the situation, Ning Xiaotian added. All right. Xiaoyu and Yin readily agreed. Come back quickly. Dugu Yan nodded, feeling slightly anxious without familiar faces around. With that, Ning Xiaotian led the way, well acquainted with the entire medicinal garden and aware of where to find the necessary herbs. Elder Dugu, it's right here. I don't have any containers for the herbs. That'll be up to you, my young friend. That's easy. I have plenty. Dugu Bo had once labored over poisons to save his family and possessed numerous jade boxes for herbs, easily producing dozens. Seeing Dugu Bo retrieve the jade boxes, Ning Xiaotian hesitated no longer, taking out a small shovel from his soul guide to dig, opting for just 3 suitable herbs, enough for his needs. He wasn't like Tang San, who would uproot every rare plant as if they were his personal property. As long as it was useful, there was no need to be greedy. Dugu Bo Henti said he couldn't collect more in the future. Elder Dugu, let us go. Next location. Carefully placing the harvested herbs into a jade box, Ning Xiaotian handed it to Dugu Bo before meticulously filling in the hole. After half an hour, they finally gathered everything. Elder Dugu, let us return. Ning Xiaotian extended the jade box towards Dugu Bo, stretching his body and wiping the dust from his face with his sleeve. Had it not been for Dugu Bo's support, he wondered how long it would have taken in such a vast garden. Thank you, young friend, for your hard work. Dugu Bo accepted the jade box with heartfelt gratitude. Throughout the journey, he observed how attentively Ning Xiaotian selected the herbs, even taking the initiative to cover up the hole. This act helped him avoid completely offending Zhu Douluo, as his methods were indeed less than honorable. A twinge of guilt lingered. After this encounter, strictly speaking, he owed Zhu Douluo a favor, albeit involuntarily. The thought of Zhu Douluo waking up tomorrow and recalling tonight's events sent a shiver down Dugu Bo's spine. Resolving to complete the title ceremony and depart early, he quickened his pace, carrying Ning Xiaotian swiftly towards the mountain courtyard. Xiaotian, you're back. Hulaina, who had been daydreaming on a bench, hurried over to embrace Ning Xiaotian, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of joy. His mother-in-law had finally relented, and most importantly, she had not come in person. It seemed he would have a pillow to hold tonight. Though it was the final evening, it was still a cherished moment. Let this barbecue be my token of gratitude. Laina, let's go. Today, you shall taste my new dish of bread with sausage, commonly known as a hot dog. Who Laina nodded vigorously. She relished all the delicacies made by Ning Xiaotian. The barbecue chef was back in action. An hour later, as the crowd dispersed, Ning Xiaotian called out, Laina, you go warm up your bed. I still need to jot down today's barbecue recipe. After I leave tomorrow, you can give the recipe to Aunt Bibi Dong. Oh, and here are the 10 health-preserving secrets I've specially researched for you. Do not share them with anyone. With that, Ning Xiaotian carefully placed several sheets of paper on the desk. What health secrets? How mysterious. Hulaina was filled with curiosity, snatching the papers. However, upon a brief glance, she felt her face burn with embarrassment, akin to a ripe tomato, and let the papers slip from her grasp. Quickly, she picked them up one by one from the floor and dove under the covers, turning her back to Ning Xiaotian to read them carefully. That night felt exceptionally long, filled with too many things to decipher and practice. The next day, Dugu Bo completed the title ceremony early and, with a cautious demeanor, approached Ning Xiaotian's door, knocking gently. Ultimately, he carried Ning Xiaotian away amidst Hulaina's forlorn gaze. "Ah, old poison, we shall not share the same fate." A mournful roar echoed from a courtyard that afternoon. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, Ghost Elder transcribed the unmarked theoretical content from this manuscript immediately and submitted it to Commander Knight North, instructing him to publish it in the name of the Spirit Hall. As for the preface, state that 30 years ago, the Spirit Hall aimed to compile records of Spirit Masters and summarize a theory to benefit the Spirit Master community. However, Yu Xiaojiang, one of the collaborators, prematurely disclosed the theory for personal reasons before it was fully developed. Considering that Yu Xiaojiang is the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the partial information he brought from his family did contribute to the theory's refinement. For the sake of maintaining harmony on the continent, and due to our friendship with the three sects, the Spirit Hall did not pursue the matter further, but merely dismissed him from his position. Now, after over 30 years of organization and research, the Spirit Hall has thoroughly perfected this theory and is ready to publish most of its content across the continent. As for the theory Yu Xiaojiang disclosed prematurely, it contains numerous flaws. We advise Spirit Masters across the continent to compare carefully and approach with caution, lest they mislead their disciples. With that, Bibi Dong ceased to speak. "Yes, Your Holiness." Ghost Douluo, maintaining his professional demeanor, accepted the manuscript and departed without further ado. As he left, Bibi Dong gracefully moved to the center of the main hall and sat down slowly. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, a sly smile gracing her lips. Her voice a soft murmur. Now, the continent's Spirit Masters face a reckoning due to the traitor and informer of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Xiaojiang. How shall you confront the impending storm? Chapter 61, Journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire. 3 days later, in the Heavendo Empire, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the discussion hall was abuzz. "Elder Dugu, it is getting late today. May I accompany you to the herb garden tomorrow morning to inspect the herbs?" Ning Xiaotian interjected as the esteemed elders concluded their discussions with Dugu additionally. The process of refining pills may be exceedingly complex and time-consuming, so perhaps we could have Sister Yenner stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School during this time? "Very well, I shall impose upon you." Dugu smiled warmly, his gaze shifting between Ning Xiaotian and his granddaughter, filled with deep meaning. Whether out of admiration for Ning Xiaotian's talent, a desire to repay the debt of poison removal, or consideration for his granddaughter's future, he was determined to become part of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What difference did it make whether he stayed early or late? Moreover, there seemed to be some undercurrents between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Were they preparing for unification of the continent? As someone privy to the information, he felt it was prudent to choose a side. Otherwise, he might end up with his granddaughter in dire straits. Ning Xiaotian might spare him out of kindness. But Ning Fengzhi and the Spirit Hall were not foolish. Everyone was aware. There was no need to spell it out. Furthermore, what if tomorrow, upon visiting the herb garden, Ning Xiaotian discovered a few more herbs were missing? Wouldn't he then need the help of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to search for them, relying solely on himself? Dugu had already been battered by society for decades. He had come to a realization. Clinging to a powerful ally was the way to go. "Indeed, Elder Dugu, it would be my honor to host you at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Fengzhi, noticing the glances exchanged between Dugu and his granddaughter, felt a surge of understanding and beamed with delight. "Support. We must support this." From the moment Zhang Fenghua laid eyes on the young lady, her face radiated a motherly warmth, eagerly examining her from top to bottom, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, a splendid figure. A house full of grandchildren is not merely a dream. Ahem. Huar, please instruct the servants to prepare rooms for our esteemed guests." Seeing his wife so engrossed in her admiration of Dugu Yan, Ning Fengzhi felt a tinge of apprehension. "Please follow me." Zhang Fenghua's expression was cheerful as she decided to take matters into her own hands, demonstrating her seriousness. It seemed there was a fine little courtyard next to her son's residence, an elegant environment indeed. Observing his son's expression, she pondered whether he had yet to awaken to his feelings. As the saying goes, proximity breeds affection. As a mother, how could she not alleviate her son's worries at this time? "I shall take my leave then." With his granddaughter now being whisked away, Dugu prepared to depart. After all, Ning Xiaotian had been away for a year and surely had much to recount to his family. Remaining here felt inappropriate, as he was merely an outsider. It appeared that his mother's health had improved nicely. Watching his mother leave with vigor, Ning Xiaotian smiled. Though his martial soul lay shattered and devoid of spiritual power, the foundation of his body, having once cultivated to the soul sage realm and enriched by spirit rings, remained intact. A stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Regrettably, after a year of diligent research, he discovered that even the most divine herbs could not aid in the reconstruction of a martial soul. It seemed that only by attaining divinity could such a feat be accomplished. Ning Xiaotian recalled that in later events, Xiao had been transformed into the sheath of the Shura demon, sword by the Shura god. If the gods of Dugu continent possessed such remarkable abilities to restore martial souls, it would surely be a trivial matter. Contemplating the divine heritage, Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin. Lost in thought, it appeared that once he absorbed the divine herbs, he must venture into that realm. With an elder's token from the spirit hall in his possession, infiltrating the place without falling prey to its unspoken rules should not prove difficult. The uncertainty lay in when he would be able to return. Time was of the essence. He needed to train diligently and prepare thoroughly. If he delayed his return, his beloved little cotton-padded jacket might be spirited away by that rogue Oscar. Xiania, how'd you come to know of Dugu Bo? Tian, how is life in the spirit hall? As Dugu Bo stepped out, Ning Xiaotian was immediately bombarded with questions. The meeting hall transforming into an interrogation chamber. With sincerity, Ning Xiaotian recounted his experiences. What? Tian, your first spirit ring has surpassed a century in age? The Sword Douluo's expression was one of astonishment as he eagerly examined Ning Xiaotian, searching for details. So, Xiania, you truly have become a couple with Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulaina? The concerned father, Ning Fengzhi, fixated on this peculiar detail, recalling the girl his son had fixed his gaze upon during the Soul Master competition. Impressive. The Bone Douluo gave a thumbs up. The following day, under Dugu Bo's guidance, Ning Xiaotian and the Sword Douluo ascended to a mountain peak. Why bring the Sword Douluo along? It was simply because Ning Xiaotian himself was too inexperienced. This alchemical endeavor required a master adept in soul power control, and Dugu Bo's martial soul, being cold and toxic, was evidently unsuitable. Were they truly to leap from a cliff? Upon reaching the summit, the Sword Douluo surveyed the surrounding terrain, finding himself somewhat speechless. The trio had traversed dense forests, navigated through toxic mists, and ventured through deep caverns before ascending this steep peak, only to discover a conical depression ahead of them. They stood at the brink of this hollow, gazing down into an unfathomable abyss where thick steam billowed, carrying a pungent sulfurous odor. It's a hot spring. Ning Xiaotian murmured. Dugu Bo, taken aback, turned to him in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, my young friend, you possess great insight. I now believe that you have a true understanding of the dual attributes of herbs." Ning Xiaotian nodded in acknowledgement. "Why do you say so?" Dugu Bo inquired, intrigued. The acrid smell of sulfur indicates that the area surrounding the hot spring is likely rich in various minerals, all highly toxic. Such an environment is not conducive to plant growth, unless there exists something that neutralizes the heat and toxins within, which is likely of extreme cold attribute. The rising steam is a product of the collision and neutralization of ice and fire. Ning Xiaotian analyzed the situation, combining the characteristics of the eye of ice and fire with the surrounding environment. "You truly are remarkable," Dugu Bo applauded. "To deduce the unique environment beneath this hollow merely from the sense and scan information I provided, your analytical prowess surpasses my own. I now have even more faith in your ability to rid me of the toxins afflicting me." The Sword Douluo, arms crossed, felt a mix of admiration and confusion. "Follow me," Dugu Bo commanded without hesitation, leaping down into the mist. "Hold on tight." The Sword Douluo swiftly encircled Ning Xiaotian's waist, following suit without hesitation. Although he had read the original text and had some understanding from its descriptions, witnessing such a breathtaking scene firsthand stirred excitement within Ning Xiaotian. "Senior Dugu, I may have to retract my previous promise to you," he murmured. "What do you mean?" Dugu Bo suddenly grew cautious, fearing Ning Xiaotian might harbor ulterior motives. "Senior Dugu, you are in for a treat. With such a treasure trove, eliminating the toxins from your body will be a mere trifle." Ning Xiaotian cast a derisive glance at the now anxious Dugu Bo. Am I that sort of person? Do you take me for a hypocrite like Tang San, who speaks one way and acts another? Do not box me in, Dugu Bo retorted, regaining his composure, but still wearing an incredulous expression. My herb garden is that impressive? How was I not aware? Senior Dugu, you may indeed have the hope of reaching the 99th level limit Douluo realm, Ning Xiaotian teased, adopting an air of mystery. What? Dugu Bo was astounded. The thought of attaining the 99th level was something he had never dared to dream of. Chapter 62. The Eye of Ice and Fire Tian. Are you certain you are not jesting? The Sword Douluo's expression turned grave. Although he knew Ning Xiaotian was not one to speak lightly, he still found it hard to believe. The path to reaching the 99th level was fraught with challenges. Once a soul master reached the 95th level, mere accumulation of spirit power made further progress exceedingly difficult. Were it not for this, his father, Chun Jianjun, would not have had to challenge Qian Daolu at a higher rank, leading to his demise. Grandpa's sword, you'll see soon enough. Ning Xiaotian offered no further explanation. Continuing on his path, the poisoned law felt a surge of inexplicable excitement and anticipation, his mind racing with possibilities as he hurriedly kept pace. The Sword Douluo, full of questions and contemplating various possibilities, followed closely behind. The trio stood at the valley's mouth, surrounded by dazzling crystal formations, obscured by the lingering mist that prevented them from fully glimpsing the valley's interior. The steep walls, dyed in hues of red and blue, stood in stark contrast, and Ning Xiaotian navigated based on their distinct colors to ascertain the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Moments later, after traversing several dozen steps, they emerged from the mist. However, as Ning Xiaotian stepped out, he suddenly halted, his face flushed with red and blue hues, his body trembling as if subjected to immense pressure. Grandpa's sword, quickly protect me with your spirit power, Ning Xiaotian urged, feeling the extreme heat and chill clashing within him, as if his very being were on the verge of explosion. The Sword Douluo, having just emerged from the mist, also sensed the two extreme forces assailing him. His brows furrowed, and he promptly placed a hand on Ning Xiaotian's shoulder, channeling his spirit power to shield him. With a sigh of relief, Ning Xiaotian felt the pressure ease and turned his gaze toward the valley ahead. Before him lay an oval-shaped pool, modest in size, yet distinctly divided by milky white and crimson waters, each occupying one side, clear in their separation, with steam rising where they met. The steam surged upward, reaching the summit of the mountain, while much of it hovered around 5 meters before descending, winding along the conical walls and forming a circular mist around the valley, exactly what they had just passed through. It truly is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of excitement, his hands instinctively clenching. At last I have arrived, the cornerstone of all, the beginning of my dreams. As for the surrounding circular mist, it likely served to neutralize the polar energies of the Eye of Ice and Fire, which explained why he had felt no pressure while in the mist. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Dugu Bo was puzzled, wondering if this referred to his herb garden. Such a plethora of divine herbs. The Sword Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the extraordinary flora surrounding them. Ning Xiaotian had perused the 2 ancient texts on celestial herbs that he had acquired from the hands of Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi. He was naturally well-versed in the physical characteristics of these divine plants, though he lacked the pharmacological understanding and knowledge of their specific applications that Ning Xiaotian possessed. Celestial herbs? Dugu Bo was perplexed. Was he referring to the flora in his own medicinal garden? What to do? It seemed he was quite out of his depth. How embarrassing. Grandfather Jian, please take me to within 3 steps of that celestial herb, Ning Xiaotian urged, pointing to a celestial herb growing in a region where hot and cold converged. The herb, with its pure white appearance and devoid of any other plants within a 3-step radius, was easily identifiable. Very well. Jian Daluo did not hesitate, swiftly transporting Ning Xiaotian to the desired location as effortlessly as an eagle seizing a chick. The herb boasted a snow-white stem and leaves, yet it bore blood-red blossoms, unmistakably identified as the blood-red swan kiss. Elder Dugu, this herb is the one that can provide you the opportunity to challenge the 99th level, Ning Xiaotian declared solemnly as he gazed upon the blood-red swan kiss. Elder Dugu, what are you doing? Ning Xiaotian exclaimed as Dugu Bo, with a sudden burst of energy, moved swiftly. I can't help but laugh. Dugu Bo, firmly restrained by Jianduo's grip on his shoulder, felt his face flush a deep shade of crimson and quickly conceded. What is happening today? Normally, I wouldn't dare approach this herb, but for some unknown reason, I suddenly feel courageous. Dugu Bo reflected inwardly, waving his hand at Jianduo, signaling him to release his hold. Fortunately, Jianduo recognized the celestial herb and was quick to react. Ning Xiaotian silently rejoiced, fearing Dugu Bo might uncontrollably touch the blood-red swan kiss. This herb was laden with toxins. A mere touch could lead to immediate and fatal poisoning. Elder Dugu, this celestial herb is known as the blood-red swan kiss. It is not inherently toxic, but can exponentially amplify any toxins it comes into contact with. Had you touched it earlier, you would have likely succumbed to instant poisoning. As Dugu Bo regained his composure, Ning Xiaotian wiped the sweat from his brow. What? Young friend, why didn't you mention this sooner? Are you certain this herb can aid me in reaching a higher realm? Dugu Bo's expression grew somber, and he retreated in alarm. I never said it could be used immediately. Ning Xiaotian felt exasperated, sensing that Dugu Bo was not particularly astute. Elder Dugu, in order for the blood-red swan kiss to assist your cultivation, you must first eliminate the toxins within your body. Furthermore, you will need to ingest another celestial herb that does not conflict with it to stabilize your constitution. Also, I have not deceived you. Consider this. Much of your power stems from the inherent toxicity of your martial soul, and this celestial herb is perfectly suited to catalyze and amplify that poison. The combination of the two in your training could yield tremendous results. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo pondered deeply, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused as he envisioned a future filled with boundless possibilities, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth. I'm a titled Douluo now. Even if I don't achieve a 1,000-fold enhancement, merely reinforcing the toxic properties of my martial soul a few times would allow me to soar to new heights. Crushing Tang Hao and overpowering Zhu Douluo would be no dream. What are we waiting for? Let's act swiftly. Dugu Bo snapped back to reality, urging with fervor. Suddenly recalling something, he added, Young friend, I have listened intently for quite some time. What exactly is this celestial herb? I have many in my garden. Celestial herbs, in simple terms, refer to extraordinary medicinal plants with remarkable effects. Ning Xiaotian, noticing Dugu Bo's apparent lapse in intellect, offered an easily understandable explanation. It is no exaggeration to say that each celestial herb has the potential to elevate a capable soul master to the rank of a titled Douluo, or, at the very least, significantly increase their chances. Reflecting on the original 7 protagonist abilities, Ning Xiaotian recalled Zhu Zhuqing's average aptitude. Yet she had still achieved the titled Douluo rank. Celestial herbs must have played a significant role. Elder Dugu, I took a brief look around your medicinal garden. It seems you possess several dozen celestial herbs. Since they were now allies, Ning Xiaotian felt no need for secrecy. You want to get off the cart now? What? Dugu Bo, suddenly enlightened, pounded his chest in dismay, realizing that the antidote he had been desperately seeking was right under his nose all along. With so many resources available for enhancing his realm, he lamented the years wasted. There is no greater tragedy in life. My heart aches. Coughing, Ning Xiaotian addressed the somewhat withdrawn Dugu Bo. Elder Dugu, celestial herbs are not suitable for just anyone. They must align with one's martial soul and constitution. Taking them indiscriminately could result in dire consequences. Moreover, there exists incompatibility among different celestial herbs. Consuming too many could lead to internal energy conflicts and harm your body. I understand. I am merely feeling a bit sentimental. Dugu Bo crossed his arms behind his back, gazing at the sky from a 45-degree angle, letting out a deep sigh. The past cannot be reclaimed. Overthinking only adds to one's troubles, and he had come to terms with it. After all, it wasn't too late. He had only recently ascended to the titled Douluo rank, and his granddaughter was still young. With their toxins soon to be eliminated, a bright future awaited them. Contemplating this, Dugu Bo felt his spirits lift once more. Squatting down, he gazed at the pristine blood-red swan kiss, stroking his chin as visions of grandeur filled his mind once more. Level 99, Elder Dugu, I have one more humble request. Seeing Dugu Bo regain his composure, Ning Xiaotian nervously scratched his nose. There seemed to be quite a few celestial herbs. All right, young friend, no need for further words. I shall grant your request. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively, seemingly already aware of Ning Xiaotian's intentions. Isn't it just celestial herbs? As long as my granddaughter and I can benefit, that is all that matters. After all, there are no other members of the Dugu family to partake. Previously, in the Star Do Great Forest, Ning Xiaotian had assisted Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Yan, in optimizing her soul rings and skills, and now, even before the toxins were resolved, he was the first to recommend suitable celestial herbs in the medicinal garden. Dugu Bo remembered all these favors in his heart. Thank you, Elder. Ning Xiaotian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Should there ever be a need for your assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost. Indeed, Elder Dugu's great kindness will surely be remembered by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Jian Douluo affirmed solemnly, expressing his stance. Elder Chun, you are too kind. Young Ning has also rendered me great kindness. It is merely a few celestial herbs. Dugu Bo hastily helped Jian Douluo to his feet, and then turned to Ning Xiaotian, giving him a meaningful glance. Young friend, do not forget what you just said. Of course. Ning Xiaotian nodded, trusting his words. Very well. Your assurance is all I need. Dugu Bo's eyes sparkled with cunning amusement. Ning Xiaotian tugged at his trousers, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety, wondering, what is Dugu Bo up to? Is he plotting something against me? Young friend, is it time to begin crafting the detoxification pills? Noticing Ning Xiaotian's sudden nervousness, Dugu Bo quickly changed the subject. Yes. However, I need to prepare a bit more. Ning Xiaotian nodded before shaking his head. As you have seen, my frail constitution cannot withstand the extreme cold and heat of the ice and fire in Yangwell. It will be difficult for me to execute the process. It cannot be a long-term solution to have Grandfather Jian protect me continuously. What shall we do? Dugu Bo's eyes widened, his cheerful demeanor instantly fading, his face filled with despair. No worries. The junior has found a solution in the senior's medicinal garden. Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, his heart as steady as a seasoned warrior. Damn, this little brat is trying to provoke me. Dugu Bo could not help but exclaim. Raising his hand, sensing the situation was amiss, Ning Xiaotian quickly embraced the waist of the Sword Do, saying, Senior Dugu, please do not take offense. I only thought of this method after observing the surroundings of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Then hurry up. Dugu Bo put down his hand, huffing in annoyance. Grandpa's sword. Did you see that fiery red herb resembling a cabbage? And that white star-shaped one that looks like a morning glory? Would you kindly dig them out and bring them here? Remember, do not touch them with your body and keep them separate. Understood. The Sword Douluo did not hesitate. Extending his right hand, forming a sword finger, his gaze focused on the roots of the two herbs. He unleashed two sword energies. Gather. As soon as he spoke, the two sword energies dissipated, transforming into two pure spheres of soul power, gently lifting the herbs with their soil. Impressive. Ning Xiaotian was left dumbfounded. Truly, the Sword Douluo is remarkable. Dugu Bo's head shrank involuntarily, filled with admiration. Tianer, I can sense that these two herbs contain extreme energies of both cold and heat. Whatever you plan to do, be extremely cautious. Upon acquiring the two herbs and feeling their strange energies, the Sword Douluo did not forget to remind him. Grandpa's sword. I understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. Next, I would like you to take me to the edge where the hot and cold waters of the hot spring meet. Are you certain? The Sword Douluo's expression turned grave, sensing that place was exceedingly perilous, potentially leading to a one-way trip. Ning Xiaotian nodded earnestly yes. Grandpa's sword. Since I brought it up, I naturally have full confidence. Very well. The Sword Douluo ceased his hesitation, leading Ning Xiaotian slowly to the edge of the hot spring, with one herb floating on each side of his body. Grandpa's sword. Senior Dugu, whatever Tianer does next, please do not intervene. Ning Xiaotian spoke with a serious tone. Young friend, you're not thinking of jumping in for a bath, are you? Dugu Bo felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the profound dual-colored spring water. Ning Xiaotian looked up, grinning at Dugu Bo, suddenly feeling no tension at all. Senior Dugu, you certainly have keen insight. What? Dugu Bo exclaimed, Tian, this is no joke. The Sword Douluo's pupils contracted, his voice low. I assure you, I am not joking. Ning Xiaotian nodded, explaining, Grandpa's sword, my actions are not only to assist Senior Dugu in detoxification, but also for my own benefit. The two herbs you just picked, as you know, the fiery red one is extremely hot, while the white star-shaped one is extremely cold. Though both are highly toxic, when consumed together, they yield extraordinary effects. Extraordinary effects? The Sword Douluo murmured, seemingly puzzled. Indeed, if the two herbs intersect within 10 breaths, their opposing energies will cancel each other out. This is the optimal time for consumption, and afterwards, I must plunge into the confluence of the hot and cold waters of this spring, allowing the balanced energies here to continuously suppress the toxicity of the two herbs and accelerate the absorption of their medicinal properties. Once absorbed successfully, my physical body will be greatly enhanced, and I will become entirely immune to the cold and heat emanating from the eye of ice and fire. The strengthening of my physique will greatly benefit my future, and perhaps I can even continue to absorb soul rings across the years. Chapter 64. Beneath the eye of ice and fire, young friend, do the other two herbs in this garden have a similar effect when paired? Dugu Bo, recalling his granddaughter, could not help but inquire. Yes, but their effects are not as potent as these two located at the core regions. Ning Xiaotian shrugged, replying with a hint of helplessness. Why not? Dugu Bo asked, puzzled. Senior Dugu, do you know why, despite the accumulation of toxins within you, you still thrive? Ning Xiaotian did not respond immediately, but pointed to the eye of ice and fire, countering with question. To prevent future misunderstandings, Ning Xiaotian felt it essential to impart some exclusive knowledge about antidotes to the academically challenged Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo pondered his time living near the eye of ice and fire, recalling that the toxins had indeed not acted up. Thoughtfully, he probed, young friend, are you suggesting that the eye of ice and fire has a suppressive effect on toxins? Is there a necessary correlation? Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased that Dugu Bo's intellect had finally awakened, though regrettably, according to the original narrative, he grasped only a portion of the truth without comprehending the specifics. Indeed, the cold extreme Yin spring and the hot extreme Yang spring exert a formidable restraining influence on any toxin. Ning Xiaotian affirmed, nodding and gesturing towards the eye of ice and fire, continuing, the waters of this eye of ice and fire are impervious to all poisons. For ordinary soul masters or soul beasts, this represents an extraordinarily hostile environment for survival. However, for you, senior, residing here is beneficial rather than harmful, precisely because the extreme cold and heat counteract the potent toxins within you. Though your training here may not completely eradicate the accumulated toxins, it significantly alleviates them, ensuring you're not harmed by their backlash. To counteract toxins, could it be? Dugu Bo suddenly contemplated a terrifying possibility, his eyes widening as he pointed at the two floating herbs beside the Sword Douluo, exclaiming in shock. Finally, a revelation. Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly, praising correct. Consuming and absorbing these two herbs simultaneously essentially creates a miniature eye of ice and fire within your body, albeit not as terrifyingly potent as the current spring. But even so, eliminating all the toxins within you is still quite simple. Therefore, if you and Sister Yenner consume the herbs this way, both the internal toxins and the lethal characteristics of your martial soul will be gradually diminished. Moreover, there's the matter I previously mentioned regarding personal martial souls and physical attributes. Ning Xiaotian sighed. Senior Dugu, your family's biphosphor snake martial soul has a cold attribute, causing an inherent imbalance of heat and cold within you. Consuming herbs with both extreme attributes simultaneously will utterly disrupt this balance. Forcing such consumption could lead to dire consequences. At best, a complete loss of cultivation; at worst, death by freezing or being burned alive. So severe, Dugu Bo suddenly felt a wave of melancholy, sighing deeply. Senior Dugu, there is no need for concern. Ning Xiaotian Sruket, adopting a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, I have already selected the most suitable herbs for you and Sister Yenner. Once we eliminate the toxins within you, you may consume them. I assure you, Senior will be pleased. Good. You truly are thoughtful, young friend. Dugu Bo's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy once more. Senior Dugu, I kindly ask that you and Grandpa Sword provide me with protection for the time being. With matters clarified, Ning Xiaotian was ready to proceed without delay. Rest assured, young friend, I guarantee that not even a mosquito will breach this place. Dugu Bo clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority over his domain. Yes, Tianer will prioritize safety. The Sword Douluo, still somewhat concerned, reiterated his warning. Grandpa Sword, I understand. Ning Xiaotian puffed out his chest, radiating confidence, nodding. Grandpa Sword, please swiftly bring the two herbs together. Very well. The Sword Douluo did not hesitate, meticulously controlling his soul power to bring the two herbs to rest in Ning Xiaotian's palm, then quickly merging them into one. As the two celestial herbs converged, the chilling and fiery auras that emanated from them simultaneously dissipated. The trio gazed in astonishment, noticing that a faint crimson glow enveloped the octagonal ice grass, while a gentle white light shrouded the fiery apricot vegetable. Observing this, Ning Xiaotian hesitated no longer. He swiftly grasped the roots of both celestial herbs and, in a gluttonous frenzy, began to devour them simultaneously. Witnessing Ning Xiaotian's voracious consumption, Dugu Bo recoiled slightly, swallowed hard, and with his mouth agape, wore a look of astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively stepped back to avoid being splattered by the herb's juices, well aware of their potent purifying properties. Qian Renxue, still somewhat apprehensive, kept his gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian, fearing unforeseen consequences. The flavor was exquisite. As Ning Xiaotian chewed, he murmured in delight, feeling the herbs dissolve in his mouth, transforming into a sweet nectar that slid down his throat. Is it really this simple? Dugu Bo's expression turned peculiar. As long as nothing goes awry, Qian Renxue visibly relaxed, hoping the effects would not be overly violent. Ning Xiaotian thought inwardly, his hands moving swiftly as he stripped off his clothing, leaving only his oversized shorts. Just as he discarded his pants to the ground, a sudden shiver coursed through him, rendering him speechless and causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt an extreme duality within him. Intense cold clashed with searing heat, a sensation that surpassed even the pain he experienced when absorbing his first soul ring at the age limit. When cold, it was as if he had been thrust into an ice cellar, his body turning a ghostly blue, hair standing on end as waves of frigid air emanated from him. When hot, it felt as though he had been thrown into the molten core of a volcano, his skin scorched crimson, akin to freshly forged iron. With steam rising from his pores, the alternating red and blue presented a bizarre spectacle. Little friend, Tianer, exclaimed Dugu Bo and Qian Renxue in startled unison at Ning Xiaotian's sudden transformation. Yet Ning Xiaotian was too tormented by pain to articulate, his vision blurred, only able to discern the mingling of red and blue before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he braved the pain and leapt into the intersection of the two colors. With a splash, waves erupted. Had it not been for their prior agreement to refrain from intervening, Qian Renxue would have already grabbed Ning Xiaotian. Now, he could only join Dugu Bo in searching the area where Ning Xiaotian had plunged, eager to ascertain his condition. Yet, not a single trace could be found, only the swirling, rising steam obscuring their view. Chapter 65. To eat or not to eat? Surely, my little friend is in no danger? Dugu Bo's scalp tingled as he stared into the perilous domain of the ice and fire duality, hastily turning his face away, uncertain. Just as his words faded, Qian Renxue's piercing gaze met Dugu Bo's, causing the latter to retreat slightly, his voice quavering. I am merely concerned. I have faith in Tianer, Qian Renxue declared with conviction, then returned his attention to the spot where Ning Xiaotian had entered the water, not missing a single ripple. Dugu Bo rubbed his sore eyes, nodding in agreement, of course. I believe as well. Thus, the tumultuous waters became a stage for a devoted audience. Nana, give me a kiss. Swear, don't tug on my clothes. Hey, little snake demon. Release my shorts. Zhuqing, don't bite. That hurts. Ning Xiaotian was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling sensation, akin to the magical winter winds of the south piercing through his coat. It was a bone-deep cold. Startled by the pain, Ning Xiaotian jolted awake, surveying his surroundings. Goodness! A mere glance ahead sent his hair standing on end, and he quickly kicked his short legs to swim away like a frog escaping from a snake's jaws. Once he reached a warmer area, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, attempting to discern his situation. The confluence of cold and heat in the ice and fire duality? I'm not dead. Ning Xiaotian marveled inwardly. The world is truly full of wonders. Looking up, he saw blinding white, blue, and red lights above. Countless tiny bubbles dancing against his face before floating upwards. Realizing his state, Ning Xiaotian came to an epiphany. The extreme cold and heat had generated oxygen and buoyancy. allowing him to float at this depth. His earlier dreamlike state had caused unconscious movements, propelling him into the frigid zone. No wonder it was so cold. It appeared that the so-called body impervious to water and fire, honed by consuming the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot vegetable, had its limits. However, to withstand an environment that even a titled Douluo could not endure and remain unharmed was already quite remarkable. Content with this thought, Ning Xiaotian resolved not to be greedy. Enough was sufficient. Collecting his thoughts, he glanced to either side. One side a ghostly blue, the other a sanguine red, a sight to behold. Peering downward, he beheld an abyssal darkness. The deeper he looked, the more indistinct its colors became. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Xiaotian felt a tingle at the back of his neck and promptly kicked his legs to swim upward. Fortunately, his position was not deep, and in no time, his head broke the surface. Goodness! Look, it's my little friend, Dugu Bo exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Slapping his left hand sharply to the side before quickly retracting it, his demeanor cautious. I'm not blind, Qian Renxue remarked, rubbing his backside in exasperation. Had he not known Dugu Bo meant no harm, he would have relished the thought of pushing the old man into the very spring they were observing. Grandpa Qian, Ning Xiaotian called out, waving enthusiastically toward the shore. Then, he swam along the line between red and blue toward the bank. Stay back. At least it doesn't hurt. My little friend. Impressive. Dugu Bo praised as he watched Ning Xiaotian emerge from the water, full of vigor, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Hee hee. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly, feeling uncharacteristically shy. The bright moon hung in the night sky, signaling the late hour. The two esteemed individuals had stood on the shore for several hours, their eyes swollen from worry during that time. Tianer, I'm relieved you're well. Qian Renxue relaxed his previously tense posture, patting Ning Xiaotian on the shoulder, then moved closer to assess his condition. Grandpa Qian, Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, quickly supporting the slightly unsteady Qian Renxue. Tianer, I'm fine, just a bit stiff. Qian Renxue waved his hand, moving his body in place. My little friend, Elder Qian has been on watch at the shore for several hours. I could not persuade him to leave, not even for a moment. Dugu Bo remarked instinctively, his tone filled with respect. Haha, Tianer, no worries. Your grandpa Qian, am a level 96 titled Douluo. Standing for a few hours is nothing. Noticing the redness in Ning Xiaotian's eyes, Qian Renxue stood tall, puffing out his chest like a standard, dismissing the matter. He then shot a slightly menacing glance at Dugu Bo, seemingly chastising him for being overly concerned. Cough cough. Dugu Bo quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Ning Xiaotian rubbed his eyes and glanced at Qian Renxue, then at the elder Dugu Bo. My apologie, Elde Dugu, for wasting so much of your time. It seems I will be unable to concoct the elixir for you today. Not to worry, we could try again tomorrow. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively. After being poisoned for decades and still alive, what did a day or two matter? However, tonight is not devoid of activity. Ning Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, noticing the abundance of celestial herbs in the valley. There are many I have yet to identify. The moon shines as brightly as the sun, a perfect opportunity for me to examine them closely. Moreover, the herbs vary greatly in form. Some are exceedingly difficult to recognize without careful inspection. Qian Grandpa, Elder Dugu, if you find yourselves unoccupied, do scour the hidden corners of this valley. Every crevice and beneath every stone must be explored. Around the Eye of Ice and Fire, any plant could potentially be a celestial herb. We cannot afford to overlook them. Unfamiliar with celestial herbs, Dugu Bo had no idea whether he had thoroughly examined the area surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. To be on the safe side, Ning Xiaotian decided to conduct a thorough search while both esteemed individuals were present. You are quite prudent, young friend. Then let us search again. Dugu Bo nodded in agreement. To be honest, he had never closely examined the herbs in this valley. The Eye of Ice and Fire and certain surrounding herbs always gave him a sense of danger. He typically dared not approach them too closely. Alright, Brodel Dugu. Let's each search aside. Qian Renxue nodded, recognizing the significance of the celestial herbs. By all means, exercise caution. Do not recklessly touch the celestial herbs. As the two men moved to either side, Ning Xiaotian hastily called out a warning. Touching the celestial herbs carelessly can be quite perilous. Both men waved their hands in acknowledgement. Ning Xiaotian, eager to see if his martial soul had changed, thought, what if it has evolved? Summoning his 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul, he found it unchanged. Disappointed, he retracted his martial soul and hastily approached the enchanting Kiro tulip, lost in thought. In the eye of ice and fire, who knows if there are other celestial herbs that could promote the evolution of my martial soul? So, should I consume this one? Or not? That is the dilemma. Young friend, come quickly. Are these tiny grains celestial herbs? A voice filled with excitement broke Ning Xiaotian's contemplation. It was Dugu Bo's delighted exclamation from afar. Is there truly a find? Ning Xiaotian was astonished and hurriedly replied, Elder Dugu, I am on my way. As he approached, he saw Dugu Bo cradling a stone the size of a dining table, peering into it with a tilted head. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the stone was not raised high enough for Ning Xiaotian to discern what lay beneath. Reluctantly, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the stone, he crouched down, mimicking Dugu Bo's posture to peer inside. To his astonishment, he saw a dozen thumb-sized, deep blue grains clinging to the bottom, emanating a frost-white chill. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 12. Stone frost cold dew fungus. Ning Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. Elder Dugu, you are indeed fortunate. This is an exceedingly rare, cold attribute herb. These 12 grains are worth more than a top-grade celestial herb. But the stone frost cold dew fungus thrives in darkness and cannot be exposed for too long, lest its efficacy diminishes. Elder Dugu, please set the stone down. I lack a soul guide device capable of storing living things and cannot ensure their efficacy remains intact. Young friend, I have one, Dugu Bo exclaimed, balancing the stone with one hand while swiftly retrieving a delicate deep blue pouch from his waist with the other. He tossed it to Ning Xiaotian. This is a wishful treasure pouch. It can store living things, and herbs remain fresh inside. Consider it a gift. Ning Xiaotian hurriedly caught it. Elder Dugu, this item is far too precious to bestow upon me. What's mine is yours. I have no use for it anyway. Hurry and collect these celestial herbs. Dugu Bo urged, dismissing Ning Xiaotian's concerns. Don't be so polite, son-in-law. Oh, and there is also a live 9-section emerald snake inside. That too is a gift. He added hastily, aware of the potential danger the snake posed, unsure of Ning Xiaotian's current resistance to toxins. Thank you, Elder Dugu. Ning Xiaotian, seeing the elder's resolute attitude, did not argue further. He retrieved a finely crafted jade box from his soul guide device and carefully collected the stone frost-cold dew fungus from the bottom of the stone, placing each one into the box. The moment he touched them, a chilling frost enveloped his hand, but it posed no threat to him. His ice resistance was maxed out, and he was in excellent shape. All done, Elder Dugu, Ning Xiaotian declared, putting away the jade box and emerging from beneath the stone, stretching his legs and feeling much more comfortable. I shall go look elsewhere. Dugu Bo grinned, setting the stone down and eagerly diving back into search, relishing this treasure-hunting experience. Meanwhile, Jiando Luo increased his pace, moving gracefully through the mist, his white attire billowing, exuding an ethereal quality. Indeed, there is a competitive spirit, Ning Xiaotian mused, shaking his head as he continued his exploration of the celestial herbs. He needed to meticulously document the characteristics of each herb to identify suitable users within their own ranks in the future. 9 treasure dragon grass. 1 each of cold and hot attributes, purple rhythmic blood dragon ginseng, 8 treasure dragon grass, and green dragon mustard. Truly, this is the burial ground of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. As he recorded his findings, Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly. Though he had yet to complete his round, he had already discovered numerous rare herbs rich in dragon energy, albeit only a few celestial herbs. These herbs, due to their varying locations, exhibited distinct characteristics, some cold, some hot. Yet, without exception, they were all brimming with dragon energy. Dragon energy is a precious resource that can enhance the bloodline of lower-tier dragon species. Even soul masters with beast martial souls would benefit from consuming them. The Eye of Ice and Fire contained the highest quantity of such herbs. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were to learn of this, they would surely go mad with envy. One could only wonder if the original author, Tang San, recognized these herbs as dragon-like creatures exist only in legends. If he did, it would be a terrifying realization. After all, wasn't it the 9-rank purple grass that enabled Xiao Gang to break through to level 30? Observing the celestial herb before him, Ning Xiaotian pondered. It seemed to possess the potential to shatter limitations, though he remained uncertain if it could facilitate the evolution of his martial soul. Let's take another look. I'll note it down for now. My goodness. The sunflower of condensation, an extreme yang flower. Ning Xiaotian swiftly bent down, scooping this celestial herb, roots and all, into the treasure pouch. Oh, my dear thighs, another addition. The 8-leaf sword orchid enhances armor-breaking capabilities, he remarked with a smirk, noting the suitable user was present. Young friend, I have found another one. Come quickly. Dugu Bo shouted from beside a pile of crystal stones, hands on his hips, exuding pride as he gazed skyward. The heavens do not give birth to a Dugu Bo. My fortune is eternal as the night. Is this Dugu Bo possessed by a lucky spirit? Ning Xiaotian questioned his own luck, feeling somewhat despondent, despite having consumed 2 top-grade celestial herbs. The color of his martial soul had not deepened even slightly. After searching extensively, he had yet to find a celestial herb capable of facilitating the evolution of his martial soul. The only remaining glimmer of hope lies in that 9th-grade purple mushroom, albeit not the most suitable choice. According to the original text, Ning Rongrong consumed a magnificent Kyler tulip, which, upon ingestion, allowed one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon, complementing treasures of the soul. The essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon. This is paramount, and Ning Xiaotian remembers it vividly. However, within the ice and fire eyes, he has not discovered any other immortal herbs with similar characteristics, leaving him disheartened. Senior Dugu, I'm on my way. Shaking his head, Ning Xiaotian dashed towards Dugu Bo. Young friend, over here. Dugu Bo pointed at a pile of crystals while casting a sidelong glance at the proud Sword Douluo, his demeanor exuding arrogance. If it weren't for my keen eyesight, I might have missed it. Ning Xiaotian's lips twitched, ignoring the haughty Dugu Bo and directing his gaze towards the indicated area. In front of him, amidst the towering blue crystal pile, there seemed to be a deep blue patch the size of a bowl. Is this a hole? Ning Xiaotian was slightly puzzled, glancing at Dugu Bo, seemingly questioning, Are you sure? One might mistake it for a stone slab. Dugu Bo felt slightly offended. He grasped Ning Xiaotian's arms and lifted him directly into the crevice of the crystal pile. Ning Xiaotian found himself in a favorable position, leaning against the crystal wall and peering down, and indeed, it was an opening. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see inside. Fortunately, the 7 treasures' glazed tower provided illumination. Ning Xiaotian hurriedly summoned his martial spirit, straddled the sides of the crystal, and bent down to peer into the hole. Heavens! The flower of death. Just a glance sent shivers down Ning Xiaotian's spine, his hair standing on end as he instinctively prepared to retreat, his footing faltering and nearly tumbling down the crystal pile. The flower of death? Dugu Bo, bewildered, swiftly caught Ning Xiaotian before he fell. Kid, I've spotted one too, Sword Douluo exclaimed, observing a flower resembling a white orchid surrounded by numerous points of light, with golden veins adorning its stems and leaves. For some unknown reason, he felt a sense of triumph and loudly declared the characteristics of the herb he discovered. The moonlight starshine orchid? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Xiaotian transformed into a resolute figure, yanking free from Dugu Bo's grip and sprinting towards Sword Douluo with all his might, leaving Dugu Bo standing in the cold wind, bewildered and unsure where to place his hands. Chapter 67. The Moonlight Starshine Orchid. Observing his son-in-law's enthusiasm, Sword Douluo likely realized he had encountered an extraordinary immortal herb. Dugu Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully, hastening to follow. As for the flower of death he had discovered, he would inquire about it later. With such a formidable name, it too must be an exceptional herb. Upon reaching the cliff, Ning Xiaotian looked up. Oh, it's quite high. Climbing by myself would be quite a hassle. Turning his gaze back to the approaching Dugu Bo, whose eyes shone with determination, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of urgency. Dugu Bo glanced at Sword Douluo's position, immediately understanding, and his lips twitched. Stepping forward, he swiftly lifted Ning Xiaotian, as if he were a chick, propelling him upward. It must be said, riding a helicopter is incredibly swift. In mere moments, Ning Xiaotian found himself beside Sword Douluo, leaning against the rock wall. Looking down, he noted that they were less than 5 meters above the ground, where the converging hot mist from the ice and fire eyes swirled and then descended. Fortunately, the mist in their vicinity was not dense, allowing for clear visibility. Ning Xiaotian peered down and saw a fissure approximately 3 palms wide, quite deep, extending over 2 meters. The bright moonlight flowed through the crack, seeping in and reflecting off the cliff walls, casting a faint white glow in the mist. Crouching down, Ning Xiaotian waved his hand to part the thin mist, looking intently into the fissure, and soon found himself unable to tear his gaze away. There stood an ethereal immortal herb. Its pristine white flowers and jade-like leaves gleamed. The surrounding white jade light danced with a delicate mist, resembling a celestial ring of stars, while fine golden lines traced the veins of the stems and leaves, accentuating the purity of the flowers above. Indeed, it was the moonlight starshine orchid. Ning Xiaotian clutched the rock fissure, his heart racing as he whispered, as the sun and moon revolve and the stars shine. This sacred flower condenses the essence of heaven and earth. The moonlight starshine orchid? The sacred flower? Dugu Bo was intrigued, sensing its extraordinary potential. This legendary herb is indeed remarkable. Ning Xiaotian smirked. Dear friend, what specific effects does this moonlight starshine orchid possess? Dugu Bo, filled with curiosity, eagerly awaited an explanation. I'm not entirely sure. Ning Xiaotian awkwardly swept aside the mist, confessing, it is said to significantly enhance mental strength, but beyond that, I cannot say. Yet you claim this herb is extraordinary. Dugu Bo's expression fell, his enthusiasm waning. This herb was disclosed to me by Chrysanthemum Douluo, and with such scant information. There are no records of it in the texts. Ning Xiaotian retorted, this isn't my fault. Who would believe such celestial effects without seeing them firsthand? Humph. That old coot from Chrysanthemum Pass has never been reliable. Although he owed a debt to Chrysanthemum Douluo, Dugu Bo showed no hesitation in his criticism. But it cannot be dismissed so easily. Ning Xiaotian reassured himself, his tone filled with hope. This herb could potentially lead to the evolution of his 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the spirit of the sun and moon. This herb, with its so-called starshine power, should also facilitate the evolution of my martial spirit. Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. The original text contained no description of this herb, and even Chrysanthemum Douluo had limited knowledge. Will it truly work? Is that true? Before Dugu Bo could respond, Sword Douluo could no longer contain his excitement. If this herb could indeed rectify Ning Xiaotian's martial spirit deficiencies, the implications would be monumental. In the future, marry more, have more children, and perhaps each descendant could shatter the constraints of their martial spirits and transcend to the soul Douluo realm. Sword Douluo's thoughts delved deep, considering the long-term prospects. Dear friend, does this herb possess such miraculous effects? Dugu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. As long as one encounters an herb that perfectly aligns with them, it indeed holds such potential. I have selected excellent herbs for you. Ning Xiaotian cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Bo, adopting a look of genuine concern, assuring him he was not deceiving him. Very well. You are indeed loyal. Dugu Bo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, instinctively slapping his hands together, nearly sending Ning Xiaotian tumbling to the ground. Senior Dugu, I am merely a soul master. Ning Xiaotian rubbed his shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy. Ahem, pardon my enthusiasm. Come, young friend, let me help you. Dugu Bo repeatedly apologized, gently massaging Ning Xiaotian's shoulders and back with fervor, almost as if he were calling him father. Sword Douluo facepalmed, turning his head away, his gaze fixated on the herb within the fissure, ignoring the shameless old man. Why not give it a try? Ning Xiaotian gazed intently at the moonlight starshine orchid, swallowing hard, akin to a captivated admirer of an exquisite beauty, unable to suppress his desire to seize the moment. Aside from the Kyler tulip, this herb seemed the most promising, and the enhancement of mental strength was particularly suitable for him, its efficacy rivaling that of the longing for the moon dew. Shall I give it a try? The old man is eager to witness the prowess of this celestial herb. Dugu Bo stirs the pot. And who wouldn't wish to see the evolution of a martial soul? If there were no danger involved, I would find it acceptable as well. Jian Douluo nodded in agreement. Ning Xiaotian, as the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, symbolizes the future of the sect. His youth and commendable talent render him the most suitable candidate for consuming this celestial herb. Dear Grandpa Jian, I must trouble you. The fissure is deep and narrow, making it impossible for Ning Xiaotian to navigate it. All right, Jian Duluo, without hesitation, formed a sword with his fingers. With a swift motion, 6 swords composed of soul power emerge around him, meticulously arranged, piercing the depths of the fissure. Soon, the 6 swords positioned themselves around the celestial herb, resembling shovels as they excavated the entire plant, roots and soil intact. Ning Xiaotian, feeling a pang of envy, wished he could wield a sword with such flair. How dashing! Let's descend. Jianduo cast a glance at Dugu Yan, controlling the celestial herb, and leapt off the cliff. My friend, we should descend as well, Dugu Yan said, promptly lifting Ning Xiaotian and jumping down. Tian are here. After Dugu Yan had safely landed, Jian Duluo presented the celestial herb to Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian accepted the sun and moon star glimmer orchid with a deep breath. To claim he was not anxious would be a blatant lie. The success or failure of his martial soul's evolution hinged on this moment. After all, consuming this herb would preclude him from using any other celestial herbs. Further consumption could disrupt his internal energies, potentially harming his foundation or even leading to an explosive outcome. Stealing his emotions, Ning Xiaotian sat cross-legged without delay, opening his mouth to swallow the bud whole, his cheeks swelling like a balloon. He had to admit, it tasted rather sweet. The protagonist, Ning Rongrong, would undoubtedly achieve martial soul evolution after consumption, but he could not afford to gamble on his sister's future, especially since his innate soul power was a level lower than hers post-awakening. Chapter 68. The Tower of Sun and Moon Star Glimmer. As Ning Xiaotian groggily opened his eyes, he gazed ahead in bewilderment. An endless darkness surrounded him, scattered with stars, while a colossal sun, as tall as a 10-story building, hung nearby, its golden light blinding him. Thankfully, it was not hot. Ning Xiaotian instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes, then turned his head to look elsewhere. The radiance was simply too dazzling. He glanced to the left, and it was even brighter. A similarly towering, luminous full moon floated majestically, its white light illuminating the surroundings as if it were a fully powered 100-watt incandescent bulb. Unable to keep his eyes open due to the blinding brightness, Ning Xiaotian resolved to turn his head to the right. Upon opening his eyes, he found it less glaring, a silver star, round and large, resembling a silver glass orb. Have I crossed over again? Ning Xiaotian questioned his existence, the scene before him too fantastical, the special effects overwhelming. Had he perhaps traversed to the primordial era? No, Douluo continent did not warrant such an experience. How had he arrived here? Calming himself, Ning Xiaotian recalled the events of approximately 30 seconds prior. He had swallowed the sun and moon star glimmer orchid, then felt a wave of extreme heat and cold coursing through him, followed by a sudden clarity in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this realm. Was it the herb's effect? Ning Xiaotian pondered, realizing that the 3 celestial bodies represented the energies contained within the herb, the power of the blazing sun, the serene moon, and the twinkling stars. No, he shook his head. The sun could not possibly emit such low temperatures. How could these 3 celestial bodies be explained? Moreover, where was this place? Consuming the sun and moon star glimmer orchid could significantly enhance his mental strength. So, was this his spiritual realm? Were these 3 celestial bodies manifestations of the herb's energy within his mind? Would his martial soul evolve? Ning Xiaotian could not help but murmur. Such dazzling effects should surely lead to his martial soul's evolution. Wait, is that silver star getting closer? It seems to be shrinking. Feeling something amiss, Ning Xiaotian looked up closely. To his alarm, it was hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he stepped back, crossing his arms in front of him, but alas, it was futile. It struck him directly. My friend's martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile? Dugu Yan's eyes widened. Fixated on the gradually solidifying 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul above Ning Xiaotian's head, his lips twitching. Elder Chun, could it be that the herb truly enables my friend's martial soul to evolve? Jian Duluo ignored him, his gaze glued to the changes occurring in Ning Xiaotian's martial soul. The martial soul is spinning, Dugu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, transforming into a commentator for the valley, his words flowing. Oh, silver, white, and gold. 3 luminous spheres? Dugu Yan craned his neck, his eyes widening, inching forward to get a clearer view. He was halted by Jian Duluo, casting an awkward glance at Jian Duluo, who remained fixated on Ning Xiaotian's martial soul. Dugu Bo forced a smile and continued to observe. The three colored orbs, having shifted from ethereal to solid, began to accelerate around the apex of the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul, spinning rapidly. Jiandoa's expression grew tense as he observed the icy and fiery energies emanating from Ning Xiaotian's body, rising from his lower back to envelop him entirely. These two energies were far from safe. The red and blue energies swirled like smoke, rapidly ascending from his feet to his head, ultimately rising above him, gradually dyeing the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul in distinct red and blue hues. Dugu Bo was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide. He had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon. Is Tianer's seven-treasure glazed tile evolving? Jiandouluo mused with keen interest. Ah, the spinning has accelerated. It's increasing. Dugu Bo's eyes bulged with excitement, yet he refrained from voicing his exuberance, his face flushing with anticipation. The three colored orbs, now spinning at high speed, transformed into a radiant halo, continuously rising. As the halo ascended, the originally seven-layered seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul appeared to grow in height, akin to a building being constructed. 8 layers, Jiandoa murmured, his brows knitting in dissatisfaction, as if urging it to rise further. 9 layers, 9 layers, 9 layers. Dugu Bo's spirit soared, his fists clenched tightly, his body bouncing with excitement as he encouraged the evolution. Ah, the red and blue colors are beginning to fade. The martial soul's color is changing. My friend's martial soul is glowing brighter. Dugu Bo exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the blinding brilliance radiating from the martial soul. How many layers have we reached, Elder Jian? Dugu Bo inquired, his impatience palpable. See for yourself, Jiandouluo retorted brusquely. Dugu Bo rubbed his eyes, turning back to behold the sight before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. 9 layers. My friend's martial soul has truly evolved. Then could my martial soul also achieve the same? Dugu Bo licked his lips, revealing his teeth, his weathered face taking on a somewhat unsettling expression. Jiandouluo, in a contemplative silence, squinted at Dugu Bo, clearing his throat. Dugu Bo straightened his posture, continuing to gaze at Ning Xiaotian with a serene expression. Ah, dear friend, your martial soul evokes in me a sense of kinship, he remarked. Moreover, take note of the energy surrounding you. Jiandouluo nodded, though his expression grew grave. The energy around you seems to have intensified. Could it be that? Dugu Bo's focused gaze locked onto Ning Xiaotian, his heart racing with anticipation. However, this is merely conjecture. We must await Tian Heir's awakening for confirmation. Jiandouluo mused, adding, if this holds true, it must remain confidential. After speaking, Jiandouluo turned to Dugu Bo, casting him a meaningful glance. Brother Dugu, your granddaughter. Ah, Chun brother. We share the same insight. Dugu Bo's eyebrows twitched slightly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Dear friend, you previously made a promise. You must stand united with me on this matter. Of course, of course. Jiandouluo squinted his eyes with a pleased expression, thinking, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. For the sake of the sect's legacy, I, Chun, am duty-bound. As the two conspired for their future, Ning Xiaotian gradually awakened. Congratulations, dear friend, Dugu Bo exclaimed, rushing forward with a beaming smile upon seeing Ning Xiaotian regain consciousness. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, appearing puzzled. Tian Heir, summon your martial soul, and all will be revealed. Jiandouluo smiled, noting that the manifestation of Ning Xiaotian's martial soul had dissipated following his awakening. He likely remains oblivious. Could it be that Ning Xiaotian had an inkling of the situation? His heart raced with excitement as he hastily summoned his martial soul. After being struck by that silver sphere, his mind had gone blank, leaving him unaware of subsequent events. 9 tiers. Ning Xiaotian gasped in astonishment. The pagoda stood 9 stories tall, its exterior pristine and flawless, radiating warmth akin to soft jade, surrounded by starlight intermingled with an enigmatic mist, resembling a celestial nebula, truly an embodiment of purity. Perhaps this evolved 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is more aptly named the Sun-Moon Star Radiance Tower, he murmured, gazing at the transformed martial soul in his hands. Sun-Moon Star Radiance Tower? Jiandouluo paused, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, This martial soul has evolved after consuming the celestial herb, Sun Moon Star Radiance Orchid. Thus, this name is indeed fitting. Then it shall be known as the Sun Moon Star Radiance Tower. Ning Xiaotian declared with a smile, sealing the decision. Indeed, that name is quite appropriate. Dugu Bo bent slightly, leaning closer to examine Ning Xiaotian's Sun Moon Star Radiance Tower martial soul. Aside from its beauty, it seems rather unremarkable. Straightening up, Dugu Bo stroked his frosty white beard, filled with anticipation. Dear friend, have you noticed any other unique traits of this martial soul? Other unique traits? Ning Xiaotian pondered, lowering his gaze to his martial soul, which was robust and firm, strikingly white, whiter than a maiden's thigh. Shall I attempt to channel my soul power? He heightened his soul power, closing his eyes to concentrate, as the Sun Moon Star Radiance Tower in his hand gradually illuminated, radiating white light, sparkling like starlight. Jiando Luo and Dugu Bo stepped closer, narrowing their eyes, one hand shielding their brows, peering intently. How delightful! Dugu Bo instinctively swayed his body, then suddenly froze, eyes widening in shock. What is this? Jiando Luo turned, glaring in anger. Hiss! Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, covering his ears to evade the sonic assault, causing the martial soul to dissipate at once. Signal Dugu. Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes, casting a resentful look at Dugu Bo, then exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Before him, Dugu Bo appeared faceless, his form awash in varying shades of green. As he continued to observe, he noticed that the greens segmented Dugu Bo's entire body into a spectrum of color blocks, flowing irregularly. Why is everything green? Dugu Bo was taken aback, his expression somewhat awkward as he regarded Ning Xiaotian, questioning, Dear friend, are you all right? Hey, why are your eyes glowing? Dugu Bo suddenly fixated on Ning Xiaotian's eyes, causing him to sway. Glowing? A shiver ran through Ning Xiaotian, triggering a realization as he quickly turned to Jiando Luo. A pale blue, mixed with a hint of light white. What is the meaning of this? My eyes feel so sore. Ning Xiaotian quickly turned his head away, lowering it to pinch the bridge of his nose, performing eye exercises while internally reflecting. It seems my eyes possess some peculiar ability, though it is evidently not X-ray vision. Tion ar, Jiando Luo expressed concern, glancing at Dugu Bo. Intending to admonish him, but reconsidering. Did you discover something just now? I'm unsure if it is merely an illusion, Dugu Bo replied. But I felt a significant alleviation of discomfort in my joints after being illuminated by your martial soul's radiance. I do not sense anything, Jiando Luo remarked, pausing momentarily before clenching his fist and closing his eyes to concentrate. It appears that my fatigue has lessened, and my mind is cleared somewhat. Despite having watched over Ning Xiaotian for several hours, there was a hint of weariness, albeit subtle, due to his profound cultivation. Indeed, after the evolution of Heir's martial soul, it seems to possess some extraordinary ability. Jiando Luo's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Ning Xiaotian. Heir, did you also discover something? Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaotian lifted his head and looked toward Jiando Luo, his vision restored to normal human colors. What exactly is happening with my eyes? He replied helplessly, Grandfather Jian, when I opened my eyes earlier, both you and Senior Dugu appeared as color patches. Yours was bluish, while Senior Dugu's was green. Blue? Jiando Luo pondered, glancing at Dugu Bo and murmuring green. Could it be that Jiando Luo grasped something profound? He swiftly extended his right hand, palm open, as soul power surged forth, instantly condensing into a small sword. Turning to Dugu Bo, Brother Dugu, please summon your martial soul. Without hesitation, Dugu Bo called forth his martial soul, a dark green serpent coiling around his arm, its head flicking its tongue as it slithered in his palm. Heir, focus your mind and take another look. All right, Ning Xiaotian noted, concentrating intently on the martial soul in Jiando Luo's hand as his vision sharpened. Grandfather Jian, I see it. Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, astonished. Jiando Luo's 7-killing sword martial soul no longer appeared intricately crafted in his eyes. Instead, it was merely a deep blue sword-shaped color patch. Scanning over to Dugu Bo's hand, he saw a dark green serpent-shaped color patch writhing back and forth. Xian, it seems you possess an ability akin to that of your ancestor, Ning Yin, Jiando Luo observed, his expression complex as he regarded Ning Xiaotian. What you see is the soul power within a soul master. Different soul powers exhibit different colors. Ning Xiaotian murmured, looking up at Jiando Luo, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The ancestor with a mutated martial soul and formidable mental strength? Records of this ancestor within the sect were scarce, with no documentation of their life events. Jiando Luo's demeanor suggested that this ancestor was involved in some hidden secrets. Heir, there is no need to inquire further. This matter pertains to sect secrets and can only be disclosed by your father. I am not at liberty to reveal it. Jiando Luo stated solemnly. Curiosity piqued further. Ning Xiaotian pouted, saying, all right, Heir, there is one more thing we need to confirm. Jiando Luo's expression turned serious. During the evolution of your martial soul, both I and Brother Dugu noticed that the energy around you is significantly denser than in other areas. We suspect it is related to your newly awakened martial soul. Donotist, how could my martial spirit be so formidable? Ning Xiaotian said, his face rife with disbelief. Grandfather Jian, are you certain? Young friend, why not take a seat and try cultivating? Suggested Dugu Bo, leaning forward. Ning Xiaotian promptly sat down. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and pondered aloud. How was it? Son-in-law, Dugu Bo exclaimed, rushing over, his complexion flushed. Lifting Ning Xiaotian high as if he were a delicate jade figure illuminated by the moonlight, resembling an ethereal being. Ahem, Senior Dugu, could you please set me down? Ning Xiaotian felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck from the intense gaze and squirmed uncomfortably. This will not do. You must first promise me. Dugu Bo insisted, unperturbed. Young friend, you previously mentioned I could bring up anything. I have but this one request. You must honor your word. You are clearly coveting my body, you shameless one. Ning Xiaotian turned his head away, seeking help from his amiable grandfather Jian, only to find him turning away as well. Surely these two do not harbor illicit intentions, Ning Xiaotian thought, then resolved to reason with Dugu Bo, Senior Dugu. A marriage devoid of affection cannot lead to happiness. Sister Yin has only known me for a short time. She would undoubtedly refuse, though he found the enchanting figure of the little demon snake appealing. He believed that arranged marriages were not desirable. Chapter 70. Please call me the beloved of all. Is that all? Dugu Bo relaxed, staring at Ning Xiaotian with a peculiar expression, as if regarding a fool. Have you not noticed that my granddaughter has an interest in you? Such good fortune? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, his handsome visage displaying disbelief as he regarded Dugu Bo, who seemed sincere. Surely not. Dugu Bo felt insulted, exclaiming, am I deceiving you? I have lived with Yenner for many years. How could I miss her little affections? Senior Dugu, you are aware that I am connected to Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulaina. Ning Xiaotian weakly replied. That matters not. Dugu Bo shot him a disdainful glance. In this world, strength is revered. It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives unless he is lacking. As he spoke, Dugu Bo's gaze drifted suspiciously elsewhere. Feeling offended, Ning Xiaotian glared back, struggling to assert his capabilities. Dugu Bo, dismissing the matter, set Ning Xiaotian down and said meaningfully, moreover, given your current martial spirit, do you believe your father, Ning Fengzhi, would allow you to escape unscathed? He would prefer you to take on more wives. Son-in-law, fear not. Dugu Bo lightly brushed the dust from Ning Xiaotian's clothes. Yenner is a sensible child. She will not hold it against you. Having said this, Dugu Bo winked playfully, teasingly adding, son-in-law, I believe you should consider how to deal with your father soon. With your martial spirit's abilities, you may find yourself quite helpless in the future. Does my martial spirit truly possess the power to gather the energies of heaven and earth? Ning Xiaotian disregarded him, turning towards Grandfather Jian. Grandfather Jian nodded, contemplating. When you entered the state of cultivation, a faint white glow enveloped your body, and the surrounding energies seemed to be drawn towards you. Unfortunately, the speed was exceedingly slow, and the amount of energy gathered was minimal, lacking the grandeur witnessed during your martial spirit's evolution. White glow. Ning Xiaotian instinctively looked up at the unusually bright stars and full moon before recalling the 3 stars he had seen in the spiritual realm, sinking into contemplation. Sun moon. And star brilliance. Could it be that I am transforming into a humanoid sun moon star brilliance orchid? He instinctively touched his delicate body, raising his arm, which was as fair as jade. A faint fragrance lingered. He then checked on his brother, relieved to find he was still there. Quickly, he retrieved the mirror he had prepared for Nana, gazing into it. and was astonished at his own handsomeness. This was the most significant change post-evolution of his martial spirit. How could those two old fellows not have told him? Negative review. So handsome. Ning Xiaotian was entranced by his own beauty, filled with ambition, thinking from now on, please call me the beloved of all, the flower that blooms before the eyes of all. Humanoid little. That child must be somewhat disturbed, Grandfather Jian observed with a strange expression. Ahem, Tianer, have you made any discoveries? Ning Xiaotian, still dazzled by his own beauty, satisfiedly put the mirror back into the soul guide and turned to Grandfather Jian, suddenly feeling a sense of embarrassment. Grandfather Jian, I believe I have inherited the traits of the sun, moon, star, brilliance, orchid, enabling me to absorb the powers of the sun and moon, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth. After a moment of reflection, Ning Xiaotian continued. Most of the energy from this celestial herb was consumed during the evolution of my martial spirit. To enhance this ability, I must diligently cultivate and elevate my cultivation level. Enhance. Dugu Bo's eyes brightened, swiftly turning to Grandfather Jian. Elder Jian, I believe both Yenner and Tianer are still young. It would not hurt for them to sleep together early, allowing them to cultivate their relationship. Indeed, this fellow is clearly coveting my body. Ning Xiaotian felt the need to resist, asserting his rights. Ahem, this is rather inappropriate. After all, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Very well, Brother Dugu. Upon returning to the sect, I shall promptly report this to the sect master. Grandfather Jian nodded in agreement. Excellent, excellent. Dugu Bo grinned widely, clapping his hands in praise. Ning Xiaotian was left dumbfounded. Was this the promised respect for personal rights? He truly felt like nothing more than a tool. Tianer, do you have any other arrangements? Grandfather Jian inquired, his expression cheerful as he turned to Ning Xiaotian. I have a saying that I am unsure whether to share. Ning Xiaotian felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He touched his chin and looked up at Grandfather Jian. Grandfather Jian, please follow me. Leading Grandfather Jian and the following Dugu Bo, the three approached a particular plant. Ning Xiaotian crouched down and introduced. This celestial herb is called the 8-leaf sword orchid. Its leaves are incredibly tough, with edges as sharp as blades, complementing your 7-kill sword martial spirit. Consuming it should enhance the sharpness of your martial spirit and significantly improve your armor-piercing capabilities. Grandfather Jian's hands trembled slightly. Ning Xiaotian pointed to another plant, saying that one is called the Chilua tulip, which shares a similar essence with the sun, moon, star, brilliance orchid I consumed previously. What? Grandfather Jian shuddered, his gaze sharpening as he fell into contemplation. Ning Fengzhi. Ning Xiaotian continued to gesture toward another plant. That one is called the 9-grade purple Ganoderma, which has the ability to solidify the foundation and enhance energy. Although consuming it cannot promote the evolution of a martial spirit, it can break through limitations. If your father consumes it, perhaps. Xian'e, Tuli, Grandfather Jian exclaimed, ecstatic. One cannot be certain. One can only say the probability is quite high. After all, your father has been stuck at level 79 for a long time, and he has accumulated enough. Ning Xiaotian sighed. The sun, moon, star, brilliance orchid has set a precedent. The decision regarding these two herbs must ultimately rest with my father. Understand, such divine objects cannot be forced. To possess these two is already a stroke of great fortune. Grandfather Jian mused for a moment before declaring, I shall return to the sect to report immediately. As he spoke, he prepared to rise. Wait, Grandfather Jian. Ning Xiaotian stopped him, saying, there's still one more that needs to be arranged. Please follow me. Ning Xiaotian stood up, releasing Grandfather Jian, and walked ahead. Grandfather Jian and Dugu Bo exchanged glances filled with apprehension and anticipation before hastily following. Ning Xiaotian pointed towards a pile of crystal stones. This celestial herb is known as the nether water crystal orchid, also referred to as the death flower. It contains death energy, dragon power, and chilling aura. Its medicinal properties are incredibly domineering. It cannot be touched by skin or consumed directly. It can only be guided by the true form of the martial spirit to absorb the death energy, after which it may be harvested and consumed. Moreover, it must be a death-type martial soul, such as the bone dragon martial soul of Grandfather Bone or the ghostly martial soul of the Ghost Law from the Spirit Hall. Any other martial soul that comes into contact with them will be immediately enveloped by the deathly aura they exude, leading to the erosion of all vitality and ultimately death. Currently, the most suitable candidate for consumption of this celestial herb is Grandfather Bone. After consuming it, his martial soul might undergo further evolution. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian turned toward the astonished Sword Douluo and continued, "This celestial herb must be personally retrieved by Grandfather Bone. Could there be danger?" Sword Douluo gazed at the pile of crystal stones ahead, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Not all. The recorded evil soul master managed to absorb it successfully. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, recalling the accounts in the book, and confirmed his statement. "That's good," Sword Douluo nodded. He was unconcerned about the evil soul master. All he cared about was the benefit to his dear friend. Dugu Bo casually handed over a detoxification pill. Brother Dugu, I shall take my leave now." Sword Douluo politely accepted it and turned to leave. "Son-in-law." Upon seeing Sword Douluo depart, Dugu Bo immediately turned around, spreading his hands with a charming gaze, and spoke in a voice both tender and pleading. "Where's the celestial herb you prepared for me?" Ning Xiaotian raised his head haughtily. "Follow me." Chapter 71. Xiao Gang. "Please leave. This is the one." Ning Xiaotian swiftly swatted away Dugu Bo's wandering hand and pointed to a blue mushroom the size of a bowl that exuded a chilling aura, saying softly, "This celestial herb is called the Nine-Treasure Dragon Grass. It is rich in dragon power, characterized by its cold nature, akin to the cold attribute of the predecessors Azure, Phosphor, Serpent King. Consuming it should allow your martial soul to evolve, retaining its potent toxins while also gaining ice attributes. If it reaches an extreme cold, taking it may completely nullify all your poisons. This cold toxin combination is quite favorable, far superior to the Azure Phosphor Serpent King martial soul." Casting a glance at Dugu Bo, Ning Xiaotian continued, "Currently, the toxins in your body have yet to be expelled. If I had delayed stopping you, the icy aura could have mingled with the toxins within you, making it far more challenging to eliminate them, perhaps even triggering an early outbreak of the poison." Sighing, Dugu Bo retracted his hands from the vicinity of the celestial herb, his expression complicated. He then furrowed his brow, abruptly standing up, and with a flick of his hand, declared, "Humph, I shan't look anymore." He then strode directly toward the resting cave. It was tantalizing yet unattainable. He felt miserable, clearly the first to arrive, yet not the first to enjoy it. This feeling was something Ning Xiaotian could empathize with as he watched Dugu Bo depart. His eyes filled with understanding. Casting a glance around, the surroundings were desolate and devoid of affection. Taking one last look at the cave where Dugu Bo had retreated, he decided it best not to disturb the elder in his moment of contemplation. Ning Xiaotian got up and made his way to the edge of the convergence of ice and fire, setting up a tent and crawling inside. His martial soul had evolved, and his soul power had increased by 3 levels, quite impressive. Ning Xiaotian beamed at his revitalized martial soul, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had thought that his soul power would not show any improvement, considering that the octagonal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot were primarily for physical training and enhancing physical potential, while the sun moon starshine orchid was more inclined toward boosting mental strength. Sword Douluo had previously mentioned that during the evolution of his martial soul, the surrounding energy became significantly denser, suggesting that this increase of 3 levels in soul power was likely related to that. Finally, he could have a good dream, he thought, as he retracted his martial soul, lay down, and drifted into slumber. The next day, in Nodding City, at the Junior Soul Master Academy. "Look, here he comes." Yuxia Gang appeared rather familiar. It was unexpected. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. I had previously wondered why he always locked himself up in his house, tinkering away. It turns out he was plagiarizing. Bah, fraud. After being here for so long, he hasn't taught a single student, and he dares to call himself a master. Being in the same academy as such a person is a disgrace to me. I am considering resigning. All right, enough. The dean is coming. The man referred to as the dean made his way through the crowd that quickly dispersed, waving at the approaching Yuxia Gang. Xiao Gang here. Seeing the dean before him, Yuxia Gang wore a puzzled expression. He had been immersed in theoretical research at home for the past 2 days and was oblivious to current events. The dean's expression was complex as he shook his head, saying, "Do not ask anything. Just follow me." "All right," Yuxia Gang replied softly. "Xiao Gang, take a look." Seated at the main desk in the office, the dean retrieved a sheet of paper and a brand new book from his drawer, placing them on the table and gently pushing them toward Yuxia Gang. "What is this?" Yuxiagang cautiously accepted it. The exquisite cover bore gilded lettering that read Continental Soul Master Theory Teaching Edition, accompanied by a note stating that it was provided free by the Spirit Hall. With a heart full of suspicion, Yuxiagang carefully turned to the first page, which startlingly contained a phrase that was both similar yet different to his own theory. There are no worthless soul masters, only martial souls that have yet to find their place. Martial soul, brush martial soul. Yuxiagang's pace of flipping through the pages quickened, his astonishment growing heavier with each line. Every theory within the book surpassed his knowledge. It was more extensive, more profound, and more meticulous, covering every aspect of civilian life. In terms of both quantity and quality, he was utterly defeated. Even many of the theories he had previously published were systematically overturned, revised, and expanded upon in this book. How could this be? Yuxiagang was bewildered, his expression dazed, and his hands trembling as they clutched the book. Sighing, the dean did not offer consolation, but pointed to the unexamined sheet of paper on the table, saying, "Xiaogang, you should take a look at that paper." "All right." Yuxiagang came to his senses, mechanically picking up the paper from the table and perusing it. "This is impossible." Yuxiagang abruptly stood up, memories flooding his mind of the stunning woman who had once been utterly devoted to him. It was she, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Only she could issue such a command. But why? Back then, she willingly helped me gain access to the Spirit Hall library, assisted me in organizing Soul Master data, and promoted my theories. Was it all just to exploit me? To steal my achievements? For this theory? For this very moment? To use this theory to gain fame across the continent and solidify her position. No wonder she had initiated the breakup. It was all a manipulation. An overwhelming sense of bitterness surged within Yuxiagang as he slumped onto the chair in despair. But now, she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What can I do? Observing Yuxiagang, who was slumped in his chair and lost in thought, the dean felt a twinge of sympathy, but continued, "Xiaogang, I am afraid I must ask you to leave. You have been here for many years without teaching a single class. The Academy's instructors have long been dissatisfied with you, and many students dislike you as well. Now that this theory from the Spirit Hall has been released, I fear I cannot protect you any longer. You know, I must consider the opinions of all the instructors and students." Having said that, the dean stood up, bowing deeply to Yuxiagang, and solemnly said, "Xiaogang, I apologize. This academy had been his labor of love for many years. If Yuxiagang caused a mass resignation of the instructors, leaving the students without guidance, it would be his fault. I understand." Yuxiagang slowly stood up, making his way to the door, leaning against the doorframe, and calmly said, "I will go pack my things and leave today. See you gong." The dean looked up, extending his hand, calling out softly, but then shook his head and slowly lowered his hand. An hour later, at the gates of Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang gazed at the academy, his fists clenched tightly before helplessly relaxing, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. It was him, Yu Xiaojiang. His words, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters," had driven my child to the point of neglecting sleep and food in his relentless training, leaving him with numerous hidden injuries. How infuriating. This freeloader thinks he can leave so easily. No way. Without further ado, let us unleash our martial souls and confront him. Yes, let us give him a beating. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Xiaojiang curled up on the ground, cradling his head, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Bibi Dong, I will surely cultivate an exceptional disciple to prove to the Spirit Hall, to you, and to the entire continent that I am not worthless. Chapter 72. Let us take flight, Father. In the sunset forest, at the ice and fire duality for burly men stood by, observing. How is the atmosphere? As Ning Xiaotian emerged from his meditative state, Sword Douluo turned his gaze towards Ning Fengzhi. Fengzhi tightly gripped his staff. In the flicker of his sword, I revealed a slight increase in the surrounding energy concentration. However, Sword Douluo looked skyward. The blazing sun was absent, with only the orange glow filtering through the mist, illuminating the spot where Ning Xiaotian had just sat. It appears that this ability of Tian is indeed somewhat related to the weather. Ning Xiaotian hesitated in his steps, awkwardly stating, "The ability of the sun and moon star radiance truly reaches its full potential only under the sun and the stars. No matter. I will instruct the craftsman to properly renovate Tian's room upon my return." Ning Fengzhi replied lightly. For matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. Sword Bone nodded, a spark of inspiration lighting up his eyes as he suggested, Fengzhi, should we consider adding a few more floors and accommodating the more talented disciples of the sect? Let us discuss that later. Ning Fengzhi shook his head. The evolution of martial souls was not something to be disclosed at present, and besides, Tian Er's ability remained weak and of little consequence. With a sigh, Ning Fengzhi remarked, recently, the movements of the Spirit Hall have been rather pronounced. After your departure yesterday, they released a shocking theory on soul masters, and today, personnel changes have been rampant across their various sub-branches in the Empire. His Majesty the Emperor is quite sensitive about this right now. We should refrain from making any grand gestures and avoid any contact with the Spirit Hall for the time being. All right, Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. Dugu Bo instinctively cast a glance at Ning Xiaotian, his expression somewhat peculiar. Buddy, the source lies right here. Alas, the day will come when we must reveal the truth. We can no longer remain low-key. Ning Xiaotian puffed out his chest and said softly, Father, in truth, that theory on soul masters was penned by me. Ning Fengzhi and the others were taken aback, turning to seek confirmation from Dugu Bo, who surprisingly nodded. Ning Fengzhi turned back to Ning Xiaotian, his expression still somewhat skeptical. Tian is this true? Could it be false? Do not underestimate the youth. Ning Xiaotian pinched his index finger and thumb, raising them before his eyes, slightly parting them. In fact, I possess a smidgen of insight regarding the frequent personnel changes in the Spirit Hall. How could I not know? Dugu Bo joined the ranks of the bewildered onlookers, his eyes glistening with curiosity as he hastily inquired, Son-in-law, do elaborate. Cough, cough. Surrounded by the four burly men. Ning Xiaotian felt somewhat constrained, humbly stating, I merely offered Bibi Dong a suggestion. Subsequently, Ning Xiaotian candidly recounted the background and details of the Soul Master theory he had authored, along with the platform strategies he had proposed to Bibi Dong. Is this what you call a little bit? Dugu Bo glared. You little rascal. You should have mentioned this earlier. Look how anxious your father has been these past few days. Sword Douluo feigned a reprimand. But you never asked. Ning Xiaotian mumbled in grievance. Who told you to ask only trivial matters during the interrogation? I was whisked off to the ice and fire duality. I had to work the very next day. Or was I to find time for lengthy explanations? Uncle Jian, it's fine. Tian returned late that day, and we indeed did not inquire further. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand and added, moreover, Tian acted correctly. This move can indeed help us shake off suspicion and secure maximum benefits. Ning Xiaotian immediately hugged Ning Fengzhi's leg, showering him with praise. Haha, it's still my dad who cares for me. You little trickster. Ning Fengzhi chuckled softly, then affectionately ruffled Ning Xiaotian's hair. Fengzhi, what shall we do with those two immortal herbs? Bone Douluo interjected, his expression conflicted. I am getting older and my aptitude is limited. Let the Chilua tulip remain for Rongrong. Ning Fengzhi glanced at Ning Xiaotian, his eyes filled with tenderness, declaring cheerfully, the child is the future of both him and the sect. Then, father, you should consume the 9-tier purple Ganoderma now. With that, Ning Xiaotian released Ning Fengzhi's leg, dashed toward the 9-tier purple Ganoderma, and with a swift motion, uprooted it, leaving only a small portion of the stem in the ground. The hand of water and fire, indeed, proves to be quite effective. After brushing off the remnants of soil from the spiritual herb, Ning Xiaotian quickly approached Ning Fengzhi, extending his hand. Dad, here. Just chew and swallow it directly. All right, I am eager to see the results. Ning Fengzhi received it with a smile, though his demeanor remained calm. His right hand, holding the 9-tier purple Ganoderma, trembled slightly. Stuck at level 79 for years, today he finally had the prospect of breaking through the shackles of martial souls. Even the usually composed Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Gradually sitting down, he passed his staff to Ning Xiaotian, gazing at the 9-tier purple Ganoderma in his hand, taking a deep breath before elegantly placing it into his mouth, chewing slowly, his head tilting slightly back as he swallowed it entirely. Merely closing his eyes for a moment, a faint purple light began to emanate from Ning Fengzhi's body, and soon, his skin started to exude a fine black liquid. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air, causing everyone to instinctively cover their noses and take a few steps back, maintaining their composure. Ning Xiaotian was not idle either. He retrieved a small shovel and approached the immortal herb, the 8-leaf sword orchid, slowly crouching down, his face close to the ground as he carefully dug around the root with the shovel. After a quarter of an hour, a root resembling a ginseng, adorned with a green crown of leaves, appeared in Ning Xiaotian's hands. Shaking off the fine soil, he stood up and turned around to see Sword Luo already standing behind him. Ning Xiaotian grinned, extending his hand. "Grandpa Jian, here you go. Just cut off the crown and swallow the root. The leaves are extremely sharp, so be cautious while cutting to avoid injury." "Good child." Sword Douluo's eyes sparkled as he sighed softly, carefully taking it. Finding a patch of open ground, he sat cross-legged, waving his hand as the green crown toppled over, caught by Sword Douluo's soul power, which then vanished into the earth. As expected of a swordsman, he can showcase his skills wherever he goes. Watching Sword Douluo close his eyes to absorb the medicinal power, Ning Xiaotian felt a pang of jealousy rising within him. Today's lemons simply did not taste good. Turning toward Bone Douluo, Ning Xiaotian softly said, "Grandpa Gu, the immortal herb I prepared for you is rather special. It will likely require waiting for Father and Grandpa Jian to awaken." "That is fine," Bone Douluo replied coolly. Ning Xiaotian had no further comments, squatting in place while occasionally glancing at his father, then lowering his head to continue drawing circles. "Creak. Fengzhi, how is it?" Ning Xiaotian had just lifted his head when Bone Douluo had already approached the just-risen Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi wore a smile, summoning his martial soul, which still only reached 7 layers, causing Bone Douluo's expression to dim. Ning Fengzhi maintained his smile, waving his hand to retract his martial soul, tilting his head back slightly as he spoke. Level 80, Chapter 73. "Ah, I've reached level 97. To his astonishment, it actually succeeded. Ning Xiaotian was overjoyed, hurriedly stepping forward, ready to shower compliments, but after just a few steps, he halted in his tracks. Bone Douluo stared in disbelief, while Feng Zhihua interrupted him, pinching his nose and fanning the air with disdain. "Dad, I think it would be better if you took a shower first. You smell terrible." Ning Fengzhi straightened his back, then relaxed as he raised his sleeve to smell it, immediately recoiling in disgust upon seeing the faint dark stains. "Dad, over there." Ning Xiaotian pointed towards the cave where Dugu Bo had rested last night, thinking it was better than undressing in front of him. Maintaining his composure, Ning Fengzhi turned to the cave master, Dugu Bo, and elegantly clasped his hands in greeting. "Dear relative, please, no need for formality. Help yourself." Dugu Bo beamed, promptly stepping aside to gesture them in. Ning Fengzhi joyfully lifted his head and ran away. Ning Xiaotian watched his departing father, dumbfounded by his actions, clearly impressed. "Watch out!" Bone Douluo exclaimed, swiftly jumping in front of Ning Xiaotian, his form flickering as he blocked the beams of light that shot towards them with a series of bangs. Shaking his hand in pain, Bone Douluo glared angrily and scolded, "You reckless Sword Douluo, what were you thinking? You nearly harmed Tian'er and the surrounding herbs." "Apologies. I couldn't help it." Sword Douluo opened his eyes, speaking helplessly. He quickly got up, shook off the tattered remnants of his white robe, and hurried over to check on Ning Xiaotian's condition. "You've improved again," Bone Douluo remarked, glancing at the steaming wound on his arm, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Your spontaneous sword energy can actually wound me. How utterly absurd." "He indeed." Sword Douluo, seeing that Ning Xiaotian was unharmed, turned to his close friend Bone Douluo, raising an eyebrow and casually saying, "By the way, I'm now at level 97. Bah, Burilak." Bone Douluo spat, crossing his arms and glaring at the ground. Sword Douluo, indignant, retorted, "What do you mean luck? I've accumulated enough over the years. I just needed that final push. It's merely a matter of timing." He glanced at Bone Douluo and added, "Old Bone, your accumulation is also sufficient for a breakthrough. It's just that you haven't focused enough on your training over the years." "However," Sword Douluo said, eyeing Ning Xiaotian, "now the opportunity has arrived. After you consume the celestial herb prepared by Tian'er, you might just cross that threshold, just like I did." "Fair enough." Bone Douluo's expression brightened, and he shot another glare at Sword Douluo. "You look like a beggar. You should change your clothes first." "Grandpa's sword over there." Ning Xiaotian, fulfilling his role as a helper, pointed towards the distant cave entrance, speaking brightly. "Grandpa's sword, take care." Dugu Bo bid farewell. Quite fair-skinned," Dugu Bo instinctively commented, observing Sword Douluo in his ragged attire, revealing his fair, shapely form. Ning Xiaotian and Bone Douluo exchanged surprised glances at Dugu, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Sword Douluo dashed away, his tattered garments fluttering. Wow, Dad looks so handsome. Ning Xiaotian was awestruck as he watched Ning Fengzhi slowly emerge from the cave. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his smooth, fair face radiated an elegant sharpness, while his white robe billowed like snow. Was this the youthful visage of his father? No wonder his mother pursued him so boldly back then. Fortunately, I'm still more handsome. Ning Xiaotian stifled the urge to take out a mirror from his soul guide to admire himself. Impressive spirit, Bone Douluo remarked, observing Sword Douluo's approach, offering his highest praise. Dad, Grandpa Sword, looking quite dapper. Ning Xiaotian squeezed forward, timely showering them with compliments. Sword Douluo clearly relished the praise, nodding slightly and accepting it with a smile. Tianer, you're truly obedient. Ning Fengzhi, however, was lost in thought, stroking his chin. How am I to explain my youthful appearance to Shuya upon returning? Sending celestial herbs? That's simply one do. Perhaps I should choose the most useless herb? It must have some effect to cover it up. Tianer, what did your Grandpa Bones say about the celestial herb? Sword Douluo casually draped an arm over Bone Douluo's shoulder, glancing at Ning Xiaotian, eager for the results. Follow me. Ning Xiaotian raised his hand. After surveying the surroundings and circling the crystal pile, Ning Xiaotian turned to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, saying, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone. Can you two safely extract this crystal? Why are we pulling this out? Sword Douluo asked, puzzled. It's too close to the celestial herbs at the ice and fiery Yang Eye. If Grandpa Bone absorbs the death energy here, the surrounding celestial herbs may wither away. Ning Xiaotian explained, exasperated. Then let's get to it. Sword Douluo shrugged, beckoning Bone Douluo to move to one side of the crystal pile. 1, 2, 3, lift. Tianer, where should we move it? Sword Douluo asked, effortlessly dragging one side of the crystal pile. Zolfust. A Super Douluo indeed fearsome. Ning Xiaotian looked up at the towering crystal pile, retracting his head. Over there, just near the mist will do. Old Bone, let us go. The two synchronized their steps, slowly moving to the designated spot. Then, like hammering a nail, they thrust the crystal pile firmly into the ground. Tiana, what now? Sword Douluo turned his head. Remarkably powerful, Ning Xiaotian thought, suppressing the envy welling within him. Then turned to Bone Douluo, solemnly stating, Grandpa Bone, from here on out, it's all up to you. You must extend your martial soul into the cave to approach the celestial herb while activating your martial soul true body. After that, it's a test of your willpower. Once your martial soul nears the celestial herb, the death energy will naturally attach itself to it, leading to a depletion of your vitality, which is normal. Just endure it. I understand, Bone Douluo nodded seriously. Let us move back a bit. If the flesh contacts the death energy, there's no remedy. Ning Xiaotian waved his hand, leading everyone to retreat 20 meters away. Martial soul, true body. Upon seeing everyone halt, Bone Douluo showed no hesitation, activating his martial soul true body. Instantly, a massive bone dragon materialized around him, lifting him into the air. Huh. Bone Douluo exhaled, directing the dragon's tail towards the cave entrance as he cautiously approached the celestial herb, the ghostly crystal orchid. Is everything all right? Sword Douluo clenched his fists, craning his neck to watch Bone Douluo from a distance. You're making me nervous. Ning Xiaotian wiped his palms, which were sweaty, then turned to Sword Douluo to reassure him. Grandpa Sword, don't worry. Sword Douluo visibly relaxed. Look, Bone Douluo's dragon tail. Dugu suddenly raised his finger, glancing at everyone and shouting. They all turned to glare at him. Evil soul masters can condense the death energy of other creatures through slaughter. Of course, Bone Douluo wouldn't do such a thing. Chapter 74. Bone Douluo, can you do it? I'm just reminding you. Dugu pouted innocently. They ignored him, turning their attention back to Bone Douluo. They saw a gray mist emerging from the crystal pile's entrance, tapering to a point, resembling octopus tentacles as it wound its way up the tail of Bone Douluo's bone dragon martial soul. As the gray mist swept by, the originally pristine dragon bone began to appear eroded, its surface rapidly cracking and darkening. Bone Douluo, at the core of the martial soul true body, trembled violently. Pain etched across his face. This is nothing. Sword Douluo panicked, grabbing Ning Xiaotian's arm. What is going on? According to records, this is indeed normal. Ning Xiaotian said, pulling out his hand-copied version of the medical guide to all poisons, quickly flipping to the chapter on the King of Hell and presenting it to Sword Douluo. Grandpa Sword. Look, Jian Douluo took the document and carefully examined it. The nether crystal orchid, also known as the death flower, grows in areas saturated with death energy. By channeling the essence of one's martial soul into this death energy and then consuming its bloom, one can be reborn from death, endowing the martial soul with characteristics of both mortality and immortality. Even if the martial soul shatters, it can be reconstituted through the absorption of death energy. The flower also grants immunity to illusions, toxins, paralysis, and other negative states. However, the death energy can erode both body and soul. Note, the channeling phase of the martial soul's essence can only be undertaken by those with unwavering will. Failure results in death and the dispersion of the soul. Good heavens! This is severe, Jian Douluo exclaimed, nearly dropping the book as he abruptly turned to Ning Xiaotian, his eyes wide. You call this nothing? I'm in a state of panic. Ning Xiaotian remained calm, stroking his chin and tilting his head in surprise. Grandpa Jian, do you lack faith in Grandpa Bone? Jian Douluo cast a glance at the struggling Bone Douluo and weakly replied, Naturally, I have confidence. Ning Xiaotian, with a knowing expression, immediately turned to Bone Douluo and proclaimed loudly, Grandpa Bone. Grandpa Jian says he doesn't have much confidence in you. Bone Douluo, indeed, erupted with boundless fighting spirit, glaring fiercely as he retorted, Death Swordman, you'd better wait. Once I succeed, I'll come over and beat you to a pulp, then stuff that pulp into your mouth. Dugu Yan and Ning Fengzhi stared at Ning Xiaotian, astonished. Can you believe this? Do you actually buy into this? Jian Douluo's lips twitched, staring blankly at the enraged Bone Douluo, trying to explain but failing to find words. This old bone had roamed in hardship during his youth, gaining respect only after awakening his martial soul. Yet his past experiences forged a proud character, and as he honed his skills, his temper grew fierce, equal to anyone. It wasn't until he joined the Seven Treasures glazed sect that he began to temper his demeanor. However, after years of sparring, it was likely that his pent-up frustrations were now surfacing. Perhaps this could even rectify his lack of focus in training, Jian Douluo mused, casting a sidelong glance at Bone Douluo, thinking that this method might indeed prove beneficial. Death Swordman dares to cast a sideways glance at me. Is he looking down upon me? Bone Douluo felt greatly insulted, suppressing his bodily pain as he glared fiercely at Jian Douluo, declaring loudly, Death Swordman, I challenge you right now. Meet me tonight at the back mountain of the sect. Jian Douluo recoiled slightly, his expression awkward as he turned to Ning Xiaotian with a mournful gaze. Xiaotian, this is unfair. You've set a trap for me. Grandpa Jian, this is all for Grandpa Bone. Once he absorbs it, we'll explain everything to you. Ning Xiaotian replied, then turned to his father and Dugu Yan, both nodding vigorously. Sighing, Jian Douluo continued to peruse the remaining descriptions, lost in brief contemplation. What to do? Based on this description, once the old bone absorbs the celestial herb, I might not necessarily be able to defeat him. After winning for so many years, this is hard to accept. Oh well, it's just a beating. Jian Douluo closed the book and handed it to the side, continuing to gaze at Bone Douluo, for he couldn't let anything happen to his dear friend. Ning Xiaotian took the book and promptly offered it to Dugu Yan, saying, Senior Dugu, this is for you. That would be appropriate. Dugu hesitated. From the introduction of the nether crystal orchid, he understood that the contents of this book were undoubtedly precious. It could be considered a closely guarded secret in any sect. Accepting it now felt rather inappropriate. To his surprise, Dugu Yan held firm principles. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Senior Dugu, with the grace of this celestial herb, I fear I could never repay it in my lifetime. What is a mere book in comparison? Furthermore, he added solemnly, we will be family in the future. Why worry about such trivial matters? Dugu Yan was indeed convinced, his face flushing with emotion as he regarded Ning Xiaotian, accepting the book as if it were a treasured artifact. Grandson-in-law, Senior Dugu, please take your time reading. Ning Xiaotian shivered slightly, quickly turning to Bone Douluo. Nether physician. 100 poisons resolved? Items of the evil soul master? Nether Poison Valley? What is this? A secret level of the spirit hall. Good heavens! Dugu Yan's heart raced as he snapped the book shut and swiftly stored it in his soul guide. No wonder this young friend possesses such profound knowledge of toxins. However, This book is indeed quite suitable for me, he thought happily, raising his gaze to join the others in watching Bone Douluo. Dugu Bo was bewildered. What is happening? At this moment, Bone Douluo's martial soul essence was entirely enveloped in gray clouds. These clouds extended tendrils, probing through the gaps in the dragon bones, fiercely assaulting the inner sanctum of Bone Douluo's essence. The situation looked dire. Dugu Bo felt an inexplicable tension, his eyes wide with concern. Grandpa Bone, you must hold on. Ning Xiaotian clenched his fists nervously, his expression filled with urgency. Oh no, Uncle Bone's body. Ning Fengzhi suddenly leaned forward, and with a crack, his staff broke at the gem-inlaid section. The death energy was forcibly siphoning the vitality from Uncle Bone's body, marking a critical stage. Jian Douluo clenched his fists tightly, urging, Old Bone, hold on. You must not let the death energy come into contact with your body prematurely. My heavens, this is terrifying. Dugu Bo felt his scalp prickle as the clouds surrounding Bone Douluo's martial soul essence turned blood red. Bone Douluo's visage was hollow, with protruding brow bones and a shrunken neck, appearing emaciated. Goodness, he won't end up as a dried corpse, will he? The movement of the death energy seems to be slowing. Dugu Bo's pupils narrowed in surprise. No, it's not slowing. The death energy is preparing to concentrate and break through. Jian Douluo's face paled with fear as he observed the blood-tinged death energy gathering around Bone Douluo's brain, its pointed ends aimed at his temples. It cannot continue like this. Old Bone has likely reached his limit, Jian Douluo thought, stepping forward decisively, covering his mouth with both hands, and called out, Old Bone, you're almost there. Can you make it? No sooner had he spoken than Bone Douluo's hollow eyes snapped open. To hell with it. I can definitely do this. By heavens, it actually worked. Dugu Bo was left dumbfounded. Following Bone Douluo's furious roar, the conical death energy on either side suddenly halted, as if surrendering, and rapidly redirected its focus towards the dragon bones of the bone dragon martial soul, seeming to vent its frustration. As the death energy permeated the bones, the previously cracked dragon bones revitalized, shedding their old skin to reveal a pristine white surface. Even the viscous blood energy surrounding the martial soul essence that had not been absorbed by the death energy swiftly retreated, re-entering Bone Douluo's body. Is this a success? Watching Bone Douluo's increasingly robust form, Ning Fengzhi found it hard to believe. Is this the power of camaraderie? Ning Xiaotian was astonished, turning to Jian Douluo and giving him a thumbs up. Grandpa Jian, impressive. Death Swordman, come forth for a duel. Bone Douluo dissipated his martial soul essence and charged furiously at Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo recoiled, quickly jumping behind Ning Fengzhi, shouting, Old Bone, do not act rashly. I did that for your own good. Had I not provoked you, you would have been drained by that death energy long ago. Hey, Old Bone, I didn't expect you to look quite handsome after losing weight, Jian Douluo flattered again. Bah, have you no shame? Bone Douluo scoffed. Grandpa, calm down. Ning Xiaotian hastily intervened, adding, you haven't consumed the nether crystal orchid yet. Hurry, go pick the flower and consume it. Bone Douluo, with a proud air, turned and walked away. A sudden leap brought him atop the pile of crystals. With his foot pressing against the crystalline wall, he grasped the sides of the cave entrance with both hands and, with a swift motion, tore it apart, splitting the entrance and the crystal mound into two halves. Reaching out, he plucked a white flower and, with fervor, thrust it into his mouth, chewing rapidly before swallowing. A breath of cold air escaped his lips as he trembled, quickly descending to the ground to meditate and absorb its essence. Chapter 75. Ice Dragon? The Four Singular Attributes. How is it, Old Bones? The Sword Douluo inquired, peering forward. I've reached level 96, replied the Bone Douluo with a hint of detachment. Is that all? Sword Douluo questioned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the seemingly meager return for his previous suffering. Casting a sidelong glance at the Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo strode to a clear area and declared, Martial Soul, manifest. A chilling aura surged forth. Has it evolved? Sword Douluo's eyes narrowed. The crowd turned to see a colossal, menacing bone dragon, its body bristling with sharp bone spines, enveloped in a frosty mist. Within its hollow eye sockets flickered two strands of pale blue flame, reminiscent of ethereal spirits. Is this a bone dragon? It feels more like an ice dragon adorned with bones, exclaimed Dugu Bo, eyes gleaming with envy. Bone uncle, does this evolved martial soul possess any unique traits? Ning Fengzhi asked, his gaze sparkling with curiosity. Observe, Bone Douluo replied, channeling his soul power, facing the cliff, and delivering a punch to the ground. Instantly, a cold white frost expanded, forming a 2-meter-wide path that swiftly spread towards the stone wall. With a crackle, the frost path met the stone wall, rapidly ascending and building up, blossoming into a cluster of icy spikes exuding a frigid aura. Impressive, Dugu Bo exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe, casting a sidelong glance at Bone Douluo, feeling a pang of jealousy. I want that effect too. Bone Douluo retracted his martial soul, rising to face the crowd. My martial soul, soul power, and soul skills are now imbued with frigid energy, and I sense a notable enhancement in my attributes, particularly my defense. It's approximately 50 stronger than before. Does this imply that a layer of ice armor has been bestowed upon the bone dragon martial soul? Ning Xiaotian mused, contemplating the icy spikes. Given the cold intensity emanating from the martial soul, the hardness of this ice seemed formidable. If only it were the ultimate ice. Then no one could breach this layer of armor. As he spoke, Bone Douluo extended his right hand, forming a fist, and a gray flame-like mist erupted from his palm. Hood, hood, hood. The crowd hastily retreated, memories of Bone Douluo's previous plight vivid in their minds. Grandpa Bone, please contain it, Ning Xiaotian urged, brushing off the goosebumps on his skin. This deathly energy can erode both body and soul. It is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, it can only be replenished through slaughter. Under no circumstances should it be displayed or used unless at the brink of life and death. This concerns the evil spirit masters, Sword Douluo added. If discovered, would it not render us the continent's enemy? Bone Douluo stiffened, solemnly acknowledging, I understand. By the way, Bone Douluo arched an eyebrow, glancing at Sword Douluo. Has the herb you consumed brought any alterations to your 7-kill sword martial soul? Old Bones, are you trying to pry into my secrets? Sword Douluo replied, nonchalantly. Nothing significant. It's simply sharper than before and has slightly enhanced its ability to penetrate defenses. Penetrate defenses? Bone Douluo felt a spark of defiance. With his increased defense, he doubted Sword Douluo could breach it. Let us see about that when we return. Who is afraid of whom? Indeed, who fears whom? Sword Douluo scoffed, locking eyes with Bone Douluo as tension crackled between them. Cough, cough. Ning Fengzhi interjected, clearing his throat. Oomph. In an instant, both men turned away. Xiania? Ning Fengzhi redirected his attention to Ning Xiaotian, lowering his head to inquire. Have you discovered any herbs in this medicinal garden that could assist your mother in reconstructing her martial soul? Ning Xiaotian's expression dimmed, disappointment evident as he replied, Father, I'm sorry. I have not found any. Tian, fret not. Though your mother lacks a martial soul, her health is robust. She is not in grave danger. Ning Fengzhi reassured him, gently ruffling Ning Xiaotian's hair. Father, please wait here, Ning Xiaotian said before swiftly running off to a medicinal plant, carefully excavating it and placing it into a jade box. Approaching Ning Fengzhi, Ning Xiaotian presented the jade box, stating, This is a millennium blood dragon ginseng. Known for its gentle nature, upon consumption, it can cleanse the marrow and enhance physical constitution, promoting longevity. Please take it back from mother to consume. Excellent. Ning Fengzhi noted it, accepting it cautiously. Suddenly, he recalled something and continued. Tian, do you have any herbs suitable for the Snow Knight Emperor? It should act quickly. Quality is not a primary concern. Ning Xiaotian pondered momentarily before dashing off again. This one, known as cordyceps, has benefits for the kidneys and lungs. It alleviates fatigue. And this one enhances strength and greatly increases appetite. Offering the jade box to Ning Fengzhi, he added, This is far superior to the average cordyceps. You could rightly claim it's a millennium old. Indeed, it is suitable. Truly, like father, like son, both are shrewd. Dugu Bo marveled, astonished and momentarily speechless. The Snow Knight Emperor is nearing the end of his days. Presenting him with such herbs is akin to wishing him an expedited demise. There's one more matter. Ning Fengzhi mused. The leader of the Paji clan, Yang Wudi, will personally visit our 7-treasure glazed tile school in a few days. I've heard he is quite passionate about alchemy. Tian, do you have anything appropriate? Father, Are you attempting to win him over? Indeed, Ning Fengzhi affirmed. His willingness to visit personally signifies that our prior assistance to the Pengzhi clan has been immensely beneficial. His clansmen are unlikely to harbor strong resistance to joining our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, the Pengzhi clan has publicly severed ties with the Haotian school, indicating their deep resentment towards their abandonment. Most importantly, I previously intervened to thwart the Spirit Hall's targeting of their clan. So, currently, there is no substantial conflict between them and the Spirit Hall. This is indeed an opportunity. Ning Xiaotian contemplated before adding, what about the other three singular attribute sects? They too will benefit from Yang Wudi's presence. However, their grievances toward the Haotian school are somewhat less intense, but opportunities still exist. Ning Fengzhi massaged the gemstone in his hand, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Thus, I require a breakthrough, a gift so compelling that Yang Wudi cannot refuse. Ning Xiaotian nodded, stating, I understand. Should Yang Wudi arrive, you may have Grandpa Jian or Grandpa Bone inform him. I am somewhat familiar with pharmacology and may be of assistance. Agreed. Ning Fengzhi turned to Bone Douluo, nodding. Bone uncle, we must take our leave. There are numerous matters to attend to in the sect. Furthermore, I must attempt to see if I can add the 8th soul ring to my martial soul. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is not merely named for its 7 layers. The martial soul can only accommodate 7 soul rings. Though I have transcended the level constraints and reached level 80, whether I can attach a new soul ring requires hunting soul beasts for personal experimentation. Chapter 76. Clinging to the big shots is the way to go. Very well. Bone Douluo nodded, then approached Dugu, retrieving a dark yellow soul bone from his soul guide. Brother Dugu, this is a right arm soul bone, aged between 35,000 to 40,000 years. Obtained when I broke through to the title Duo rank after slaying a desert terror claw dragon in the southwest of the Star Luo Empire. Today, I present it to you. In the vast expanse of the Starry Empire's desert, it is said that the presence of active volcanoes at the continent's edge blocks the moisture from the ocean, leading to a harsh internal environment. This place is home to numerous defensive fire and earth-type soul beasts. My defensive soul ring seems quite promising to obtain there. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, reasoning that it was certainly better than aimlessly wandering in the Stardow forest. Is this appropriate? Dugu was somewhat taken aback. Is the soul bone being given so freely? Dugu, there is no need for formality. Take it. The Bone Douluo insisted. My martial soul's evolution is thanks to your influence. This kindness cannot be equated with a mere 10,000-year soul bone. He pushed the soul bone directly into Dugu's embrace and continued, as for Heir, we have yet to find a suitable soul bone of the right age, but rest assured, we will certainly find one that meets your satisfaction. Such good fortune. Dugu was somewhat overwhelmed and quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Bone. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Turning to Ning Fengzhi, he added, today, I formally joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If there are any matters to attend to, please feel free to instruct me. Ning Fengzhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over, grasping Dugu's hands with genuine warmth. Brother Dugu, do not be so polite. We are family now. From this day forth, you shall be our 3rd protective elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzhi then turned to Ning Xiaotian and said, Ahem, Tianer, come over and greet Grandfather Dugu. Ning Xiaotian appeared bewildered. What is happening? Have you just sold your precious son? He felt a bit uncomfortable addressing Dugu as such. Grandfather Dugu. Dugu's face lit up with delight, his smile radiant. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, and nodded with approval. Yes, Tianer, you are a good child. Ning Xiaotian felt a knot in his throat, unsure of whether to speak. He turned to the Sword Douluo, saying, Grandpa Jian, please accompany my father back. Today, I have consumed celestial herbs, and my mental strength has surged. There is no need for your assistance with alchemy. After a moment, he added, Grandfather Dugu is here with me, so you need not worry. However, my father must hunt for soul rings, and the sect will require your presence as well. Very well. Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, glancing at Ning Fengzhi and then back to Dugu. Brother Dugu, I entrust Tianer to your care. Of course. Dugu replied with a respectful gesture. Tianer is to be my future grandson-in-law. Who else would I care for if not him? As for Heir, I must trouble you all to look after her during this time. Your granddaughter hardly needs my assistance. Ning Fengzhi interjected, unable to resist. Naturally, Yenner is also to be my future daughter-in-law. He mused inwardly. Your granddaughter is practically spoiled by my beloved wife. I am envious of her treatment. That is reassuring, Dugu said with a smile. Tianer. He paused, then stepped closer to Ning Xiaotian and instinctively ruffled his hair. The Snow Knight Emperor is already aware of your return to the sect. He even sent someone to summon you this morning, likely to inquire about the recent movements of the Spirit Hall. I am already aware of the situation and will explain it upon my return. However, when you finish your matters and return to the sect, you may have to visit the palace, Ning Fengzhi continued, his expression growing serious. Your eyes have awakened with abilities similar to those of our ancestor Ning Yun's broken vein eye. Upon your return to the sect, I will personally explain the story behind these eyes and teach you the secret technique of mind control. Understood, father. Ning Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Broken vein eye? Ning Xiaotian pondered. Could this vein refer to the meridians? He recalled the many records he had discovered in the sect's library regarding the study of human meridians. As for the mind control technique, he felt a tinge of sadness. He had always perceived it as rather weak in the original work, especially compared to the formidable techniques of the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Why was the disparity in secret techniques so vast among the top 3 sects? Indeed, those with extraordinary luck are truly fortunate, he mused, enviously reflecting on Tang San's achievements. Brother Dugu, we shall take our leave, Ning Fengzhi said, turning to Dugu and bowing in farewell. Master, Elder Bone, Brother Jian, travel safely. Dugu returned the gesture, sending them off with 3 bottles of detoxification pills. With a thud, Ning Xiaotian selected a prime location and retrieved his long-prepared alchemical furnace, striking it forcefully against the ground. It is time to detoxify Dugu. In the original narrative, Tang San had provided Dugu with a mere ordinary detoxifying potion, distinguished only by the addition of a drop of his own blood each time he crafted it. The key ingredients were the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot, which would instantly neutralize the toxins in Dugu's body. However, the diluted blood had healing properties instead. Ning Xiaotian, when it comes to taking advantage of others, I must commend you as a master. He smirked, recognizing that Dugu, despite being deceived, remained grateful to Tang San and willingly shared his extensive knowledge of poisons with him. Perhaps I have not practiced my skills enough. Casting a glance at Dugu, who was still watching Ning Fengzhi and the others leave, Ning Xiaotian felt a warmth in his heart, quickly followed by a chill. Alas, while Tang San saved you, he also harmed you. The toxins in Dugu's body had accumulated for decades, leaving him with numerous hidden injuries. If he followed Tang San's method of detoxification without any prior adjustment, it would be exceedingly difficult for his cultivation to improve significantly. This was certainly not what Ning Xiaotian wished to see. He wanted Dugu to rise from the ashes, becoming a top combat force on the continent, a true pillar of strength. After all, relying on powerful allies is the path to success. With this thought in mind, Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of ambition, hastening his pace in gathering herbs from the soul-guiding device. These herbs had been previously collected from the medicinal garden of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and were suitable for refining health-restoring pills. While the herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well were sufficient for detoxification, they were too potent for nurturing a body as severely poisoned as Dugu's. He had originally anticipated that the herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well would be largely effective, but for the purpose of conditioning the body, particularly one marred by decades of poison, the herbs here might be less practical than common ones found outside. Hence, he had kept a watchful eye on this aspect. As for the Chrysanthemum Douluo's medicinal garden, it was simply fortuitous. Why bother with the hassle of gathering more herbs elsewhere? Moreover, this chapter contained numerous foreshadowings. Chapter 77. The clever Yang Wudi days passed, and 5 days later, at the ice and fire yin-yang well, a thick mist rose, mingling with a warm golden sunlight, casting a vibrant array of colors across the steep cliff walls. At the shallow edge where the red and blue converged, Ning Xiaotian stood tall, his sword-like brows and starry eyes complemented by lips akin to polished jade, exuding a refreshing charm and elegance, a sight to behold. Beside him, a red pool cradled a blazing alchemical furnace, flames surging within, while wisps of white mist escaped from the furnace's opening. It's done. Ning Xiaotian's lips curled into a smile, his focused gaze suddenly gleaming. He raised his left hand and swiftly reached into the furnace, ignoring the fierce heat. and grasped a handful of small pills from its center. Tiana, take this. On the shore, the solitary beau, witnessing the situation, hurriedly tossed a delicate porcelain vial towards Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian deftly caught it, carefully slid the elixir into the vial, sealed it, and threw it back to Beau. As Ning Xiaotian climbed ashore, the Sword Douluo, standing beside Beau, was not idle either. He extended his right hand, making a grasping motion toward the alchemical furnace in the hot spring, compelling it to ascend ashore. Grandfather Dugu, Ning Xiaotian turned to him. Your body has been well adjusted these past few days, and you can begin consuming these detoxifying pills tomorrow. Indeed, Beau nodded. Tian, once you return to the sect, please send my regards to Yen. Understood, Ning Xiaotian replied, donning his attire and conveniently storing the now-cooled alchemical furnace back into his soul guide. Before climbing onto the back of the Sword Douluo, Brother Dugu, we shall take our leave now. The Sword Douluo addressed Beau with a bow. Beau turned away, waving his hand with an indifferent tone. Go on. Go on. Goodbye, Grandfather Dugu. Ning Xiaotian placed a hand on the Sword Douluo's chest, turned, and waved farewell. Sigh. I shall be solitary once again for a while, Beau thought, turning back to gaze at the swirling mist ahead, feeling a wave of melancholy. If it weren't for Ning Xiaotian mentioning the excessive accumulation of toxins within him, suggesting the dual effect of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to accelerate the transfer of toxins to the soul bones, he too would have wished to stroll outside. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School S Conference Hall, Elder Yang, what is your consideration? Ning Fengzhi inquired, his expression calm as he sipped his tea gently. Master Ning, the conditions your sect has offered are indeed favorable, and I, Yang, have always kept the care for my clan this past year in mind. However, regarding joining your sect, Yang Wudi clasped his hands and sighed. Although I have grievances against the actions of the Haotian sect, our clan is indeed derived from it. Even though we have declared our separation, changing affiliations feels disloyal to our ancestors. Alas, it seems we lack the harsh lessons of society, clinging to pride. Ning Fengzhi maintained a serene demeanor, his smile unwavering. Yet internally he felt a twinge of regret for having aided the breaking one clan in escaping the targeting and suppression of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it would have been wiser to allow the Spirit Hall to discipline them first. He stole a glance at Yang Wudi, pondering that if they were to face backlash, it would only lead to enmity with the Spirit Hall, creating future complications even if they were subdued. Or perhaps, should the Spirit Hall annihilate them? Ning Fengzhi set down his teacup, regarding Yang Wudi with understanding, his tone tinged with regret. Alas, it appears my considerations are indeed lacking. Master Ning, you are too courteous. Yang Wudi felt a chill run down his spine, quickly straightening his posture and clasping his hands. This Ning Fengzhi Sword Bone Douluo feels rather unsettling. It seems he could crush me with ease. I must depart this place post-haste. With that thought, Yang Wudi lowered his head, avoiding the Bone Douluo's gaze, and slightly rose, clasping his hands. Master Ning, I have been away for some time and must attend to urgent matters within my clan. If there are no other pressing matters, Ning Fengzhi raised a hand to gesture for calm. Not so fast, Elder Yang. My son Tian has long admired you and has been eager for an opportunity to discuss pharmacology with you. Just a few days ago, upon learning of your visit, he implored me to keep you here until his return. I believe my child is already on his way, so I kindly ask for your patience to fulfill his wish. Oh, young Master Ning has returned from the Spirit Hall? Yang Wudi reluctantly settled back into his chair, feigning politeness. Upon seeing Ning Fengzhi nod, Yang Wudi clasped his hands again, earnestly stating, I have indeed heard of young Master Ning's filial piety while in the Star Luo Empire, and I would naturally like to meet him. Then I shall trouble you, Elder Yang. Ning Fengzhi smiled, extending his hand to personally refill Yang Wudi's teacup. Not a trouble at all, Yang Wudi replied, awkwardly lifting the teacup, taking a sip, and then placing it down with caution. Ning Fengzhi continued to pour tea. Yang Wudi cast a puzzled glance at the teacup. What is this situation? As Ning Xiaotian entered, he observed the somewhat awkward Yang Wudi and the composed, smiling Bone Douluo, gaining insight, and then glanced at his father, Ning Fengzhi, who gently shook his head. It appeared that the recruitment had not succeeded. Ning Xiaotian turned back to Yang Wudi, noting his discomfort, which likely stemmed from a sense of indebtedness and guilt for previously receiving help from Ning Fengzhi, now presented with appealing terms, yet feeling unable to accept them. The presence of the Bone Douluo also played a role in his unease. This character is indeed a man of honor. He is not one to forget his benefactor after gaining advantage. Thus, it is clear that my father did not mention the Haotian sect, for if he had, given Yang Wudi's notorious temperament, he would not have been so subdued. Yang Wudi, proud and self-assured, impervious to pressure, is not devoid of intelligence. There remains a chance here, much more favorable than persuading the mindless breaking one clan. With that thought, Ning Xiaotian swiftly approached Yang Wudi, bowing respectfully. Junior pays his respects to Elder Yang. Good child, rise quickly. No need for such formalities. Yang Wudi exclaimed, stepping forward to assist Ning Xiaotian up with enthusiasm. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. I possess considerable knowledge in pharmacology. The presence of a filial child delighted him greatly. Ning Xiaotian lifted his head, courteously stating, Elder Yang, I have a few inquiries, though they do not pertain to pharmacology. I hope for your guidance. Is this child also a negotiator? Yang Wudi's lips twitched, his expression darkening. Yet with the esteemed figure present, he felt compelled to relent slightly. His eyes filled with stubbornness as he politely replied, Child, ask away. Ning Xiaotian smiled, clasping his hands. Why did the Haotian sect not take your breaking one clan along when they withdrew? Over the past year, has Tang Hao come forward to explain the truth of those times? Yang Wudi trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, anger surging as if he were about to strike. Yet, he soon frowned, falling into contemplation, murmuring, the truth? Quite clever of you. You have indeed stumbled upon my hidden trap. Ning Xiaotian nodded, looking up at Yang Wudi earnestly. Indeed, the truth. What do we not know? Ning Fengzhi and the Bone Douluo exchanged shocked glances, curiosity etched on their faces. Chapter 78. Yang Wudi joins. Yang Wudi turned to Ning Fengzhi, his expression filled with intrigue, suggesting he too was unaware. You know? Yang Wudi turned back to Ning Xiaotian, perplexed. This child has returned from the Spear Hall. Could he truly have learned the truth of those years? Ning Xiaotian nodded solemnly. Because Tang Hao fell in love with a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. In his past life, he had long grown accustomed to tales of the Sun Snake Immortal and the Sun Ghost Monarch, and was not averse to such matters. However, on Dugu continent, the union between humans and soul beasts, two different races, remained difficult for society to accept, which was why in the original narrative, after Xiao Wu's exposure, Bibi Dong could unreservedly step forward to apprehend her. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters is an unshakable iron rule in the soul master realm. No one has the right to intervene unless their strength is formidable enough. What? The originally puzzled Yang Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. It is true, Ning Xiaotian affirmed. The one sent to capture the beast included the former Pope Qian Renxue, alongside Yueguan and Guimei, both titled Douluo. The outcome was that the 100,000-year soul beast chose to sacrifice itself to assist Tang Hao in breaking through to become a titled Douluo. Ning Xiaotian surveyed the crowd and continued, otherwise, how could Tang Hao, at that time, possess the strength to consecutively defeat 3 titled Douluos and severely injure Qianqiuji? It was indeed as he said. Ning Fengzhi fell silent, glancing at Ning Xiaotian, realizing that his son had gleaned numerous secrets of the Spirit Hall from the words of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Turning to Yang Wudi, Ning Fengzhi sighed. It seems that back in the day, the Spirit Hall showed leniency towards the Haotian sect. Otherwise, if this matter had been exposed, the Haotian sect would have suffered significant disgrace within the Soul Master community. The Spirit Hall would have been justified in launching a direct attack against them, especially since the former Pope, Qianqiuji, was gravely injured by Tang Hao. Yet, this incident was ultimately suppressed. Ning Xiaotian nodded, looking towards Yang Wudi, although I, as a junior, am unaware of the transaction between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. One thing is indisputable. The Haotian sect chose to abandon your kin for their own preservation. He spoke emphatically. Moreover, the one responsible for all this, Tang Hao, has yet to come forward to explain or apologize to you. Regardless of the reasons, this is a manifestation of distrust. Yang Wudi's body trembled violently, his fists clenched, veins protruding. The lives of his hundreds of kin were innocent. While the Haotian sect's decision for self-preservation is understandable, he could not bear the fact that his clan was sacrificed without a word, sold out in ignorance of the truth. Damn it! Yang Wudi suddenly cursed, then quickly turned towards Ning Fengzhi, clasping his fists. Apologies, sect master, for my rudeness. No harm done. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand, forcing a bitter smile. I can understand the feelings of clan leader Yang. When the Haotian sect announced its withdrawal, my 7-treasure glazed tile sect received no news. It was all very hasty. After saying this, Ning Fengzhi fell silent. Ning Xiaotian immediately understood. Looking at Yang Wudi, he remarked, clan leader Yang, as far as I know. Before the Pa clans separated from the Haotian sect, although they received protection, they received almost no support in terms of cultivation resources. The many profound skills of the Haotian sect were completely out of their reach. Ning Xiaotian sighed and added conversely, the Pa clan diligently provided substantial support in terms of medicinal materials and funds to the Haotian sect. This was about to unleash a tempest of fury. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, stepping back slightly as Yang Wudi lowered his head, his form tense and trembling, his face flushed. He resembled a wronged wife. Brother, do not blame me. Until you sever your ties with the Haotian sect, I cannot allow you to enter. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian straightened his posture and continued. For a sect to endure through the ages, the utmost necessity is the unity, trust, and mutual support among its members. This is what my father has always taught me. He then took out a rare medicinal herb from his treasure pouch, saying, clan leader Yang, I wonder if this item can represent our 7-treasure glazed tile sect's trust and support for the Pa clan. The fragrant silk herb. Yang Wudi's eyes widened, and he quickly approached Ning Xiaotian. Crouching down, his right hand fidgeted around the herb, hesitant to get too close. His voice trembled, infused with disbelief, excitement, and joy. Young Master Ning, you truly wish to gift this to me? Of course, as long as clan leader Yang leads the Pa clan into the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. It shall be yours. Furthermore, we will ensure full support for the Pa clan's cultivation resources. Ning Xiaotian spoke solemnly. Excellent. I agree, Yang Wudi said without hesitation, seemingly afraid that Ning Xiaotian might change his mind. He quickly stood and turned to Ning Fengzhi, cupping his hands, Sect Master. I will return to the sect immediately to gather my kin for the migration. So simple? Ning Fengzhi was somewhat dumbfounded. He had just spent considerable time discussing matters without yielding any results. He had also seen the records of the herbs that Ning Xiaotian had obtained from the chrysanthemum Douluo and Yang Wudi, and he recalled that this herb was meant for detoxifying, not directly curing poison. Did it possess other functions? Yang Senior, do not rush. Ning Xiaotian seemed to understand what his father was pondering and, without waiting for him to speak, handed the herb to Yang Wudi, interjecting, Here you go. Really? Yang Wudi suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian, incredulous. Indeed, I've heard that clan leader Yang is generous and keeps his word. What is there to worry about? Ning Xiaotian raised the herb higher, speaking with grandiosity. That's right. I, Yang Wudi, have always been a man of my word. He carefully accepted the fragrant silk herb, bringing it close to his nose to inhale deeply, and then began to dance with exuberance. Haha, I've sought this my entire life. Is this truly the previously serious Yang Wudi? Ning Fengzhi was somewhat bewildered, unable to suppress his gaze towards Ning Xiaotian and casting a glance at the herb. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and then pulled out another exquisite medicinal herb. Looking at Yang Wudi, he said, Yang Senior, I have heard that the spirit of the Yu clan's Neo Senior is the armored bull rhinoceros. This item may benefit him. Cough, cough, pardon my rudeness. Yang Wudi awkwardly halted his exuberant behavior, his eyes fixated on the chilling spirit mushroom in Ning Xiaotian's hand, exclaiming in astonishment this is a 6th-grade treasure mushroom, and it's of the cold attribute. This is a rare opportunity to enhance the quality of old Nio's martial spirit further. Glancing up at Ning Xiaotian, Yang Wudi stood up, patting his chest with confidence. With this medicinal herb, I am absolutely certain. Then I must trouble you, Yang Senior. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian closed the jade box and presented it to Yang Wudi. It is my duty. Old Rhinoceros and I have been friends for many years. Joining the same sect will provide mutual support. Afterward, Yang Wudi accepted the jade box and placed it into his soul guide. Turning to Ning Fengzhi, he clasped his hands. Sect Master, I have a close relationship with Baihe of the Min clan. Might it be possible to bring their clan into the sect as well? It seemed these two had quite the rapport, even proactively requesting assistance. Ning Xiaotian looked at Ning Fengzhi, puzzled. Yang Senior, as far as I know. The elder sister of clan leader Bai is the mother of Tang Xiao, the current leader of the Haotian sect. And so what? Yang Wudi scoffed dismissively. Bai treats them like nephews, but what about them? When trouble arose, did they not abandon the Min clan without a second thought, leaving them to fend for themselves? Over the past year, not once has the Haotian sect sent someone to inquire about them or offered a single coin. If it weren't for my past friendship, the Min clan would likely be homeless and starving. After saying this, Yang Wudi glanced at Ning Xiaotian and continued, Sect Master, if you are concerned, I have a splendid plan that guarantees absolute safety. Oh, what plan? Ning Fengzhi squinted his eyes and gestured toward the chair. Clan Leader Yang, please sit before you elaborate. Thank you, Sect Master. Yang Wudi clasped his hands and moved to the chair, continuing, Sect Master, Bai's sister has long since passed, and the Haotian sect has grown so heartless. The ties between the two families have long since withered. In the past year, I have visited the Min clan several times. Their lives have become exceedingly precarious, and the clan bears deep resentment towards the Haotian sect. Sect Master, Yang Wudi leaned forward. Bai has a granddaughter named Bai Qian, who is still under 2 years old. If she could form a betrothal with young Master Ning, combined with the sect's support for the Min clan, who would still remember the Haotian sect that abandoned them? For the sake of his precious granddaughter, would Bai not comply? Ning Fengzhi's eyes brightened as he cast a glance at Ning Xiaotian, who was merely 5 years his junior, certainly an age gap that could be bridged. Is he truly contemplating the sacrifice of my allure? Ning Xiaotian quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, shaking his head vigorously. Father, an arranged marriage is not advisable. Please do not jest. Very well, let us wait and see. Ning Fengzhi replied lightly, then turned his attention to Yang Wudi. Patriarch, do you think the Lizi clan could be persuaded to join us? Unfortunately, I fear not. Yang Wudi shook his head solemnly. To be frank, among the 4 single attribute sects, the one I am least inclined to ally with is that old titan, as he still refers to Tang Hao as his master, showing a complete lack of backbone. Moreover, every member of his clan excels in forging and is currently thriving in the Heaven Do Empire. They are unlikely to consider joining another sect. What a pity. Ning Fengzhi thought, disappointment extinguishing the hope in his eyes. Such a person would be a liability. Patriarch Yang, Ning Fengzhi stood, offering a respectful gesture. I shall leave the other 2 clans in your capable hands. Not at all. It is no trouble. Yang Wudi responded promptly, rising to return the gesture. I shall take my leave now. Very well, Brother Yang. Travel safely. Ning Fengzhi said with a cheerful smile, personally escorting Yang Wudi out of the council hall. One moment. Patriarch Yang. Ning Fengzhi suddenly recalled something, swiftly grasping Yang Wudi's arm. The White Crane is a clan leader. His verbal assurances may not be reliable. If this matter causes you any embarrassment and jeopardizes your friendship with him, it will be a transgression of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yang Wudi had previously mentioned that the 6th grade treasure could potentially aid in Yo Gao's armored giant rhinoceros martial spirit in its advancement. If the White Crane were to discover that he gained no benefits from this arrangement, it could become quite problematic. First impressions are indeed crucial. Yang Wudi felt a stirring within, his eyes shining brightly as he proclaimed, Sect Master, you need not worry. I will ensure that we bring him here, even if it means binding him. No need, no need. Ning Fengzhi chuckled, calming Yang Wudi, then turning to Ning Xiaotian. Don't look, there is nothing to offer. I never intended to recruit the Mingji clan. Who knows what absurd ideas Yang Wudi might concoct. Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, feigning a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, Patriarch Yang, please hold on for a moment. With that, Ning Xiaotian dashed into the inner chamber. Patriarch Yang, please make yourself comfortable while you wait. Secmaster, please. Yang Wudi replied. Ah, what could possibly entice the Mingji clan? Ning Xiaotian pondered, scratching his head in contemplation. Money? Too mundane. Moreover, that White Crane fellow seems overly strict, not allowing clan members to claim benefits from the Spirit Hall. He is undoubtedly a traditionalist, making this path difficult to traverse. The predicament facing the Mingji clan stems not only from their leaders' rigidity, but also from their martial spirits, which specialize solely in speed, rendering them weak in combat and burdened with employment challenges. Indeed, the Mingji clan's martial spirit is the swift-tailed swift, renowned for its speed. Yet, based on the original text, Bai Qianxiang's soul skills do not solely focus on acceleration. Thus, it seems that soul skills may not be fixed in their orientation and could potentially be modified. The martial spirit of the Ju Douluo is a flower whose petals can be used as flying daggers. What feathers? Could they be employed as throwing darts? After all, martial spirits are not physical bodies. Plucking feathers should not cause pain. Shrek Academy's Flander possesses a martial spirit resembling a cat eagle, with its fourth soul skill capable of releasing sharp wind blades to cut through targets. This seems to be a viable direction to explore. Flying speed, feather transformation into darts. Wind blades. Yes, this could serve to harass or launch surprise attacks. The sharpness of the feathers must be enhanced. If they are sufficiently sturdy, they might even serve as shields. Which soul beast should I select? Ning Xiaotian closed his eyes, embarking on a brainstorming session regarding the prerequisites for all soul skill selections, ensuring they would complement speed to maximize the advantages of the martial spirit. Eureka! Ning Xiaotian murmured, retrieving pen and paper to jot down his thoughts. This one seems promising too. As he delved deeper into his ideas, a torrent of inspiration surged forth, transforming into a flowing river of creativity. Done. Ning Xiaotian took it, flicking the paper. Wait, no. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be taken advantage of. Ning Xiaotian tucked the paper back into the soul guide, pulling out another sheet and placing it on the table, writing fervently. A quarter of an hour later, Patriarch Yang. Here is something for you. Ning Xiaotian approached Yang Wudi with a smile, presenting the paper. What is this? A single sheet of paper? Yang Wudi, perplexed, accepted it with a laugh, unfolding it to read. First soul ring. I suggest hunting the soul beast, the phoenix-tailed stinging snake. Characteristics: exceptionally swift in flight, with bony spines along its back that can be projected to harm enemies through muscle contractions. Second soul ring. I recommend hunting the Gale Falcon. Characteristics: extremely rapid in flight, possessing strong and powerful wings with an impressive wingspan capable of generating wind blades. Third soul ring. I propose the iron-feathered vulture. Characteristics: hairless neck with a fleshy lump, moderately fast in flight. Note, to protect its head, it has evolved steel-like feathers, providing exceptional defense. Fourth soul ring. I suggest the cat eagle. Wait, what about the rest? Yang Wudi's voice trailed off, a sense of confusion washing over him as he looked up at Ning Xiaotian, suddenly enlightened. I am truly impressed. With that, he rose from his seat and turned to Ning Fengzhi. Sec Master, I shall take my leave now. Very well, please. Ning Fengzhi also stood, escorting Yang Wudi to the door. After watching Yang Wudi depart under the guidance of the Sword Douluo, he turned back to Ning Xiaotian, speaking gently, tenor, regarding the granddaughter of Patriarch White Crane. I feel, Father, I must take my leave. I'm going to see Mother and my sister. Chapter 80, Xiaotian. You are truly remarkable. Traversing the porcelain shop and the jade pillow clearing, stepping through the narrow shaded path adorned with fragrant grass, Ning Xiaotian finally arrived at the winding, flowing waters of the meandering corridor, gently knocking on the door. Mother, I have returned. Before the door opened, Ning Xiaotian's cheerful and innocent voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Thud, 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 creak. Xiaotian, you are back. A young girl pulled open the door, peeking out with a charmingly delicate face. Her eyebrows were finely arched, her eyes shimmering like emeralds, with rosy lips and white teeth, and her skin was fair. Cascading purple hair framed her neck like willows in March. Her graceful figure slightly bent forward, her head held high, cheeks tinted with a hint of pink, her eyes sparkling with a blend of shyness and joy. Through the slightly ajar door, a beautiful woman with an oval face stood behind her, clad in luxurious satin garments, her hair elegantly styled, her lovely eyes glimmering with surprise. The woman leaned slightly, cradling a beautifully sculpted, petite girl in her arms, who gazed curiously at Ning Xiaotian. Sister Yenner. Ning Xiaotian scratched the back of his head, a hint of awkwardness on his face. She likes me. I like her too, yet we have not broached the subject, which feels a bit uncomfortable. He quickly extended his hand from the soul guide, presenting 2 exquisite porcelain vials to the girl. Sister Yenner, these are health-toning pills. Take 1/2 an hour after meals, 3 times a day, for 5 consecutive days. Then take this. Dugu Yan's expression dimmed slightly, her lips pouting as she gently accepted the vials, opening the door wider and turning her body to softly say, All right, I understand. Please come in. Very well. Ning Xiaotian promptly entered. Hud, hud, hud. Zhang Fanghua dashed forward, raised her right hand, and playfully slapped the back of Ning Xiaotian's head, her eyes wide with discontent. You little rascal. Why call her sister Yenner? She's your wife. Hurry and address her properly. Saying this, she seized Ning Xiaotian's head, turning his face toward Dugu Yan. Mother, gentle now. My neck. Ning Xiaotian heard a crack, followed by a dizzying sensation, feeling as if his head were buzzing, prompting him to plead for mercy. The grip did not loosen. Dugu Yan. Ning Xiaotian gazed at the blushing girl before him, who had her head lowered, shyly uttering her name. Indeed, when it comes to courting a girl, one must take the initiative. Having parents intervene can often induce a sense of social embarrassment. How awkward and shy I feel. Dugu Yan, with her head bowed, reflects this sentiment. At that moment, Zhang Fenghua, with her exquisite oval face, broke into a radiant smile, playfully withdrawing her delicate hand that had been resting on Ning Xiaotian's head. Tianer, come inside. She cheerfully beckoned. All right, Mom. Ning Xiaotian repeated, casting a lingering glance at his mother's graceful retreat before he twisted his neck and followed suit. Behind him, the little mischievous serpent proudly lifted her head, her smile blooming like a flower as her lithe waist swayed joyfully, her gaze filled with affection and sweetness. Rong, call for your brother. Ning Xiaotian urged as he settled onto a stone bench, basking in the gentle sunlight, facing his mother and younger sister with hopeful eyes. The little one, turning slightly, waved her tiny hand enthusiastically in his direction before turning back to cling to their mother's neck. Mommy, why does my sister speak in baby talk to me, but uses proper words with Mom? Ning Xiaotian questioned, bewildered, glancing at Ning Rongrong and then at his mother. Zhang Fenghua. Cough. It's normal for girls to learn things a bit later. Look at her. She's so small and learning this and that every day. It must be exhausting. Zhang Fenghua declared with maternal pride. Is this the principle of raising boys in poverty and girls in luxury? Ning Xiaotian was momentarily speechless, lowering his head as he squinted at his sister, who was engrossed in sucking her little finger. Rong, call me brother, he urged, forming the words with his lips while retrieving the milk candy he had purchased in Wuhuan City from his soul guide device. He gently unwrapped it, releasing a rich aroma of milk that made the little one drool. She stretched her tiny hand, her body wriggling with eagerness, leaning forward as her mouth watered, exclaiming, Brother, I want to eat. Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up as if discovering a new world. He nodded slightly, satisfied, and personally fed the candy to his sister. Rong, good girl. You little rascal. After all my teaching, you finally learned to call me Mommy, and now a mere candy has won you over. It infuriates me, Zhang Fenghua exclaimed, her eyes wide as she wiped away her daughter's drool while scolding her. The little one ignored her, scrunching her nose happily as she munched on the candy. Leaning forward towards Ning Xiaotian with her hands reaching out, her gaze filled with longing. Brother, I want more. All right, brother will give you more. Ning Xiaotian smiled, his eyes narrowing in delight as he produced 3 more pieces. Good brother. The little one immediately ceased her earlier antics. Zhang Fenghua, trembling with frustration, snatched the candy from her hand, saying, Mommy will keep this safe for you. Wah, Mommy's a bad person, the little one cried, her small body flailing in protest. Zhang Fenghua, filled with indignation, gritted her teeth and shoved the candy back, saying here, just know how to eat. If you get cavities in your teeth later, let's see if you cry. Mommy is so nice. The little one brightened, munching happily, then tilted her head and asked, Mommy, is the bug tasty? Feeling a slight tension in the air, Ning Xiaotian instinctively shrank his neck, tightening his body in discomfort. He then stood up, adopting a serious tone. Mom, it's getting late. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Dugu Yan stood up as well, stretching her body and softly saying, I'll be going too. Zhang Fenghua suddenly turned her gaze towards Ning Xiaotian with a hint of intensity, before softening her expression upon glancing at Dugu Yan. All right then. Ning Xiaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him, the tension in his neck easing. He cast a grateful glance at Dugu Yan, bowed slightly to his mother, and swiftly made his exit. Dugu Yan followed closely behind as they exited the courtyard. Fortunately, I managed to slip away quickly. Ning Xiaotian inhaled a deep breath of fresh air and turned to Dugu Yan. Yenner, where do you live? Let me walk you back. Dugu Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her head into her chest, her little waist twisting shyly as she spoke in a whisper. I'm currently staying in your room. Is this for real? Ning Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure, inhaling deeply to calm the turmoil within. He clenched his fists to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. Then let's go. By the way, Yinner, have you found your soul bone? He asked quietly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Yes, a 30,000-year-old right arm bone, reportedly brought back by Grandpa's sword from trade, Dugu Yan replied, quickening her pace to match his side, standing on her toes to whisper. That's wonderful. Ning Xiaotian shivered slightly, instinctively puffing out his chest and nodding. That's great. Ning Xiaotian looked around, confirming that this was indeed where he lived. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Dugu Yan turned to him, gently explaining. The sect leader sent someone to repair the courtyard, and then I was allowed to stay here. Oh, I see. Ning Xiaotian nodded in understanding, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden before stepping into the house and turning into the inner chamber. Wow, such a large bed? Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded as he beheld the magnificent white jade bed, intricately carved at the corners, taking up a third of the room. The silk bedding was neatly arranged, and it was notably red. Looking up, he noticed a circular skylight about 2 meters wide above, and as he approached to examine it, he saw that it was embedded with flawless lenses, the gentle sunlight filtering through and reflecting on the jade bed below. The sect leader said this bed is for our training convenience, Dugu Yan murmured, her head lowered as she spoke hesitantly. Yes, I understand. Saying this, Ning Xiaotian bent down to remove his shoes and jumped onto the bed, then turned back to Dugu Yan. Yinner, you should come up too. Oh, okay. Dugu Yan's head lowered even further. 2 hours later, Xiaotian, you're amazing, Dugu Yan exclaimed, her face flushed as she turned to Ning Xiaotian, filled with excitement. Stay humble, Ning Xiaotian replied, raising his hand to motion for her to calm down, then seriously added, Yinner, this ability of mine must remain a secret. Do not speak of it to anyone. Yes, I understand, Dugu Yan affirmed. Shall we continue? Yes, indeed. Chapter 81. All present are actors. The next day, as the sun rose, casting a warm glow, Ning Xiaotian gradually awakened, feeling the soft warmth of a delicate body in his embrace. Instinctively, he nuzzled closer, thinking how soft it was. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he looked down to see silky purple hair cascading over his chest. Lowering his gaze further, he observed a petite, delicate nose, a fair and lovely face adorned with a faint blush, and full, rosy lips curving into a gentle smile that radiated contentment and sweetness. Such fairness. Ning Xiaotian quickly wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, using a free hand to pull the thin silk sheet up slightly to cover her exposed skin. Then gently shook the little mischievous serpent hanging at his waist. Yinner, wake up. Who is it? The little mischievous serpent, clearly still disoriented, reluctantly twisted her slim waist, then raised her delicate hand to her chest, rubbing her eyes sleepily, pouting her lips as she blinked her long, curled lashes. Oh dear! The little mischievous serpent promptly burrowed deeper into the covers, tugging the blanket over her head completely. What is there to be shy about? We haven't done anything, Ning Xiaotian remarked, his mouth twitching slightly as he gently tapped the bulging blanket, speaking softly, Yinner, I have to meet His Majesty Shuya today. Go ahead. Just as she finished speaking, the little mischievous serpent quickly rolled away, cocooned in her blanket. Well, all right. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Dugu Yan, who was now entirely wrapped up in the blanket, shaking his head in resignation before smoothly dressing and jumping out of bed. Creak, crack. Dugu Yan cautiously opened a small gap in the blanket, peeking out with her head, her gaze fixed dreamily on the closed door, before she turned to her side and tugged the blanket back over her head. Oh dear, the promise was made to sleep apart. Yet I found myself rolling over to Xiaotian's side, embracing him. How impure of me. We've arrived. Ning Fengzhi halted his steps, glancing at the curious Ning Xiaotian beside him. Let's head inside. All right, Dad. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian straightened his collar, stood tall, and followed Ning Fengzhi at a leisurely pace. On this snowy night, the spirit of the Emperor of Snowy Night looked quite vibrant. Ning Xiaotian observed the Emperor seated at the main position, a warm smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the cordyceps I had my father deliver had indeed worked wonders. Alas, once the effect wears off, Come, Ning Zhongzhu, please have a seat, Snowy Night warmly welcomed as Ning Fengzhi entered, waving his hand to dismiss the guards. Only a dozen beautiful young maidens remained, standing gracefully with exquisite delicacies held before them. Your Majesty, there's no need for such formality, Ning Fengzhi replied with a smile, resting a hand on his cane, bowing slightly as he acknowledged the Emperor, then slowly made his way to the seat beside Snowy Night. Behind that seat stood a tall, handsome young man who gracefully bent down to pull the chair back slightly, saying respectfully, "Teacher, please sit." "Good, good. Qinghe, you two take a seat." Ning Fengzhi nodded with a smile and sat down slowly. "Yes, teacher." The handsome young man turned to Ning Xiaotian and Jian Douluo, bowing politely. "Junior brother Xiaotian, elder Jian, please have a seat as well." Allicht. Jian Douluo nodded slightly. How could Qian Renxue not win an Oscar? It would be a travesty. Ning Xiaotian thought to himself as he quickly ascended to his seat and turned to look at Qian Renxue with a broad grin, praising, "He, senior brother Qinghe, is truly handsome." "Handsome? Does he know my identity?" Qian Renxue was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sitting down slowly, and turned to Ning Xiaotian. "Junior brother Xiaotian, you jest. Your son is quite amusing." Snowy Night leaned in to glance at Ning Fengzhi and then turned back to the ravenous Ning Xiaotian, laughing, "Child, if you enjoy eating, feel free to indulge. Such childish mischief. I apologize for my son's behavior, Your Majesty." Ning Fengzhi handed a handkerchief to Ning Xiaotian with an apologetic tone. "Not at all. Your son's filial piety is renowned throughout the Tiando Empire. It's a pity the palace physicians are not skilled enough to assist Lady Ning." Snowy Night shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Ning Fengzhi's expression dimmed, but he quickly smiled at Snowy Night, nonchalantly saying, "Your Majesty need not worry. My wife is in relatively good health, so there is no cause for concern." Snowy Night nodded slightly, continuing, "Has your son made any progress at the Spirit Hall this past year?" Ning Fengzhi's lips parted slightly. "Don't mention it. That old fellow at Juhua Pass merely handed me a pile of books and left me to my own devices," Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, eyes wide, pouting in displeasure. "The food is terrible. After working hard to concoct some delicious dishes, they confiscated them. I heard from my father that they made a fortune selling my recipes." Ning Xiaotian's nose twitched in indignation, tears welling in his eyes. "Grandpa Snowy Night, the people at the Spirit Hall are truly wicked." Juhua Pass. Snowy Night's thoughts immediately turned to Jude Douluo, involuntarily twitching at the corner of his mouth. What kind of enmity must exist for someone to be given such a nickname? It seems this child has indeed had a difficult time at the Spirit Hall, managing to endure for an entire year. No wonder he is so unabashedly indulging in food. What a child with a kind heart. With this thought, Snowy Night's expression softened, warmly saying, "Child, you've suffered. In the future, if you wish to eat anything, just come to the palace and tell your Grandpa Snowy Night." "Really, Grandpa Snowy Night?" Ning Xiaotian's expression brightened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Of course." Snowy Night stroked his beard, heartily affirming, "Grandpa Snowy Night, that plate of spicy rabbit legs looks quite appetizing." Ning Xiaotian smacked his lips, his eyes filled with longing. "Ahem. Qinghe, since it's Xiaotian's first visit to the palace, why don't you show him around? I have matters to discuss with your father." Ning Fengzhi could no longer bear the scene, feeling it tarnished the family's reputation, and quickly turned to Qian Renxue. "Yes, teacher." Qian Renxue suppressed his surprise, slowly rising and walking to Ning Xiaotian, saying, "Junior brother Xiaotian, please follow me." "All right." Ning Xiaotian jumped down from his chair, instinctively grabbing Qian Renxue's hand, glancing back at the plate of spicy rabbit legs with reluctance as he exited. "Oh, my son is put upon." Snowy Night sighed as he watched Ning Xiaotian leave. Good acting. Once they were out of sight, Qian Renxue abruptly shook off Ning Xiaotian's hand, casting him a sidelong glance. "Who did you learn that from? Teachers do not teach rascals." With that, she swiftly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the grease from her hands, for that little rascal had been eating without using chopsticks. "Teacher, you really immerse yourself in your role," Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, impressed, then tilted his head in shock. "Hey, how did you know I was acting?" "Impressive." Qian Renxue shot him a disdainful look. "All right, I learned it from my greedy little sister yesterday." Ning Xiaotian Sruket Kaswali. Chapter 82. Let's make a written agreement. "Do you know my identity at the Spirit Hall?" Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes gazed towards the horizon, speaking softly. "Are you trying to impress me?" Ning Xiaotian glanced at her, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, nonchalantly saying, "I didn't know before, but now I'm guessing." "You." Qian Renxue's pupils constricted, her body tensing as she suddenly turned to Ning Xiaotian, biting her lip, then relaxing, praising, "You're quite clever." After saying this, she turned back to the horizon, her eyes sparkling. "I have heard of your achievements at the Spirit Hall. Whether it be the theory of spirit masters, the suggestions for the mission platform, or the soul ring pairing schemes, you have done remarkably well. Ning Xiaotian, to possess such wisdom at your age is truly rare. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival your father's. With that, Qian Renxue regarded Ning Xiaotian with admiration, saying, "Junior brother Xiaotian, would you be interested in becoming my advisor? When I become the emperor of the Tiando Empire, you shall be the imperial master." Oh, now she is playing the emotional card. "I increasingly suspect your identity." Ning Xiaotian looked at Qian Renxue in astonishment. "Aren't you a spy? Can you represent the entire spirit hall?" Qian Renxue smiled slightly, walking confidently. There's no need to be surprised. The spirit hall is currently divided into two factions, the Pope Hall and the Worship Hall, and I hail from the Worship Hall, representing the strongest force of the spirit hall. You should understand that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Only those with power can ultimately prevail. While I cannot disclose my identity, I assure you that I can represent the entire Worship Hall. Is this the rebellious child phase? Always wanting to contest with her mother. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, nodding slightly. That sounds quite enticing. Do you agree? Qian Renxue's eyes brightened. Then tell me your true identity. Ning Xiaotian smirked. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. If we cannot be honest with each other, it is all mere talk. Qian Renxue's expression faltered, her fists clenched, as thoughts of the letter's contents surfaced. If you wish to win over Ning Xiaotian, do not reveal your true identity. Doing so would only make you seem ineffectual. I will not lose to you. Qian Renxue slowly loosened her fists, her gaze once more resolute. Junior brother Xiaotian, how about we make a deal? Oh, do tell. Ning Xiaotian's interest peaked, narrowing his eyes and turning to face Qian Renxue. 5 years. Qian Renxue faced Ning Xiaotian, her fingers spread wide, confidently proclaiming, "Aren't you curious about my true identity? Within 5 years, before the conclusion of the next Continental Soul Master Tournament, should you fail to discern my true identity, you shall join my ranks and serve me. What if I do uncover it?" Ning Xiaotian retorted. "You must be jesting." Qian Renxue, with an air of assuredness, cast a sidelong glance at Ning Xiaotian, stating confidently, "As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall fulfill any request you make." Ning Xiaotian scoffed, regarding Qian Renxue as if she were a fool, and replied, "What could I possibly lack? After all, I am the heir of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school." He then scrutinized Qian Renxue with a playful gaze and added, "Were you of great beauty, losing would at least afford me the opportunity to claim you. But alas, you're not. It appears you remain unaware of my identity." Qian Renxue thought, exuding confidence, and declared, "A soul bone of 50,000 years, not lacking." Ning Xiaotian shot her a disdainful glance. 70,000 years, Qian Renxue replied nonchalantly. "It's a deal." Ning Xiaotian grasped Qian Renxue's hands eagerly, his eyes gleaming, and stated, "Let us formalize this with a written agreement. I am known for my unwavering promises." Qian Renxue's eyes widened. "You just claimed to hail from the Hall of Worship, the strongest force of the Spirit Hall. If you were to retract your word, whom would I turn to for justice? With a written document in hand, I could at least appeal to His Holiness the Pope." Ning Xiaotian's expression was one of skepticism. "You." Qian Renxue's chest heaved with indignation, and she swiftly retrieved paper and pen from her soul guide, writing the agreement in quick succession. Then, she produced royal red clay, pressed it, rolled it, and elegantly tossed it to Ning Xiaotian. "The girl is quite foolish. What use do I have for this document? It merely serves as a record of past misdeeds," Ning Xiaotian mused, casting a glance at the future angelic goddess before promptly stowing the agreement in his soul guide. "Ahem. Now, what is your strategy against the Tiando Empire?" Ning Xiaotian inquired nonchalantly, adding that at least for now, our goals align. "I intend to employ poison." Qian Renxue contemplated. "So it has not yet been enacted," Ning Xiaotian observed with a look of incredulity, suggesting that relying on poison is rather superficial. Moreover, due to the preemptive measures of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Yang Wudi's brother, Yang Wushuang, was never captured by the Spirit Hall. "Where do you intend to procure such formidable poison? Seek my assistance? I shall not indulge you in frivolity." "What kind of look is that?" Qian Renxue felt her intelligence insulted and replied, somewhat vexed, "In light of our shared position, allow me to offer you 2 pieces of advice." Ning Xiaotian stated calmly. "What advice?" Qian Renxue inquired. "The first piece of advice, Remember, everything has its cause and effect. Death is no exception. Ning Xiaotian regarded Qian Renxue earnestly. What do you mean? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. The poisons available in this world leave traces. Can you guarantee that you will not be discovered? Especially if you plan to poison multiple individuals. Can you ensure you will not be suspected? Ning Xiaotian scrutinized Qian Renxue intently. Qian Renxue paused, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, she raised her head and sighed. I cannot. Ning Xiaotian continued. Are you aware of the four princes of the Tiando Empire and their respective interests? Naturally. Qian Renxue nodded, even observing the Avalanche Prince, who is younger than you. Well done. Knowledge of your enemy is crucial for victory. Additionally, Ning Xiaotian nodded before adding, each person has their flaws, especially those born into royalty. Therefore, do you comprehend the causal relationships their personalities and preferences may engender in daily life? Qian Renxue seemed to grasp the implication, asking, are you suggesting that? As a hunter, you must possess ample patience. Wait for them to reveal their vulnerabilities, allowing them to meet their demise justly, without surprise. Ning Xiaotian gazed skyward as he spoke wistfully. Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, then regarded Ning Xiaotian with gravity, stating, it seems I underestimated you. You are even more formidable than your father. She? Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, observing her intently. And the second piece of advice? Qian Renxue asked, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze unwavering. Imperfection is the essence of perfection. A sincere person becomes dangerous when they cease to be sincere. A reckless individual becomes even more perilous when they abandon their frivolity. Ning Xiaotian asserted solemnly. Are you referring to Avalanche? He is indeed the most mischievous prince in the royal family. Last time he went out, he overturned a commoner's stall, yet he still managed to charm everyone. Qian Renxue remarked, placing her hand on her waist to emphasize her point. Oh, I have heard that Prince Shueshing dotes on him, and has remarked that he resembles himself as a child. Ning Xiaotian sighed softly and continued, you may decide for yourself. Perhaps my judgment is flawed. I understand, Qian Renxue responded gravely. Remember, imperfection is the essence of perfection. Ning Xiaotian suddenly lifted his gaze to Qian Renxue, locking his eyes onto hers with intensity, and insisted, your demeanor is far too flawless, making it impossible not to harbor suspicion. As for other matters, Ning Xiaotian inclined his head slightly and remarked, Brother Qinghe, you are truly handsome. Here we go again. Thank you. You're welcome.